what it's like to start an orphan. On the night of the 9 tails, Konoha is in pain. After being assassinated by Uchiha Obito, a disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 9 tails was released, and the wife of 3rd generation, who was the first victim, died on the spot. The 3rd generation, who received the news, could only bear the pain to deal with 9 tails because the village was threatened. Uchiha Fugaku asked to fight, but because of the distrust of the village, he could only stay where he was. Roar! Accompanied by waves of animal roars like a tsunami, the greatly stimulated 9 tails wreaked havoc to its heart's content. Jonin went to Genin in front of the mountain-like body, no different from the common people. That night, Konoha lost countless families. In the face of such a crisis, with no one available, 3rd generation decided to use the ghoul seal to reseal 9 tails. The 4th generation stopped him and said, "3rd generation, Naruto will be handed over to you in the future." Minato, who is this? 3rd generation found something, and his voice trembled. However, Minato did not wait for him to stop him, and had already started to move. He calmly separated 9 tails, half of which was sealed into the belly of the newborn child, and the other half was entered into the belly of Shinigami with himself. At that time, the newly born Naruto was babbling and screaming, his fingers flying in the air. If his vocal cords can be fully developed, it is estimated that the people present will be greatly surprised, because the words that the baby blurted out are, "Father, who will cover me when you die?" As a newly born baby, he can have this awareness, naturally because he is not just a baby, the soul inside is a human existence in 2 lifetimes. His name is Gu Quan. Living in the era of spiritual revival, but without the resources of extraordinary, he can only barely survive as a common. Fortunately, he later discovered that he also has a talent, that is, to enter a dream, reincarnated as another person in the dream. After life, old age, sickness, and death, after returning, he can bring back all the abilities of that person, so as to achieve the purpose of becoming stronger. Just now, when he was born, he felt the majestic aura of heaven and earth around him, and thought he had made a fortune. But I didn't expect my parents to sacrifice to heaven at the beginning of the game. And after the initial confusion, Gu Quan soon understood his current identity in this dream world. That is the world of ninjas, and he is the protagonist of this world, the hot-blooded boy Uzumaki Naruto, who is like the distinguished heavenly gods. Although she was born not long ago, she still has some feelings for her biological parents. Especially as the son of the 4th generation, the treatment is much better than the so-called Jinchuriki. As for Gu Quan, the current Naruto's excited appearance, in the eyes of 3rd generation, he also felt a little distressed. After all, it was the child of his grandson, who lost his parents when he was born. But looking at the seal on his stomach, 3rd generation could only calm down. After dealing with the mess, he said to Umbu, "Send Naruto to the orphanage to take good care of him, and never reveal his Jinchuriki identity. From now on, Naruto will be a common orphan of Konohagakure." Umbu, wearing an animal mask, took the excited baby and said, "Yes." Soon, the man disappeared. And Danzo appeared here at this time, asking about the situation. "Minato and his wife have passed away," 3rd generation said lightly, with no expression of joy or anger. Danzo said, "Since the 4th generation is dead, the village can't live without a shadow for a day." "Yes, so I will come back." The words of 3rd generation made Danzo speechless, while 3rd generation continued to speak calmly, "As for this matter, I will put it on hold for now, but Danzo seems to be feeling unwell recently. You need to rest well." "Hiruzen, what do you mean?" Danzo's expression changed. Then he was taken away. The 3rd generation regained power vigorously and quickly took back all parts of the power. It can be said that there was no chance for Danzo to stay. This time the Konoha crisis, Danzo, as always, harms others but does not benefit himself. For these, Naruto, who was just born, couldn't see it. Thinking that part of 9 tails' body was added to his body, Naruto felt something was wrong in his heart, and he always felt that this opening was a little uncomfortable. Both of his parents died when he was young, and he became another 3rd generation when he grew up. Under the performance of the hot-blooded boy, Naruto can only see a tragic character. Perhaps, that namikaze numbness is what Naruto should look like the most. Emotions, Naruto finally fell into a deep sleep because his body was too small. When he woke up for the second time, an unknown amount of time had passed, and Naruto's emotions finally recovered, and he became an obedient baby who would not cause trouble. This is because he has adjusted his emotions in his heart. He can't choose which part of his life he lived in his dream, but he can choose how to live that part of his life. Moreover, Hokage's power system is not weak. As long as he develops well, he will have enough strength to obtain the capital to become stronger when he returns to the real world in the future. You know, the real world is just in the era of Reiki recovery. In the early stage of spiritual recovery, it is an era of all kinds of battles and hundreds of battles, one step ahead, one step at a time. This is a battle for the great Dao. Sometimes, there is a step difference between the strong and the weak. In the future, it will be the difference between respecting Daioji and dying Daioxu. With this in mind, Naruto has just begun to plan the future of this life. Those who do not plan for the future are not enough to plan for a while. After all, Hokage Ninja is an anime before the spiritual recovery. It is impossible to remember all the plots, but being able to remember the general plot is enough to avoid some accidents. Also, my real goal in this world has always been to become stronger. Knowledge, ninjutsu, etc., are all capital that can really be brought to the real world. Thinking about one thing after another in his heart, thinking about the future, some smiles finally appeared on Naruto's face. Then he stopped thinking. After all, he is still too young now, the more he thinks, the heavier the burden will be on his body, so Naruto can only roughly set his future goals, and just wait for them to be realized in the future. But before that, he should be a good baby first. At this time, someone looked at the well-behaved Naruto and couldn't help but smile, what a lovely child, but unfortunately, he lost his parents because of this turmoil. She is the director of this orphanage, and she truly loves the children. In the first 2 years of infancy, Naruto lived comfortably and felt the warmth of home because of the care of the dean. However, this is a world where death is as common as eating and drinking. So at some inconspicuous moment, the director of the orphanage passed away. Never seeing the director of the orphanage again made Naruto's heart sink. He didn't cry or make trouble that day, but his expression became depressed and he ate a few mouthfuls of food. Third generation appeared for the first time at this time. This is a place that is different from the original trajectory of fate. After all, the current Naruto is too well behaved. In fact, it made third generation hope to start education early, so it took this opportunity to start exploring. In this regard, Naruto's external performance is in line with third generation's expectations. It wasn't until third generation asked more, that Naruto said, "Grandpa, can I read?" "Oh, why?" Third generation asked with some doubts. In this regard, Naruto is as good as he is, showing a pure thirst for knowledge. "I just want to read. If it doesn't work, let's take 9. Naruto said, feeling depressed. Naruto's appearance brings together the characteristics of Kushina and Minato. When he is depressed, third generation thinks of the Minato couple who passed away, and can't help but feel distressed. Then he said, "Grandpa will teach you how to read in the future, okay? Can I read after being literate?" Naruto asked. When he heard the affirmative answer, he showed the most sincere smile on his face. Time, according to this trajectory of fate, continued until the 52 years of Konoha. At this time Naruto was 5 years old. As early as 2 years ago, he left the orphanage and could only live at home by himself, alone. In the past few years, he has gone through what Naruto should have experienced under the original trajectory of fate. The indifference of the villagers, and the feeling that the resentment towards the demon fox was transferred to him. Fortunately, with the mind of an adult, he doesn't care too much about this. But also because he has the mind of an adult, he has no feelings for this village. Although, it still needs to have a strong desire to gain everyone's approval, after all, he is too weak now. At noon that day, Naruto polished the mask carefully at home, then put it on and went out. Different from Naruto under the original destiny trajectory, he possesses the soul of an adult, and he can easily find a solution to the dilemma that the villagers hate. And they are all available at his age. Even if the third generation sees it, he will only think that he is precocious and knows more, and will not worry about anything else. There are precedents of geniuses such as Kakashi and Itachi, and it doesn't matter if he is smarter. It's normal to be even smarter. After all, not to mention Naruto's mother, his father, Namikaze Minato, is a gold flash comparable to Mu Yabai, with unparalleled aptitude. As the son of the fourth generation, it seems normal to be smart. Even if this identity is only known to a small number of people. Due to the need for protection, third generation does not allow Naruto's identity to be revealed and strictly requires secrecy. Only in the past 2 years, Danzo, the troublemaker, disclosed the identity of Jinchuriki. Of course it caused a little trouble for Naruto. Correspondingly, there is the danger that spies may spread the matter. This made third generation furious, directly recovered the root power, and closed Danzo confinement by the way. Although, Danzo was released again after a while, but at least it was seen. And third generation urgently blocked the news while shutting Danzo into confinement. Even so, the number of villagers who know the rumors about the demon fox is no longer a small number. After all, that night, Nine Tails moved like a mountain and caused a lot of damage, just like a monster disaster erupting in an island country, which is remembered by too many people. At that time, too many families were destroyed. They have grievances in their hearts, but they can't pour them out on Nine Tails, so naturally they can only pour them out on Naruto, who is Jinchuriki. Even as a container, Naruto is their savior in a sense. Yet people need an outlet to vent. With the soul of an adult, Naruto naturally understands this, but of course understanding does not mean that he is willing to bear it. So when he faced everyone's disgusted eyes after going to the street, he just went home and made a mask. He has to polish this mask every day to make it look more sophisticated. In the original book, the mask has the function of protecting the identity. Even if it is the relationship between Obito and Kakashi, it is still impossible to recognize it with the mask on. Like Naruto, the effect is naturally better. After he went out wearing a mask and walked on the street, although everyone didn't know whose child it was, they would no longer regard him as a demon fox. Konoha has a large population after all. Although judging from the comics, the population of Konoha is actually very small, but that is because there is no need to add too many pictures of passers-by A, B, C, D in the comics. After coming from the second dimension to the third dimension, Naruto can see a lot of people walking on the street. He walked around the streets as usual, and then started to buy ingredients. For florists, cooking skills are necessary. Because it can save money, like now, after buying vegetables, there is still some wealth. Thinking that the next meal would be enough, Naruto immediately went to buy a small accessory. "Uncle, how do you sell this jade pendant?" 50 taels. The uncle looked down and found that it was a child, so he replied directly without saying anything. Naruto hesitated for a while, but was still ready to take out the money. Suddenly, a small hand reached out at this moment. "Big brother, I want this." "Hey, that's what people look at first." A gentle voice replied. Naruto turned his head and saw the familiar nasolabial folds, and quickly recognized the identities of the two people who were talking. His brows raised involuntarily. Among Hokage, there are still many brother control and Brahkan. This is one of them, the Uchiha Itachi brothers. For an ultimate Brahkan like Itachi, the younger brother is obviously more important than the family or even the lover. After all, he slashes his tribe with a knife like he chops vegetables, and he shows no mercy to Uchiha Izumi, who has a crush on him, except for his younger brother, like letting go of the sea, one seal every 8 seconds. Of course, Naruto didn't care much about this. He just glanced at Sasuke with a little deep meaning. According to the so-called settings of Indra and Ashura, this may be the character who is entangled with him. It's just that the current Sasuke is a little too tender. Soon, Naruto looked away and handed over the money with a smile on his face. "Uncle, I want this jade pendant." Not far away, Sasuke's small face puffed up, and he said sullenly, "That masked man is so hateful, he took away the pendant I liked." Itachi just smiled and encouraged him, seeing that Sasuke was really reluctant, so he planned to negotiate with Naruto. At the same time, looking at the mask, Itachi thought about his identity for a while. At this time, he is not qualified to know about Naruto, but he already has guesses in his heart. When Naruto saw them approaching, he just waved his hands and said, "I bought this first, so don't think about it." Seeing Naruto's vigilant look, Sasuke couldn't help replying angrily, "If anyone wants your jade pendant, we can also buy a new one. It's just that you still wear a mask in broad daylight, isn't it hot?" At this time, he refused to say that he wanted the jade pendant for the sake of face. Next to him, Itachi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. But Naruto just looked over in surprise, and then asked back, "Then you are still clinging to your big brother at such an age, aren't you shy?" Looking at Sasuke's little face flushed with anger, Naruto didn't say any more, just turned and left. Behind him was Sasuke, who was so angry that he was about to challenge him. On the bustling street, Sasuke looked at Naruto's figure walking away quickly, and couldn't help saying angrily, "It's really too much, big brother." While talking, Sasuke thought about Naruto's words just now, and also felt that it was not good to stick to big brother when he was so big. But soon the idea was suppressed again. Instead, he thought about beating that guy up if he had time. And Itachi was just about to comfort something, when he received the news suddenly. He couldn't help saying to Sasuke, "Okay, now we can buy a new jade pendant, and then we'll go shopping here today. I still have something to do, next time." Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help feeling a little depressed, and even his anger towards Naruto dissipated. Next time, when will big brother have time? He would never have imagined that the most beloved big brother at this moment would become the man he most wanted to kill in the near future. At this point Naruto has returned home. Forget about the meeting with Sasuke, Naruto continued to concentrate on doing his own things, washing, cooking and frying vegetables with peace of mind. Soon, a table of delicious food was completed. This is the reason why the flower growers have good genes for mastering gourmet skills. As long as there are ingredients, you can enjoy the delicacies of mountains and seas even if it is a simple meal. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice, but as long as there is rice, there is no problem with food. After having lunch, Naruto started his daily routine of reading and studying. With the dual blood of Minato and Kushina, Naruto's constitution is still strong enough, but it is not suitable for very rigorous training too early. In his plan, it is enough to exercise step by step before entering school, and the rest of the time can be used to read books. When you get older, you can naturally do extreme exercise. Basic calculations, basic physics. Even in such a world with a crooked technological tree, as long as there is technology, there is a corresponding physical foundation. While reading the book, Naruto concluded. The technology in this world has its intoxicating side, but because of the existence of ninjutsu, common people have a limit to the development of technology. Orochimaru, who is as strong as one of the Sannin, needs to improve his combat effectiveness first on the battlefield rather than his scientific research ability. Ninjas don't die, and reincarnation continues. This is the root of this ninja reincarnation. For these, Naruto can analyze some of them through the observation of outsiders. As for being the savior to save the ninja world or something, he has no idea. The reason why you have to study hard is to better apply it to reality. After all, the laws of each world are different, but knowledge is interlinked. And Naruto's real purpose is to make chakra his own, but he knows why, so that it is possible to return to the real world with peak combat power. In the era of spiritual revival, he must be the strongest, so that he can control his own destiny. Even, to understand the truth about the recovery of spiritual energy, kick off the chess player, and become a chess player by yourself. But before that, you still have to be down to earth. With this thought in mind, Naruto looked at it seriously and nodded from time to time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the door is unlocked. Naruto didn't move his head, but he watched it with gusto. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and the kind old man third generation walked in, and said to Naruto, "How is it, is little Naruto getting used to it recently? Is there anything you want?" Hearing this, Naruto put down the book, and smiled innocently, "Thank you, Grandpa third generation, for your concern. I feel that I am doing well recently, but the books on theoretical physics need new books." Naruto doesn't hide his obsession with reading. Even this is what he can expose to third generation. As a Jinchuriki, if you need to reassure the higher UPS, then there can be no secrets on the surface. At least, he can live in Konoha's shelter now, and he doesn't mind continuing to live in it. So the acting skills on the surface cannot be left behind. Fortunately, after acting for several years, Naruto has been able to deal with it calmly from being unfamiliar at the beginning to being proficient now. Third generation thought Naruto had taken off the mask, but didn't know he was wearing another mask. At this time, listening to Naruto's request, third generation just replied cheerfully, "Naruto is really a good kid who loves to read. It's just that I heard people say that you rarely go out." "Yeah." Naruto nodded, and then looked at the book seriously. Of course, the obsession with books is not fake. After all, if you don't love learning, it is impossible to understand the essence of chakra. Even if it is opened, it will just become another Naruto of the original work in the end. While third generation looked at Naruto who was reading the book seriously, although he was puzzled, he didn't really care. Anyway, it's not ninjutsu, just let him watch it. It's not good to go out too little, so third generation is going to start persuading, "Why don't you go out? It's too boring to be alone at home, and you can play with other friends when you go out." "No, they don't like me for what I am," Naruto replied seriously. Hearing these words, third generation's expression remained unchanged, but he began to pay attention in his heart. Although his way of education is to make Jinchuriki return to his heart, but if it backfires, then he can only. Throwing away the extra thoughts, third generation continued, "But, if you don't try, won't they hate you all the time?" And Naruto, based on the idea he had thought about a long time ago, began to show his acting skills in 2 generations, "That's why I have to study hard. As long as I study hard in the future to become a powerful ninja, I should have the opportunity to be like Grandpa third generation has become Hokage too." Up to this moment, Naruto has finally spoken out the answer that third generation expects logically. Through its own understanding and past experience, third generation came up with a fairly good slogan, "The Will of Fire," and has the final interpretation of the Will of Fire. In addition to the Will of Fire, there is another one is to let everyone take Hokage as their dream, which can improve the cult of personality. In this regard, in fact, third generation has never had systematic training, and it can be regarded as his talent in a certain way. In the original trajectory of fate, Naruto's autonomy has improved a lot after graduation, because in the eyes of third generation, the bond has been established and completed. Naruto's dream at that time was to become Hokage and gain everyone's approval. Now Naruto has decided to advance this time point. Not to mention letting third generation reduce the intensity of surveillance, at least in the short term, third generation can feel more at ease with him. As an ultimate weapon, Nine Tails Jinchuriki has too much uncertainty, and Naruto is to reduce this uncertainty. And listening to Naruto's words, third generation was relieved, but also asked, "Naruto, why do you want to be Hokage?" "Because everyone agrees with Grandpa third generation." Naruto said, with a longing look on his face, "If you can become Hokage, then you should be able to get everyone's approval." Hearing this, third generation nodded lightly, but said with a smile on his face, "The little Naruto has to work hard, he can't become a Hokage just by studying. Also, it's not because Hokage is recognized by everyone, but a ninja who is recognized by everyone can become Hokage." Hearing this, Naruto clenched his fists. "Don't worry. Grandpa third generation, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Before that, I will send you to sleep forever." Naruto didn't say the latter sentence. The time has not come. After third generation felt Naruto's will, he also began to persuade, "So, in order to gain everyone's approval, shouldn't you go out and play with everyone more? But, they all hate me the way I am." Naruto became depressed, but quickly summoned up his courage and said, but since Grandpa third generation said it, then I will definitely try it. Until third generation left, Naruto still reminded him to remember to bring physics basic books. The next day, Naruto really started to go out, and started to make new friends as third generation thought. It wasn't a smooth process, but he was patient. In Hokage's office, third generation received the news of Moonlight Gale, took a few puffs of cigarettes, and then said, let's reduce the surveillance on Naruto in the future. By the way, call the Shikamaru clan over here. Moonlight Gale, who led the order, nodded slightly but made a new discovery, which was about the Hyuga clan. Miss Hinata is both lost again. Third generation waved him away, then frowned, and whispered to himself, Hyuga Hinata? The eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. He remembered Hyuga Hisashi's suicide before. Since the Hyuga clan lost a Jonin due to internal cooperation, the Hyuga clan is much more honest than before. As members of the Konoha family, the Hyuga family is undoubtedly more aware of current affairs than the proud Uchiha. Especially Hyuga Hinata, her character is even weaker. Weak, sometimes it can be used as a fetter. You know, fetters can actually be regarded as a weakness for ninjas. Third generation had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but before Naruto and Hinata met, he just kept them in his mind for the time being. There were a few more bags of cigarettes in the quiet office, and Narashizu's voice just came from outside the door. On Konoha Street, Naruto has just begun to return. According to this rhythm, you should be freer after you go to school. At that age, you can also officially start practicing gymnastics to build your foundation. There is also ninjutsu. If you can learn the shadow clone technique, you can enter the stage of rapid development. He thought a lot in his heart, and gradually became clear about his future development. In the scientific research plan, multiple shadow clone technique is an extremely important technique, which complements his constitution perfectly. Used in battle, one person can form an army. When used in the study of ninjutsu, one person can be compared to a large team. Of course, the most important thing is that the shadow clone technique cannot be seen from the outside. As long as he has the shadow clone technique, he can have a lot more time. He was salivating at the shadow clone technique in his heart, but thinking of the peeping of the third generation, Naruto couldn't help but rub the center of his brows in distress. If you wait until graduation to learn multiple shadow clone techniques, then it's a bit late to start. Unless... A certain golden light flashed in his mind, and just as Naruto had an idea in his mind, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Is this the child of the big family? It looks no different from the common people. The eyes still look so scary. That is, those people bullied us so much, and we will bully us back. It was a few young children who were talking. The lost little Hinata was trembling, pitiful and helpless but very edible. She fiddled around the corner, not knowing what to do. Not far away, a strange color appeared in Naruto's eyes, and he made a decision in his heart. Then he strode up, you guys, is it fun to bully little girls younger than yourself? Hearing this, those people looked over and saw that it was a short man wearing a mask, and he was very courageous. Playing a hero? Then I'll beat you together. Saying that, one of them rushed forward and punched Naruto. Although it was out of order, it was fierce enough. At the corner, Hinata's eyes widened, subconsciously preparing to rush up, be careful. But when Hinata was worried, a figure flew out in the distance, making her stop. Because it was another person who flew out backwards. They're all kids who haven't gone to school. Naturally, this kind of fight is just common physical skills. It just so happens that Naruto is not bad in this regard. Although, in order to reassure the third generation, what Naruto showed were simple martial arts that can be mastered at this age, no different from street fighting. However, I can't stand it. His strength is strong enough and his speed is fast enough. Isn't this what common kids fight with? In this way, Naruto knocked down one person logically, and then without hesitation, he directly shot to knock down the other with lightning speed, and then calmly said, why, are you going to do it together? Perhaps one more person will be enough to knock me down. Listening to his words, the older children in front took a step back in fear, leaving only one cruel sentence, you, don't be complacent, we will come back. Immediately afterwards, these people left in a hurry. On the spot, Hinata looked at the masked blonde boy in a daze. Just when she was most helpless, this blonde boy suddenly appeared here and protected her. Under that mask, there should be a sunny and handsome face. But when little Hinata was thinking in his heart, after driving away the older children, Naruto had already walked over and asked gently, how are you? You weren't hurt just now, right? No, I wasn't hurt. Hinata blushed suddenly, and her voice was very soft. Then, she timidly said to Naruto, thank you. But Naruto just waved his hands generously and said, you're welcome, I just can't understand this kind of thing where several people gang up to bully a little girl. Now that the matter is over, then you can go back too. With that said, Naruto turned and prepared to leave. The voice that was as soft as a mosquito's sound suddenly became urgent, please wait a moment. Oh, what's the matter with you? Naruto paused, answering patiently. However, Hinata blushed again at this time, unable to explain why. Seeing this, Naruto knew that she was shy again. Thinking of some things he knew through the original manga, his heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, "What are you cowardly?" No. Hinata said. The more anxious she became, the more unclear she was. But Naruto had already prepared a draft in his heart, and said calmly, "If I guess correctly, your status is not low, but your courage does not match. Is there something you are afraid of?" Hearing this, Hinata's face suddenly turned pale. She felt that her image had become bad in the eyes of the masked man in front of her. Although it was only the first time they met, she felt that she had a good impression of the person in front of her, and she didn't want to leave a bad impression in his eyes. And Naruto has continued to elaborate, "Actually, there is nothing to be afraid of. All cowardice comes from the powerlessness in my heart. It's actually very simple to solve. Just like I did just now, just beat the bad guys away, and all the bad things will naturally not happen." Hearing this, Hinata raised her head, and from the mask, she saw a pair of eyes as bright as stars. She hesitated and said, "Become stronger." "Of course it is." Naruto nodded slightly, moved closer, and said softly, "The fate of this world is like a river. The weak flow down, and the strong go upstream. Because the strong never succumb to fate. The real strong man controls his destiny." Originally Hinata's face was still flushed, but listening to Naruto's words touched her. Although she doesn't know much about the connotation of the words. But in the end it was planned, but she remembered it in her heart, because these were the words spoken by the person in front of her. And his figure has already been imprinted in his heart. The strong, control fate. But when Hinata child was chewing these words, Naruto had already stretched out his hand and said, "Okay, you are lost when you want to come, let me take you home. But next time, don't get lost again." As for the guidance of Hinata, there is no rush to complete it in one step, and you can take it slowly. Judging from Hinata's approach under the original fate track, she likes to follow her very much. If Hinata has been changed since childhood, what kind of changes will happen to the Hyuga clan 10 years later? It would be fun to think about it. Naruto thought this in his heart, but there was a gentle smile on his face. Even though he was wearing a mask, he was used to this smile. Seeing Naruto reaching out his hand, Hinata hesitated for a moment, then reached out and let Naruto take her home. It wasn't until he came to Hyuga's house that Naruto let go and prepared to leave. At that time, Hinata finally plucked up the courage and said, "Well, can you tell me your name?" For Hinata, this is already a lot of courage. It's just that this time she can't stand to back down. In the distance, Naruto's footsteps paused, and then he said without looking back, "Uzumaki Naruto. Remember, don't tell others. It's a secret." But when Hinata firmly remembered this matter, Naruto's figure finally disappeared from sight. Behind Hinata, the figure of Hyuga Hayashi appeared, and asked with a straight face, "Going out to play again?" "No." Hinata lowered her head and answered, thinking about the little big brother wearing a mask in her heart. "Uzumaki Naruto? What a nice person with many secrets, Naruto-kun." At some point, the little girl's heart has already lived in the figure of another person. Naruto, who has already left, doesn't care what Hinata thinks. He just left a momentary seed in Hinata's heart. As for whether it will be useful in the future, it is not within his consideration. It was just an idea in my heart, so I did it. Of course, limited to third-generation reasons, he restrained himself a bit. Even saying those words this time is because the surrounding Umbu surveillance has dropped. Obviously, the effect of his soaring acting skills yesterday was still good, at least third generation's confidence in him has increased a lot. Of course, before getting Shadow Clone, many things still cannot be taken lightly. Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Alas, it would be great if I could see the big fox in advance, and maybe I can operate it at that time. Thinking that his father seemed to have left a chakra of his own in the seal, Naruto felt hesitant. If you can, you may not have to wait until graduation to master this technique. But before that, he had to meet the big fox first. And in the Hokage office, third generation had already chatted with Nara about Naruto. This has not happened before. Because Konoha was strong in the past, Nine Tails Jinchuriki can be a mascot with peace of mind. Konoha can still shock the world by itself, and it is extremely powerful. However, Konoha is now very weak. In the not-too-distant future, Konoha may need Nine Tails Jinchuriki to set foot on the battlefield. This is also the reason why third generation still does this even though they feel sorry for Minato. All for Konoha. On the other side of third generation, Luju hesitated for a while, but didn't say much. The third generation has regained power, and its power is still there, and it is not yet time to refute. Seeing Luju sighing, third generation also asked, "Why, is there any problem with Naruto?" "No, from the perspective of Naruto's life trajectory, this is a child who is precocious and sunny." Narashiju explained, "From Naruto's body, it is obvious that he is precocious, such as the thirst for knowledge, etc. What is really surprising is Naruto's inner sunshine, as if he will keep the sunshine no matter what he goes through. In the original trajectory of destiny, this has always been what Naruto has been. As for now, Naruto expresses it exclusively. Because it has been like this since he was a child, Lu Ju didn't see anything wrong, but he was a little puzzled. Hearing this, third generation looked over with some doubts. Why, is there something wrong with the sunshine in your heart? Naruto didn't hold any resentment in his heart at all, which made third generation feel relieved. It's just that he also had doubts in his heart, so he called the resourceful general of the village to hear his opinion. After all, Nine Tails Jinchuriki can't be ignored these days, so always be careful. It should be noted that even the Gaara of Sand Shinobi village is just one tail, and it still exists as a weapon. And Nine Tails, as the head of tailed beasts, is far more powerful than other tailed beasts. If they can be controlled in their hands, the strength they can display is too powerful. When Lu Ju saw the third generation look over, he just said, it's just that there are very few people with this kind of quality. So far, I've only seen it in Might Guy and others. Perhaps, this is the innate heart of a child. Finally, Lu Ju made the following conclusions. Hearing this assertion, third generation Lao Huai was relieved, especially when combined with Naruto's performance before. He confirmed it. Is it pure heart? Naruto is such a good boy. It's just that it's not good for everyone in the village to disagree with him. We still need a few friends. Hearing his words, Lu Ju couldn't help but widen his eyes. Master third generation, who is this? And third generation just patted him on the shoulder lightly. Don't worry, it's not necessary to do it now, just contact Naruto after he goes to school. Shikamaru is a smart boy, he should know how to teach a child. Afterwards, he let Lu Ju, who was worried, leave. The office was quiet again. Third generation looked at the files about Naruto and decided to turn down the surveillance again. Of course, some observations are still necessary, but it will not be so obvious in the future. Looking at Naruto's age in the data, third generation began to rewatch the list of teachers in the ninja school, preparing to arrange things in the future. And Naruto, who returned home, went on with his own business step by step. Exercise daily, read books, study, try. Every few days, I go out and try to make some new friends. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or not, the important thing is to put on an attitude. It wasn't until he was intoxicated by studying later that he reduced the time to go out. It has to be said that this ninja world is actually very good at technology, and actually has all the basic subjects that should be there, but ninjas don't learn it. And since it doesn't involve ninjutsu, third generation gives it a lot of fun. At the beginning, third generation actually had some worries in his heart. He was afraid of what Naruto would do. But later he found out that Naruto was really just reading and writing, so he felt relieved. As time went by, Naruto gradually became unable to understand the book third generation, and felt dizzy after reading it. Fortunately, he no longer looked at the situation here. Naruto inadvertently solved the problem of third generation constantly spying on his house. Naruto didn't know about this, but felt that there were fewer eyes looking over him, and he felt more at ease in his heart. Before the time came, Naruto continued his study step by step. His learning progress is very fast. After all, he already has a foundation, and now he is only combining the basic knowledge of this world. After passing the initial stage, his theoretical level rose in a straight line. He has a feeling that even if he doesn't learn any of the techniques, he can just imprint the various imprints, and after learning how to refine chakra, he can deduce simple techniques by himself. Perhaps, I don't need cheating, because to this world, I am cheating. A kind of enlightenment rose in his heart, which made Naruto more calm in his daily life. Time passes imperceptibly. Soon, it was time to start school. After passing the pre-entry test, the new students gathered at the school and began to listen to everyone's most beloved Mr. Hokage. While wood and leaves are dancing, fire is also alive. On the podium, third generation still started with the will of fire that he is best at. With the right to interpret the will of fire, he is very familiar with this kind of speech. In the audience, a group of teenagers were excited by third generation's contagious speech, and they had a very strong desire for the unknown of Hokage. The illusion of will of fire has even surpassed the distinguished heavenly gods in power since the third generation appeared on the stage, and many people have been eaten to death. Danzo, who only hides in the shadows and plays tricks, but does not understand people's hearts, will naturally be suppressed for a lifetime. Naruto mingled with the commons, this time without a mask. Mainly because it is no longer needed. I started wearing a mask a few years ago, because at that time, under the leadership of adults, children would also hinder him. Now it is unnecessary. It doesn't matter what the villagers think of him, as long as it doesn't affect his normal life. Of course, in order to make third generation feel more at ease, Naruto's grades in many subjects during the entrance test were not very good. There is no need to hide the culture class, because third generation doesn't care much about it. This point can be referred to the little Sakura in the original book, whose education level has even surpassed the standard, but the most valued is the owner of the blood succession limit. What a bunch of illiterates. Because of third generation's empty speech, and looking at the fiery eyes of the children around him, Naruto judged in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't owe anything to the village, so he wouldn't have any psychological obstacles when he made a move in the future. But before that, it's better to play your own identity well. On the high platform, third generation finished his speech with a lot of meaning, looked at the children below and said, the will of fire is to burn and also to protect. This is the end of my speech today. Goodbye children. When he left, the audience was frantic children. Naruto, who got in among them, shouted slogans. Suddenly, as if seeing something, Naruto stopped, looked not far away, and said with a smile, hello. Uchiha's brother. Control, what, do you still need to rely on your big brother now? It's you. Sasuke's eyes widened. Hearing this tone, he suddenly remembered the masked man he saw when he went out with Itachi some time ago, and he didn't expect to be a student of the same class as himself now. That's awesome. Thinking of this, Sasuke showed a confident smile on his face. A real strong man never speaks out. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Uchiha is not weaker than others in his life. And he just remembered that this guy with gold hair didn't have a very good entrance score. Not far away, some little girls saw Sasuke's appearance, and couldn't help but stare out. Wow, is this the first place in the entrance examination? It looks so handsome. It's from Uchiha, it's so cool to watch. Well, Sasuke was always in a good posture before the beating. Only among a group of nympho, there is such a weak voice, but, Naruto-kun is also very handsome. Although that voice was drowned in the sea of sound. Naruto looked at the crowd not far away as if he felt something, and he saw a pair of white eyes, and couldn't help laughing. Who said Hinata is timid? Isn't this voyeurism very skilled? Of course, the focus is still on Sasuke. In the near future, this can be a very useful tool for attracting attention. But before that, he should be made aware of some reality. With a faint smile on his handsome face, Naruto smiled lightly at Sasuke and said, oh, the challenge of entering the first place is really scary. But with the name of Hokage at stake, there's no way I'm going to back down. Even though he said so, there was no fluctuation in his heart, because the truth of this statement was a bit inconsistent. If it was said another way, it would definitely be more passionate. So after finishing his acting skills, Naruto added another sentence, well, but if you can't understand me and can't beat me, what should you do? Veins appeared on Sasuke's forehead. You guy, don't be too complacent. That tone was too much to beat. At this moment Sasuke just wanted to use his fist to measure the face of the guy opposite. At this time, some disputes caused by Naruto and Sasuke attracted the attention of many people. It took so long to see Naruto without the mask again, so they didn't recognize it for a while. But they recognized Sasuke. Before they could talk more, a teacher came over and said, what's the matter with you two? Are you going to fight on the first day of school? This is our own business, just to discuss. Sasuke said indifferently. At this time, Teacher Kamen looked at Sasuke's clothes and took a few steps back. The Uchiha family? Sure enough, they are as proud as ever, but you can learn from each other, but you must pay attention to it. But in his heart, he expected Sasuke to lose. After all, most people in Uchiha are quite proud, which also makes the teachers of the common people not have a good impression of this family. Soon, as a freshman on the first day of school, Naruto and Sasuke began to fight. Standing on the simple playground, Sasuke said indifferently, I'll let you know that sometimes it's not enough to just rely on your mouth. Thinking of his big brother's encouragement in his heart, self-confidence arises spontaneously. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. His big brother will be the number one in that year, so he can also be the number one in this year. Is this your confidence? Naruto's voice came out leisurely, and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he just raised his hand to parry hastily. But at the same time, Naruto swept over with his leg, causing Sasuke to lose his center of gravity and fall directly to the ground. The next moment, Naruto directly bullied him, followed by his hopping tone, is this Uchiha's pride? It's really disappointing. At the same time as the words fell, Naruto was so powerful that he beat Sasuke up. There were no surprises in this process. After all, they are all children who have just entered school. After getting entangled with each other, there is no other way, just better physical skills than anyone else. Just in this regard, Sasuke is indeed far behind. Sasuke was lying on the ground, and after being beaten up by Naruto, he looked at the sky suspiciously, always feeling that there was something wrong with the script. And Naruto got up leisurely, rubbed his wrist, and said, you seem to be a little bit worse, maybe you can just go back and call your big brother. Anyway, if you insist on letting your big brother make a move, I can't say anything, can I? Naruto said that with a helpless expression. However, Sasuke really felt offended when he heard the words, his face flushed with anger, and of course he might have been beaten. He said angrily, just wait. I was careless just now, and I will definitely find my way back in the future. Oh, then go get ready. Naruto said, waving his hand before leaving, by the way, don't forget the rules before you beat me. Because of this incident, the little girls gathered here were all sobered up. As a girl who has just entered school, she is young and ignorant. The reason why she admires Sasuke is because he has the first grade in school and Uchiha's appearance is always online. But this time the myth of the so-called number 1 grade was broken, and naturally the fantasy of the girls was also broken. Especially when Naruto took off his mask this time, his appearance was unlocked, which made some girls' eyes shine, and their eyes lingered on him. Among them, Hinata, who is still very shy on the surface, has already started a tracking journey. Well, for her with white eyes, it is quite easy to recognize Naruto. Even depending on how much she cared about Naruto, she could recognize him even if she didn't roll her eyes. Those who pay attention to this matter are actually people like third generation. Third generation was very skeptical about the fact that the first place was beaten at the end of the entrance score, and even guessed at the first moment whether it was the chakra from Nine Tails pouring out. It wasn't until third generation heard about the process of the battle that they couldn't help but laugh. Just because Sasuke chose the most unfavorable way to fight, Naruto won by brute force. After understanding the battle process, third generation knew that Naruto's development trajectory did not exceed his expectations, so he was relieved. As the person involved, Sasuke didn't think so much, he just wanted to get up wherever he fell. In the same place, Sasuke watched Naruto's leaving back, just gritted his teeth and left here. What he cared about was the number 1 title. Unfortunately, after enrolling, he and Naruto are not in the same class. And after class, Naruto is like living in the school library, reading there every day, which makes Sasuke so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys hurt. Of course, Naruto isn't actually avoiding him, but Hinata. The little girl said she was shy, but when she should be bold, she was not timid at all. After she turned into a stalker, it troubled him quite a bit. He is about to enter the strength-telling development period, and he doesn't want to be troubled by other things for the time being. But hiding in the library like this is not a problem, after all, the books that need to be read will be finished sooner or later, so Naruto still thought of a way. It was also 2 months after entering the school that Naruto's figure began to appear on the training ground in the village. After a simple set of exercises, his eyes suddenly stopped in a corner, and he said lightly, "Come out. You have been following me for a long time." After a while, a little girl came out timidly. Facing Naruto's faint gaze, the little girl explained with some anxiety, "No, I don't mean anything else, I just want to make friends." Naruto showed a sunny smile, which made Hinata blush again. In this life, Naruto's hairstyle is closer to that of the 4th generation, and even without a seal on his face, he even got more of Sasuke's love affairs. One can imagine how handsome he is. Therefore, Naruto was not very surprised to see Hinata's current appearance. His alluring charm. However, girls can't delay him from becoming stronger, so Naruto continued, "Unfortunately, there are a few conditions for me to make friends, and you don't seem to be qualified." Hinata originally wanted to explain something, but her face turned pale when she heard this. Is that so? I'm sorry, Naruto-kun." Hinata whispered, intending to retreat silently. And Naruto has changed his style of painting, and continued, "But if you really want to, it's not impossible. I just don't make friends with cowardly people, but people can change themselves. If you can prove your strength and courage, then I will recognize you and even apologize to you personally, how about it?" These words made Hinata's eyes light up. She felt like she had found her purpose. And seeing Hinata's white eyes brighten, Naruto's lips also evoked a faint smile. What he dislikes the most is the established fate, and now he has the opportunity to change it, so he is happy. After sending Hinata away, Naruto did not continue to train because Sasuke appeared at this time. A mocking smile curled up on Sasuke's lips, and he felt he had caught Naruto's handle. "That's why you hid for 2 months? How cowardly. Some time ago I was careless, this time, I will never give up my advantage." Seeing Sasuke's confident smile, Naruto just sighed leisurely, "Since you are so sincerely ready to challenge me, I can only satisfy you." Then, just as Sasuke was about to throw the shuriken remotely, Naruto's figure moved. In an instant, he pulled into a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing this, Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block, but it was already too late. Snapped. Naruto made another sweeping leg, causing him to fall to the ground, followed by a set of combined punches, which was the same as last time. Sasuke, who was beaten up again, looked at the sky suspiciously. This is impossible. He is the number 1 genius in his grade, why was he beaten up by this nerd? Obviously, this time he was very serious, but in the end he lost so neatly. And Naruto didn't mock any more this time, but stood up calmly, "If you only have this level, you don't have to pester your big brother all the time in the future. Ignorance and weakness are sometimes the worst sins in this world." As for Sasuke, Naruto doesn't really have much idea. What's the point of even Ashura's entanglement with Indra to him? After being reincarnated as Naruto, he is who he is, not some Ashura. The so-called cause and effect is not within the scope of Naruto's consideration. But Sasuke itself has the potential to be a pawn. In the original trajectory of fate, Sasuke defected to the village, but at that time Naruto wanted to chase him back. For the current Naruto, a seed can be planted in advance. If attack still destroys the family in the future, he can use this opportunity to directly transfer Sasuke's hatred for attack to the village. It would be fun to think about it. And now, nothing has happened yet. Sasuke certainly doesn't know the deep meaning in Naruto's words, but just said harshly, "Don't be complacent, I will definitely beat you in the future." Uchiha is not weaker than a person. Although he had just received a fat beating just now, it still didn't affect Sasuke's harsh words. "I look forward to your growth," Naruto said leisurely, and then reminded, "By the way, if you want to challenge me next time, you have to wait another 3 months. Hearing this, Sasuke was a little strange. "Why, are you afraid?" "No, it's just that if you come every day, it's too troublesome. And I personally hate trouble, if I can't bear it that day, I might kill you," Naruto said lightly. However, after speaking that Chinese language, Sasuke shuddered in his heart, as if it was not a joke. After the voice fell, Naruto also turned around and left here, but he had no interest in continuing to practice here. And Sasuke looked at Naruto's leaving back, and couldn't help but think of what he said just now, "If one day I can't help it, I may kill you." In his heart, Sasuke didn't think it was true. But after thinking about it, he decided to challenge again after a while, because he temporarily recognized the fact that the current self can't beat Naruto. Back home, Naruto cooks skillfully, leaving everything outside behind. For some of the words Sasuke said, Naruto was sure in his heart, and confirmed that Sasuke would not say it, so he was not worried at all at the moment. After step-by-step exercise, it was afternoon, and Naruto began to refine chakra for the first time. There is basically no content about ninjutsu in the library. This has long been expected, but the materials of other subjects are complete enough. Sitting cross-legged on his own bed, Naruto was discussing the knowledge he had read these days. "When I entered school, the teacher didn't teach many ninjutsu, only the corresponding foundation, and I didn't even hand in any real ninjutsu. On the other hand, shuriken throwing has been taught a little bit. Of course, those are very simple for Naruto and belong to one pass. What he really studies is the basic seals and the various effects that can be produced after the seals are formed. In addition, it is the analysis of the basic knowledge of this world. As the basic knowledge gradually integrated into this world, Naruto's confidence in self-created ninjutsu gradually grew. For a scientist, from another higher point of view, many things that so-called geniuses realize by relying on their understanding can be analyzed and used accurately for scientists through research. If the known ninjutsu is reversed, the speed will be faster. It's a pity that his conditions are not very sufficient now. Relevant information is too little. Although his chakra amount and constitution are enough to support him to do long-term research, but the error tolerance rate is not high, and it will easily affect the body that is still growing. Then the first step is to refine chakra first, and find the fastest way to refine chakra. Naruto whispered to himself, following the superficial method taught by the teacher, he began to feel the energy of the spirit and the energy of the body, and at the same time extracted the two. During this process, he has been observing the way of existence of the two. Therefore, it took a long time to refine chakra for the first time, and it lasted until night fell, when Naruto opened his eyes. Corresponding to his tired body are his shining eyes. Sure enough, is it the same as I guessed? According to this progress, I may be able to increase the efficiency to more than 10 times. Unfortunately, it's just that the speed of refining chakra has increased tenfold. As he spoke, Naruto sighed lightly, with a pity on his face. Even if the amount of chakra he refined belongs to the kind that makes Kakashi and his like envy and hate, for him now, it is nothing more than nothing. The key is some speculation, let him know that it is difficult for him to bring this power back to the real world. Because chakra belongs to the ninja world. Unless he can analyze this power, so as to truly control it and turn it into his own power. Sure enough, the path of magic science still has to be taken. A kind of enlightenment rose in Naruto's heart. Thinking about it in his heart, it didn't affect him to continue to keep calm and concentrate on cultivation. That night, in a dark area, Naruto suddenly appeared here, and he heard the sound of ticking water beside his ears, making his eyes narrow. The place where Nine Tails is sealed basically belongs to the place where every traveler frequents. No way, although Nine Tails is often used to compare with Hashirama, and then say, Nine Tails, this thing can kill people. However, during the Nine Tails rebellion, the irascible Nine Tails really showed terrifying power, and Jonin was almost like a chicken in front of it, and he was a piece of cake with one shot. Even later, Nine Tails chakra was divided in half by 4th generation, and it was bitten by Jinjiao, but it turned out that one-tailed beast could beat several tailed beasts. Some people guessed that the chakra was divided like this at that time, 9 tails got 1, 1 tail got 1, 9 tails got 2 and 2 tails got 1, and if it was distributed to the end, the rest would be given to 9 tails. In short, Nine Tails has a lot of chakra, even for common people, it can be said to be almost infinite. Coming to this place, Naruto also became interested in Nine Tails. In the original trajectory of fate, chakra of Nine Tails is a big cheat for Naruto. For the current Naruto, if it has the support of Nine Tails, it can also start early. He had come up with the idea of Nine Tails before. While thinking in my heart, there was a roar of beasts, as if trying to confuse people's minds. Naruto followed the sound, and soon came to a big iron gate. Inside the thick iron gate, a fox as big as a house can be seen, which looks very attractive. Naruto blinked his big eyes and looked over curiously. What a big fox! How did you grow so big? Ninetales, who was about to scare him. Little ghost, are you not afraid of me? Ninetales asked with some doubts. Naruto looked at the iron gate curiously, and when he heard Ninetales' voice, he asked naturally, why are you afraid? Can you get out of this cage? No. Ninetales replied subconsciously. Then it became angry and roared, let me out, kid, and I can give you the power to scare everyone. Although it doesn't quite understand why the brat's reaction is different from what it expected, but it has also felt some of Naruto's actions before. It's clear, Naruto needs power. And no one can underestimate the power of Ninetales. Facing Ninetales' bewitching, Naruto replied quite seriously, want to come out? Yes, but you need to promise me one condition. You lend me strength for 10 years, and I will set you free after 10 years. Hearing Naruto's extremely serious tone, Ninetales only felt that he was talking in sleep, but no matter whether it was in sleep or not, he agreed first before talking. Okay, let me out. Hearing the anxious voice of Ninetales, Naruto put his hand on the seal on the iron door. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand again. Maybe, doing this actually won't break the seal. Quick, break the seal. Ninetales was a little anxious. However, after Naruto withdrew his hand, he backed up a bit, then looked at Ninetales and said, you don't seem to be acting rationally enough, and you are a little irritable. Roar. What answered him was the roar of Ninetales. It's really insidious and cunning human beings, and they go back on their promises. Obviously, he took Naruto's behavior just now as fooling him. With rage, Ninetales rushed over, and then hit him with bruises all over his body. Naruto just watched it quietly, and finally said lightly after it calmed down, I have never seen such a stupid fox. What did you say? Ninetales looked down, his eyes turned blood red. Naruto replied calmly, of course you are acting too stupid, big fox. Do you know who I am? This old man is the strongest tailed beast. Ninetales tried to prove himself. The strongest tailed beast? That looks pretty powerful. Naruto nodded, and then said, but if you're not stupid, why are you locked up here? Human beings are afraid of my power, that's why they hate you as a Jinchuriki. Ninetales tried to continue to prove. And Naruto shook his head a little bored, forget it, I don't want to communicate with such a stupid guy. Goodbye, big fox, see you tomorrow. With that said, Naruto turned and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Ninetales couldn't help being anxious, and tried to call Naruto not to leave. After a long time, Naruto paused, then he turned his head and said to Ninetales, since you still come out, please calm down and talk to me again. Really, how can such a young Jinchuriki look worse than those old guys? Ninetales cursed secretly in her heart, but on the surface she could only force herself to calmly say, little devil, what exactly do you want to talk about? How about we make a deal? Naruto said lightly, you see, you need freedom, I need strength, and we are complementary. And the tailed beast and Jinchuriki are closely related, so you don't have to worry about me cheating on you, right? Naruto tried his best to put on a sincere smile on his immature face, while on the other side of the iron gate, Ninetales had a hesitant expression on his huge fox face. Depending on the situation, the big fox was led away instead. No way, Ninetales has such a straight temper, and Naruto also valued this, so he was willing to have a good talk with Ninetales. Regarding the communication with Ninetales, he still has confidence in his heart. Naruto tried his best to keep his innocent big eyes open, concentrating on fooling the big fox. He didn't really only have childhood memories. He is quite clear about the nature of the big fox, that is, there is still a little bit of Urha's stupidity in Tsundere. So although the big fox tried his best to put on a vicious look, Naruto didn't think it was scary, on the contrary, he still wanted to chat with it. And for the big fox, Naruto still has some good feelings. Maybe it's because the human world is too sinister, but it highlights Urha's simple and straightforward nature. Having honed his acting skills for several years, Naruto himself is not bad at intrigue / I just prefer this kind of straightforward words. On the other side of the Iron Gate, Ninetales was engaged in a war between heaven and man in his heart, thinking about whether he should trust Naruto in front of him. Suddenly, it looked at the big Iron Gate and had an idea in its heart. Do you want me to believe you? Unless, you dare to walk in by yourself. Speaking, Ninetales felt that he had come up with a brilliant idea, as if his IQ had regained the high ground. Outside the door, Naruto shook his head slightly, your heart is not sincere. However, I am willing to give you a chance. With that said, Naruto stepped on his short legs, ready to walk in. Inside the door, Ninetales' eyes widened involuntarily, with some anticipation and some disbelief. What a strange human being. It was the first time it encountered humans who treated it like this. But at this moment Ninetales couldn't think too much, looking at Naruto who was about to walk in, Ninetales' eyes gradually turned blood red. That's it, let's go in. Little devil. It has resentment in its heart, but this resentment cannot be resolved with a few words. Suddenly, just as Ninetales opened his eyes wide open, an urgent voice sounded. Wait, Naruto, don't go in there. Naruto paused when he heard the words, and when he turned around, he saw a figure as gentle as jade, but at this moment, those eyes were full of worry. Konohagakure's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The moment he appeared, Ninetales inside the Iron Gate became irritable and shouted at Minato, fourth Hokage. I have to say that Ninetales hates Uchiha the most in his life, and below that, those Hokages. Especially Minato, who split it in half, made it even more angry. At this time, the furious Ninetales lost all reason, and started to challenge the Iron Gate again, and was taught a lesson. Outside the Iron Gate, Minato didn't care much about Ninetales, but just looked at Naruto with some bewilderment. In his plan, he should not meet Naruto at this time. Ninetales is a gift he left to Naruto. As time goes by, Naruto can control Ninetales naturally, and it will be more appropriate for him to appear again at that time. However, the current situation required him to finish his last words ahead of time. After all, this is just a chakra, and there is not much time to stay, and it should dissipate after a while. Before the fourth generation could speak, Naruto said, long time no see, my father. Sorry to leave you alone in this world. Wait, what did you say? Minato was about to apologize when his expression changed suddenly. And Naruto just said calmly, is it hard to understand this kind of thing? My father. I just didn't expect it. Minato stuttered a little. I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to my child. In the world of Hokage, there are also children who go to the battlefield at a young age, and it is not surprising that such things are precocious. But even Minato has never heard of Naruto being sensible from birth. And Naruto didn't wait for Minato to think about it, just said naturally, but if I didn't know it from birth, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live so easily. At this time, Minato had recovered from the surprise just now, and instead thought of Naruto's life in the past few years. He couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm sorry, Naruto, I didn't let you enjoy the childhood that normal children should have. I didn't expect some things that happened in the village. Listening to his words, Naruto just shook his head. No, I have seen everything, you are not sorry for me. It's just that your trust in the village is too high, my father. When he was just born a few years ago, he was still waving his little hands, hoping that his father would not just die like that. Too bad it didn't work. In public and private, Minato has reached his limit. And now is not the time to complain, so Naruto just said, if I'm not wrong, father, you shouldn't stay here for long. Can you finally teach me some ninjutsu? Hearing this, Minato showed hesitation on his face. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help being disappointed and said, why, isn't father willing to teach me? It's not impossible, it's just that this time is really not enough to teach anything. Minato hesitated, and then he made another suggestion, and you have already started studying in the ninja school, haven't you? Thinking about it, I should be able to learn ninjutsu in school in the future. Listening to his words, Naruto just took a few steps back, and then said lightly, Father, have you forgotten? My current identity is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that everyone fears and hates. Hearing Naruto repeat the words, the fourth generation realized something. It's not that he is not smart, on the contrary, a genius who can improve the Flying Thunder God's spell is by no means mentally handicapped. It's just that he trusted the village too much. But now after Naruto reminded him, he remembered what life Naruto had lived in Konohagakure in the past few years. He opened his mouth, trying to persuade him, but he didn't believe those words himself. Once people's beliefs collapse, they can't even fool themselves. After thinking about it, he really couldn't think of any way, so he could only apologize to Naruto and say, I'm sorry, Naruto, the time is running out. And inside the Iron Gate, Nine-Tails looked at this scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety, feeling neglected anger. You two, don't pretend that this old man doesn't exist. Nine-Tails slammed the iron door angrily while talking violently, impotently, and furiously. At this time, Naruto seemed to remember something, turned his head and continued to say to Nine-Tails, how about it, Big Fox, have you considered my suggestion just now? Naruto, don't believe it, it's a tailed beast. Minato urged at this time. He also remembered the reason for his appearance. It was precisely because he didn't want Naruto to enter the Iron Gate rashly, otherwise Nine-Tails wouldn't let him come out alive due to his irritable temperament. Inside the Iron Gate, Nine-Tails felt hopeless, but fortunately he gave up and said, Hee, the old man is an evil-tailed beast, so do you dare to come in and trust me, an evil-tailed beast? But outside the Iron Gate, Naruto just said seriously, Father, you should know that I have seen the darkest side of the village since I was born. Who can compare to human beings when it comes to talking back and forth, or intrigue? Hearing Naruto's rhetorical question, fourth generation had some excuses for a while. Immediately afterwards, Naruto began to rectify the name of Nine-Tails. This is not to say that he himself likes to talk about justice, but in his heart, he also has a tone. Define tailed beasts as dangerous objects, but take the initiative to provoke them. Jinchuriki is obviously the one who bears the most dangers in the village, but bear the most hate. My dear father, live to say that Lord 4th generation, is that the village that you must protect with your life. After the words fell, Naruto regained his composure, giving Minato time to calm down. Inside the Iron Gate, Nine Tails felt quite happy in his heart, feeling that Naruto had spoken to his heart. However, Nine Tails felt a little worried when he thought that the person outside the door was a human being who was prone to backlash. It is worried that this is a play jointly staged outside the door. Opposite Naruto, Minato fell silent, and a battle between heaven and man began in his heart. There is no doubt that he lived with all his heart for the 4th Hokage of the village. But after his death, seeing how his son was treated in the village in recent years, Minato's faith was shaken. In addition to being Hokage, he is also a father. Simply, the 4th generation project is dead. The one who will live in the future is Namikaze Minato, a father who is wholeheartedly for the child. But after finally making a decision in Minato's mind, he realized that Naruto had already started to enter the Iron Gate, and tried to reach out to grab it, but he couldn't catch it. Naruto. Minato's eyes fell on the Iron Gate, wishing he could go in immediately, but it was too late. Because Naruto has come to Nine Tails. Standing in front of Nine Tails, you can see the height of its body more clearly, and one paw is like a house. He exclaimed, "Big Fox, you are really big." Then, his eyes fell on the smooth hair of Nine Tails, and he wanted to reach out and stroke it. A fox with such fine fur must feel good in the hand. It's just that at this moment, Nine Tails' irritability factor has been aroused. "Little brat, you really dare to come in. But tailed beasts don't count what they say, isn't it already common sense?" After the words fell, Nine Tails let out a roar, and violent spiritual energy attacked. That is the negative emotion it has accumulated over the years of being locked up in a small black room, which is endless like a tide. This level of negative energy will evoke the darkest negative emotions in people's hearts. It is basically impossible for normal people to bear such negative emotions, because as long as they are human, there must be dark elements in their hearts. Only with a sunny heart like the original Naruto, who can't see any dark elements, can Nine Tails be affected. Now this Naruto naturally does not exist. Outside the Iron Gate, Minato looked over worriedly, but it was too late. "Naruto. Nine Tails, don't hurt him, I am the one who locked you in." But at this moment, Naruto's eyes opened, his eyes were clear. He felt all the negative emotions of Nine Tails, but his eyes were still clear and calm. Naruto stepped forward, looking calmly into Nine Tails' eyes. "Is this the grievance you have suffered all these years? Big Fox?" Nine Tails also calmed down at this time, looking at Naruto with some doubts. "Are you okay? It's just some negativity." Naruto replied lightly. He clearly felt so many negative emotions, but his eyes were as cool as water. He calmly stared at Nine Tails' huge head. Calmness is the most fundamental difference between intelligent life and non-intelligent life. "Now, can you have a good talk with me, Big Fox?" Until now, Nine Tails finally looked at Naruto squarely in front of him. After the original negative emotions poured out, it also calmed down at this moment. Thinking of Naruto's words just now, Nine Tails said in a low voice, "Calm down? The old man is very calm now, so what do you want to talk to the old man about?" "Just talking about what happened just now. I need your help, and you need my help." As Naruto said, he revealed his current Jinchuriki identity. "It should be said that as a Jinchuriki, I have also suffered the pain and resentment corresponding to yours. I can understand you, so can you trust me?" Nine Tails stretched out his paw. "What an interesting little guy, you are the first to say that you need to understand tail beasts. Stretch out your hand." Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head, and then deeply touched his little hand. Soon, the little hands and paws touched each other, and one person and one fox communicated with each other. During the contact of consciousness, Naruto heard Nine Tails' deep words, "Old man, just trust you once, don't let me down. Also, my name is Kurama, don't teach me about big foxes again. I said, I won't let you down, Big Fox." For Nine Tails' words, Naruto only answered confidently, leaving Nine Tails quite speechless. We agreed not to call it a big fox anymore. And after reconciling with Nine Tails, Naruto can finally feel the vast and incomparable power of Nine Tails more accurately, and it really is the almost infinite chakra. However, even this level of chakra, after being united with others, is only about the same as the gradual chakra. It's hard to imagine how powerful that ninja god must be. However, he is not weak. Confidence flashed in his eyes. Naruto withdrew his fist, and said to Nine Tails, "I need to become stronger earlier, let's talk to you later." Immediately afterwards, Naruto started to walk out of the Iron Gate, and said to the petrified Minato, "Father, time is short, teach as much as you can." For ninjutsu, he only needs to know the basic ideas. Even hand-to-hand teaching is not required. As long as the principle can be analyzed, it is not difficult for Naruto to use it. This is the confidence that belongs only to geniuses. He himself is as strong as a cheat. One must know that before his previous life was like a dream, he lived in the extraordinary era. Even though he did not have any extraordinary talent, he was still able to obtain a good status, which was to explain his pervert-like scientific research ability. Now studying ninjutsu is just a different direction. Naruto looked very confident, but facing him, Minato shook his head guiltily and said, "It's too late, Naruto, I really can't hold on to this chakra. I'm very happy to see you grow up, but I can't accompany you anymore in the future." Hearing these words, Naruto was not very happy. He is a pragmatist. He doesn't need an apology or anything, he just wants ninjutsu. But if you don't have all the ninjutsu, then the next best thing is to get a multi-shadow clone. But at this moment, Nine Tails spoke, "Little devil, I can help you. This is to help you grow faster in the future, and it has nothing to do with that annoying fourth Hokage." Immediately afterwards, Nine Tails stretched his paws to the iron gate, saying that his chakra could help Minato live for a while. When it did this action, it showed a very reluctant look, but it still made a move in the end. Outside the door, Minato realized this, and couldn't help but thank you very much, thank you so much, Nine Tails, I don't have any talent, why don't I give you a fancy kowtow? Seeing his father's excited appearance, Naruto couldn't help but smile, but he soon understood in his heart. Some aspects of the ninja world are similar to the thinking of the island country. Kowtowing is not regarded as a shame, but as a kind of etiquette. Like the first generation project as the god of ninjas, they also kowtowed for peace. Although he understood it in his heart, Naruto was still not used to it, so he helped Minato up and said, "Okay, don't be so sentimental father, the big fox is for me, it has nothing to do with you." "No, the old man just wanted to come out earlier," Nine Tails said a little arrogantly. Soon, after resupplying chakra from Nine Tails, fourth generation finally recovered and could start teaching. Namikaze Minato, who had regained his composure at this time, finally had the shining demeanor of gold, counted the ninjutsu he knew, and then asked lightly, "I don't know which ninjutsu you want to learn. By the way, do you need to teach the chakra refining method?" For the current Minato, the village is not as important as his own children, and the past fourth generation project is dead. What is alive now is the blackened version of Minato, no longer the so-called ninja gentleman. Faced with the various advanced ninjutsu cited by Minato, Naruto wanted to say that he wanted to learn all of them, but considering his own development path, he only said, "I want to choose multiple shadow clone technique, father." Multiple shadow clone technique? That is forbidden technique for you now. Minato exhorted, and then began to explain the hidden dangers of multiple shadow clone. He was afraid that Naruto only valued the benefits of the multiple shadow clone, and didn't know why it was included in the forbidden technique. Multiple shadow clone techniques are included in the forbidden technique, on the one hand because of the excessive consumption of chakra, and on the other hand because the memory of shadow clone will be transferred to the main body. And too many, but it will cause mental breakdown. Minato earnestly advises Naruto not to be so greedy for the time being. It's not that he doesn't need Naruto to grow faster, it's just that if he chooses multiple shadow clone techniques, it's still too much for the current Naruto. After Minato finished talking about his worries, Nine Tails said with some disdain, "Consume a lot of chakra? Do you think there will be a shortage of chakra with this kid's bloodline? The shadow clone technique is simply tailor-made for this family." Speaking, Nine Tails mentioned his own chakra, and proudly said that even if Naruto chakra is not enough, adding it is enough. In this regard, fourth generation naturally understood, so he emphasized another hidden danger. And Naruto waited for him to finish speaking, and then calmly said, "For this disadvantage, I am naturally prepared. There is no perfect technique in this world. However, I have a solution to these two defects. One is chakra, this big fox has already explained it to you, and the other is the problem of memory. I have a unique solution." However, although he looked calm, Minato was still a little worried. Seeing this, Nine Tails couldn't help but sneered and said, "Do you really think he's just a child of common? This brat is born knowing it. He knows much more than you do." Hearing this, Minato finally made a decision, but he still urged, "You must be cautious in learning and using the shadow clone technique, and remember not to allocate too many shadow clone at one time." "I'm sensible, father." Naruto nodded seriously, remembering the situation of thousands of clones in the original book. For the sake of caution, it is enough to divide up to 30 or 50 for the first time. As for splitting more, it's not impossible, the problem is that he is now in the state of Konoha's knowledge. Wait until shadow clone attracts attention, and then find your own unknown. The overall level of technology in the ninja world is still very backward. Although there are black technologies, ninjas generally don't use them, so it is easy to find places to hide their unknown. At least now Naruto has a place in his mind. But before that, learn the shadow clone technique well. With this in mind, Naruto listened carefully, and third generation also explained seriously, multiple shadow clone techniques are derived from the fireworks of shadow clone techniques, and they are essentially the same, except that the former unlocks certain restrictions. To use this technique, the first thing is to tie the corresponding seals, but the most important thing is to control chakra. If the control is achieved, the number of seals can even be reduced linearly. It has to be said that Minato's understanding in this aspect is still very deep, and he is worthy of his talent. Even Naruto wondered if it would be possible for the fourth generation to break through the limit of the cage level if the fourth generation had no vision limit. But those are just a possibility. In this way, Naruto was distracted while wandering in the sky, and at the same time, he was distracted to remember the postures and various details of the mantra that Minato explained. After repeating it, Naruto nodded lightly and said, "I made a note, father. Do you remember it completely?" Minato selected the text. He wasn't quite sure if Naruto really remembered. And Naruto nodded again, and then said goodbye. "It's late now, I have to leave the house first, father. After I learn multiple shadow clone techniques, I will ask you for other techniques." As the fourth Hokage, even if Minato doesn't have as many ninjutsu as Kakashi and third generation, it is still enough to teach the current Naruto. So Naruto plans to learn his father's ninjutsu in the next period of time. After saying goodbye, Naruto disappeared here, leaving only Minato and Nine Tails looking at each other with disgust. To be precise, only Nine Tails was disgusted. After Minato realized that Nine Tails helped Naruto, he began to ease the relationship again at this moment. "Well, Nine Tails, I did some bad things when we were hostile before. But often we will help Naruto become stronger in the future, so please take care of him." "Humph, you're just incidental." Nine Tails turned her head and gave fourth generation a proud back. Late at night, full of stars. Naruto woke up from the dream, got up in the dark and started counting. According to his understanding, the shadow clone technique can actually be used now, but it only exists in the usable category, and the more specific core cannot be understood. So Naruto intends to start with its principle first, and only after the analysis is completed, he will make a seal with both hands, and after one or two seals, another him will appear next to him. After another Naruto appeared, he observed himself with the same expression as the main body. Is this the state of shadow clone? Thinking and emotion have been differentiated, and the limit of this technique is far beyond that. On the other hand, Naruto took out a pen and paper and said, "Avatar, record your current state. I feel that I have a corresponding idea. Maybe we have the same idea, but it's not entirely a good thing." The clone replied, and then began to record data. As the main body, Naruto also began to feel his own state, and then recorded it. As the forbidden technique he first learned, this ninjutsu must be thoroughly understood. In Naruto's body, with Minato's help, Nine Tails can also see Naruto's situation. Nine Tails doesn't quite understand Naruto's method of connecting ninjutsu. Minato thought of someone. But there are differences between them. Relatively speaking, Naruto seems to be calmer, not like a child of a few years old. "Did you feel too much malice, that's why you grew up so fast?" Minato whispered to himself, feeling a little guilty. He only thought about how much help Nine Tails could provide to Naruto in the future, but ignored Konoha's high-level ambitions. It's also his fault that he believed in third generation too much at that time. You know, third generation is his teacher's teacher, or Konohagakure's third Hokage. The old man is rather curious. "Why do you write these strange things for practicing ninjutsu?" Nine Tails watched curiously. After a while, it became a little drowsy, and then said to Minato, "As compensation, I'll let you watch the follow-up. The old man needs to rest and recuperate." "Well, actually it's time to sleep." In reality, Naruto didn't mean to explain, but just exchanged information with Shadow Clone, and found that the thinking patterns of the two are almost the same, but there are some differences. He was pleasantly surprised by this, and immediately had an idea. Hearing this, Shadow Clone couldn't help but frowned. "Ontology, you are playing with fire. This approach has a lot of hidden dangers. But this is the best way to discover the usefulness of Shadow Clone, isn't it?" Naruto said calmly, and cited some examples. "Multi-core processing has already had precedence. And then we can have a unified root. As long as the root that supports our thoughts does not collapse, then there will be no surprises in distracted computing." After a long time, Shadow Clone nodded slightly, and then dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The memory returned, and Naruto also continued to divide his thoughts, and in more detail, he divided his personality and so on. Man is the most fickle creature. And Naruto wants to fix the most significant characteristics of each change, and then express them through Shadow Clone, a corpse clone. A personality trait processes part of the information and coordinates operations, which can increase the efficiency to the upper limit of the human brain. This practice is schizophrenia in the real world. Of course, in the ninja world, this approach is similar to schizophrenia. The reason why multiple shadow clone techniques are listed as forbidden techniques is because after too many points, the memory is fused together, which can easily directly cause people to collapse. And Naruto's method is used to deal with this situation. You know, in the original trajectory of fate, even with the nerve of that idiot Naruto, facing the return of too many shadow clone memories, he would have a splitting headache. And now this Naruto is doing scientific research, and the memories brought back by shadow clone will definitely become more and more complicated. In this case, it is necessary to fight schizophrenia with schizophrenia. Multiple personalities differentiated from self-cognition. As long as the root of the self does not collapse, then this schizophrenia is controllable. And the benefits of doing this are more than that. After the personality is split, you can have different whimsical ideas, and you can achieve an explosion of inspiration. This is an innovative ability that only programs do not have. If the intelligent program divides into thousands of cores, the thinking is still homogeneous, and the possibility of new ideas has been locked. However, Naruto's differentiated personality will not, because it still belongs to him in essence, and a person's thoughts are infinite. The universe is endless, and through the analysis of cutting-edge science, human thinking may be equivalent to a universe. The same endless possibilities. This is why Naruto wanted to play this show operation. Of course, if this operation is not good, it may really become schizophrenia in the future. That's really walking and dancing on the tip of a knife, and the speed of strength improvement soars if you succeed, and the research speed is hundreds or thousands of times. One person is a scientific research team. If you fail, you will have to go to a mental hospital. Fortunately, Naruto has a relatively safe idea. If it succeeds, it can remove this hidden danger. It is rumored that there is such a kind of wise man among human beings. All their thinking modes are close to the most correct and rational way. They have abandoned redundant emotions and only have absolute reason. Isolate the most rational and powerful part of the character as the leader, and remove all kinds of negative emotions. The shadow clone formed will coordinate all the rest of the shadow clone, so that thousands of people are one. The name, just call it Ruthless. Naruto experimented step by step, and he didn't relax until a black-haired young man with an indifferent expression appeared beside him. This personality was shaped by him based on the strongest sage he knows. He is absolutely rational, has no so-called negative emotions, and is as precise as a computer, which is why he can undertake the integration of so many emotions. Under Naruto's slightly frenzied eyes, Ryuking opened his eyes and looked over, and lightly said a statistic, 80%. It means that he has reached 80% of the level of the legendary wise man. 80%? It's enough. Naruto lowered his eyes, averting the fiery gaze. That kind of existence in legendary, even if it is only 80% rational, is enough for him to integrate his existing personality. Naruto is full of ambition, wishing he could start researching forbidden technique immediately. But Shadow Clone Ryuking looked out of the window at this time, and said lightly, Ontology, I suggest you take a rest first. After a long period of overloaded computing, your body is very tired now, and it is already early morning. Is that so? Just take a break. Naruto nodded lightly, let Ryuking return, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He was really tired tonight. Looking at Naruto's peaceful face, fourth generation's mood was a bit complicated. Naruto, he left in a little too much haste. It's just that he has nothing to say. Because this is the pressure he exerted on Naruto, if it weren't for the identity of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth generation would not need to be concealed, and the third generation would not go to great lengths to deal with him as a child. And now after becoming Jinchuriki, Naruto can only strengthen himself as soon as possible. Because the weak can only be dominated by fate. With guilt in his heart, Minato could only make up his mind, starting tomorrow, I must do my best to make Naruto stronger as quickly as possible. This is the only compensation I can make as a father. The Hokage building is still brightly lit at this moment. Even working on files late into the night, third generation felt fulfilled, feeling like he was born to be Hokage. But this time, when the documents were being processed, someone walked in again. And there was no knock. Obviously, in the entire Konoha, only a certain person in the group can be so arrogant in front of third generation. Compared with third generation, he picked up one of them high and put it down gently. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has been going too far lately. As soon as he entered the door, Danzo opened his mouth straight to the point. Because Naruto had a fight with Sasuke when he entered school, which Sasuke remembered, and the two had contact during this period, which pulled the nerves of Konoha's senior management. One side is Uchiha's people, and the other side is Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the two get mixed up. And third generation couldn't help frowning when he heard Danzo's words, and said lightly, Danzo, your nerves are too sensitive, it's just that there are more exchanges between the children. My nerves are too sensitive. Danzo said impatiently, one of them is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the other is from Uchiha, and recently the Uchiha clan has become more and more arrogant. How dare you say that the incident a few years ago has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan? As soon as these words came out, third generation's expression changed immediately. He thought of Nine Tails' night. That night, his wife Yuenfei died on the spot, and Konohagakure lost several apex experts overnight. After that night, the third generation, who had already abdicated, had to come back to manage Konoha. Losing the level of deterrence of the Gold Flash, Konoha Sunin left one after another, making Konoha weakened for a while. And the cause of all this comes from the Nine Tails controlled by Mangekyo. So in the past few years, Konoha's senior management has become more and more defensive against Uchiha. When the situation was tense, even a child of Uchiha's inadvertent movement also pulled the nerves of Konoha's senior management. But soon, third generation calmed down again, and he said to Danzo, "But your recent actions have passed, and Uchiha may have overreacted because of it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Uchiha has just lost a genius, so it's more appropriate to maintain stability first." Unlike the impulsive Danzo, third generation does not want to expand the conflict between Uchiha and the village at this time, which will be a big loss to the entire village. "Hiruzen, you are too weak. Danzo can't control that much, he just thinks that the third generation sitting in Hokage's seat is not pleasing to the eye, and it must be better if he sits." As for Danzo's more impolite words, third generation just said coldly, "Danzo, don't forget, I am Hokage. You." Danzo was speechless at this sentence, and finally he could only say, "You will regret it, Hiruzen." After the words fell, he slammed the door and left. In the office, amidst the curl of cigarettes, third generation's expression was gloomy. "Is it merciful? Maybe it is. If it wasn't for your kindness, how could you have survived until now?" At this point in the self-talk, third generation sighed deeply. He is old after all. Otherwise, if he had been young, he would have dealt with Danzo long ago for the sake of the village. In front of the village, comrades in arms are not worth mentioning. But now he is old. Thinking of the situation of internal and external troubles under Konoha's calm appearance, third generation felt a little more powerless. Even the documents he had always liked to deal with were not much interesting. "Tsunade, and Jiraiya, where are you all now?" He wants to step aside. Perhaps, as Danzo said, he is really not suitable for this position. But this position, too, is not suitable for Danzo. Thinking about something, third generation looked certain, and then greeted an Umbu and said, "Go look for Princess Tsunade, if you can find it, please come back." This is his last effort for this situation. However, when Konoha's high-level officials were turbulent, the ninja school was still very peaceful. The ninja students learned basic physical skills and field survival exercises from the school teachers without any worries. On this day, Naruto is Shadow Clone going out. The reason why Naruto learned Shadow Clone as the first ninjutsu is because of the particularity of Shadow Clone. A Shadow Clone with a physical body cannot tell if it is true or false. This allows him to have alone time. Over the years, although Naruto has created a passionate and sunny image through his actor-level acting skills, the surveillance aspect has not been completely removed. In this case, it is very easy to be exposed if you practice ninjutsu rashly. Of course, he could choose a secret place to practice, but the sudden disappearance of such an important identity as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will definitely attract attention. And now there is Shadow Clone to replace it, no problem. To be on the safe side, the Shadow Clone that went out today is ruthless, and the details are perfect enough. After arriving at the school normally, Ryuking said hello to Hinata outside the school, and then walked into the school. He wants to add new ones to the existing ones. A good student who loves to learn and is polite. Of course, ninjutsu can perform worse. With the help of Nine-Tails when studying ninjutsu, Naruto knew that there was a limitation in his body, which made his ninjutsu practice very slow. So if he shows talent in ninjutsu, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Details make a difference. And let Ryuking go to the school to conduct experiments, because the personality of Ryuking is the most rational, and will not make detailed mistakes that ordinary people may make. With the mission in mind, Ruthless walked into the school calmly, entered his class and began to study. And a certain white-eyed girl thought a lot in her heart, "Mr. Naruto greeted me today. Does this mean some kind of signal?" But soon, she thought of what Naruto said to her yesterday. Thinking about coming to Naruto today is just for politeness. How can a cowardly character like her be liked by Naruto? The mood fell down again for a while, but for this new goal, Hinata pulled herself together and walked towards her class with her head held high. In order to be recognized by Mr. Naruto, she must work hard to transform herself and become a strong person who can control her destiny. The girl's change of mind was just a small episode. In the classroom, Shikamaru, who is in the same class as Naruto, can feel his changes the most. His behavior seems to be a lot more sunny, so sunny that he doesn't seem like a real person. "Forget it, what are you thinking about so much? It's probably just an illusion." Shikamaru shook his head, and then he was about to lay down on the table and get ready for a good sleep. Bang! However, Naruto put down the book, knocked Shikamaru awake, and then said gently, "Class is about to start, and sleeping in like this will cause trouble for the teacher. The teacher doesn't pay much attention to cultural lessons." Shikamaru muttered, but his voice was very small. His IQ made his intuition very sensitive, so he could feel a kind of indifference under that gentle appearance. For his own safety, Shikamaru chose to be obedient. Not far away, Ino in the same classroom said to Shikamaru, "Really, it makes sense for you not to study hard? Look at Naruto, who is gentle and handsome, and loves to study so much." Well, the point is handsome. Naruto, who inherited the beauty of Kushina and Minato, is actually capped in a certain way, but it is easy to be sealed by hair. And now this Naruto, whose hair is treated close to Minato's, looks naturally unblocked, and the number of little fans he attracts surpasses that of Sasuke. It's just that these don't make much sense to Naruto's ruthless personality. The gap in intelligence and style made it difficult for him to take those ignorant little girls to heart, so he just followed the human setting and persuaded the students to be kinder, but there was still indifference deep in his eyes. Soon, led by Naruto, the ninja students in the classroom became more serious. This made the ninja teacher who came in feel a little strange. Everyone seems to be in good spirits today. As a teacher who was just dawdling around, he wanted to just say it. Anyway, no one pays attention to the culture class. In the end, what determines their respective heights depends on the inheritance of their respective families. No matter how hard the common people work hard, they will not be able to grow to the point where they are top-notch powerhouses. The concept of glasses Jonin in the original work is actually a common concept in this ninja world. But now seeing that the students are all serious, this teacher Chunin still decided to give a good lecture. I feel that the classroom atmosphere is much more active than before. Off the podium, Naruto also listened carefully, maintaining his personality perfectly. When the class was over, the teacher praised Naruto. You should study hard with Naruto. Don't think that the culture class is not important. After becoming a ninja, some small knowledge of survival in the wild may save your life. But Naruto, you have to work harder in the actual combat class. The teacher believes that as long as you work hard, you can improve your actual combat results. Regarding the teacher's so-called encouragement, Naruto's face was full of enthusiasm, and there was some depression in his eyes. I will work hard, teacher. But my talent, is it really that bad? Hearing this, the teacher was a little speechless, because the character set created by Naruto is indeed not good enough in terms of actual combat talent. But to say it outright would be a little too shocking. How to comfort a person with poor actual combat performance? Teacher Chunin from Common thought about it, and finally comforted him. You are still young, and you will grow up slowly in the future, and your constitution is better, which is very beneficial to your future growth. Is it more beneficial to be a sandbag? Naruto lowered his eyes, seeming a little disappointed. Those little fans who only look at their faces feel distressed. After all, Naruto's current appearance is very good, and he is not useless. On the contrary, the characters he created are almost perfect except that they are not very good in actual combat. Really, in fact, Naruto-kun is already perfect. Why do you have to be so strict with yourself? For a person who works so hard, is sincere and gentle like Naruto-kun, how could his cultivation talent be poor? The teacher must be targeting him. Chatting and chatting, the spearhead began to point at the teacher. Teacher Chunin, who was still comforting Naruto, felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time he was a little worried that Naruto thought the same. But Naruto comforted him in turn and said, the teacher doesn't need to blame himself, this is a matter of personal talent, and we can't blame the teacher for his incompetence in teaching. This Chunin teacher just felt it was a pity. Oh, I will explain more about shuriken throwing techniques to you in the future. Shuriken throwing, a technique that played tricks on Uchiha, also shone brightly in 4th generation's hands. Although it is useless in the later stage when the gods fight. Thank you teacher, I will work hard. On the bright side, Naruto nodded seriously. According to the requirements of the ontology, combined with the reactions of various aspects of the school today, Naruto is now more skillful in playing the role of the new character. Although the performance is different from Naruto under the original track, he has become another look of love to learn and good manners. But as long as the feeling doesn't change, it can also have the effect of reducing vigilance. It can be said that as long as there is no problem with this shadow clone, his body will be much freer in the next few years of ninja school. After graduating from ninja school, it is the time for the plot to start, when various major events come one after another. If it starts to become stronger at that time, it will be too late. If you open it too late, you can only be controlled by others everywhere. Fortunately, now he has started to develop ahead of schedule, and because of his acting skills that started from birth, he has no flaws to speak of. The key to stealing development time is that the human design cannot collapse. Under this premise, after the timeline came to the afternoon, the class became a practical class. Normal shuriken throwing these, Naruto will basically not refuse, but the actual combat class is to hide himself. This is a decision Naruto has long considered. For Shadow Clone, if you want to win, you need various skills, which will expose your strength. However, if Shadow Clone does not rely on skills, it will disappear as soon as it is touched. So Naruto raised his hand happily, I surrender. The teacher present was a little speechless, and the students of the same grade who were not far away, except for those who admired him, basically found a sense of balance. Naruto is not perfect. At least he is not good in actual combat. It's not that the actual combat is bad, it's probably because he can't master such a brilliant technique, so he simply surrendered. Compared with other people's comments that have nothing to do with him, the black-haired boy who is his opponent feels very humiliated. Because this time Naruto's opponent is Sasuke. It just so happened that when Sasuke got excited yesterday, he was beaten up by Naruto. However, at this moment Naruto chose to surrender. At this time, he remembered Naruto's words, if you challenge me every day, maybe one day I find it troublesome and I will kill you directly. Don't you even have any interest in sparring with him? Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling rather unconvinced. It's just that after being beaten yesterday, after some consideration, he had to admit the fact that he really couldn't beat Naruto now. The retreat of the weak is considered weakness. The retreat of the strong is regarded as kindness, but Sasuke, who knows Naruto's strength, does not want this kind of kindness. He whispered, could it be that I am not even qualified to let you make a move? What are you talking about? I have mediocre physical skills and no skills, so I can only surrender. Naruto said helplessly, spreading his hands. It's just that every sentence sounds a little ironic to Sasuke. He suppressed his emotions, and said to himself in his heart, if he can't beat him, he can't beat him, so calm down. After barely calming down, Sasuke whispered, just wait. After a while, I can challenge you. Actually, there is no need to fight this. Naruto walked over and said calmly when passing Sasuke, you think your goal is me, but your real goal is getting farther and farther away from you. What he said was not just a foreshadowing in advance, but had a basis. Although Itachi also has Uchiha's unique arrogance, like Shisui, he chose to bury everything in his heart, confident that he can afford everything. But the reason why he did this is also part of Sasuke. The early two pillars were really two, even if they could suffer a severe beating when they were interested, they never learned their lesson. For Sasuke right now, some things are just too far away. Despite Naruto's hint, he was well protected by his family, and Itachi's elders hid too much from him. Therefore, when he heard Naruto's words, he only felt puzzled, and he didn't understand it very well. He just frowned and said, what do you want to express? Naruto just smiled and said nothing. Because he was defeated by Naruto before, Sasuke kept these words in his heart, and decided to go back and ask his big brother if he had anything to hide from him. Yet he himself knew that there would be no answer to this question. Because as early as a few days ago, he asked once. Itachi only keeps secrets. If you want to continue to accompany you like you did when you were young, what you get will always be the next time. It seems that Itachi will always have endless things to do. When he was distressed, he heard the words of those jealous people not far away, saying that Naruto was still a little worse in actual combat. This made Sasuke a little annoyed. If Naruto is poor in actual combat, then what is he? So Sasuke went to practice with those tongue twisters. The result is of course a complete victory. It is also because of this that Sasuke knows that he still has some talent, and the loss to Naruto is only because he is too strong. There is no joy in defeating Kamen's opponent. Looking at the blonde boy with a gentle smile in the distance, Sasuke just clenched his fist lightly. Challenge once every 3 months? Wait. I will make you face my power. The death forest that stretches for hundreds of miles has a new visitor today. Gold hair, immature face, not very tall, it is Naruto's body. With the shadow clone drawing attention, he is much better than ever when he goes out. Even so, Naruto also needs to be careful not to be discovered by any secret whistle. Minato, who was with 9 tails, had nothing to say when he sensed the intensity of the surveillance. This is no longer an excuse for protection. But after leaving the village, knowing that Naruto is going to the Death Forest, Minato still wants to persuade, in the Death Forest, even Chunin may be in danger. You are too young now. The most important thing is that the current Naruto has only learned one multiple shadow clone technique. Perhaps as a forbidden technique, this technique is very powerful, as long as there are enough chakras, one person can really form an army. But Naruto's body is too weak. Regarding Minato's concerns, Naruto was a little speechless. Isn't his performance enough? Father, who gave you the illusion that I can't survive in the forest of death? In a secluded place outside the village, Naruto stopped and asked leisurely. He was never weak. Previously, it was only limited by the conditions and did not learn any ninjutsu, so the upper limit of one's strength was a bit low. Now with multiple shadow clone techniques, the strength he can display has really increased a lot. At least the forest of death was not a dragon's den or a tiger's den to him. Hearing Naruto's words, in the space of consciousness, Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I haven't been able to grow up with you all these years, so some care is messed up. Beside him, Nine Tails said with some dissatisfaction, Namikaze Minato, did you notice the existence of this old man? After such a reminder, Minato just came back to his senses. Naruto, who has accumulated such a whole card, is not unacceptable to leave the village at this age. And Naruto said with a smile, but my father's worry does have some truth, so I need my father's help next. Oh, what can I do for you? Minato asked courteously. Perhaps in the heart of debt, Minato is now responsive to Naruto, and only hopes to make up for all the previous debts. I don't know the way to the forest of death. Naruto said calmly. Little devil, how do you have the face to say that you don't know your way so naturally? In the consciousness space, Nine Tails complained speechlessly. Minato didn't complain about anything, just started to give directions. Don't worry. I used to be a gold flash across the ninja battlefield. There is no place I am not familiar with. Minato promised with confidence. The fact is indeed as he said, after Minato's guidance, Naruto came to the Death Forest smoothly. Naruto seemed to sigh with some emotion. Unexpectedly, after a few years, my father still remembers it so clearly. That's right, I have a good memory. Minato said quite proudly. If others praised him, he would naturally not be happy, but in front of his own children, of course he was as good as he was. Naruto listened to Minato's boast and did not refute, just continued the next sentence. However, it has been several years since my father passed away. In some ways, the world seems a bit too stagnant. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He didn't take this as a random emotion, but heard the implication, because he saw something when he was alive. At that time, he tried to make up for it, but unfortunately he left too early. Listening to Naruto's emotion at this time, Minato guessed something. To confirm one thing, Minato asked, Naruto, are you still resenting the village? At this time Naruto is observing the forest, looking for a suitable place to stay. Hearing Minato's words, he stopped in his tracks. Stopping to clean the branches, Naruto asked back, Father, why do you ask that? Minato opened his mouth, and continued to explain after a while, I don't want you to put anything down, but I just want to say that not everyone has ill feelings towards you. Is that so? Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and then he said calmly, it's just that I don't hold any grudges against those villagers anymore. Because it's not worth it. It's hard for me to resent people for a long time who are ignorant and follow the crowd. It would make me feel like a waste of my time. When hearing the previous words, Minato also wanted to persuade Naruto not to be too magnanimous. After hearing the following words, he suddenly came back to his senses. It wasn't that Naruto was tolerant of his feelings, but simply felt that those people were not worth it. Next to Minato, Nine Tails also had emotional ups and downs at this time. Could it be that you intend to let this matter go? They gathered all the deep malice, all the resentment that shouldn't be poured out on you. But resentment can't solve the problem. Naruto replied flatly. Of course he is not a robot, and he will also have such emotions. The reason why he is calm about this matter is because he has more important things to do. Originally, he thought his father should understand him. But now it seems that he is thinking too much, so since we are talking about it now, he will break things down and understand. When we look at things, we have to look at the essence through phenomena. The leaders of those fishing boats and the people behind them are it really should be dealt with and changed. For Konoha, I actually feel good staying here now. After all, this place can protect my safety for a long time. I want to change that system and clean up some moths at the same time. It will not affect my feelings for the village. Listening to Naruto's simple and straightforward words, Minato naturally understood quickly. After all, he is not a fool. Naruto has to deal with the Konoha high level, but this does not affect him to continue to deal with the village. This method is still acceptable to Minato. After all, he also has feelings for Konoha. It was only after his death that the way the village handled Naruto, an orphan of a hero, made Minato realize some facts. He doesn't mind using new methods, as long as the village still exists. As for cleaning up moths, or overthrowing and rebuilding, these are all acceptable means. After understanding, he also explained to Nine Tails by the way. Now Nine Tails is the guarantee for Minato's continued existence. Before Naruto grows up, Minato doesn't want to disappear so soon. Nine Tails proudly said that she already understood it, but she was still a little angry with those villagers. Don't worry, when the truth is revealed, their conscience will blame themselves. Naruto gently relieved, but he didn't expect Nine Tails to be more anxious than himself. Okay, Big Fox, don't be angry for people who are not worth it. In order to have more things worth cherishing, we must take good care of the things we cherish. Listening to Naruto reassuring himself in turn, Nine Tails always felt that something was wrong. Do you really want to change the world? Although it's not a lie, the old man thinks you are not such a noble person. But soon it noticed the problem of addressing again, and couldn't help saying angrily, how many times have I said it, brat, I have a name, don't call me a big fox. Okay. Big Fox. Naruto agreed, and then he jumped on the tree and began to understand this environment based on the knowledge accumulated in his previous life in the wild and combined with the knowledge recorded in the books of this world. As for Nine Tails, it's fine if you get angry, don't coax them. In the space of consciousness, Minato held back a smile, comforting the irritable Nine Tails, and at the same time feeling in his heart, maybe what I did with Kushina before was wrong. It's not that Nine Tails can't communicate, it's just that we don't want to communicate with it. Then he remembered Naruto's question to him at the beginning, about why the tailed beast is evil, only because of the greed in the human heart. Otherwise, knowing that tailed beasts are powerful, why would they provoke tailed beasts? Well, first generation is not for greed, because he is strong enough on his own. It's just that the idea of first generation is a bit weird. Because Nine Tails is too strong, we can't let him be free and easy, but Joe came over to be Jinchuriki. Nine Tails itself is also a bit miserable, just like this small black room that has been locked up for so many years. As the Nine Tails who provided chakra, they could naturally feel a part of Minato's emotions, and couldn't help but irritatedly said, "What kind of eyes do you have? Do you sympathize with the old man? The old man is the leader of tailed beasts." "Well, yes, you are the leader of the tailed beast," Minato replied following the words. He also probably understands the way to communicate with Nine Tails, for Nine Tails who is so arrogant, just stroke along his hair, and it will calm down by itself. While Minato was fighting with Nine Tails, Naruto gradually entered the Death Forest and got a better understanding of the environment. With enough knowledge to support him, he has adapted well to this environment that is dangerous for ninjas. In half a day, Naruto collected enough samples and also processed some prey that would have been predators. Finally, he chose a quiet place and set up a simple camp before speaking to Minato. "Okay, father, now we can start practicing the basics of ninjutsu." The days of practicing basic ninjutsu and taijutsu can be said to be boring. Because it is the foundation, it is simple, but also because it is the foundation, it is more important. At least this time, Naruto did not use any strange means, but practiced seriously. That serious and rigorous attitude made Minato feel gratified. Originally he thought Naruto would be as aggressive as before. And listening to Minato's words, Naruto asked in a puzzled way, "Do I look so aggressive? I'm only 6 years old, so I am ambitious so soon, and I won't grow taller in the future. Really? I think too much about my father." Minato laughed. But it was also at this time that he could feel the emotions that Naruto should have at this age. In addition to working hard to build the foundation, Naruto also began to use the shadow clone technique, and divided 30 or 50 shadow clone. After the appearance of these shadow clones, their personalities are either stable or jumpy, and they are different. Minato, who originally thought Naruto was relatively stable, almost fell in the consciousness space. "Naruto, didn't you say that the basics should be honed? I'm not polishing the foundation right now," Naruto replied, and at the same time began to carry out scientific exercises, improving his physical fitness step by step. Of course, even a very stable method is a bit too exaggerated for the reality before the spiritual energy recovers. The physique of a child in this world can be compared to that of an adult on Earth who has been exercising all year round, jumping up and down high buildings, and the blood of the Uzumaki family is even more tyrannical. So even if it is a scientific exercise, Naruto will increase the intensity a lot. As the saying goes, come from practice and test theory by practice. Dogmatic theory is disgusting to Naruto. If everything is according to the data on paper, then what are the protagonists who take care? So practice is a very necessary thing. Under this idea, Naruto runs, jumps, bears weight, etc. on its own body, testing the limits of its own body step by step, so as to formulate more scientific training content. Of course, this training program will definitely not directly reach the limit of the body, because he himself is in the forest of death, and if he really reaches the limit, it will not be easy to return to the village. The time that Shadow Clone's ruthlessness can last itself is not much. After the end of the day, he still needs to untie the clone, and then the Shadow Clone will be redifferentiated by Naruto the next day. While the body was doing basic training, Naruto also reminded Minato, "Okay, father, don't be dumbfounded. Communicate with Kurama and teach my Shadow Clone the ninjutsu you know. Don't think that the time is loose now." Although Shadow Clone is composed of different personalities separated by Naruto, but with his memory and basic way of thinking, his learning ability will not be too bad. But because it is schizophrenic, even if it is controllable, it has its own style. It's just that these characters are integrated into the main personality. After Minato practiced Naruto's shadow clones with the help of Kurama, he asked, "Naruto, what ninjutsu do you need to learn first?" Of course it is a gorgeous and wide-ranging ninjutsu. Big is strong and big is beautiful. He was answered by a fanatical voice. At this time, another shadow clone with the words Jiangguo engraved on it stood up. "We are currently in the developmental stage. In order to develop better, I suggest learning the Flying Thunder God technique first." Well, one mouthful is forbidden technique. This reminded Minato of the situation when Naruto asked to learn multiple shadow clone techniques last night. He thought that Naruto would retreat in spite of difficulties, but he didn't expect Naruto to get started so quickly. But now Naruto's shadow clone, why does it feel a little strange? Soon, one of them followed Minato and explained, "By the way, don't confuse us with the main body. The main body's father is not necessarily our father. I, Uzumaki Jiangguo, have my own spiritual will, even though I am the main body." Hearing this, the corner of Minato's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. In other words, there is something wrong with Naruto's doppelganger. But when he was guessing in his mind, an iron catalpa had already tapped on the side of Uzumaki Jiangguo. "After working Jiangguo, do you want to go back and face the ruthless like this?" As soon as the name Ruthless was mentioned, many shadow clones immediately became honest. This is the reason why Naruto was the first to condense personality to condense ruthlessness, and only such a wise man who is close to absolute reason can integrate many personalities. Of course, he can do it if he wants to. It's just that it's too time-consuming, and if you spend all your energy on this aspect, sooner or later there will be real problems. It's fine as it is now. With ruthless deterrence, the shadow clones began to work diligently, and after discussion, they followed Minato to ask for 2 shadow clone techniques. Flying Thunder God technique and Raise Non. Actually, if we have the conditions, we can learn some other forbidden techniques. Jiangguo sighed, unfortunately, our conditions are somewhat insufficient. At present, learning these 2 signature ninjutsu does not cost money, after all, Minato teaches for free. However, after that, there are some ninjutsu that need to be consumed. Even if there is no Konan's 60 million detonating charm-burning ninjutsu, the consumption is definitely not that small. Okay, don't be emotional, let's learn the current ninjutsu first. Another shadow clone said, and began to ask Minato at the same time, well, about Raise Non, what specific things need to be paid attention to? And Minato thinks he is not very good at teaching, not even as good as Jiraiya, and his speech is not clear enough. In the end, Uzumaki Jiangguo simply said, forget it, you can just demonstrate it. Okay. Minato replied helplessly, and then deftly rolled out a ball in the mental space. Nine Tails woke up immediately, Namikaze Minato, what do you mean by rubbing balls? Seeing the disturbed Nine Tails, Minato felt a little embarrassed, and quickly explained, don't get excited, Kurama, I'm teaching Naruto Raise Non. Nine Tails took a look, then changed his attitude, and said lightly, then you just stretch out your hand. Isn't it just your experience? I just teleport it over. Alright. Minato hesitated for a moment, but nodded anyway. Then he communicated with Jiangguo and other shadow clones, and after confirming that it was feasible, he started the transmission. After having the memory sent by Minato, the experience of rolling balls has really increased, at least all kinds of data have been prepared. Soon, someone rubbed out the basic meatballs. Although it is only to the point where it can be used. Not to mention playing tricks with those advanced meatballs, even if you are proficient in using basic meatballs, it is not likely to be able to do it for the time being. To be able to truly control it, it is necessary to fully analyze the principle, but it is the Flying Thunder God technique, which was taken over at the first time, but it cannot even be used for the time being. The difficulty is still a bit high compared to the basic meatballs. In the afternoon, after some exercise, Naruto stayed in the initial suggested camp, panting heavily. Hi. This is a very rhythmic breathing method, which does not belong to extraordinary power, but it allows Naruto's body to quickly return to calm, and all aspects are improved. Wonderful, I thought you needed to rest for a while. In the space of consciousness, Minato sighed with emotion. But Kurama said very naturally, you underestimate your child's constitution too much, especially this kid, who is more powerful than the Uzumaki clan I have seen before. Thank you for the compliment, but the main reason is that my exercise method is more scientific, and I have tapped out more potential. Naruto said modestly. After resting for a while, he felt that most of his physical fitness had recovered, so he started to get up and asked the shadow clones about their ninjutsu practice progress. And Minato recalled his breathing rhythm just now, is it the function of the breathing method just now? I thought I only focused on the effectiveness of ninjutsu and chakra, but ignored this most natural breathing, wait, it's natural. When he thought of this, Nine Tails' fox eyes also widened a little, you felt right, that brat just now, for a moment, attracted natural energy. It was really something that surprised Fox. Hearing the big fox's confirmation, Minato's heart fluctuated a lot, and his face was not very calm. Since reconnecting, Naruto has given him too many surprises. Not to mention anything else, just the rhythm of this breathing is so natural and harmonious, if there is a lack of success. Ordinary people don't even think that breathing method has such a magical effect, but Naruto can already be used naturally in daily life. Maybe before he leaves, Naruto can grow to the point where he reassures him. Minato thought in his heart. But Naruto didn't think about it at the moment, but frowned a little. The main body, the Flying Thunder God technique really needs to pay attention to a lot of things. Without talent, it needs too much computing power. Uzumaki Jiangguo replied with some helplessness. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction with the progress of the Flying Thunder God technique after reporting the relevant ninjutsu practice. Because this technique can increase his speed to a limit. Why is Gold Flash so scary to enemies? Isn't it because the speed is fast enough? As long as you dodge fast enough, whether to fight or go, whether to be a show or a devil, is all in the mind of the caster. It can be said that the life-saving ability of a person who masters this technique can immediately rise to the forefront of the ninja world. That is to say, those who cannot run, such as the second generation and fourth generation, will die. As long as they want to live, they can basically escape. Although Naruto gave Minato a lot of surprises, but in his own opinion, this speed is still slow. The main reason is that I didn't learn Flying Thunder God and I didn't feel at ease. But at this time, there is still Shadow Clone practicing in the distance, obviously trying to make the last effort. Seeing this, Naruto just said, forget it, let's come here today. Unfortunately, it's still a bit worse. Some Shadow Clones spoke unwillingly, and then unlocked the spell, turning into a puff of smoke. A majestic amount of memory was imported, but under the handling of Naruto's multiple personalities, it seemed to be in an orderly manner, and it quickly digested today's harvest. And Naruto is also aware of the learning problem this time, lack of ruthlessness. I have more anxiety in my studies. After this anxiety reaches a certain level, it becomes an obstacle instead. He realized his problems today. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, and he himself was anxious. Realizing this in his heart, Naruto decided to change to Ryuking next time to make up for this shortcoming. Afterwards, he tidied up briefly, left the death forest, and ran back to Konohagakure in a vigorous posture. In the evening, Clone Ryuking returned home and shared what he had learned today. All in all, everything is handled well today. Pay attention to those details, and you can change to other clones in the future. Ruthlessly and calmly concluded, it just happened to make up for some small problems that Naruto had neglected before. So which avatar should we let tomorrow? Naruto thought about it, then put his hands together, and after a few simple seals were formed, several avatars appeared. In the end, it was decided to replace it with the clone with the most sunny temper. That's the sunny part of Naruto's temperament. Unlike today's ruthlessness that needs to be performed, this avatar is really like Minato, giving people a feeling of spring breeze from the inside out. The best acting is real. After making this decision, the other shadow clones who were not assigned were unhappy, because the school was more interesting and crowded. Naruto didn't give them time to think, and directly disbanded the clone, leaving only Ruthless temporarily. Well, there is also a Uzumaki tool man who cooks. The tool man retains Naruto's housekeeping ability, doing work, cleaning, washing and cooking instead of him. You and I are one, and the corresponding tiredness comes back to me after you finish, so it's not laziness, it's just to improve efficiency. Naruto explained to his shadow clone. While the tool man was working, Naruto followed Ryuking and talked about the practice of ninjutsu today. Ruthless is the most rational part of him. Although they are both of the same soul, they still have slightly different ways of thinking. This is also the reason why Naruto wants to discuss, maybe this personality can see the details he overlooked. Ryuking did come up with a few ideas based on the integration of the knowledge he had read today. Finally, he talked about the issue of funding. It is very necessary for you to consider funding. In order to truly combine ninjutsu and technology in the future, it is necessary to spend money. And for the long-term benefit, it is worth spending money in a short period of time without seeing a splash. Anyway, he has no negative emotions, so he didn't feel heartache at all when he said this. However, Naruto recalled his past life, thinking of those days when 1 penny was broken into 2 cents, and he couldn't help sighing. Minato looked at Naruto and sighed, and couldn't help but blame himself. If I hadn't chosen this path for you, with the reputation of the son of Hokage, at least your life would not be so embarrassing. There is indeed a 4th generation pot in it. Mainly because he believed in the village too much. As a result, after the son became a Jinchuriki, his identity changed directly from a heroic orphan to a Jinchuriki hated by everyone. The identity of the son of Hokage was erased, so naturally there was no need to think about those properties. Even Danzo once suggested that he directly receive the 9 tails Jinchuriki and directly make it the strongest Jinchuriki in Konohagakure. Of course, this proposal was rejected by the 3rd generation. Perhaps because of being suppressed by the 3rd generation all his life, Danzo's mind is becoming more and more inflexible, and even in the later stage of the original work, he can still make a showy operation of shuriken touching porcelain Susan. In fact, Danzo was also the strongest wind-style player when he was young, but his combat IQ was weakened too seriously after he got old. Naruto is not aware of these early exchanges between high-level executives, but he can feel the deduction of his own funds. Listening to Minato blaming himself at this moment, Naruto shook his head. As I said, it's not your fault, father. There is no money to earn, so how can I, Uzumaki Naruto, need to rely on my father's shadow of the 2nd generation? Ending this conversation with a question, Naruto ruthlessly disbanded the avatar, coordinating the many personalities who were exhausted today, and began to taste the food himself. Life also needs to have some sense of ritual. The reason why human beings are different from beasts is that human beings know the corresponding rules. This rule is not necessarily used to limit oneself, it can also be said to be used to maintain a balance. In the sealed space, 9 tails muttered with some doubts, are these meals really so delicious? As for Minato, he has already started to sort out the ninjutsu he currently knows as a tool man. Even though Naruto didn't blame him, his father's dereliction of duty still made him feel guilty. But with 9 tails' brains and temperament, naturally he would not participate in this work. 100 days slept again, 9 tails could only watch Naruto eat boredly at the moment. Hearing 9 tails' dispirited voice, Naruto smiled lightly. The delicacy of these meals is unimaginable if you haven't tasted them. Do you think I'm just pretending that the food is delicious? Actually, it's because the food is really delicious. Naruto choked on this turning point and 9 tails was speechless. After a while, it said angrily, "Humph, the old man is an immortal-tailed beast, and he doesn't need to eat at all. That's why I'm not envious. I heard that even chakra aggregates can have entities. Naruto said leisurely, put away his teasing look, and said seriously, don't worry. Big Fox, I promise you, I will definitely do it. Arrived. Sometimes it's really strange. Things that the old man thinks are impossible, where do you get the confidence? Ninetales said quietly, rarely saying anything about the Big Fox's name. Hearing this, Naruto laughed, if you don't have the confidence to succeed, how can you put in enough effort for it? In this way, I will give you a political and ideological lesson every day in the future. Ninetales suddenly felt a little uneasy. Although Naruto smiled sincerely, Ninetales always felt that he had some bad intentions, and of course it wasn't really malicious. It's a sense of mischief. This is what Naruto doesn't have when dealing with other people, because for others, he puts on a mask, but for Ninetales, Naruto treats him sincerely. After all, the Big Fox has a relatively simple mind, so he doesn't need to play any tricks. Well, he didn't say the following words directly, so as not to make the Big Fox angry. And Ninetales narrowed his fox eyes when he heard Naruto's words, and said quietly, I always feel that there is a second meaning in your words. You'll find out soon enough. Naruto didn't elaborate, but ate his meal quickly. After strengthening the stomach and eliminating food, I entered the ordinary daily life again. This transitional period is more important, so Naruto did not mention it for the time being, but began to adjust his schedule. In the following month, Shadow Clone played Naruto in the village, and the school and the grove were 3.1 line, making the senior management think that Jinchuriki was always in their sights. A month later, within the Konoha Shinobi School. I admit defeat, teacher. In another practical lesson, Shadow Clone resolutely conceded defeat, but because of that sunny and handsome smile, it made people feel as if he just didn't want to participate in these battles. Automatically ignore the lack of strength. At this time, Naruto's Shadow Clone has been replaced by Iruka, which is much earlier than the original Fate track, which stems from Naruto's change. Before becoming Naruto's teacher, Iruka learned the news that Naruto is good at everything else, except for avoiding fighting. This is an unacceptable shortcoming for ninjas. Because ninjas always have to fight. Before taking over, Iruka was full of confidence and felt that he would be able to persuade the student with the highest score in the culture class to work hard in the practical class. However, seeing Naruto admit defeat without hesitation, Iruka couldn't help but frown. Things seem to be a little difficult. And in the distance, among the fans watching the battle, most of the eyes are already shining, as expected of Mr. Naruto. You can be so handsome even if you admit defeat. Well, for the beauty party, Naruto's beauty is enough to erase the shortcomings of the actual combat class. In addition to his good looks, Naruto's behavior and academic performance are impeccable, which adds a lot of points. Koji, who was just eating melon seeds, scratched his head in comprehension, but he still surrendered. What do you know? Accompanied by a group of knife-like gazes, Koji trembled and he leaned to the side, not knowing when Shikamaru had backed away. Just kidding, these girls are so troublesome, as a wise man, of course they should avoid them immediately. However, Naruto's temperament from the inside out is really surprising. Shikamaru looked at Naruto not far away and muttered softly. He naturally felt that Naruto was different. However, according to his temperament, he didn't intend to explore, after all, secrets sometimes represent big troubles. And Shikamaru just so happens to be a smart guy. Compared with Shikamaru's intuition, there are some differences. As Naruto's defeated Sasuke, he feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. Surrender decisively inside the school, but can you punch me hard outside the school? Really? Sasuke felt a little incomprehensible. He obviously had that strength, but he insisted on hiding it. Naturally, he doesn't know about the game between Naruto and the top management, nor does he know that Naruto is just a shadow clone at the moment, he just feels insulted. With resentment, he played with all his strength and quickly defeated his opponent. As expected of a member of the Uchiha clan. After being defeated simply and neatly, the man nodded his head as a matter of course, and then he was puzzled, it's just you like this, why do you want to protect that man? Of course Sasuke couldn't say it was because Naruto was better than himself, so he just turned around indifferently, I am willing. Only this passerby who stayed in place was left thinking deeply, is it because of the sympathy between the strong? That's right, the number one in the cultural class is also the number one, and it is worth paying attention to and thinking about it. As if he had found the answer, passerby A was full of passion, as if he couldn't tell a heart-stirring story. As everyone knows, what Sasuke did was simply out of dissatisfaction in his heart. He has to wait until the 3 months are up to challenge Naruto again. As for the process of these 3 months, of course it is to observe how Naruto becomes stronger, and to achieve the goal of surpassing the opponent by learning from the opponent. Soon, he found out that Iruka talked to Naruto alone. I's the teacher giving him a small stove. Sasuke guessed in his heart, but because he was a little far away, he couldn't hear their words clearly, and could only vaguely hear some words about not liking fighting. Mr. Iruka, thank you for your concern, but people have to choose their own path. In the face of Irika's persuasion, Naruto advised him in turn, just like teacher Irika is just a chunin of common, then teaching students here with peace of mind can play a higher role than that on the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, Irika was silent for a while. He felt that the sky was shattered to death. Naruto smiled sincerely and brightly. But after what he said just now, Irika still felt as if his heart had been stabbed, which was very painful. Not so chatty. Originally, he was going to persuade Naruto to cheer up and work hard to improve in the actual combat class instead of admitting defeat all the time. In the end, I explained it to Naruto, which turned out to be the right choice. Especially Irika himself was used as an example. He sneaked into the school at a young age and became a BD chunin of no status. The front of him was a life that could see the end at a glance. What should he do if he suddenly felt very sad? But soon, Irika realized his identity. He is a teacher. What the hell is a teacher being anti-educated by students? So after adjusting, Irika began to exhort seriously, Naruto, have you heard the speech of Lord Third Generation? Well, this is another ninja infected by the will of fire. Will of fire is worthy of the name of the strongest illusion. Even a person like Irika whose parents died at an early age still maintains a noble sense of belonging to the village in the end, and even influenced Naruto in the original trajectory of fate. But for the current Naruto, it is not certain who will influence who. Mr. Irika, contributing to Konoha is not just about fighting. Naruto shook his head, as if there was light in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he began to talk about his so-called sentiment, that's right, Mr. Irika, you also know that my grades in cultural subjects are the first in the school, and I can take the cultural route in the future. As for things like fighting, not to mention Senior Kakashi, the strongest genius in history, even a few years ago, there was a new generation of genius like Uchiha Itachi. There are so many strong people, and I, a common man with mediocre qualifications, still insist on trying to surpass them in battle. Isn't it a typical example of breaking through the south wall and not looking back? It has to be said that after Naruto's counter-persuasion, Irika's will was shaken instead. Because this ninja world is really so realistic sometimes. Common people's hard work is no match for those who cheat. Especially Irika, who is a commoner, can better understand this gap, otherwise he would not have returned to school to become a teacher at a young age. And Naruto saw that Irika's expression was shaken, and then continued to persuade, besides, there should be no distinction between high and low for paying for Konoha. Doing advanced tasks to protect the village is a contribution, and doing low-level tasks to earn commissions for the village, isn't it a contribution? Irika nodded repeatedly. Zendao is indeed like this. Doing tasks outside is to contribute to the village, but teaching the younger generation inside the village is another kind of contribution. But soon, Irika realized another thing. He seemed to be here just now to persuade Naruto to work harder in the actual combat class. And what happened after graduation has anything to do with his current combat class paddling. After Irika realized this, he began to look serious. Naruto, you are still young, so it is too absolute to give up so early. At least, you should try hard. Irika's reaction surprised Naruto slightly. But it's not unacceptable, so Naruto still has countermeasures. He sighed softly, oh, why don't I want to work hard? However, Mr. Irika really thinks, is it really right for me to give up the advantages of my culture class and participate in the part I am not good at? Facing this somewhat realistic question, Irika found it difficult to answer. In the end, he could only sigh leisurely, you go back to the team. Naruto, maybe there are some things that cannot be forced. Then I'll go back and read, teacher. As Naruto said, he walked away with brisk steps, but in Irika's eyes, the steps were a bit bleak. He thought of his helplessness towards ninja qualification restrictions like him. When Naruto went back, Sasuke found him and wanted to know what Irika had said to him. Naruto just replied lightly, I didn't say anything, but teacher Irika persuaded me to work hard and become a strong ninja in the future. But I am more self-aware and know that I am not talented enough, so I gave up. Are you not talented enough? Sasuke's eyes widened, and he wanted to say what he was doing. But at this time, Naruto had already turned and left. Behind him, Sasuke looked at his handsome back and quietly clenched his fists. Obviously possessing this kind of strength, but insisting on hiding it, is it fun to play in the world? I will prove that I will also challenge your strength. Thinking of his physical strength that has been improving every day recently, Sasuke gradually regained his confidence. He felt like he was doing it again. In the afternoon, in the Hokage building in Konoha, Irika accepted the edict of the third generation and entered here. After entering, seeing the third generation with a pipe in his mouth, he said respectfully, Master Third Generation, are you looking for me? Third Generation just smiled kindly, take it easy, Irika, I just came to talk about some small things with you today. After all, Third Generation is an old village head, and he is already very skilled in how to communicate with the people below the village. A few words made Irika relax. Immediately afterwards, he began to ask Irika what he thought of Naruto. What do you think of Naruto, a new student today? Naruto is a good boy. Irika answered honestly. Aside from the negative attitude towards the actual combat class, in other respects, Naruto's performance is indeed impeccable. Well, it's not a good thing to worry about. However, considering that Naruto himself is telling the truth, Iruka has no other thoughts other than the initial pricking of his heart. He is the one who lived through the Night of Nine Tails, so of course he knows Naruto's identity. According to common sense, like most villagers, he should also hate Jinchuriki. But with the will of fire promoted by the third generation, Iruka felt a more noble quality, so that he put down all these resentments. In his heart, he hopes to be a good teacher. It's a pity that he is quite a good teacher in his heart, but his own strength is somewhat lacking. Thinking of this, Iruka felt a little depressed. I'm just sorry, Lord Third Generation, I can't be a good teacher, it's hard to teach Naruto anything. Oh, why did you say that? Third Generation asked with great interest. Although Iruka's strength is only at the level of Chunin, he is still the cannon fodder in Chunin. Whether he can survive on the battlefield depends on luck. But the Chunin of water is also Chunin. And according to Third Generation's understanding, the current Naruto is just a boy with a very good constitution, and his strength is far behind Chunin. How can a Chunin not teach well? Facing Third Generation's question, Iruka of course would not hide anything, but replied honestly, that's right, Lord Third Generation. Naruto's grades in culture and other subjects are all full marks, and he has already learned the level of knowledge beyond this grade through self-study, and there is no need to teach at all. However, in the actual combat class, Naruto gave up this aspect of practice, and after his explanation, I think what he said is quite reasonable. Immediately afterwards, Iruka uttered Naruto's words of persuasion. That is so that Konoha can contribute from other places. Up to now, Iruka also agrees with Naruto's words, and feels that there is no need for people to hit the south wall and not look back. Since the ninjutsu talent is not good, then it is good to give up appropriately. Third Generation actually agrees with this statement. Whatever strength you can do with peace of mind. However, he can't say that, on the one hand, because he knows Naruto's talent better than anyone else, but it's limited by the fact that Nine Tails can't play it out. According to Third Generation's observation, Naruto is a genius with no less aptitude than Minato. Even without Nine Tails, in Third Generation's view, Naruto's growth to Kage level in the future is a matter of course. Such a genius cannot really be transferred to a civil servant. After all, the number of strong Konohas is now decreasing, so that the original mascot Nine Tails Jinchuriki may need to be on the battlefield in the future. At this time, wouldn't it be too wasteful for Jinchuriki to change to a civilian job? Of course, this reason cannot be stated. But another reason can be said. That is for fetters. Through the persuasion and encouragement of Iruka and others, the fetters that made Naruto willing to pay for the village were formed step by step. This kind of operation has already been done very skillfully by Third Generation. He understands that emotional buttons are the most stable. In an easygoing tone, Third Generation reintroduced the will of fire to Iruka. Iruka, do you think Konoha's development to the present depends on those ninjutsu geniuses? Isn't it? Iruka asked in confusion. Sometimes it's frustrating to be honest. Because what Iruka said is the truth, from the first generation, second generation when the village was built, to Dr. Ninja, Muyebuya, Gold Flash and the three in Legendary, etc., Konoha has always been the cradle of the strong. Other ninja villages have always coveted Konoha, but Konoha still firmly occupies the position of the number one ninja village. The three ninja world wars won all victories, not by willpower, but by strong enough hard power. But it's not easy to ignore Hiruto by pointing out that fact now. So Third Generation shook his head, and said to Iruka earnestly, you are seeing too superficially, and your understanding of the will of fire is not deep enough. You know, where there are wood leaves flying, there is fire burning, and the blazing flames also illuminate the new leaves. So, what do you think is the will of fire? Hearing the Third Generation's question, Iruka began to think, but couldn't think of anything. Looking at the earnestness of Third Generation's words, he couldn't help but feel ashamed, and said, my understanding is too simple, and I hope Lord Third Generation can give me some pointers. Actually, the will of fire sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. Third Generation took a puff of cigarette before continuing, the will of fire is actually a very vague concept. A feeling. But when you meet someone you really want to protect, this will burn. Just like the Konoha behind us, when we have the determination to protect it to the death, this will of fire will burst out with real power. Everything for Konoha is the will of fire. After a gradually passionate speech by Third Generation, Iruka felt his blood boil and said excitedly, I understand, Lord Third Generation, I will work hard. Third Generation, who is about to say the last sentence. How did you understand so quickly? I'm not done yet. Third Generation feels that Iruka is not very sensible. The leader started to interrupt before he finished speaking. But he looked at Iruka's blood boiling, but he also knew that he thought he had finished speaking and made up the result in his brain. To prevent accidents, Third Generation asked, so, what do you understand? As long as you have the will to protect Konoha, the will of fire can burn, even if you are just a teacher in common. Iruka said excitedly. He felt that he had found the meaning of life again. Third generation opened his mouth, but swallowed the words for the sake of image. That's not what he meant. But since Irika still maintains reverence, the words can be opened up, so third generation nodded slightly and said, you understand well. But the will of fire is more than that. I tell you this so that you don't give up on Naruto. What about lack of talent? As long as you have Konoha in your heart, everyone can make a contribution that suits their identity. Irika nodded heavily, determined to go back and convince Naruto that it doesn't matter even if his talent is poor, and he can make up for it through hard work. When the will of fire meets the person it wants to protect, it can burst out with extremely powerful power. Seeing that Irika understood his spiritual will, third generation immediately let him go. The office regained its calm, and the atmosphere of the original speech dissipated, leaving only some heaviness and solemnity. Danzo broke in at this moment. After all, he was a comrade in arms of the third generation when he was young. He was often locked up for a period of time before being released. Hiruzen, a member of the Uchiha clan, has become more and more disobedient recently. Once inside, Danzo got to the point. And third generation frowned, and said lightly, Danzo, this is Hokage's office, not your home. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, feeling rather unhappy. Third generation has sat in Hokage's shoes for far too long. It is also because he has been unable to win the third generation for this position, so Danzo has gradually fallen into a demon. Hearing third generation emphasize this fact at this moment, he is naturally not very happy. And the third generation has already said, why, what happened to the people of the Uchiha family? Since Uchiha was transferred to the remote area of Konoha, things should have been quiet for a while. A few years ago, the Hyuga clan also began to prosper. But there is no cage level strong in this family. For high-level Konohas, existence below the cage level is not indispensable. Therefore, for the stability of the village, and in order to beat this family, third generation acquiesced that the Hyuga family introduced a victim in the Hinata runaway incident. The so-called caged bird cannot protect this family when they are not strong enough. Also after this incident, the Hyuga clan became much more honest. Correspondingly, the Uchiha family is very dishonest, and the arrogance of this family makes them all incapable of being human. Even geniuses like Shisui and Itaki are extremely conceited. Third generation naturally cannot tolerate Konoha's restless existence, especially in the Nine Tails incident. Uchiha has a suspicion that cannot be cleared. So after beating Danzo, third generation asked about Uchiha. But Danzo said coldly, what else can I do? It's just Uchiha's behavior style. Not to mention the child's contact with Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but now Uchiha's strength has made Konoha even more unstable. For Konoha, it needs to be stabilized again. After the words fell, Danzo's eyes contained murderous intent. There was a sudden movement in third generation's heart. However, considering Uchiha's strength, he still denied it. It's better to appease you. Danzo, Konoha can't bear to be injured now. Hiruzen, you are always so weak. Danzo said angrily. If he was replaced, the Uchiha family would have been dealt with neatly and neatly. This has been the policy since first generation. Of course, the theme at that time was not aimed at any family, but to make the village more prosperous. When it comes to the goal of second generation, it is required to weaken the power of the family, support the common people, and avoid being dominated by a certain family. This policy itself is good, and belongs to the normal transformation of the family ninja-like village system. However, second generation died of self-confidence. The time of his death was really inappropriate. The third generation was succeeded in a hasty way, and he couldn't fully inherit the will of the second generation, so that there was a little mistake in implementing the policy. Originally, both the second generation and the fourth generation had a divided attitude towards the Uchiha clan. They accepted members of the Uchiha clan as disciples, and used both hard and soft methods to solve the family and make it truly integrated into the village. However, the longest reign was the third generation with a balanced policy. If there is another Danzo making trouble, things will develop in an uncontrollable direction. Uchiha itself is too arrogant, and Uchiha who are not arrogant at all have no possibility of opening their eyes, which leads them to choose toughness in the face of the suppression of the village. At this moment, Danzo raised this question, do you know that the entire Konoha, the Uchiha clan has already turned against many families? Third generation rubbed the space between his brows, before he said, then what did you say about Shisui's death a while ago? There is a cause and an effect. This is also the reason why third generation is in trouble, everyone is too stubborn. When he suddenly heard third generation mentioning this incident, Danzo felt a little lack of confidence for a while, but he still said firmly, you have also heard that Uchiha Itaki is probably the murderer. Isn't it surprising that people of this family do something? Danzo's words were just for labeling, but they accidentally became a prophecy, because some people in Uchiha really can do anything. Its lower limit is second only to Guoying. When Konoha's side became more and more turbulent, in the death forest quite far away from Konoha, a gold figure flickered in an area with colorful illusions. That is the body that Naruto came here to practice. I have to say that it is really a wise choice to learn multiple shadow clone as the first technique. With Shadow Clone instead of himself to complete the daily routine that normal Naruto should have, the main body can free up more time and thus become stronger earlier. The earlier the development, the more insurance. Just like during the Sengoku period, even if a genius of Hashirama's level should be trained on the battlefield or on the battlefield, the growth process of ninjas is accompanied by danger. Geniuses can die too. According to the normal trend, if he graduates normally, when third generation let down his guard, he will let him go out to perform tasks normally, but there may not really be anyone around him to protect him. It's good to keep Jinchuriki's identity a secret. Although he also can't understand this kind of brain circuit. Obviously, he had cultivated such a deep bond when he was young, but when he grew up and experienced, he didn't take anyone to watch him, as if he was very relieved. Of course, if you look at it from the perspective of third generation, it is easier to understand for a long time. One is that Kakashi is indeed strong enough. The second is that third generation didn't expect Naruto to be treated like a protagonist. Once they leave the village, they will never cut a copy of this level. For the current Naruto, it is impossible to pin his own comfort on things like luck, so he will become stronger as soon as possible. Like now, flickering in the dead forest is the analysis of Flying Thunder God technique. In this area of Fang Yuan, there are Flying Thunder God spells arranged by him. And he himself shuttles through these spells. After a long time, Naruto stopped, his little face was still rosy, and his breathing was steady. Obviously, the operation just now didn't consume much for him. At this moment, he lowered his head slightly, thinking about the feeling just now. Naruto, it seems that you have learned the Flying Thunder God spell. Minato said very naturally, and after a month passed, he was no longer very surprised by these things. No, it's actually a bit worse. Naruto shook his head slightly, and then said, according to my inference, this kind of time travel should involve very complicated principles, rather than this kind of flash of inspiration. Or, is it a matter of time and space here? Then, he said some words that Minato didn't quite understand, and summoned Ryuking to discuss together. And Ryuking also said seriously, there is actually no problem with the basic constants of this space-time, so the root cause still lies in this spell. The spell we perform, in a way, can only be regarded as a key to unlock, and the real lock is buried in it. He compared it with very simple words, and then said to Minato, by the way, fourth generation, how did you feel when you used the Flying Thunder God spell? Feeling is to feel the fluctuations of different time and space, and then use it as a positioning, and then react naturally. Minato said as a matter of course. Compared to Jiraiya, Minato is not very qualified in teaching. But it is enough for Naruto, he only needs a certain amount of data, then the rest is enough for use. Immediately afterwards, Naruto and Ruthless separately calculated, and finally got the basic result. Immediately, he began to try to follow Minato's method, throwing out a handful of kunao. Brush. The next moment, his figure appeared above kunao, his right hand slashing forward. Click, click. For a moment, the tree as thick as a bowl fell down. And Naruto's palm didn't have a trace. He stretched out his hand to catch kunao again, and after thinking for a while, he said, it's a bit worse after all. It's already fast. Minato praised, among the people I've met, except for second Hokage, you are the fastest. It doesn't make much sense. My reflexes have an upper limit, and that makes a lot of things impossible. Naruto wasn't complacent. This gap in reaction speed is sometimes a world of difference. Just like Minato, he can educate Obito as a disciple at will, complete various show operations at the speed of ultimate, and even has a record of killing 50 Jonin in seconds. That is fast enough neural response speed. And Naruto's speed is a little bit worse, among other things, just facing Obito who can drive Kamui, he can't take him away. The human body's nerve reflex speed has an upper limit. What's the use of being fast, can it break the defense? Ninetales couldn't help but ask after hearing Naruto praise Minato, his words were full of pride. In this regard, Naruto pretended not to hear it, and began to deal with this area, although it is a little worse, it should be enough for the time being. At this moment Naruto felt that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Flying Thunder God is extremely fast in the ninja world, whether it is traveling at home or robbing a house, it is a must-have choice. After tidying up the training ground, Naruto came to his simple camp and said to Ryuking, next, we can start to build the first experimental base here. There was not enough time before, and it would take a while just to hurry. Now this matter can finally be put on the agenda. It's a bit late, if you're sleepy, you can watch it the next morning. Even the drowsy Ninetales perks up when it comes to base building. I'd like to see what kind of base you can build with this crude condition. Ninetales said leisurely, with a mocking smile on Fox's face. It's a rare moment to see a Jinchuriki joke, and one that shouldn't be missed. Minato doesn't have such a bad taste, but his opinion is similar to Ninetales. Naruto, I know your psychology that you are eager to develop, but now your living expenses are just enough to live on your own. That's the truth. The poor Naruto and Shadow Clone can't build any useful bases. With that cost, it is better to practice ninjutsu in the open air. However, Naruto was not discouraged by this, but clasped his hands together and separated some shadow clone. Phew, the main body finally let me come out to take a breath. Ahaha, if there is an order from he, Jiangguo will definitely accept it. My charm that has nowhere to put it. Be sure to set up this base to suit your own wishes. The shadow clone has its own opinions, and it seems that they are not unified. And Ryuking coughed lightly at this moment, calming down the scene instantly, then he pointed to the Uzumaki iron pillar who danced the most cheerfully and said, "It seems that you are quite active, and it happens that the first piece of equipment is you." The first piece of equipment? Nine Tails asked with some doubts. And Naruto explained lightly, transformation technique combined with shadow clone, this is an idea I prepared for scientific research ninjutsu, using shadow clone to form scientific research props. This time, these shadow clones are really tools. Is this okay? Minato's eyes were shining brightly. He has also developed ninjutsu himself, so he is quite interested in these. In the past, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique that is only suitable for a few people to fight. However, if it is really combined with transformation technique, it may really become a tool ninjutsu. Although he has not tried it, but based on his sensitivity to this aspect, he has judged the possibility of success. But soon, he was puzzled again, those special tools should not be transformed by shadow clone. After all, shadow clone will be disbanded if it is hurt. With various limitations, the development potential in this area is not very good. So shadow clone can only conjure up enough cannon fodder. Nine Tails said, a little lost in interest. And Naruto shook his head and explained, if the shadow clone technique only has this effect, how could it be researched by the second generation project? In his life, he has been able to research so many forbidden techniques. Personal talent is one aspect, and another aspect may be this ninjutsu. Another point that Naruto did not say is that with a corresponding theoretical basis, he may be able to transform those high-level observation equipment through the transformation technique. Even if it's just a possibility, if it succeeds, then his hand duanye will increase accordingly. When Minato was thinking, Naruto himself had already smiled and came to the front of the iron pillar. Are you transforming yourself now, or will everyone help you transform? I'll do it myself. Taizu said a little aggrieved. Why is it him? Even though the country has just been founded, it is quite out of the ordinary. Then, with a small grievance, Taizu cast transformation technique. But after the smoke dissipated, a pair of glasses appeared on the spot. This is relatively simple, and you can start with a microscope. Naruto didn't care much about the multiple personalities of his shadow clone, he just took the glasses and started watching. Vision blurred a bit. Then he said lightly, do it again, record the data ruthlessly. In this way, Naruto squeezed the potential of its own shadow clone as much as possible. It's just the beginning like just now. With the development of subsequent research, these tool people will be much more tiring. This is the first time this old man meets someone who is cruel enough to me. Nine Tails sighed. And Minato didn't know what to say. If Naruto treats others like this, he must be exploiting child labor, but the object of his exploitation is his own shadow clone. If you strictly demand yourself, others will have no reason to talk. And Naruto does things very naturally. Anyway, after shadow clone is disbanded, if fatigue comes, just go home and sleep with Flying Thunder God. With those tired feelings, I can sleep more soundly. It really kills two birds with one stone. The subsequent practice is to continue to build and stabilize this base, and every tool person has done his part. Even so, this base is a bit too stable, and the most used material is still a piece of wood. The so-called clever woman can't cook without rice. Now Naruto has an unprecedented scientific research foundation, but there is no corresponding money to realize in this world. In the evening, Naruto looked at the crude test bench and some basic tools, and couldn't help sighing softly, it seems that we need to get money. Leaving aside this crude base, he almost finished digesting the Kunao techniques required by the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto felt that he was bearing a financial burden that his grade should not have to bear. Seeing Naruto lamenting his own poverty more than once, Minato also blamed himself a little, and finally made a suggestion, why don't you go talk to third generation and get back the inheritance I left? As a gold flash that can make the enemy automatically give up the mission, Minato has completed quite a few missions, and accumulated a lot of money in the first half of his life. Father, have you forgotten that your property has been confiscated? Naruto didn't stop on his way, and at the same time replied in the space of consciousness. In Konoha, the confiscation of property after the death of a martyr is already a common practice. Just like Uchiha, who is dancing happily now, that family's rich family property has been coveted by Konoha's countless forces. It's just because of the strength of this family that no one will provoke them for the time being. Hearing Naruto's words, Minato fell silent. And Naruto continued, besides, Konoha seems to be face-blind on average. Obviously my image looks so obvious, why is no one recognizing it? Minato didn't quite understand that either. At least he recognized Naruto at a glance. Of course, Naruto didn't really care if other people could see how similar he was to that statue, and what he said just now was just a passing joke. After leaving the Flying Thunder God spell on the road, Naruto continued to speed up. When he returned home, his shadow clone also returned from school, and unlocked the spell, allowing the memory to return. After digesting this memory, Naruto showed a playful smile on his face. Is there another teacher who cares? Grandpa third generation cares too much about me, an underachiever in the practical class. It's just a hypocritical old guy. If the old man is in his prime, he can have 8 tails. 9 tails said quite proudly. It is indeed the strongest existence among tailed beasts. But the previous sentence still has elements of bragging. There is not a weak person who can become the shadow of a village, just like the third generation has the title of the strongest shadow, and it is by no means easy to deal with, as Nine Tails said. At this time, Minato didn't care about Nine Tails bragging, but just looked at Naruto's attitude, and persuaded him, Naruto, third generation actually still cares about you, and some things can't be blamed on him. He is well aware of the corruption of the ninja system, so he understands the helplessness of the third generation even more. Hearing Minato's words, Naruto nodded naturally. I know, the adults of third generation naturally have their own considerations. For the stability of the village, tools like Jinchuriki must be controlled. But I don't want to be a tool. With a smile on his face, Naruto expressed his thoughts bluntly. Then, under Minato's complex expression, Naruto turned into a serious expression. Father, you need to realize the fact that it's not that I want to embarrass the village, but the village wants to embarrass me. In fact, at the beginning, I just wanted to practice hard and do research well, and it would be good to continue like this until the end of my life. But this ninja system lasts for one day, and no one can really stay out of it. Let's talk about it directly. Between me and third generation, it's a matter of position, and that's an irreconcilable contradiction. If it's just so-called emotion and so-called resentment, Naruto doesn't care much about it. Although third generation made many mistakes, it was human nature after all. From an emotional point of view, third generation really cared about him. But the real contradiction between him and third generation lies in the position issue, which is destined to have a victory or defeat between them. After hundreds of years of development, the endless ninjutsu is so gorgeous and powerful that people can't help but be addicted to it. Naruto sat in his seat again, and slowly recorded the ninjutsu in Minato's memory. However, this unchanging ninja system has long been like a stagnant windmill, caught in a strange cycle. For some reason, hearing this metaphor, Minato thought of Langjun Orochimaru, one of the Sunin in Legendary. According to his age, he had actually met Orochimaru, so he had a deeper feeling. Thinking about Naruto's words, and recalling his previous experience, Minato couldn't help asking, Naruto, do you want to improve the current ninja system? He speculated that Naruto acted like this in order to gain enough identity to ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, and change this ridiculous system by himself. Depending on Naruto's strength and means, Minato doesn't doubt whether he can succeed. Improved? That's really a good word. Naruto whispered, but he still shook his head and said, but I didn't participate in the method of improvement, otherwise I would have expressed myself a step further. Compared to saving this decadent system, I would rather use blood and fire to end it, to end this absurd old society. In simple words, an extremely crazy meaning is expressed. This road is destined to establish countless opponents. Minato, on the other hand, gave up the idea of persuasion, and just entrusted, boldly do what you want to do. I can't accompany you for too long, I just hope that you will think twice about every step in the future, and don't make a move if you are not sure. Don't worry, I still cherish my life. Naruto smiled and relieved, as of now, am I not the most famous and good student in ninja school? I will always be this good student until graduation. As Naruto himself said, he did live like a good student in the following days. For the actual combat class, I chose to surrender as always. Only this time, Irika, who now has a very strong will of fire, began to earnestly teach the students. Naruto, I know you have low self-esteem for your talent, but you have to work hard to look forward. Irika returned Naruto intact according to the chicken soup taught him by the third generation, and it doesn't matter if you are weak for a while, as long as you work hard, you will be able to become a real ninja sooner or later. So I am studying hard, hoping to serve the village in other ways. Naruto gave the same answer as before. Before doing it, Irika might have given up, after all, he really couldn't beat Naruto. But now with the buff bonus of the will of fire, Irika is full of motivation, and he continues to persuasion. Basically every practical class, he would encourage Naruto once. Then Naruto decisively conceded defeat, and Irika was so angry that Irika almost became irritable, and finally held back forcefully. After going on like this for a while, Naruto finally said helplessly to Irika, Mr. Irika, you are indeed a good person, but sometimes a good person may not do bad things. UBD, did you say that about the teacher? Irika scolded with a smile. But at this level, he has already been able to calm down and comfort himself in his heart. Although Naruto is always paddling in the actual combat class, he is very face-saving in the culture class. This can be regarded as a disguised spiritual victory method. But what made Irika really give up was because third generation stopped filling him with chicken soup. On the one hand, it is because third generation is now getting busy, and on the other hand, third generation feels that this is enough. For third generation, it doesn't matter whether Naruto is really working hard to practice ninjutsu at this stage, anyway, in his opinion, he can't practice well. He really asked Iruka to persuade or to leave a bond with Naruto. And this bond is not limited to Iruka alone. There are also the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, the children of the Nara family belonging to the Hokage family, and a large number of fans in the class, etc., basically have a good relationship with Naruto. After all, the beauty and demeanor are really easy to convince people. Ino and Sakura, who originally parted ways because there was only one male god, are now arguing about which one is more handsome every day. Although they still quarrel, the relationship has not become alienated. Because they each want one. In this regard, Naruto just chose a place and took out a book to watch, and at the same time set up a sign beside it. The sign reads, "You are studying, please do not disturb." The figure of the quiet study is the concern of many little girls, but he politely and distantly rejects everyone's approach. Sure enough, Naruto-kun, who is studying hard, is the most handsome. It would be great if he could sit next to him. The little girls who gathered together looked around with starry eyes, and it was Sakura who spoke. Yes, now she's switched to Naruto. Because Sasuke was beaten up by Naruto when he was in school, even though the little Sakura still thinks Sasuke is handsome, he doesn't have a deep impression on him. Beside her, Ino said, "Actually, it's more handsome to have a good grade in the actual combat class." "No, I think a good cultural class is more handsome." Little Sakura argued with him, wanting to prove his belief. In her heart, she clenched her fists and said, "Hehe, it would be better if the actual combat class is a little bit worse. I can stand up and protect the male god in my heart." Of course, for the sake of image, only Lee personality would say this. As one of the topic centers, Naruto has always looked at books quietly. Even Shadow Clone who stayed at school is also responsible for reading the books in the library. As another person, Sasuke, as always, beat his opponent with one move. That is a member of the Hyuga clan, and his strength is not bad, but he was still hit by a single move, so he can only sigh with emotion, as expected of Uchiha's genius. "I am convinced." Genius? It's not enough. As Sasuke said, he looked at Naruto who was reading a book. After resolutely admitting defeat, he immersed himself in the ocean of books. For Naruto's perception of strength, Sasuke is still stuck in the battle a few months ago. But this didn't affect his attention to the only opponent in this school who had defeated him. The worst student in the combat class? He didn't believe that at all. Sasuke has worked so hard these past few months just to be able to have the strength to defeat him, and now Sasuke feels that he should be almost there. Noticing Sasuke's gaze, Naruto ignored it. How enjoyable it is to read a book in the warm sunshine like this. As for the eyes of others, just pretend that it does not exist. When it was time to finish school in the afternoon, Naruto closed his book and prepared to go home, and Sasuke came up to talk to him for the first time in a while. Naruto then stopped and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Naruto, I think it's time to challenge you now." Sasuke took a deep breath to calm himself down before speaking slowly. After several months of training, Sasuke has made great progress in strength. He challenged Naruto again. In short, Urjusa felt that he could do it. Naruto didn't mean to wake him up immediately, but just said lightly, "I don't accept challenges in school, Ajikoba Suburb Forest, if you want to challenge, you can come. But I think you should focus more on yourself." Hearing this, Sasuke felt that Naruto might have felt that his strength had improved. However, when he reobserved, he felt that something was wrong. He always felt that there seemed to be pity in Naruto's eyes, which was only for the weak. He couldn't help but angrily said, "What kind of eyes are you looking at? Could something happen to my family?" "Oh, it's up to you. I'm not from Uchiha, so how do I know so much?" Naruto nodded hesitantly, "Okay, get out of the way, I'm going home for dinner. You have someone to cook for you now, but I don't." He then pushed Sasuke away and left the ninja school. Sasuke was left alone, thinking about Naruto's words with some doubts, because he intuitively thought that Naruto wasn't bluffing him this time. After careful consideration and recollection, Sasuke found that the atmosphere in his home has been rather dull recently, and his parents rarely smiled. As for the big brother, he is always in a hurry on weekdays, as if he has endless tasks. With doubts, Sasuke returns home. "I'm back." After Sasuke entered the door, he was greeted by his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, with a smile on his face. "Sasuke is back, wash your hands and eat." "Well, where's the big brother?" Sasuke asked this question again. Mikoto just said, "Your big brother is busy recently, don't try to disturb him." "Is it a task again?" Sasuke said a little irritably, not in a very happy mood. "Really, what task is there to be so busy?" At this moment he felt that he understood what Naruto meant. Listening to Sasuke's words, Mikoto said slightly reproachfully, "Don't blame your big brother like that, he also shoulders a heavy responsibility." Although in the end, the whole family was chopped off with a knife for this responsibility. But things haven't developed to this point yet, and Mikoto is also in support. Unlike Uchiha's radical faction, the Fugaku family basically wants peace. It's just that the patriarch is a little soft. At this time, Sasuke naturally didn't know about those things, but he just missed his big brother a little bit, and even his anticipation for the second day's challenge faded a little. In the middle of the meal, he saw Itaka came back in a hurry, and just went up to say hello excitedly, but saw Itaka just dealt with it casually, and was about to go out again. Wait, big brother, do you really have so many things to do? Perhaps out of intuition, Sasuke went up to ask. But Itaka just said apologetically, sorry, I won't be eating at home this time. After the words fell, Itaki hurriedly left. And Sasuke was educated by his mother. In Naruto's quiet and tidy home, after receiving the message from Shadow Clone, Naruto sighed softly after returning from practicing outside. Sometimes ignorance may not be a blessing. Of course, it's just a feeling that he doesn't need to care about other people's affairs. It's just that I fried 2 more dishes when I was cooking. Seeing that Naruto seemed to be in a happy mood, Ninetales couldn't help being a little puzzled. Strange, did something happen today? No, it's just that the village seems to be repeating its previous deeds recently. Naruto said, explaining, Konoha Uchiha has always had a hand. Is it about the Uchiha clan? Minato reacted at this moment. When he was alive, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was not good, but at that time he was trying to solve the problem in a gentle way. The result is that he hangs up. Now that third generation is back in charge of Hokage, with Danzo making trouble, it is difficult to ease the conflict between Uchiha and the village. If nothing else happens, the Uchiha clan is going to die, but many people in this clan haven't realized it yet. Naruto said, pointing out one of them. While Sasuke was still preparing to challenge him, his brother was already ready to swing the butcher knife for the family. Is it going to be cold? Uchiha may indeed suffer, but such a powerful clan, if the village has to deal with it, it will hurt its muscles and bones. Minato judged like this, always thinking that Konoha's senior management would not be so irrational. The Uchiha clan is going to be cold? That's great, the old man has long thought that this clan should die. Ninetales smiled happily, feeling uncontrollably happy. Seeing this, Minato didn't know what to say. Because there is indeed a lot of hatred between Ninetales and Uchiha. And Naruto has no relationship with this family, so naturally he doesn't have any pitiful psychology. He just added calmly, while Uchiha may die, Sharingan will definitely survive. These words made Ninetales feel irritable again. It hates the Sharingan the most. At this time, the food was almost ready, and Naruto began to eat the food quickly. While his body and nutrition kept up, his small amount of money dwindled rapidly. It doesn't matter when Uchiha will be cold, but I'm about to die of poverty. After eating the last bite of food, Naruto added quietly, it seems that I can only find a way to make some money. Not only for daily expenses, but also for future research expenses. In this regard, Ninetales is somewhat interested. Make money? What are you going to do, part-time job? Of course it is to do some jobs that get quick money. Naruto said, and said to Minato, father should be clear. For ninjas, as long as they have a good appetite, money will never be less. Hearing this indication, Minato also knew what Naruto was going to do. This is usually done by ninjas after graduation. It's just that he has no reason to persuade Naruto to slow down, so he can only say, I know some inside information about the ninja industry's transactions, and maybe I can help you a little bit. Let him use up some of his residual heat before passing away. In the afternoon of the next day, in a secluded grove in Konoha, Naruto came here in rare real body. When Ninetales in his body knew that Naruto came to see Sasuke, he was quite dissatisfied. Why do you come here in real body? Wouldn't it be enough for Shadow Clone to come and deal with it? It's not that it can't be done, it's just that Shadow Clone is still easy to break. Naruto explained softly to appease Ninetales' emotions. Of course, he knew that this situation was still worse, so he comforted Kurama after that, and he would definitely give Sasuke a good education, which made Ninetales feel happy again. For Ninetales, it's the simplest joy to see someone you hate unlucky. Because Naruto was pinching, when he arrived, Sasuke was quickly brought here by Naruto's Shadow Clone. When Sasuke saw another Naruto, his pupils shrank involuntarily. He first looked at the Naruto who brought him here, and then he looked at the Naruto who was still there. The blank look on his face made Ninetales look a little bit amused. Sasuke, don't you have a lot of question marks? Naruto spoke leisurely. And Sasuke had forced himself to calm down at this time, and said lightly, clone technique? But the clone technique shouldn't last that long. He didn't suspect that Naruto had a twin brother with the same appearance, because this kind of thing couldn't be hidden, and it was impossible to find out until now. Moreover, although the three-body technique has not yet been taught, everything that should be known has actually been known. In this case, Sasuke naturally suspected clone technique. However, the basic clone technique is just an illusion after all, and theoretically it cannot achieve this effect, so this is why Sasuke is a little confused. In this regard, Naruto did not intend to tease him, but directly untied the shadow clone, and said indifferently, multiple shadow clone technique is a relatively convenient ninjutsu, which perfectly solves the problem of lack of skills. Sasuke naturally understood his explanation. But at this time Sasuke felt that there was a lot of fog on Naruto. Before, he only thought that Naruto was hiding his talent, but now he finds that Naruto is not only hiding his identity, but also has too many things outsiders don't know. Just talking about the multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto may have maintained it like this every day in the past. How strong should chakra be for such a long time? Even, Sasuke wondered if the Naruto he saw now was just the tip of the iceberg that he revealed. The feeling that someone who was familiar in the past suddenly showed abilities that he had never known before, which made Sasuke unconsciously start to change the mode. Facing Naruto like this, how did he have the confidence to challenge again? But soon, Sasuke forced himself to regain his confidence, and said to Naruto, "Are you trying to disturb my mentality by acting like this suddenly? Or are you actually not that strong?" In this regard, Naruto just sighed softly, "I told you a long time ago that ignorance may not be a blessing, but you seem to regard ignorance as your own capital." After the words fell, Naruto suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, with a hand on his shoulder. Accompanied by a strong force, Sasuke lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground before he understood what happened. At this time, Naruto was stuck on his neck with one hand, and patted it with the other, making Sasuke feel numb and lose the strength to resist. He tried to struggle and said, "This is a sneak attack, I'm not ready yet." "Who do you think will foolishly wait for you to get ready in the frontal battlefield?" Naruto asked quietly. In Naruto's body, 9 tails 8 melons all the way. Seeing Sasuke being subdued by one move, he immediately cheered and said, "Well done, give this Uchiha boy a good beating, I will use your chakra later." "Don't worry." Naruto replied faintly, but on the surface he continued to follow Sasuke to state the facts. "What's more, I just made a frontal attack. You can't even react to a frontal attack. What else do you want?" Hearing this, Sasuke's face turned pale. He also came back to his senses at this time. The reason why he was subdued by one move just now was not because of anything else, but because he was really weak. When he realized this fact, Naruto emphasized one more fact, "After this time, don't disturb him for a short time." I believe that with the memory just now, Sasuke will remember this matter clearly in a short time. After Sasuke nodded, Naruto released him and got up to leave. Behind him, Sasuke hesitated a bit, but said, "Wait a minute." Naruto stopped. Sasuke hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not going to challenge you again, but what did you mean by what you told me yesterday?" "It's nothing, it's just that people at the level of your big brother have to do something big." Naruto explained lightly, "According to your strength, knowing these things now will only lead to pain. But you are so well protected by your family, you don't necessarily need to know this." Reminiscent of the things at home and Naruto's words, Sasuke was shocked, but he wanted to ask Naruto for advice. However, after seeing his thoughts, Naruto's expression turned cold. "Do you want to get the truth through me? It's just that you are mine, and I need to explain to you. Also, I don't think you want to talk about what happened today." After the words fell, Naruto really left here, leaving Sasuke with a slumped face. He felt that he was about to face unknown events, but what was uncomfortable was that he didn't even know what was about to happen. After Naruto left the training ground, Nine Tails said with some puzzlement, "Naruto, I found out that you spent too much time on that Uchiha kid." Minato didn't even notice this. But Nine Tails is connected to Naruto through chakra, so it is more able to perceive this emotional change. Nine Tails sensed the difference in Naruto's attitude towards Sasuke, and after it said it, Minato also reacted. "Are you holding a grudge about Uchiha controlling Nine Tails?" Minato asked. Beside him, Nine Tails' glasses turned red all of a sudden. "Humph. Namikaze Minato, you can always say things that make this old man angry." Being controlled by Mangekyo can be said to be the shame of Nine Tails' life. Of course, the shame of its life is not limited to this one, including being used as a toy by Hashirama, and being split into two halves by Minato. In short, the more he thinks about his dark history, the darker Nine Tails' face becomes. Naturally, Minato knew that Nine Tails, whose hair was blown up now, needs to be smoothed, so he comforted him softly, admitting his mistake. After all, he still lives on Nine Tails now. Without really watching Naruto grow up, he was really worried and left like this. Because of the good communication with Nine Tails, Naruto can still see the matter of one person and one fox, and he can't help but find it interesting. After a while, when Nine Tails calmed down, Naruto explained why Shikai paid more attention to Sasuke. Sasuke's current strength is naturally common, but among those in Uchiha, he is considered the most normal one. Also, he has the worst big brother in Brokkon. Therefore, after the night of genocide, Sasuke became the only seed that survived. Naruto didn't say this. At this time, he returned home and began to pack his bags, preparing to change his clothes and make preparations for going out to make money. And Nine Tails is puzzling. "So, you approached Sasuke to meet his big brother?" Nine Tails asked. As for Minato, he is not very concerned about this, because he feels that the day of his disappearance is getting closer. Even with the help of 9 tails, he couldn't stay here for too long. No, it's just planting a seed in advance. Naruto explained lightly, seeing that 9 tails still didn't understand. He added, and don't you think that Uchiha is similar to us in some respects? It's also not tolerated by the village seniors. Okay, there's no point in talking too much now, it's time to go out. Father should know the location of the gold exchange in the Land of Fire. The ninja world has its own rules. The ninjas in this world, on the one hand, kill people like hemp, and on the other hand, they have a strange adherence to these rules. Just like rebellious ninja will draw a knife on the forehead protector, but will not remove the forehead protector. A real ninja would be so rigid. It is also for this reason that only the strong ninjas can get away with it. After all the weak ones are killed. As for the rules of the ninja world, the current Minato naturally understands better than Naruto. Although he was known as a gentleman among ninjas during his lifetime, he behaved according to the rules, but it didn't mean that he didn't know about those rebellious things. It's just that there was restraint at that time. Listening to Naruto's question at this time, Minato naturally nodded. When I was doing the task, I also got to know Jiraiya honestly. Ninjas obtain funds by doing tasks, so as to have the ability to survive, even if they are rebels, but rebels cannot receive tasks through formal channels. At this time, the underground gold exchange appeared, where you can hide your identity by posting tasks and receiving tasks, so there is also a mixed bag of fish and dragons, very chaotic. It can be said that whether it is to issue a mission or receive a mission, there is an element of luck, and it is difficult to come across a mission that is just right. There are some famous bounties in the gold exchange, such as Konoha Gaku's Asuma, which is worth a total of 35 million taels there, but no one has completed it so far. After Minato's explanation, Naruto gradually understood the place. Everything must be decided before moving. Although the Flying Thunder God technique has greatly improved Naruto's life-saving ability, it is still not suitable for carelessness. You know, most of the current Flying Thunder God technique died young. Although both the 2nd generation and the 4th generation died for special reasons. However, their deaths also proved one thing, that is, Flying Thunder God does not mean invincibility, one should be cautious. So when Minato can understand the relevant market in advance, Naruto is not stingy to ask for advice. It was also after getting the relevant information that Naruto finally decided on the idea of going to the gold exchange to accept the task, which is the fastest way to accumulate original funds. At least for him now. Although the ninja's various ninjutsu can be transformed into productivity, it requires a harvest cycle, and he doesn't have that much time. In contrast, it is still faster to grab money. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the ninjas have not resisted the daimyo's control of the economy. Anyway, to some extent, they also belong to the vested interests. Skipping those thoughts aside, Naruto tidied up, and asked Minato with a smile, "Father is so clear about these things, it seems that he also took the task there. Compared with receiving tasks through formal channels, it is obvious that this kind of income comes with money. It's faster, isn't it?" "No, not at all." Minato blushed, and hurriedly explained, "I just learned about it, and I didn't do it. A gentleman among ninjas would not do such a thing as underground trading." However, Minato immediately added, "Of course I also understand now that in order to complete the task, sometimes the means are not very important, so I still support you to go there." Listening to Minato's explanation, Naruto didn't say much, just checked his outfit again. The transformation technique combined with the disguise technique made him almost look like another person, with a black suit covering his face. Coupled with that cold temperament, 9 tails is quite amazed. Minato also said with emotion, "You are really more familiar with the corresponding skills than a ninja, and your temperament seems to be a different person. This cannot be achieved by ninjutsu alone." Originally, Minato thought that it was enough for Naruto to change his identity, as long as he didn't meet acquaintances, there would be no problem. And now Naruto's complete change, even if you meet acquaintances, you will never recognize it. Fang Ruochen seemed to have changed a person. It's just a change of temperament. Naruto spoke lightly, not proud of it. He has thousands of personalities, and can change into thousands of masks accordingly, and each of them can express a new and unique temperament. Since there is no problem with this outfit, then I'm going to set off. Then, with palms together, a shadow clone was created, and this time there were a lot of shadow clone chakra. After shadow clone appeared, he nodded slightly to Naruto, indicating that there is no problem. Then, Naruto's figure disappeared here. Outside Konoha village, through the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto consumes chakra recklessly and travels at an exceptionally fast pace. Anyway, that's enough. As for the consumption of chakra, it is not a problem for Naruto now. Soon, Naruto avoided the scope of Konoha's investigation, and through Minato's guidance, he learned the corresponding way to exchange gold. When guiding Naruto, Minato looked at many familiar scenes and said with emotion, "Some things seem to have never changed. For example, those nobles, for example, this ninja rule that has lasted for hundreds of years. He failed to change this time when he was alive, but now his children seem to see that everything is wrong, and it is possible to make a change. Too bad he couldn't see it. Inwardly, Minato sighed softly. The chakra provided to him is 9 tails, which can naturally feel Minato's thoughts, but it didn't say much about it. Human boredom is nothing more than emotion. Fox face is disdainful. Whoosh. When he came outside the gold exchange, Naruto could see all kinds of figures, some of them didn't bother to cover themselves, and some of them were completely hidden in the cloak. Of course, besides Naruto coming here, he is the most conspicuous person. Because the personality of this controllable schizophrenia is really cold enough, the steward feels that something is wrong with the person's state. After he stepped into the gold exchange, many ninjas looked at him. Who is that? It looks very difficult to mess with. I don't know if his name is included in the bounty. Be careful, the coldness of ultimate is not something that normal ninjas can have. This should be a powerful ninja. Really? I don't believe it. A short ninja got up and wanted to hit the newcomer, but at this moment, the man in black turned his head and glanced at him. At that moment, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the endless killing will flooded him, and he was immediately immersed in it. Slap! The kunai in his hand fell to the ground, and soon, the man came to his senses, only then did he realize that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Recalling the scene just now, his eyes were full of fear. It was only now that his companion came to his senses, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Shangxia, what's wrong with you? You can't even hold on to Kyuo." "His eyes are so scary," the ninja called Yamashita said tremblingly. At this time, Naruto had already walked in completely, without looking back. Inside his body, Nine Tails said with some doubts, "Naruto, when did you learn such a strong illusion?" Others didn't understand that moment just now, but Nine Tails could see it clearly. Naruto glanced over, and the illusion enveloped the man, resulting in a 2-second freeze. This time is long enough for Naruto to kill him dozens of times. However, as far as Nine Tails knew, the illusion taught by Minato to Naruto was not that powerful. After all, Minato is not a genius specializing in illusion. In this regard, he can teach Naruto some basics, but it is a bit difficult to apply it in battle. Naruto didn't open his mouth, but replied through his consciousness, "It's just a little in-depth use of illusion. In my opinion, the current way of developing illusion is wrong, and it has obvious defects. And have you ever thought, if a person does not have chakra in his body, what will happen to that illusion? No, even the people of common have a little bit of chakra." Minato flatly rejected it. And Naruto didn't follow the bar, but explained, "It's just a hypothesis. Let's talk about the illusion just now. I used a little trick to deepen the influence of those illusions on the spiritual part." At the same time, the content of shock and awe selected some of the will of Nine Tails, which made the illusion just now have a more violent feeling. It's more useful to take advantage of the unpreparedness. In normal combat, it's just that it's better than nothing, and it's not worth mentioning. Only now did Nine Tails realize why it had a familiar feeling just now. On the other hand, Minato opened his mouth, wanting to say that if this improvement to illusion is not worth mentioning, then those who are still on the way of learning will probably die of shame. For the professor of illusion, Minato basically has nothing to teach except the basics. He is not the main focus of this type of ninjutsu, and he has basically never thought about it. Looking at the scene of Naruto's glance just now, it should be regarded as a new illusion, and the effect is not bad. New illusion, no matter how you look for it, you can give it a new name. Minato said, thinking for a while, this illusion has the credit of Kurama, and it is performed through eyes, or it can be named from Kurama. Super useful frightening illusions. Below a normal jonin, you shouldn't be able to survive this kind of illusion. Even if jonin is careless, you should die. Saying that, Minato couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His talent for naming is as high as ever. Nine Tails slapped his paw down, and roared angrily, "Don't take this old man with you when you pick up names in vain." In reality, Naruto coughed lightly, and the temperament he had just maintained almost failed. What the hell is this name? Long story short, and it doesn't make sense yet. Sure enough, ninjas need to be re-educated. But thinking that Minato is only a little short of time away from disappearing, and now there is no condition to re-educate him, so we can only let it go temporarily. Listening to the debate between Nine Tails and Minato at this time, Naruto only said, "Let's put aside the matter of choosing the name, now it's important." As he said that, he began to look at the scenery of the gold exchange. He could see some retro scenes, and there were not many people walking around. "I think this time is not a busy time for business." While he was looking at it, the person in charge at the front desk also came to receive him. "I don't know how to address the adults. There is no real name or title here, just a title." Although he looked at Naruto as an unfamiliar face, with the sensitivity of the person in charge, he could still see that the man in black was not easy to mess with. Those who do this kind of business are naturally not suitable to make enemies at will. So he lowered his posture at the beginning, and explained some things at the same time, and then asked for his title. Naruto pondered for a while, then slowly said, "Black Sky." His voice has changed, and now it sounds hoarse, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes. And with that cold temperament, it's a bit weird. Of course, any kind of weird person may appear in the underground gold exchange. Okay, Mr. Haishan. The man said respectfully, and then asked, I don't know if your lord is here to accept the mission or to release the mission. There are also bounties for important people here, so you can check it if you want. No need to explain. Naruto said lightly, then raised a slender and pale palm, and said lightly, bring up the task list. As for the level, let's start at level A. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up immediately. As middlemen, no matter whether the person who comes is the person who issued the task or received the task, they can have a corresponding share, so it can be said that they can make a steady profit without losing money. Of course, the premise of the transaction is that the task can be completed. And with this person's vicious eyes, it can be confirmed that this ninja-sama named Black Sky must be a strong man, because that temperament is too unique. If such people can continue to exist, it must be because they are strong enough. Especially looking at his familiar look. Perhaps, he just seldom appears here, and he has been active in other places for a long time. Okay, here is the corresponding list of tasks, sir, please have a look. He said, and he handed over a list. By the way, the tasks below this are all posted on the big wall. If you are interested, you can also take a look. Naruto nodded slightly and didn't say much. He looked at the tasks announced in the hall. It can be said that they are all small tasks that can be completed by Chunin, but no one knows if there may be any traps hidden in them. Looking at this task list again, we can find that there are not many task items, or even very few. However, the tasks shown above are basically difficult, even the task of erasing those traitors. Just glanced at it, Naruto noticed a rather special name, Kirigakure's level rebellious ninja will not be killed again, and the reward amount is 5 million taels. The person who posted the task below was indeed someone from Kirigakure's side. In addition to the mist shinobi assassination forces on the surface, in order to capture Ren, corresponding tasks were also issued in the underground gold exchange. It's just that the price is not worth it. Presumably, it was also because of the blood fog policy that made Kirigakure weaker and weaker, and it was a bit powerless to even hunt down Ren. It seems that the reward and difficulty of some missions here do not match. Naruto spoke to Nine Tails through consciousness, with some playfulness in his words. Minato said, well, is there anything wrong with that reward? There's nothing wrong with it, I just remembered something interesting. Naruto said, it's amazing to have a record of rebellion. In comparison, the bounty is too small. Thinking about Zabuzan's record, in the original trajectory of fate, one person alone fought against Konoha 6th generation and 7th Hokage plus the only man in the future with 9 Hook Jade plus future Tsunade's direct disciple. That record is amazing, laughs. Of course, there were too many accidents in that battle, so it could be treated as a joke, so Naruto didn't say it. After briefly flipping through the task list, Naruto quickly pointed to a position and said, I'll choose this task, and give me his information. The task he took was very simple, it was a rebellious black soil of Cloud Shinobi Village, the level was still at level A, so the price was not high. But it is also a huge sum of money for Naruto now. The person in charge listened to Naruto's words, respectfully presented the information, and at the same time reminded him about the danger of the black soil, the strength may exceed the due bounty. You are quite interesting. Naruto took the message and said in a hoarse voice, I've been in the ninja world for so many years, but I rarely see such a person. What's your name? Nine Tails was a little helpless to complain, Naruto, I remember you came out to pick up the mission for the first time. It's just a usual way to hide yourself. I didn't expect Naruto to go out for the first time. Minato said, feeling a little sad in his heart. If he didn't die then, could Naruto have a carefree and boring childhood? It's just that things are in the past, no matter what he thinks now, death has become an established fact. When the person in charge heard Naruto's words, he felt the joy of being praised, and replied, Your Excellency, you can call me Zhang-san. I'm just a common receptionist here. As soon as Naruto heard it, he knew it was a fake name. Outlaw lunatics will not appear in the ninja world. Because everyone in the ninja world is an outlaw fanatic. He just followed Zhang-san's name and thought of Shanzang, but he didn't think about it. It doesn't matter what the name is, it's just a title after all. Zhang-san, I am very optimistic about you. You may be called the principal of this gold exchange in the future. Naruto said, turned, and left, but he was ready to do the task. Character design can play a very high-end role, but the fundamental purpose must not be forgotten. This time I went out to make money, and it was to make quick money. Soon, Naruto left the gold exchange, and disappeared in the same place in a flash. People from the gold exchange who came over to follow them all opened their eyes wide in surprise and gasped. Go, this is indeed a strong man, don't provoke him. Before the person reminded, a piece of meatball was thrown over. Boom. Someone couldn't dodge in time and was injured immediately. When they were on guard for a long time, they found that no figure appeared. Because Naruto left long ago. Those attacks were just a warning before leaving. As for killing people, on the one hand, the position is not suitable, and on the other hand, Naruto is not tempted because there is no benefit. Soon, following the location of the Black Earth in the information, Naruto began to leave the country of fire and walk towards a small country. In Ninja Continent, apart from the 5 major countries, there are dozens of other countries, large and small. Among them, even a village like the Land of Waves that is not guarded by ninjas can establish a country, which is surprising. Minato and Nine Tails were used to this, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. However, Naruto was quite surprised, wondering where such a large place could be divided into several countries with confidence. It can only be said that this is the characteristic of Ninja World. Sighing back, Naruto entered the country of grass, and soon came to a town, wandering leisurely. The information given by the gold exchange is only an approximate location, and you still have to find out where it is. On the one hand, they can't check it in such detail, and on the other hand, ninjas are not dead, as long as they move around, their positions will always change. Walking in this town, Naruto also saw with his own eyes what it was like outside Konoha village. Have to say, these places look messy. And in the corner of the town, there are a lot of vagrants, most of whom were destroyed because of the previous 3 Ninja World Wars. Naruto basically didn't even look at it. It's not that he doesn't have sympathy, but because he can't sympathize with this kind of thing. Several ninja wars involved too wide a range, and too many people were displaced. And he is under no obligation to save these people. The pace suddenly quickened, but Naruto saw a familiar figure. Black skin, short hair, rough face, it seems that this is the person. Naruto whispered, then restrained his breath, and followed. At this time, Haito, who was still a little dazed, suddenly felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart. For him who has been on the battlefield, this feeling is by no means unfamiliar to him, it is the feeling of approaching death. Wars caused by various reasons tend to develop towards madness and out of control, and at the same time create a considerable amount of rebellion. Black Soil is also one of them. He just doesn't want to die. He doesn't recognize that ninjas are just tools, he just wants to live. So when faced with a mortal mission, he chose to be a traitor. It is also because of his greed for life that he is very sensitive to crises. At this moment, Haito felt tingling all over his body, as if being pricked by a needle. Such a strong stimulation made cold sweat break out on his forehead, and he looked around vigilantly. This feeling, as if being targeted by that kind of existence in Legendary, who the hell wants me to die so much? He wanted to yell in panic, but he turned away pretending to be calm, and at the same time tried his best to be on guard. Even if he didn't find out who the enemy was. With this fear, he walked out of the town, and then immediately accelerated, trying to escape for his life. As for the person who is looking for the follower, or waiting for an opportunity to fight back, that is impossible. If you can't even find anyone, you will definitely die faster if you fight back. In the small town, Naruto chatted with a small vendor, quickly finished haggling the price, and then put down the things in his hand. Sorry, uncle, I forgot to bring money today, I will buy it later. But when the shopkeeper wanted to talk about being crazy, he turned around and found that the person had disappeared, and he couldn't help but panic. What's going on? I just saw a ghost. Under the scorching sun, a tense and exciting escape is underway. Those who flee are Black Earth. As for the pursuer, Haito didn't know, he could only feel that the danger never left, which made him go crazy. Under the strong desire to survive, his speed reached a limit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Haito, scaring him to brake suddenly. Hi! Hi! Haito panted heavily, but his eyes were always on the figure in front of him, and his vigilance was raised to the highest level. Why, I ask myself that I have not offended your excellency. The man in black just said lightly, I'm not doing it for personal grievances. It's just because I happen to be short of money. The voice from behind suddenly appeared in Haito's ear, which made him feel so courageous, he didn't know that there was a person beside him. It's just that this fear quickly froze. Because along with that voice, the same black figure appeared next to him. Before consciousness finally disappeared, all he could see was a black and bright knife light. The next moment, he said goodbye to this world completely. A huge head flew up, while Haito's body fell straight on the ground. He didn't have the slightest reaction time from guard to death. Because he died so simply, he didn't have time to use any means before he died. The one who did it was naturally Naruto. He didn't make any balls, but with ultimate speed, before Haito could react, he directly took his head. At this time, Naruto took back the black knife and slowly wiped the bloodline on it. After wiping the bloodline, Naruto sighed softly when he saw a little notch on the knife. It seems that it is necessary to find a good knife. Before that, we should use other means. The knife is Kamen's knife, even in his hands, the lethality is not very strong. At least with Third Raikage's physique, even a shattered knife wouldn't be able to break through the defense. However, this knife can be used to cut common ninjas almost like cutting melons and vegetables. After all, most ninjas are crispy-skinned. If they stabbed the heart or slashed the neck with a knife, they would basically be sentenced to death. And Naruto's speed is fast enough, he can forcibly find a flaw, and hack Haito to death with a single knife. It is not the knife that is strong, but the person who uses the knife. After wiping the knife, Naruto collected the corpse and added some windfall by touching the corpse. At the same time, he also asked Shadow Clone to keep the head of the black soil, after all, it was a voucher for reward. During the whole process, Naruto's breathing has been very steady, showing the mental quality that a ninja should have. It's hard to imagine that this is the first time you killed someone. I was a little worried. Minato said with emotion. He was also struck by the quality Naruto displayed the first time he played. After all, the current educational methods of ninja schools are still too gentle. No matter how real the sparring between ninjas is, there is no danger on the battlefield. It is a real front line of life and death, either the enemy dies or oneself dies. For previous ninjas, they were thrown directly onto the battlefield, which was cruel and effective. Today's ninjas grow up in a greenhouse, and whether they will pee their pants when they go to the battlefield is another matter. However, Naruto is obviously not a common ninja. Even when he was on the battlefield for the first time, he acted calmly like a ninja who has fought 100 battles. Regarding Minato's accident, Naruto just said lightly, there is nothing to get used to, but it's just killing ninjas, just seize the opportunity to raise a knife and drop it. This was indeed the first time he had killed someone, but there was nothing disgusting about it. Maybe it's because of the bonus of ruthless personality, or maybe it's a natural indifference, which Naruto has no interest in in-depth research. Anyway, in his opinion, these are just trivial matters. After all, every ninja basically bears a blood debt, and it is not wrong to kill one of them. On the contrary, the money on Haito's body was a pleasant surprise. Thousands of taels of silver, and these ninja tools, detonating charms, etc., it seems that Haito has brought all his wealth with him. After packing up the spoils, Naruto made the following judgment, feeling quite happy. Big Fox, it seems that I can prepare some food and drinks for you when I go back this time. Hearing Naruto's words, Nine Tails arrogantly refused, this old man is a tail beast, so he doesn't need to eat. How do you know you don't need it if you don't try it? Naruto replied with a smile. He smiles quite a lot on weekdays, but this smile is a little real at this moment. Thinking about the scene just now, Minato couldn't help asking, Naruto, how do you feel about these killings? A means. Naruto said flatly. Immediately afterwards, he predicted what Minato would ask again, and simply replied directly, is my father afraid that I will become a murderous maniac because of these killings? Don't worry about this. I will not attack innocent people purely for profit. As for those who are rebellious, it is simply because they are not innocent. Every ninja comes out of killing. Moreover, the ninjas used as tools actually need to kill the so-called old, young, women and children in addition to killing ninjas to hone their cold state of mind. In Naruto's view, the term tool is indeed correct. Correspondingly, he doesn't treat most ninjas as human beings. Because these ninjas were not human in the first place. But when Minato listened to Naruto's words and began to think, Naruto stopped explaining, his eyes lit up slightly, hey, there seems to be an unexpected harvest today. At this time, Naruto has his eye on a trader with a 6-figure reward. Just judging from his aura, that person seemed to be much stronger than Haito. Of course, it might be because Haito was greedy for life and afraid of death, so he didn't have time to show his strength when he escaped. And for Naruto, as long as it doesn't exceed the level of normal jonin, it doesn't make much difference for so long. It takes seconds to make a move, and the opponent doesn't even have time to react, let alone seal. Hospi Takuto, water-style ninja, details unknown. Naruto recalled the information, and at the same time learned about a famous Genin world powerhouse through Minato, but found that he didn't have much impression. Well, cannon fodder in Jonin. There was a smile on the corner of his lips, and with the surprise of receiving an unexpected reward, Naruto took a light step forward. At that time, the Jonin wearing the blindfold just felt that something was wrong. When he heard the loud wind, he hurriedly dodged to the side. But at the next moment, the rapid sense of crisis made him adrenaline stimulated, and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if he felt the crisis of mortal danger. Then he felt a chill on his neck, and his consciousness quickly fell silent. At the last moment before he died, he saw a headless corpse and a man in black with a cold temperament. Thinking stops here completely. The whole process only lasted a tenth of an instant. To sum up, what happened is also very simple, that is, Naruto made a move, and the cannon fodder Jonin felt the danger, and the cannon fodder Jonin tried to move, but failed to move, and the cannon fodder Jonin was instantly caught. When he died, his eyes were wide open with disbelief. He never expected that after so many years of hard work, he would be given a second by a ninja he didn't know. He didn't even see his enemy's face clearly before he died. This is the horror of speed ninjas. Under normal circumstances, Jonin may not be able to kill Chunin in one move, but as long as the speed is fast enough, then protracted battles are simply impossible. Because most ninja defenses are basically not good, relying purely on positioning. It's just that in normal times, the speed gap between the ninjas doesn't reach this level, so they can still entangle for a while, but it won't last long. After harvesting the head, Naruto cleaned up the battlefield, and left here. The whole process was very peaceful. Another Jonin was instantly killed. This talent has surpassed Konoha's record. Minato praised him sincerely. As a genius, he has never praised a person so seriously. In the recent period, the number of times he praised a person is probably more than the total number of times he was alive in the past. However, Naruto's performance is indeed amazing enough. If it was said that he surprised Minato in the speed of ninjutsu practice before, then now he surprised Minato in the actual combat ability. The two Jonins who killed successively took advantage of their strengths and avoided their weaknesses. They didn't expend extra energy at all, and directly aimed at taking the life of the enemy. Being able to move in seconds without giving the enemy a chance to react. This is often the combat method of those ninjas who have experienced battles. They know their goals, and fighting is just a means rather than an end, and they will not be entangled in this process. And Naruto has realized this, and his record is really impressive compared to his age. Even though some means were used, and it was aimed at these strong men who lacked life-saving ability, the record was solid. And Naruto is only 7 years old now. Regarding Minato's praise, Naruto Deo didn't feel complacent, and his mood was very calm. It's just a few common Jonin, it's nothing. Father's deeds of killing 50 Jonin in an instant, but until now it is engraved deep in the memory of the ninjas in the outer village. In comparison, I'm still far behind. Now it's nothing more than a few steps ahead. Well, a few steps ahead, and then kill Jonin at 6. This is a little early in advance. Minato had a groan in his heart, but he didn't know how to spit it out, so he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Is that so? But Naruto is already the best. According to this trend, it doesn't take long to stand firmly on Jonin. This is the level. When he said this, Minato also had a happy smile on his face. Presumably at that time Naruto will be able to completely protect himself. Nine Tails understood Minato's mind through the chakra link, and couldn't help saying, "Are you still worried about others bullying him? You shouldn't be worried that he will bully others, right? Big Fox, what do you mean? I always treat people with sincerity." Naruto said a little aggrieved, and then returned to normal. Now that 2 heads have entered the account, we should be able to exchange for the initial funds when we go back. If the basic money problem is solved, then there is no need to worry about the crude base problem, and it will be better. Having said that, Naruto's footsteps are much lighter. It wasn't until he returned to the land of fire and stepped into the underground gold exchange that his temperament switched to a cold one, which was extremely natural. The person in charge here is picking up the guests, and seeing Naruto's figure, he couldn't help being surprised. He vaguely remembered that it hadn't been a day since the adult accepted the mission. Are ninjas completing missions so efficiently now? With surprise, Jong-san said hesitantly, "My lord, this is come to hand over the task." Naruto said lightly, his voice was as hoarse as ever. After finishing the words, he stretched out his hand and took out 2 bags, which contained 2 heads. Then Naruto started asking for a reward. And the person in charge looked at the amount of remuneration to be paid and the number of heads on the table, and couldn't help being stunned. Seeing this, Naruto said calmly, "On the way back, I saw this person with a bounty, so I solved it easily." As expected of Lord Haitian, the word shunshuo is really well used. Jong-san was amazed. Of course, it's just to confirm that this is another strong man who can complete the advanced task. As for the surprise of qualifications, there is no such thing. Because in his eyes, although the ninja-sama, whose alias is Haishin, can't tell his exact age, judging by his voice, he should be in his 30s or 40s. After this age, strength begins to decline. This is also the shortcoming of ninjas. Chakra is fully integrated into the killing methods. 3000 ninjutsu are full of killing skills, but there is little research on warming the body. Conditions do not allow. For example, Orochimaru, an alien in the ninja world, before he fell into the embrace of science, his own combat power had faintly reached the head of Sunin, because he had to go to the battlefield as soon as the war broke out. It wasn't until later that he had the power to protect himself that Orochimaru changed from strength growth to scientific research and became the strongest ninja dog. At this time, the age of Naruto's modeling of this character, although it seems vague, gives the impression that it has reached the limit of this body's strength. He probably showed that this age is ancient. This is an age that normal ninjas are not willing to provoke. If you are young, then there is room for improvement, and it will be regarded as a threat, which may lead to trouble. And it's not good if you are old and strong, but looking at 3rd generation, you know that it is impossible normally, so it will arouse suspicion. For the first time to create a new identity and persona, Naruto decided to be more stable. At this moment, he was not surprised to see the person in charge, but because he had long thought that Haitian was a powerful ninja, he was only shocked by the efficiency of completing this task. Needless to say, are the mission rewards ready? Naruto asked lightly, bringing the topic back to the main topic. The indifferent look of the pair of heads made it impossible to suspect that this was his first shot. And everyone would only think that this is already a powerful ninja who has experienced many battles. On the one hand, Naruto's attitude is calm enough, and on the other hand, he borrowed some of Nine Tails' wool, which is quite simple for him. Murderous aura does not have to kill a lot of people to gather. It just depends on how to use it. Okay, sir, among the missions completed today, there are Cloud Shinobi Village's Rebellious Black Soil and Changgufu Dame Gren, both of which are A-level missions, and this is the corresponding mission reward. As Zhang San said, he took out the task reward, which was 800,000 taels in total. Among them, the Changgufu Dame people monopolize 600,000 taels. Well, is this person really that much stronger than Black Soil? In the space of consciousness, Nine Tails asked with some doubts. Although it is not a fighting party, as far as it feels, there is no difference between the two. The amount of the bounty is not exactly equal to the strength, Kurama. Minato explained patiently. However, he recalled the performance of the two today, and added, moreover, they didn't have a chance to show their strength. Because of the instant kill of the ancients, the two cannon fodders seem to have the same strength. Just like in the Night of Nine Tails, there is no difference between Jonin and Genin. Ninjutsu can't move, but Genjutsu is too weak. I use physical skills to attack, and I am killed by Nine Tails. Naruto didn't participate in this discussion, just accepted the honorarium, and then prepared to leave. He has been very busy recently. If he doesn't become strong enough before the night of Uchiha's genocide, then when that incident happens, he can only stay at home and act as if nothing happened. The person in charge yelled again at this time, and after Naruto stopped, he quickly explained, Master Haishin, do you want to leave a record here? It will be more convenient for the next mission. Of course, we here guarantee that no information will be exposed. Naruto didn't quite believe that statement. But no matter whether the secret can be kept or not, anyway, the wandering ninja Kurito walked with this identity in the end, and it has nothing to do with him Uzumaki Naruto. So Naruto nodded slightly, quickly filled in the name, and then walked out of the hall. After leaving here, his figure disappeared directly in place, and it was very convenient to integrate the technique on the way. Next, it's time to buy some common basic tools. After leaving the underground gold exchange through the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto turned around and changed his attire, and walked into a bustling town in the Land of Fire. While walking on the street, he asked Minato, based on my father's experience, he should be very familiar with the prices in these markets. I don't really understand this much. Minato replied with a little embarrassment. Reluctantly, Naruto could only ask the price by himself, shop around, and just bought all the scientific research equipment that could be found in the Land of Fire. In addition, there are some ninja tools and basic materials. Most of the money in his hand was spent at once. Although the existence of ninjas makes people in this world pay more attention to the power of ninjutsu, but the crooked technology tree also has many useful technologies. Of course, the bulk of the money was spent on those ninja tools. Returning to his simple base with these things, Naruto sighed softly, it seems that I will make another ticket after a while. At this time, he thought of Orochimaru, feeling that he is indeed a ninja in Legendary, and he has been playing with such a money-consuming thing for scientific research for decades. Rich man. Naruto felt that he was a little slow to make money. However, Minato was a little speechless when he heard his slightly regretful emotion. According to Naruto's harvesting speed, it was similar to stealing money. That's too slow. Thinking of this, Minato exhorted, one vote, do a task of hundreds of thousands of taels, and the efficiency of making money is already very fast. The implication is don't be dissatisfied. Naruto said lightly, maybe. But I always feel that it can be faster. Sometimes, doing business is actually much faster than stealing money, as long as you are willing to let go of the bottom line. But in a short period of time, it is still faster to grab money. And for those businessmen, Naruto also has a way, and the ninja's rules can't limit him. If possible, wouldn't it be better to directly replace a certain merchant? Of course that is for the future. Now, after obtaining the initial funds, Naruto will soon expand this simple experimental base. For the next few days, he basically stayed in this place. If there is something missing, make it and buy it, and do the task if you have no money. As time went by, Haishin's reputation became more and more famous in the underground gold exchange. That is the fastest ninja to complete the task. As long as Legendary accepts the task in Haitian, there is no possibility of it being delayed until the next day. Moreover, Haitian's shots are often extremely fast, and the dead basically lie down in seconds, so no one who is alive has seen him make a shot. In addition, he carried a knife all year round, so he also got the title of Ghostly Black Tooth. This title made Naruto's face a little dark. Nine Tails laughed for a long time at this. But he can't care what others call him, he can only think of the good, at least this proves that he does have a certain status and strength now. Even this name should be registered by the major ninja villages. Wandering ninjas who have reached the S level do not belong to any Dainin village, so they will naturally be noticed. It's just that this ninja is a bit mysterious in the eyes of the world. Except for appearing when receiving and doing tasks, the rest of the time's whereabouts and location are uncertain, which can be called mysterious. Of course, for the profession of ninja, the hidden village identity information is the most basic professional quality, so no one doubts it. I just think that this ninja has a strong ability to hide. As for the full-scale investigation or something, no one did it. In addition to the 5 great ninja villages, there is more than one S-level ninja, but the 5 great ninja villages always stand in the position of the great ninja village. Unless the strength is comparable to the 5 cages, it won't get too much attention. Even in the number 1 ninja village like Konoha, cage level and the like are consumable items. That is to say, now that it has declined, Konoha's high-level ninjas pay attention to this level of ninjas, but for those below the cage level, they can still be consumed at will. Although Naruto felt a little embarrassed by the title of Ghostly Black Teeth, he didn't spend his time doing anything, but still followed his own pace. In the past few months, Naruto has made great progress in all aspects, especially in space ninjutsu. The life-saving ability is secondary, mainly for the convenience of traveling and saving a lot of time. On this day, a group of Naruto's shadow clone were studying basic ninjutsu at the base that had already taken shape. Naruto's body, on the other hand, entered the space, routinely explaining human ethics to Nine Tails. According to him, this is life and learning, and it is necessary to give Nine Tails a spiritual baptism. Zizai said on the river, the dead are like a husband, and they will never give up day and night. It means that time is like the flowing water in the river, and it will not stop flowing. After Naruto explained, he followed Nine Tails earnestly and earnestly, Big Fox, your strength has stagnated because you are too lazy, and you have been surpassed by ninjas who are younger than you. Think about it, ninjas can become stronger through practice. As a tailed beast who surpassed cage level from birth, why has your strength stagnated? Nine Tails, who just wanted to sleep at this time, felt a little uncomfortable. He said with a little irritability, are you bored or not? The old man said that you don't need to study. You need to study these and talk to Namikaze Minato. Big Fox, you are too irritable, and I am doing this for your own good. Naruto sighed leisurely, and then continued to speak the Analects. Of course, the theories of the philosophers he talked about were not unique to Confucius, but they happened to be mentioned today. Finally, Nine Tails lowered his head helplessly, okay, the old man is actually very calm and not irritable at all, you can stop now. Well. Naruto sighed, paused momentarily, and started chatting with Minato. Minato showed sympathy for the tortured Nine Tails for 2 seconds, and then said, you seem to like the knowledge handed over to the tail beast humans. The tailed beast is also an intelligent life, not a beast. Naruto said seriously, I respect the big fox, so I taught it, otherwise I would just take its chakra. I beg you, stop respecting the old man. Nine Tails, who had covered her ears, let go of her paws again and opened her mouth. At this time, it regretted laughing at the nickname of Naruto's incarnation. This guy is not a human being, and his mouth is comparable to that of the old man of 6 paths. Nine Tails felt rather regretful at the moment. He didn't expect Naruto to have such a way to deal with him, the muttering words reminded Nine Tails of the past. The old man was so annoying back then. As the head of the Nine Tails and the laziest one, Nine Tails likes to be lazy and sleep the most. However, this is Naruto's home field now, and it has no need to hide at all. In fact, Naruto doesn't bother with it all day long, but only spends a little time occasionally, and Nine Tails, who is a born student, can't stand this kind of nagging. At this time, listening to Nine Tails' words, Naruto said seriously, reading makes people wise. I am helping you, Big Fox. So, when did you pass the primary school exam? How about I call you by your real name? Hearing these words, Nine Tails immediately cheered up. But he still has a grudge about the title. It used to ask for its own name from time to time, but Naruto never changed it, and Nine Tails himself forgot it as time went by. At this time, Nine Tails said with vigilance, it's done, Naruto, after I pass the primary school test, you can call me by my real name. Beside, Minato looked at the excited Nine Tails and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Minato naturally saw that Nine Tails was being led away. But the atmosphere was still pleasant, so Minato didn't say much, just watched quietly. Knowing that Naruto and Nine Tails had made an agreement, he and Minato continued to discuss about space-time ninjutsu. The former has a rigorous scientific thinking, while the latter has a wild imagination. The communication of this ninjutsu can be said to burst out endless sparks. When the limitations of genius are lifted, the inspiration of his thinking is intoxicating. Minato talked a lot today, he kept talking about ninjutsu that he knew, and even guessed, as if he wanted to say it all at once. Finally, Naruto said, it's enough to stop here this time. If there are more words can't solve it. Is that so? It's been so long before I know it. Minato said with a smile, as if he just realized it. And Naruto said, you are going to dissipate. Father. Although the big fox's chakra is useful, it can't last too long. I still didn't hide it from you. Minato restrained his smile, nodded and said, I can feel that I can't hold on for long. You are a good boy. Both your mother and I are proud of you. During these days with you, watching you grow up step by step, I am both gratified and guilty. It's just that I won't be able to see you again in the future. Minato said, with some regret on his face. It would be great if he didn't die. It's just that what's left here is only one of his chakra after all, and at this moment, even with the addition of 9 tails, his figure is slowly fading. Naruto looked calm, showing no trace of sadness. He just said to Minato, "Thank you for your company during this time, I know that I am not a child abandoned by my parents, and that is enough." Naruto. Minato opened his mouth, almost wanting to find another way to stay. Even if he can't help it. And Naruto just continued, "Before you leave, can you give me a hug?" "Okay." Minato replied softly. He gently hugged his child, and he could see that the face similar to his was still immature, only 6 or 7 years old, but his eyes were as calm as an adult's. Finally, he smiled with relief. Naruto has grown up, but he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Not far away, 9 tails yawned sleepily as he watched the happy scene. The family affection between human beings is simply incomprehensible. Although tailed beasts are considered brothers and sisters. However, the most common thing 9 tails do is to eat, sleep, and play one tail, and they can't deal with it at all. Without explaining anything to 9 tails in the distance, Naruto quietly felt the disappearance of chakra in his arms, and finally said a word, "Father, if one day you and mother can be resurrected, would you like to return to this world?" "What?" Minato asked suspiciously, wondering if he heard it wrong. Naruto smiled, who said, "It's nothing, just kidding. There will be a time later, father." Minato dissipated with doubt and a hint of speculation. Not far away, 9 tails said strangely, "Naruto, do you want to revive Namikaze Minato? If it can be done, the old man of 6 paths will not die." For Naruto's idea, 9 tails thinks it is unlikely. Even though Naruto's talent is indeed amazing, in the eyes of the current 9 tails, he is still far from the original 6 paths. Even old man 6 paths has faded into the years. Although only the body disappeared, the soul was always watching this world, but 9 tails didn't feel it. So in its view, human beings are stronger than 6 paths and will die. What's more, it's just a genius now. For 9 tails' disbelief, Naruto didn't explain too much, but said, "You will see it later, there is no rush now. I still remember, you said that you will pass the elementary school exam. Don't worry, as a partner, I will help you well, Big Fox." Naruto showed a kind smile on his face. 9 tails' fur exploded at that moment, feeling very disturbed. Time flies, time flies. The 52 years of Konoha under the superficial calm, passed in this way without rush. In the second half of the year, Naruto had a very fulfilling life. 9 tails is having a bit of a hard time. When Naruto increased the content of his lectures, 9 tails tried to cover his ears, as if he could not hear anything this way. Although in practice this is of no use. Finally, it loosened its claws reluctantly and accepted Naruto's re-education. After studying for a week, 9 tails confidently said that there was no problem and he could start the exam directly. Then Naruto moved over the test questions one by one, and asked 9 tails to stop on the spot. It's not that it hasn't tried cheating. But this method only succeeded once, and then Naruto blocked the way for 9 tails to cheat through reverse deduction. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be done purely by coercion. So later Naruto thought of some ways to attract 9 tails. Snacks, comics, film, and television works, etc. were tried one by one, moving from reality to the sealed space, and the first one to succeed was the comics. Given the conditions of frequent wars in the ninja world, of course entertainment cannot develop very far. So the comics here are relatively primitive, but it is such comics that make 9 tails read with gusto, and even become active in learning. What surprised Naruto the most was when the movie moved in. 9 tails is really not picky eaters, watching all kinds of old-fashioned movies with relish, and even asked Naruto to raise a knife to remind them to change. This made Naruto wonder for a while, are those film and television works really so good looking? Then he followed suit for a few minutes. The final confirmation is that 9 tails' intelligence level in this area is similar to that of children, so if the children like it, it probably likes it too. Attracted by movies and comics, 9 tails studied passively or actively for half a year. When the time came to Konoha's 53 years, 9 tails finally passed the exam. When it stretched out its trembling paws and pressed the last answer, it was very nervous. Never in all the hundreds of years has 9 tails had such a tense moment. It has experienced happy emotions, negative emotions, anger, and fear, but this is the first time it has experienced this feeling. After 9 tails loosened its claws, Naruto, who was not as big as its claws, stroked the chalk lightly, and then made a tick. "Congratulations, Kurama, you have reached a passing standard in both mathematics and Chinese, and you will be a smart-tailed beast at the elementary school level from now on." Naruto smiled and called out 9 tails' real name for the first time. It took only a few seconds for 9 tails' expression to change from nervous to joyful to excited. It felt quite amusing. When he confirmed that he really passed the exam, 9 tails felt quite happy, and even walked with a feeling of arrogance. "Isn't it just a small exam? This old man is the leader of tail beasts. It's really easy to do these things. You just be shocked. To celebrate your progress, I have prepared some gifts for you. Naruto said with a slight smile. It's time to make Nine Tails happy. He won't tell it. After a while, he will be taught middle school knowledge. Who said that tailed beasts can eat, drink and have fun with peace of mind? Since we respect it as an intelligent life, of course we can't treat it in the same way as pets, and we must teach it all the knowledge that needs to be taught. As his friend, not to mention becoming an all-rounder in science who knows everything about mathematics, physics, and chemistry, at least not to be left behind in literature, to be a cultural fox is the only way. Nine Tails still doesn't know her fate that is farther away from eating, drinking, and having fun in the future. Listening to Naruto's words, she couldn't hide her excitement and asked, "Oh, do you have a gift? Don't use the previous comics to play. Old man, this old man wants to read the latest manga of Old Thief Fujian. Better than comics." Naruto said lightly, and then took out some food. In the sealed space, it is also difficult to take out food, especially if the food has to reach the point where the tailed beast can eat. Fortunately, these difficulties are nothing to Naruto. He didn't even need to go out of his way to overcome difficulties, and he solved them easily. Of course, whether Nine Tails likes it or not is another matter. At this time, seeing Naruto took out a bottle of Coke and some potato chips, Nine Tails said hesitantly, "Are you just perfunctory, the old man? As a tail beast, the old man doesn't need to eat. There has to be a first time in life, isn't it?" Naruto asked leisurely. His relationship with Nine Tails is relaxed. Unlike the need to wear a mask in front of people, facing Nine Tails, he can show his original temperament and get along like a true friend. This is why although he often cheats Nine Tails still does not change his attitude. He does have enough goodwill towards Nine Tails. The so-called pits are actually more of a bad taste, and they have not really been harmful to Nine Tails, on the contrary they have brought a lot of fun to Nine Tails. Although sometimes painful. For example, facing the problem of the annoying chicken and rabbit in the same cage. Several times, Nine Tails wanted to ask where the cage was, and he swallowed it in one gulp, so that he didn't have to count how many chickens and rabbits there were. Just at this moment, Nine Tails felt Naruto's wool, and found no malice, so he tried to stretch out his claws. It's just that its claws are relatively big, and it can't hold small potato chips. As soon as the paws closed, they held nothing, causing Nine Tails' expression to gradually change. Getting into Nine Tails was a little anxious, but Naruto just smiled and comforted him, "Okay, don't worry, I'll feed you. It's not yet confirmed whether it's really edible." Nine Tails said halfway. Naruto jumped up and poured down a handful of potato chips. Half a bag of potato chips is enough for ordinary people to eat for a long time, but not enough for a bite of Nine Tails. It just opened its mouth and swallowed, and its eyes narrowed immediately. "Little devil, give me another bite, it was too little to taste just now." Seeing this, Naruto confirmed one thing in his heart. Nine Tails really does count as a life. Even if it is also a chakra aggregate, no one said that the chakra aggregate cannot be regarded as life. Just like humans only look at the ingredients and they are just carbohydrates. It's just that some people are full of tension, and some people have no tension. Take your time, there isn't much food today, so save some food. Naruto said, continuing to feed Nine Tails potato chips and Coke. Half a day later, Nine Tails' belly was still flat, and he didn't know whether he was full or not. And Naruto has stopped feeding at this time, saying, "This time here is enough, overeating can easily lead to obesity." Kurama. Who said, "The old man is a tailed beast, can a tailed beast get fat?" Nine Tails asked in disbelief, then looked at Naruto's empty hands, and said hesitantly, "You just made up an excuse because you didn't have any food. That's all." "You guessed it," Naruto said frankly. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. One person and one fox have been together for a long time, there is nothing to hide." Nine Tails trusts him, and he trusts Nine Tails. Skipping Nine Tails' words, Naruto asked directly, "Then do these foods still taste good to you?" "The taste is okay. Hey, I feel that chakra has also grown a little bit." As Nine Tails spoke, his expression suddenly changed. It has been a long time since chakra increases this feeling, although in terms of its chakra amount, there has never been a saying that it is not enough. But for a long time, its chakra has indeed maintained a constant amount. And now that amount has increased. Is that so? It's quite an interesting piece of data. Maybe we can study it when we have time. Naruto said, keeping it in his heart. Of course, this is not what he is mainly doing now. With Nine Tails' puzzled expression, Naruto explained, "Since you like to eat all of these foods, there should be quite a few people who like these foods in the ninja world. You can participate in them." "It is. Are you going to sell food?" Nine Tails asked suspiciously. In its view, Naruto never does meaningless things unless that thing is profitable. And Naruto nodded calmly, although the troubled times are the territory of the common people, it is a paradise for merchants. This is the most unscrupulous period for merchants. There are always some industries that are actually more profitable than stealing money. Naruto said leisurely, not hiding his intentions. Yes, he intends to get involved in business. In fact, ninjas in the ninja world can also participate in business, but it is limited to the rules and no one participates. However, this rule can actually be bypassed. Even when Hashirama was alive, the rules basically changed according to his mind. At that time, he had no problem wanting to dominate the ninja world. The so-called ninjas do not participate in business can only be said to be the habitual thinking of ninjas. Also, normal ninjas really have no business acumen. Just look at those ninjas being controlled by the daimyo and the nobles to know the economy. The finance comes from the noble daimyo and exists purely as a weapon of war. If this survival mode continues for another 100 years, it is impossible for the ninja world to be saved. In the original book, Naruto is called the savior, and he said that he would change the established destiny, but in the end he just defeated the so-called villain. As for after the villain is dead? What should happen in the ninja world? The ninja system has not changed in the slightest, and the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the branch house has not been eased. All promises seem to be forgotten. Now Naruto naturally doesn't mean to be a savior, he just wants to use this rule to get enough money. Since there is no power to overthrow the rules for the time being, then use it. Ninetales narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you going to start a business? But you don't seem to have accumulated the necessary contacts and capital these days. It seems that you also understand this, you are a smart-tailed beast who graduated from elementary school." Naruto said with relief. Hearing this, Ninetales said arrogantly, "Don't think that I will be happy if you praise me, the old man is the leader of tail beasts, these are the basic operations." It took a while for it to realize that it hadn't asked about business, and then continued to smell about business. "Of course I didn't accumulate these. Studying and practicing have taken up a lot of time, how could I waste time doing those things?" Naruto said, and quickly explained, "But I didn't, it doesn't mean those merchants didn't. This seems to violate the rules of ninjas." Ninetales said, although it didn't care about these, but Naruto is human after all. "No, the rules can be circumvented." Naruto said, with a calm expression on his face. "Rules, from the very beginning, are used to restrain the weak. For the strong, rules are just a tool." After explaining his understanding, Naruto briefly explained several steps to Ninetales based on his plan. Ninetales, who was proud of himself as a smart-tailed beast just now, suddenly became dizzy and didn't know where he was. Seeing this, Naruto temporarily gave up the indoctrination on the business path. If you hit too much at once and make Ninetales lose confidence, it will not be easy for him to participate in learning in the future. Therefore, Naruto re-examined, "In a few days, after starting the plan, my funds will be much more abundant. During this period of time, you will make do with it." No way, the way he made money before was by doing tasks. Although the money came in quickly, it was also spent quickly. In the long run, grabbing money is still slower. So now he can only comfort Ninetales. For Naruto's relief, Ninetales wanted to show that as a tailed beast, he was not gluttonous, but he started to be greedy the next day, and the most he said was that the food was reduced again this time. Soon, it no longer mentions this word. But Konoha's situation has finally reached an explosive stage. Of course, on the surface, Konoha is still very calm. The students of ninja school are all working hard for the final exam of the year. After the intense and exciting exams, the transcripts are freshly released. In the grade class, Irika read out the results of the culture class, and there were nervous or expectant little faces under the podium. First place, Uzumaki Naruto. Second place, Harano Sakura. Third place, Hyuga Hinata. Fourth place, Uchiha Sasuke. Under the stage, the little Sakura was smiling, and the inner Sakura wanted to celebrate with a big laugh. "Ah ha ha ha, my mother is the closest to Naruto in grades, other small watches must not be as good as my mother." With her dual personality, there is indeed a big gap between what she behaves and what she thinks in her heart. That is to say, after learning ninja with Tsunade, the nature is gradually released. At the back of the classroom, Hinata looked at Naruto expectantly, but found that Naruto was just reading the book seriously, and felt a little disappointed. "Sure enough, I'm still not qualified to attract Naruto-kun's attention." Hinata thought a little bit disappointed, but soon turned into a firm look. She must work hard to become strong enough to be able to control her own destiny. In fact, the change started 6 months ago. Hinata is not only practicing harder, but also working hard to overcome her cowardly character, which is especially evident in the actual combat class. Originally, the Hyuga family was the family with the strongest combat power in the early stage. Both offensive and defensive, basically no weakness. That is to say, everyone is driving Gundam in the later stage, but the Hyuga family still stays in the first few versions, which makes it a bit ridiculous to be the first family of the Hyuga family. And after Hinata became serious, she became courageous enough to fight, and even reached the first place in her grade in the actual combat class. All the classmates knew that the girl with the white eyes who looked weak got into a lot of fights. And not far from Naruto, Sasuke looked at his cultural class results, his face was a little dark. Not only was he unable to compare with Naruto and little Sakura in the cultural class, but now he can't even compare with Hinata, and he didn't make it to the top 3. What a lie! When he thought about going back, if he saw his mother asking about his grades, his heart would be filled with anxiety. This moment of trance lasted until the end of get out of class. When there was no one in the classroom, he went to Naruto and said, "Why, you can do your best in everything, but you have to hide yourself. You seem to be starting to doubt yourself." Naruto said lightly, with a statement tone. And Sasuke didn't deny it, and looked a little disappointed. "I found that I'm not actually a genius. Whether it's cultural or practical classes, I can't reach the top level. Even this time I didn't get the top 3 in the cultural class." Listening to his words, Naruto looked rather strange. Unexpectedly, after only 1 year of education, Sasuke would not swell, which is not scientific at all. But he still calmed down and said, "It's okay, sometimes it's a good thing to realize that you are weak. After all, without self-knowledge, it is easy to recruit and perish. Maybe my aptitude really disgraced the Uchiha clan." Sasuke continued with the next sentence. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Co-author Sasuke is not aware of the problems of the Uchiha family, but simply feels that his level is not up to the qualifying line of the Uchiha family. Seeing his disappointed look, Naruto still said a few more words. "Actually, your strength is already good among the Uchiha clan of the same age, isn't it? It's just that you are still weak and pitiful. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well think about why your big brother is always getting busier." "What do you mean?" Sasuke looked over hesitantly. And Naruto just accepted the book, and said lightly, "I just thought it was interesting, just to remind you a few words. There are some things, whether you know or not, the result will not be different." Saying that, Naruto asked Sasuke to step aside, and he left the classroom to go home. Before leaving, the way he looked at Sasuke made Sasuke's heart tremble. Because there was a trace of pity in those eyes. For Naruto's words, Sasuke still pays more attention to it, so at this moment, he is thinking about what Naruto means. Before he could think about it, a teacher came over and told him something. "What? New homework to write?" Sasuke's eyes were wide open, looking at the dark sky outside the window. He couldn't help feeling a little anxious. If he finishes his homework and goes back, he may not have time for dinner. When he was anxious, Naruto's words suddenly flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy. As if something bad was about to happen. On this day, the number of umbu appeared in the village was much higher than before. The whole village was shrouded in a solemn and gloomy atmosphere. Having learned the lesson from last time, many people in Konoha closed their doors this time because they had a premonition that something big would happen. Of course, this big event doesn't involve the commons. After Naruto left school, he went straight back to his room. During this process, he could feel that the monitoring was getting tighter today. Sure enough, this time it was the collective union of Konoha's senior management, and Uchiha Itachi just became that knife. Naruto and Ninetales said, there was no surprise on his face. This is an obvious thing. Uchiha Itachi alone cannot do such a thing as extermination. After all, he is only one person. Is Uchiha finally going to exterminate the clan? Ninetales said, feeling very happy, but at the same time it also had some doubts, but looking at you, it seems that you have known about this for a long time. Naruto nodded slightly, without denying anything. He became stronger as soon as possible during this period of time, and he was also preparing for this matter. After all, Sharingan is precious research material. It is also good to be able to make a fortune. Consciousness and Ninetales said this, and Naruto went home very politely on the surface, and then read and studied quietly at home. Moonlight Gale reported his situation to third generation, and wrote, Jinchuriki is at home normally, no accidents. After a long time, the third generation issued an order. Keep watching, don't let your attention get close to that area today. Okay, Lord Third Generation. For this order, the umbus carried out very well. The left and right were just a Jinchuriki who didn't seem to grow up. The whole village is watching, let alone a Jinchuriki. Inside the Hokage building, Third Generation looks at documents reporting increasingly apparent problems with Uchiha. Next to the file, the ashtray was covered with ashes. After a long time, Third Generation sighed softly. Well, the village cannot be twisted into a single line, and compared to 10 or even a few years ago, it is already too weak. So much so that making some sacrifices now feels like it is hurting. Still, he made the decision. Stability must be maintained within the village, and it is worth sacrificing someone or even a family for this. But the mysterious person who suddenly appeared in Konoha needs to be understood carefully. Thinking of this, Third Generation summoned another umbu and said, go and check the area over Uchiha. On this day, the Konoha families were relatively quiet. Among the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi said to his daughter, Hinata, don't go out today, study hard at home. Yes, my lord father. Hinata responded obediently, but she didn't have too many ideas. Hayashi turned around maintaining his majesty, and there was some worry between his brows until he went out. He looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan, and he could find that many seals had been added layer by layer. Higher UPS, are you still doing it after all? Hayashi sighed softly. Since he was forced to kill a person a few years ago, he knew the disadvantages of shooting the first bird, so now the Hyuga family is particularly cautious. However, the Uchiha family, as the largest family after Senju, never knew why they were cautious. The kind of arrogance and indifference that permeates the bones and the lack of communication are destined to make their enemies more and more, and they can't unite within the clan. The Hyuga family has a white-eyed family, and the patriarch Hayashi naturally sees all these clearly, knowing that the high level is going to mess with the Uchiha family. If the Uchiha clan would have communicated a bit and been less proud, maybe other clans would have organized this fight. However, the nature engraved in the bones cannot be changed. The more genius you are, the more proud you are. Like Shisui and Itaki, who always have a gentle smile on their faces, in fact, they have only communicated well with people in the clan. Even distinguished heavenly gods, a technique of spiritual portrayal, reflects Shisui's inner thinking. He only believes in himself. But he himself was limped by the high level again. Facing Uchiha like this, although Hyuga Hayashi was worried that his family would follow in Uchiha's footsteps, he was absolutely unwilling to let him participate. It is easy to hurt yourself. Of course, Hayashi did not expect that after this day, Uchiha would almost be dismissed. Those who generally hold a wait-and-see attitude are Konoha's other families, basically assuming that the conflict that is about to happen today does not exist. External worries and internal troubles are the true portrayal of Konoha since the village was built. It's easy to understand the external worries. Many ninja villages who don't want Konoha to be the boss, as long as they think they can do it, they will come to Konoha for a beating. However, Konoha, who is the victorious village, is cowardly every time, while Weikan, who is the defeated side, is very proud. It seems that the relationship between victory and defeat is reversed. Of course, for these families, internal troubles are the most uncomfortable. Neither the senior management nor Uchiha seem to be easily provoked. High-level people like to mess with people, but Uchiha doesn't know how to behave. Therefore, in the face of this situation, most branch house families hold a non-help attitude and are waiting and watching. Under such a premise, Uchiha seemed extraordinarily quiet. In a place far away from Uchiha, Naruto's home, he had already brought a suit of clothes, and then the main body disappeared here. From Umbu's perspective, Naruto can only be seen looking at the book quietly, as if he has never moved. In the forest of death, in a quiet environment, along with the vibration of the space, a gold figure slowly emerged. This is not a spell used for combat, it's just that Naruto is on his way. For the current Naruto, in the entire ninja continent, there are basically no places that cannot be visited except for some forbidden places. It can be reached in as little as 10 minutes. This is a very scary thing. The enemy will never imagine how many hands Naruto has saved through this space ninjutsu. Nine Tails once had doubts when Naruto deployed those backhands. Naruto explained that ninjas always have to be so prudent when they act. Nine Tails thought what he said was just one point. But I didn't want him to say billions of words. Just like this incident, before deciding to intervene, Naruto had already made complete preparations. At this moment, he began to change clothes. Boom! A puff of smoke dissipated, and the famous words in place disappeared, replaced by a red-haired girl. The girl's long red hair looks very slender, her facial features are exquisite, her face is alluring, and she looks very beautiful. If Minato were here, he would definitely recognize the image of this girl, who is 100% similar to his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, this Kushina is transformed by Naruto. After Naruto completed the change, recalling the Kushina in his memory, his temperament changed, and he looked lively, cheerful, and positive. That kind of temperament makes people think that Kushina is resurrected. Kushina? Nine Tails asked in surprise, and there was some disbelief in his voice. Even if it saw Naruto become like this with its own eyes. But his changes are too similar. If the appearance can be imitated, but the temperament is really incomprehensible. And Kushina coughed and said with a smile, just now, I didn't expect that. Kurama, I'm back. Speaking of the latter, the originally gentle tone seemed to be a little aggressive. This is not an imitation of language, but a reproduction of temperament. No, I saw you transform just now, how could you fool me, Naruto? Nine Tails shook her head, but her heart was still very disturbed. In terms of temperament, Naruto always handles it tightly. At this time, Kushina just spoke again, and restored Naruto's voice, okay, I'm not joking with you. How about a serious evaluation of my imitation just now? Peak, among the people I've ever met, no one has better acting skills than you. Nine Tails replied from the bottom of her heart. Immediately it asked its doubts again, but why did you become like Kushina? This is something Nine Tails doesn't understand. If it is really necessary to conceal his identity, Naruto can probably become someone else, why should he become this dead person? No, this is not Kushina, it's just Kushina's sister of the same clan. Naruto shook his head, emphasizing the pronunciation of the word same clan. Seeing that Ninetales was still a little puzzled, Naruto continued to explain, it's just to play the identity of the Uzumaki bereaved family. Presumably this identity will surprise all parties. Besides, it is to completely use my possibility take it out. After all, Uzumaki Naruto shouldn't know these things, let alone what people of this clan do, which is very unreasonable. Naruto directly guessed what the others were thinking. Although it was somewhat arbitrary, after Ninetales thought about it, he found that there seemed to be no problem. It knows that Naruto has the memory of his birth, so he can remember Kushina's appearance, but others don't know. Even so far, none of the living people know the true face of Naruto. Of course Ninetales doesn't count, it's not human. In the eyes of Konoha's executives, Naruto is the appearance of the character he created, the ninja student who loves reading but not ninjutsu. Don't say that he shouldn't know these things, even if he knows, he doesn't have the ability to transform into someone else's appearance. Who would have thought that Naruto, who is only 7 years old this year, has surpassed Jonin in strength? Coupled with his proficient forbidden technique, he can actually be ranked at cage level. As for where in the cage level, unless there is a battle, it can be said to be very vague. It should be said that the division of ninja's strength itself is very vague, and there are many examples. It's just that the strength of each stage, because there is a qualitative change in strength compared with the previous one, can be regarded as an improvement in strength. For example, between Jonin and common Jonin who have mastered the forbidden technique, the distance between Minato and common Jonin can be separated, and the normal Jonin is only seconds away from Minato. For the current Naruto, his strength is at the cage level strength of mastering the forbidden technique. As for surpassing this stage, there is still a long way to go for him at the moment. I'm a little confused, what kind of bad things are you going to do with such a change of face? Ninetales narrowed his eyes, feeling that Naruto was not going to do some good things. Naruto just changed into a Kushina-like voice, with a cool demeanor, and said in a calm tone, as the survivor of the Uzumaki family, I was raided by Konoha when the clan was exterminated. Isn't it normal to add some trouble to Konoha now? As for what I'll get this time, it's just for research needs, and I'll take some experimental materials by the way. Ninetales was taken aback by that brazen look. Kurama couldn't help but sigh, if he could have such a face back then, why bother to suffer so many crimes? Okay, let's take a look again. If there is no problem, I will put on the equipment. Naruto said, asking Ninetales to confirm again. For things like role-playing, you either don't do it, or you do it and do your best. Striving for perfection is the good cultivation that a good actor needs. At this time, Kurama could no longer see the original Naruto's appearance from this Kushina, so he could only nod and said, the acting is perfect, human beings are indeed creatures with deep enough thoughts. Can't help but sigh so much. It is Naruto's performance as a human that makes Ninetales startled. Fortunately, when communicating with it, Naruto has always maintained sincere kindness, which made Ninetales feel at ease. Although it doesn't understand so many routines. But it still blindly trusts in being able to distinguish between good and evil, so as not to face malicious people. When Naruto taught it at that time, it actually contained kindness. Yet Ninetales was naive back then. It didn't expect that even the so-called kindness can sometimes torture people very much. Cough, torture the fox. At this time, listening to Ninetales' complaints, Naruto said lightly, humans are not the only ones who can pretend, it's just because humans spend the most time in this regard. Camouflage itself is not a bad quality, because from the moment a person is born, there are very few innate qualities such as kindness and sunshine, only evil is born. We fake, we learn, we put moral constraints on ourselves, sometimes just to fight against the malicious, dark nature of ourselves. This is the classroom of thought. In addition to the Chinese and mathematics taught by Naruto to Ninetales, he also occasionally makes a small contribution to the thinking class. As the saying goes, a scientist without insight into human nature is not a good ninja. Naruto has many shadow clones studying together, not only in astronomy, geography, humanities, etc., but also in these unpopular subjects. For him, ideological study is to cultivate the mind and stabilize the self. The road to practice is long, if you can't stick to your true self, you have a strong enough will. Then as time goes by, it will eventually disappear in the endless years. Even if the body remains, the consciousness will be closer to nature, which is what practitioners call Taoization. As a friend, Naruto also has good intentions for Ninetales and is not stingy with his own experience. Even if he is about to do something big, before doing it, it doesn't prevent him from giving Ninetales a thought lesson. Okay, I know I'm wrong, I'll talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to say. Ninetales had no choice but to admit defeat, she really couldn't stand the chanting words. Then it pointed out that what happened to Uchiha was happening, and it might be too late. Seeing this, Naruto could only shake his head, I'm helping you, it sounds like I'm hurting you. I really treat you as a friend, and that's why I raised your ideological realm. After all, illiterate people can't be my friend. Even so, Naruto walked into me and put on the equipment. Time is really tight. After changing into Kushina's appearance this time, Naruto is wearing tights, in order to add some more equipment at the back. A strange dress, plus a hat. After that, he put on a special mask made by himself, which now looks like a mysterious red-haired female ninja. The clothes played the role of secrecy, using special materials, which can just cut off the appearance of chakra with Nine Tails attributes, and conceal the identity of Jinchuriki. To do things, we must do nothing. Although for the current Naruto, Nine Tails may not be necessary even when playing, but there may be some accidents if they are not kept in the back. At that time, if Nine Tails is needed for help, at least Jinchuriki's identity should be concealed. That's not something common clothes can do. After that, Naruto put on a pair of common-looking black sunglasses, which can actually observe the scenery inside Fang Yuan's comb through thermal induction. The scene information, which is several miles wide, is also processed by multiple cores at the same time due to Naruto's multiple personalities, which can ensure that the data will not be disturbed. Of course, Naruto itself isn't really a robot after all. Once this continues for a long time, it will be called irreversible schizophrenia, and it will take a long time to save it. So Naruto normally won't stay in this state for long. For this little time tonight, if it does not exceed 1 day and night, there is still no pressure on the current Naruto. Finally, Naruto was ready to go, and then took the knife, and his figure disappeared here in an instant. During the whole process, Nine Tails' eyes became wider and wider. Naruto, you have prepared more than a little bit. It's a pity that there's still a million points missing in the secret technique. Naruto replied with a sigh. He wanted to see the Book of Seals a little bit. After all, compared to the Book of Seals that recorded many secret arts, the ninjutsu that Minato, the assassin, still mastered was too little for him to learn. Soon, in the most remote area of Konoha, in the land of the Uchiha clan, a black red-haired figure quietly appeared. The well-wrapped dress made it hard to think that her own appearance was also transformed through transformation technique. Because no one among normal ninjas will do another disguise after transformation. When Naruto came to the Uchiha tribe, the atmosphere here had become very solemn. Outside the layers of barriers, there are still a large number of umbu guarding them, which is still possible for the current Konoha. After several internal fights, Konoha's top ninjas lost a lot, but the number of middle-tier ninjas was quite a lot. Even Konoha, who is suffering from 5 labors and 7 injuries, has tens of thousands of ninjas in service. This is the foundation of Darren village. It was also the real reason why the ninja demigods were soft on Konoha. Although the tens of thousands of ninjas are barely different from the mob in terms of broken specifications, after all, they are different from flower growers who have a special army commander, who can truly display the power of the army. A well-trained elite of 5,000 can beat a 100,000 rabble just like a player, even though the strength and speed of the two may be similar. This is the difference between a real army and a ninja army. The reason why the ninja army in the ninja world can sweep the common army is not because they are good at large-scale warfare, but because the pure extraordinary force crushes the common people. When the ninja's fighting power is the highest, it is still when 3 or 5 people unite in small group battles. Once the number exceeds 10,000, the ninjas are almost like a mob, and each can only exert the power of crowd tactics. Otherwise, third Raikage would not be consumed but killed on the spot. Even so, the shock of the Konoha shinobi army is still very deep after tens of thousands. Upon realizing the difference in numbers, Itachi understood that Uchiha's rebellion was unlikely to succeed. However, due to the inherent traditional concept of one path leading to darkness in the ninja world, as well as the brainwashing of Konoha's high-level officials, Itachi's understanding of Uchiha's future is very limited. In Itachi's view, there are only 2 ways out for Uchiha: the rebellion succeeds, or Konoha wipes out the clan. The success rate of the former is infinitely slim, and no matter whether it is the former or the latter, the vitality of the village will be greatly damaged, and other villages will take advantage of it. So Itachi made the butcher knife without doing anything, pushing up the success rate of the latter, and chopped off his whole family manually. While hiding his figure, Naruto communicated with Nine Tails through his consciousness, and explained to Nine Tails what he knew. The forces involved tonight are Ninja Nabe King, Konoha Nabe King, and several forces within Uchiha. The water itself is muddy enough. And I'm going to invent a new force to make the water even more muddy. More far-reaching foreshadowing, he didn't tell Nine Tails. On the one hand, time is urgent now, and he doesn't have time to have a long discussion with that. On the other hand, talking to Nine Tails, who is full of thoughts about what to eat tomorrow, is too long a strategy, and it may be forgotten the next day. Like at this moment, Nine Tails didn't pay much attention to what Naruto was going to do, it just noticed the information Naruto confided earlier. You mean Uchiha Itachi is going to chop his whole family with a knife? Of course. Naruto replied. While communicating with the Nine Tails through his consciousness, he sneaked into the depths of the Uchiha clan while hiding his figure. Although this clan land is very remote, but because of its remoteness, it occupies a relatively large area, so that it appears relatively empty. On the way to hide, Naruto's ability to see through his own special glasses is much stronger than ordinary white eyes, and the thermal image of the entire clan is reflected in his mind. As we have learned before, the Uchiha tribe's field was really lively that night. There are several in cage level alone. In the sealed space, Nine Tails maintained a standing posture, and continued to ask a little puzzled, "Didn't you say that Uchiha Itachi is much stronger than his younger brother? Why does this approach look like a brain damage? Even with the IQ of Nine Tails, I think this operation is too stupid." He felt that his family was going to be cold, so he didn't think of a way to protect the family. Instead, for Uchiha's honor and the village that wanted to kill his family, he hacked his whole family to death with his own hands. Nine Tails said that Uchiha just knows how to play, and it can't understand it. Although it is very satisfied with this result. One of Uchiha's people died and the other died. Controlled by several Mangekyo successively, Nine Tails said that he would be irritable when he saw the Uchiha clan. The reason why he came here this time was to witness the demise of Uchiha. It just didn't expect. Naturally, I can't understand it with the way of thinking of ordinary people, but that boy Mangekyo is someone who can think with Hokage thinking since he was a child. Naruto multitasked and explained to Nine Tails. While chatting, he was still analyzing those weird-looking portraits, looking for the cage level strong among them, so as to prepare for the next move. Soon, Itachi's figure was confirmed by Naruto, mainly because some information had been recorded before, so it is naturally easier to find now. And Nine Tails, as a large power bank, is still digesting the operation problems of Itachi. Hokage thinking? Sure enough, Hokage is not a good thing. Nine Tails made the following judgment. It hates Uchiha first, and Hokage second. The most annoying thing is the first generation who plays him as a toy. In a way, this sentence is also true. Naruto showed a strange expression, and explained a few more words. It is said that if you are not in the position, you will not seek the government. As a Uchiha tribe, but think about the problem from the perspective of Hokage, it was his biggest mistake. It can only be said that he entered Umbu too early. Thinking about the problem from Hokage too early makes him forget his Uchiha clan identity when doing things. Maybe the Itachi in the future can wake up, but now he is too young. Of course, Naruto is not from Uchiha, so he won't take care of these things. His coming this time just made the already chaotic situation even more muddy. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes were fixed on a guard place not far away. Is that Mangekyo? Interesting. Just now, after confirming the various developments in various places in Uchiha, Naruto had an idea in his mind. Immediately, with a movement of his body, he disappeared instantly. In a place not far from here, a purple-clothed girl with long black hair left the place she was guarding, and was about to return to the family as before. The girl owner Uchiha has a unique good looks and delicate features, but she has not turned on Sharingan, and her strength is still very common. Because of this, she was completely unaware of what happened at the top of the clan. Uchiha's unique arrogance not only makes it difficult for them to communicate with foreigners, but it is also difficult to unite with the common people in the family. Just like now, Uchiha Itachi is ready to hack his whole family to death with a knife, but as a common ninja, Uchiha Izumi doesn't know the rebellion planned by the family a few days ago. It was only when he went out, looking at the gloomy sky, that Quan felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into her eyes. Itachi-kun. Uchiha Izumi walked over quickly, his eyes filled with joy as if there was starlight in his eyes. She has been secretly in love with Itachi so far, so she is naturally happy to see Itachi at this time. Not far away, the figure paused for a moment, and advanced cosmetic contacts stared at it with a hint of hesitation. However, it was only a moment of hesitation, and the pupil power that belongs to Mangekyo was reflected, pulling Quan into the illusion. Within Uchiha, only Mangekyo can fight against Mangekyo. Itachi calmly came to Quan's side, the knife in his hand was still stained with blood, but his hands didn't shake a bit. Quan. Itachi whispered, recognizing the identity of the girl in front of him. Life and death are impermanent. Don't blame me. If you want to blame you for being born in the Uchiha clan. His heart turned cold again. As a ninja, it is necessary to cut off emotions. But Itachi didn't move the knife this time, but just prolonged the time of the illusion, sleep. Life in dreams is better than reality. Is this Uchiha's 25th boy? Sure enough, it never disappoints. A cold female voice sounded at this time, making Itachi startled slightly, and immediately turned back to be on guard, but saw a tall figure appearing not far away. It was a female ninja dressed very strangely, wearing a hat and a mask on her face, as if she wanted to hide herself completely, except for her long red hair, which could not be completely hidden. Before that, the most mysterious person Itachi had seen was the masked man who called himself Madara. Usually, such a dress is just to cover up one's true identity. So who might this woman be? Red hair, and that familiar figure. Suddenly, a name flashed in Itachi's mind, but he quickly denied it, because the woman died a few years ago. But the red hair, are they from that family? No matter what he thinks in his heart, seeing strangers in the Uchiha clan at this time makes Itachi raise his vigilance to the highest level. In the past, tonight would be a war between Mangekyo and Mangekyo, but now it seems that there are new forces intervening. With vigilance, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Me. A lucky survivor who came here to collect some interest for the former hatred. The woman said leisurely, and then said, if the Konoha executives are here, they should remember us. Later on, Naruto specifically used the word us in the role played by Naruto. This imperceptibly reminds Itachi that there is more than one new force on this side, thus increasing deterrence. Itachi looked over with a pair of mangekyo, and only saw a mask and a pair of sunglasses, and the illusion was directly abolished. He still maintained his stability in his heart, holding the knife tightly in his hand. Is it Konoha's enemy? Even choosing this day to enter Konoha, there is no guarantee that she will not have accomplices. This time, Itachi rarely doubted whether his previous decision was wrong. Apart from the mysterious Uchiha Madara, there seemed to be a new force. This mysterious girl with red hair tonight is exactly the one who shouldn't be there. But why did she suddenly stand on the bright side? Thinking of this, Itachi thought of Uchiha Izumi who was still in a coma, but quickly rejected this guess in his mind. How could it be to save a person? On the contrary, Nine Tails and Naruto knew that this guess was the truth, and it said with some doubts, why did you save that Uchiha girl? I don't remember that you are a person who likes to show kindness. Kurama, why do you look at me like that? I give you free lectures every day. Naruto cried out aggrieved, but he still explained, of course, I don't have any relatives or reason, so I won't save people casually, but I just suddenly woke up. Just an interesting idea. Anyway, no matter whether they show up early or late, they have to face each other head-on in the end. This is no loss for me. Instead, this girl can be observed as a special experimental sample. While talking, Naruto finally revealed his purpose. Not only did he want eyes, but he even wanted Uchiha's real person as the experimental material, the coolness engraved in his bones. Hearing this, Nine Tails suddenly realized. On the opposite side of the red-haired girl, Uchiha Itachi saw that mangekyo was useless, so he attacked directly and tentatively. Brush. As fast as the wind, as fast as a shadow, the bright knife light has a faint coldness under the moonlight. Facing Itachi's attack, the red-haired girl didn't dodge or dodge, just stood there smiling. But because of the mask, Itachi couldn't see the girl's expression. It wasn't until the knife fell that the girl disappeared in place. Brush. In an instant, the red-haired girl appeared next to Uchiha Izumi, reached out and grabbed her wrist, and in an instant, the two disappeared there. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Itachi almost blurted out, that speed is too similar, not what normal body flicker technique can do. However, just now, he didn't even realize when the mysterious red-haired girl planted a spell around Izumi Uchiha. However, he realized that the purpose of the red-haired girl's appearance just now was to take away Uchiha Izumi. Is it for the Sharingan? Or something else? There were many thoughts in Itachi's mind, and this unexpected phenomenon suddenly caught him off guard, and his thoughts were confused for a short time. But before he could continue to think, another wind came, and a shuriken appeared behind him first. This kind of attack cannot be responded to by hearing. However, Itachi seemed to have eyes behind his back. Even before the sound came, he had already dodged to the side. The wind came in the next moment. Accompanied by a red-haired figure that appeared suddenly, a delicate ball appeared in his hand, and he pressed it towards Itachi's body. Brush. Itachi moved one by one again and dodged deftly. Raiznan was thrown directly to the ground, bursting out with powerful power. Boom. Accompanied by the roaring sound, a large crater was blown out on the ground, spider web-like cracks spread in all directions, and gravel splashed, and the movement at this moment spread far away. This was not expected in the plan. Originally, according to Itachi's idea, only when Mangekyo faced Mangekyo would there be a big movement. Before that, Mangekyo played with the people below, not to mention Itachi was still playing sneak attack. But now that there is one more person, the plan is messed up. Fortunately, the village was prepared. Umbu spread all over the village, guarded outside the Uchiha tribe, and there are root members among them, who are all Danzo people. Tonight, third generation is only maintaining stability, but the person who actually planned this event is Danzo. With Hokage's license, he acted recklessly, and Danzo was out all night to get rid of Uchiha and get Sharingan. What's going on? Is it still not resolved? Danzo frowned involuntarily, wanting to investigate the situation, but he held back temporarily and said, go and see the situation. And the momentum itself spread throughout the small half of Konoha's village. The power of Raiznan is not a joke. After Naruto's transformation, it may not be able to hit people, but it can cause great damage when hitting the ground and walls. At this moment, I don't know how many people woke up. There are also many ninja families who are quite worried, but in this case, they can only choose to ignore it. In Naruto's home, Shadow Clone showed his existence at the right time, and went out to look in the direction of Uchiha. A figure wearing Umbu costume appeared suddenly. Martial law tonight, you are not allowed to go out at will. I just want to go out and watch the fireworks. Shadow Clone spread his hands, and then returned to the room. Oh, I'd better keep reading. Umbu, both overtly and secretly, just looked at them coldly. They belonged directly to the third generation, and they had to be optimistic about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And Naruto was reading the book quietly in the room, speculating in his heart what was going on the main body side. It must be that the main body side has already started to do something. After tonight, the water in Konoha should be getting muddier. It's better to be muddy. Otherwise, giving third generation too much time and then focusing on him would really annoy Jinchuriki as well. As predicted by Shadow Clone, in the Uchiha clan, following Naruto's main body shot, it became lively here. Originally, Itachi hadn't finished chopping up his whole family, and at this time those who were alive all woke up. Even if he is Mangekyo, at this time, it would take a lot of effort to hack down his entire family with a knife. What's more, there is now one more person who is so proficient in using the Flying Thunder God technique. That red hair reminded Itachi of the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who was from the Uzumaki clan. After the battle started, 2 consecutive attacks were dodged. The red-haired girl was not discouraged, but just smiled and said, "Your clansmen seem to have woken up. I don't know if you can do it when they join forces to deal with you. Can you really do it? I think it should be easy to do, after all, ninjas are just tools." Facing the red-haired girl's mocking smile, Itachi remained calm and said, "If this is your purpose, then you will be disappointed. Maybe he will regret it afterward. But now in the process of carrying out the mission, he is the most cold-blooded ninja. It's just that Itachi is not chaotic by virtue of his ninja quality, but the other person who ended Uchiha with him is himself chaotic." Not far from here, a masked man suddenly appeared, looking over from a distance. What's going on? Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku made the move? With doubts, he hurried there. During this process, the red-haired girl began to use the Flying Thunder God technique to give full play to her agility advantages, and continued to fight Itachi. And Itachi is also worthy of his name of 1,007. Once the advanced color contact lenses were opened, he dealt with it very calmly. It's just that with the passage of time, Itachi frowned when he felt that the people in the clan were waking up one after another. The ninjas in the defensive state and the non-defense state are 2 combat powers. Whoosh! In the center of the battlefield, the figure changes, and the intensity of the battle is rising. Even though the situation was urgent, Itachi's expression remained calm, trying to find the red-haired girl's flaws in the battle. But can't touch it at all. And the illusion didn't work either. In this case, his normal methods seemed to be unable to deal with her. Unless he uses his Mangekyo's own psychic technique, which is meant to be used against another Mangekyo. It has been fighting until now. Itachi has not used this technique for the time being. Suddenly, another figure felt here, accompanied by a pretendingly cold and arrogant voice. "Uchiha Itachi, who is that person?" Obito, who rushed here at this time, felt that things seemed out of control. An unexpected person appears. And being able to fight with Itachi so far, it is obvious that the strength has also surpassed the normal Jonin, reaching the unpredictable cage level. While asking about Itachi's current situation, Obito watched the girl who could only distinguish strands of red hair, and his expression suddenly changed. He recalled his mother-in-law. Although the figure was fully armed, it was 90% similar to Kushina in terms of body shape. However, Kushina is dead. But at this moment, the fighting had stopped. The red-haired girl suddenly appeared next to a telegraph pole in the distance. On the street, Itachi didn't pursue it because the distance was too late. Even though his body flicker technique is fast, it can't match the Flying Thunder God technique. Because the first 2 users of Flying Thunder God technique are the number 1 in the ninja world. The so-called 4th Raikage can only be regarded as the first speed when these 2 people are not around. Especially the Gold Flash, that is the existence that educated Obito after he swelled up, that is, let him know that his teacher is still his teacher. His disciple is still a disciple. If Minato hadn't died in love at the end and sacrificed himself for the sake of the village, after the Night of 9 Tails, whether Obito would dare to come in would be a problem. At this moment, seeing the Flying Thunder God technique in his memory, Obito almost screamed. As a person who is only 10 times stronger after being blackened, his mental quality is still a little worse after all. But Itachi said lightly at this time, "I'm asking you. Shouldn't you know more about forces other than Konoha than me?" Obito opened his mouth, trying to say that he really didn't know. However, it is a bit out of character to say this at this time. Therefore, he could only decide in his heart to check the information about that person after he went back, and on the surface he said, no matter who is involved at this time, he must be prepared to die. Sexy and stubborn. A cold girl passed over lightly. It was the red-haired girl who spoke at this time, looking at Obito, with a mocking look in her words, "No matter how much you imitate, your size is still far behind that person, but you have to go to school by all means. 80 to 90%. What do you mean?" Obito was about to explode at this moment. He felt that the person opposite seemed to know his information, but he didn't even know the age, name, or identity of the red-haired girl. The feeling that this kind of information was suppressed really made him uncomfortable. As far as Obito's IQ is concerned, even if he has poor intelligence, he showed his vest several times when facing Itachi before. Now that he has no intelligence advantage, and his identity seems to be revealed, he suddenly became anxious. Not far away, Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, making it impossible to see his thoughts. And the red-haired girl just paced up to the wall, and said calmly, the weaker the person, the more he wants to pretend to be strong with an arrogant voice. Are you in a hurry? Shut up! Obito yells, before belatedly realizing that he doesn't fit the Uchiha Madara persona. In this regard, he is indeed far behind the girl in red. The difference between the two is almost the difference between the actor and the little fresh meat. After realizing his mistake, Obito tried to make amends. I don't know what you are talking about, but since you are here, are you ready to die? Still talking harshly, Obito greeted Itaki and said, don't do it yet, are you waiting for everyone else to wake up? Itaki didn't say much, but he was ready to fight. He has already confirmed that Uchiha Madara is a fake at this time, but the situation has developed to this point, and there is no room for retreat. At this moment, the two Mangekyo united, bursting out with terrifying power. Rumble. Two ninjutsu attacks came, at the same time, Obito and Itaki each dispatched from one direction, besieging the red-haired girl. The combination of Mangekyo and Mangekyo makes even the so-called cage level tremble. But in the distance, the girl in red is still calm and unhurried, it's just a union of the weak. Whoosh. When the attack landed, her figure disappeared in the same place in an instant, and the timing was well grasped. The next moment, her figure appeared in the distance, she flipped her bare hands, and swung a few shin swords. Laugh. 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 Itaki and Obito cooperated with each other. Although the cooperation was not very good, they still jointly took over the attack, one defending and the other attacking. Shuriken is not scary, what is scary is the people who accompany it. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared beside Itaki, accompanied by a stern sword light. However, Itaki, who had been prepared for a long time, escaped the attack, and at the same time attacked with a backhand. Not far away, Obito took advantage of the situation to attack in another direction. The next moment, the girl in red appeared there. Seeing this, Obito's eyes lit up, I finally caught you. Bang! Just when Obito thought the battle was over, the girl in red disappeared when it was impossible. The next moment, accompanied by a sword aura, a shuriken passed through Obito's body. The shuriken seemed to pass through the air, hitting the ground directly, and sinking deeply into the hard stone bricks. Obito, who drove Kamui, almost broke out in a cold sweat. So close. This time he thought of the last time he faced Minato. At that time, he was indeed half a beat behind, and was almost sent underground. It's just that Minato's ultimate move is still behind, so he just took half of his life. This time, the girl in red played by Naruto turned around and used a killer move after showing off a flaw. If it had been half a beat slower, Obito would have died in peace. Because if the shuriken can hit, the backhand contained in it can instantly take away the life of a cage-level strong man. Killing people doesn't necessarily require a lot of damage, as long as they can break the defense, right? For Naruto, there are enough means for people to die. But now the result is about the same. After Obito entered the Kamui space, the red-clothed girl appeared in the same place where the shuriken had arrived in an instant. Standing up to now, the girl in red is still calm, but now she just sighed softly, if you are not still useful, I will take your life tonight. Between the words, it seemed that it wasn't that Obito escaped, but that she let him go. The advantage of talking. Obito tried hard to save face, and said coldly, I have my own means of saving my life, you can't do anything to me. Even if he was really scared to death just now, he still has to maintain his personality at this time. Although Itaki basically didn't believe that he was Uchiha Madara at this time. This battle is a long story, but in fact, the time passed was very short, especially since several people basically fought agility, and did not use ninjutsu a few times during the whole process. But for the rest of Uchiha, it was enough to wake them up. For a while, the already powerful Uchiha tribe became more and more chaotic under the darkness of night. What's going on? Is it an enemy invasion? Which daring guy dares to make trouble in Uchiha? Even just sober, some people inside still couldn't hide Uchiha's arrogance. Facing the guarded Uchiha Itaki and Obito, the girl in red couldn't help but smile. Things have developed to this point tonight, I don't know how you guys will end it. I'm looking forward to it. After the voice fell, her figure had disappeared in place. But tonight's goal has been achieved. It is not impossible to go further, but it is not necessary, because there is no benefit to be gained. Obito, who stayed where he was, had an ugly face, only covered by a mask. Although he wanted to chase after some red-haired girl, but facing the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't catch up at all. Therefore, Obito can only say, leave her alone, but only mastered a few skills, and the Uzumaki clan has long been wiped out. Hearing this, Itaki's eyes dimmed. So it's from the Uzumaki family? This thick chakra? Itaki whispered. Obito was a little puzzled. Fortunately, he joined forces with Obito in the end, which made Obito half relieved. It's just that Obito always has a grudge against the person who can't appear, so he has been vigilant all night, and Kamui can be said to have been preparing. However, that night, the red-haired girl never appeared again. Because Naruto needed the vest for something else. In the scientific research base of the Death Forest, Naruto put Uchiha Spring on the test bench, and collected data such as her blood and hair before her eyes were opened through the instrument. Naruto, why didn't you kill that man? At this moment, Nine-Tails' eyes were still a little red. Because it recognized those eyes. It was the pair of Mangekyo. After decades, it was once again under control, which was a great shame for the leader. Calm down, Kurama, anger doesn't make you stronger. Naruto just hinted lightly, and at the same time began to put the collected data away. Then he split a few shadow clone. After the shadow clone appeared, they used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here one after another, making preparations in advance. At this time, Naruto explained leisurely, it's not the time, killing him at this time requires some taboo methods. Besides, it would be too easy to let him die like this. Naruto can keep calm at all times, but the relative emotion does not mean that it does not exist, and directly killing Obito obviously cannot calm down this emotion. Is that so? It seems that you are also angry sometimes, otherwise you would have killed the target neatly before. Nine-Tails suddenly felt that he understood. Naruto didn't explain too much, but said with a playful smile, tonight's harvest is good, especially the muddy water of Konoha, it seems that it can develop in a more interesting direction. In the middle of the battle with Obito and others, it didn't prevent him from taking some Sharingan. He wants Uchiha's people, he wants Uchiha's eyes, and he also wants to participate in the direction of this incident. In short, it's all about it. It can be said that Naruto's approach this time is more greedy than Nine-Tails thought, and it is the kind that involves plot development. Instead of gaining an advantage through foresight, it directly leads the plot. It has never been his character to let the plot develop naturally. So tonight's participation in this incident is also the first time he has changed the situation in the ninja world with other vests, announcing the arrival of new forces to important forces such as Konoha and Akatsuki. In Konoha, this effect began to appear in the first night. Seeing Naruto's smile, Nine-Tails knew someone was going to have a headache. Because Naruto used to get a headache every time he laughed. I know you little brat is uneasy and kind, but I like it. Nine-Tails said, asking about Uchiha's situation. It intuited that Naruto had foreseen the latter development. In this regard, Naruto said in a declarative tone, unless there is no accident, the ending of the Uchiha genocide will not change. Will the clan still be wiped out? Nine-Tails asked in surprise. It's not that it has any feelings for Uchiha. On the contrary, one of Uchiha's people is dead, and the speed of eating snacks may be faster. It's just rather surprising tonight's ending. You know, because of Naruto's disruption, most of those Uchiha people are now awake, and the patriarch himself is Mangekyo. In this case, can two people really complete the genocide? Facing the surprised eyes of Nine-Tails, Naruto explained lightly, actually, this is a preordained result. Uchiha's top fighters have already made up their minds, and the bottom people can't change it. It can only be said that this is reality. That's why he wants to become stronger today and stand at the top level of combat power. Otherwise, you can only face fate helplessly like Sasuke who can't go home, and exist as a puppet of fate. So what if fate is arranged? The weak have no choice. In the remote area of Konohagakure, the development of things is exactly as Naruto said, not much has changed from before. After those Uchiha people came to their senses, Itachi and Obito gritted their teeth and continued to execute the genocide plan. Mangekyo's dominance over the eyes below is on full display at this moment. The same is Sharingan, but in this case it shows a one-sided gap. It was only because of the difference in numbers that the battle situation gradually shifted to their unfavorable direction, which was reversed after the participation of the people at the root. Uchiha's corpses appeared one after another, and unlike the clansmen who died in the dream before, this part died uneasy now. Among them are old and young women and children. Someone yelled unwillingly before dying, accusing the village of injustice. They just want justice. Why? Itachi. The family treats you well. This 25-year-old boy who eats and crawls, is this how you treat your family? Where's the patriarch? Why haven't you come over to clean up the door? More people, until the time of death, their eyes are wide open. Die with peace. However, in the patriarch's bedroom, Fugaku never came out. As a qualified ninja, Itachi hacked his whole family to death with a knife in his hand, with a cold face the whole time, showing no inner fluctuations. Things seemed to be back on track. However, Obito's mood is not very good, because the matter has developed to the present, it seems that there is no difference, but it is no longer under his control. After hacking his whole family to death, the blood-stained Itachi entered his bedroom with the little chakra left. The Fugaku couple didn't come out the whole time. He thought it would be a life-and-death struggle after entering, but what he saw was Fugaku who sent his neck over. Before that, the rest of Uchiha was roaring, wondering why Fugaku, the patriarch, never showed up. By now, Itachi finally understood Fugaku's plan. Cowardly, he chose to die with this family. In the dimly lit room, Fugaku closed his eyes and said, I'm sorry, it's my patriarch's dereliction of duty that brought Uchiha to this point step by step. It's just that the village and the family must survive. Let's do it. Itake, we won't blame you. I believe you can bring Uchiha back to life after the ashes. And next to Fugaku, Mikoto also followed suit. The so-called husband sings and wife follows. Since Fugaku has made this decision, as a wife, she will naturally choose to follow. Just put the responsibility on the children who are still alive. At this moment, the always hard-hearted Itake also shed tears, and he knelt down on the ground, almost unable to hide his tears. When it comes to doing it, he's an emotionless tool. Before being called a ninja, however, he was still human. This result is painful for them. But it is also their own choice. As the saying goes, a poor person must have something to hate. As the head of the clan, it is his sin not to be able to suppress the clan, and even to be indecisive. Faced with this crime, Fugaku chose to die, and it was done once and for all. Finally, Itake stood up again, and the blood-stained knife exuded a beautiful light, taking away the last warmth. After walking out of the bedroom, Itake's expression returned to grim, and after handing over the task to Uchiha Madara, he warned Danzo again. But at this moment, Sasuke, who had been dragged around the school, finally came back. As soon as he entered the clan grounds, all he saw were bloody traces. Just like in a dream. Worried, he quickened his pace. After he walked home, he finally saw his big brother, Itake already bathed in blood. But when Sasuke was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly found that the slowly spinning Mangekyo Sharingan had a breathtaking power. The next situation is the famous scene. Itake drove the Mangekyo, and directly Sasuke cast an illusion, and said with a sarcasm, "My stupid Odoudou. Hate me. Then with this hatred, the Northern Wei dynasty will live like an ant. Until you have these eyes, you will not be able to stand in front of me." After being instilled with these words, Sasuke just passed out. Sasuke, who is only a few years old, just like this, the whole family worships the sky, and the big brother who was originally the most beloved has become the person he needs to kill the most. In the eyes of Konoha executives at this time, Sasuke itself is just a chess piece to limit Itake. What they really care about is the ferret. After all, opening Mangekyo is a steady cage level. And this kind of cage level, which has only one Nilan, can kill even their own family, makes them even more afraid. If you become so ruthless that you even cut off your whole family, I ask you if you are afraid. In short, the high-level Konoha was scared. After seeing Itake leaving bloodied, Danzo didn't do anything to Sasuke again. He didn't want to provoke such a ruthless person for this matter. Although there are also reasons why Sasuke is not within their consideration. Compared with Itake, Sasuke is too tender and worthless. Besides, it was the sudden appearance of the red-haired woman that night that shocked Danzo quite a bit. Red hair? Looks like Kushina. He also immediately thought of the Uzumaki family. However, the more exciting news later is that the red-haired woman can actually Flying Thunder God technique. The fighting style is like a replica of Minato, and her strength is firmly at the cage level. At first, Danzo thought it was a fake news from Itake, but the previous battle proved the existence of another mysterious person. This made him uneasy. Then when Umbu came to deal with the battlefield, the third generation appeared, directly confiscated Danzo's power, and closed his confinement by the way. In other words, Sharingan is still in his hands, which is considered a harvest. However, he was still very irritable, and said to third generation, "Hiruzen, now the village is troubled by internal and external troubles, you will regret treating me like this." Well, at this time he knew the disadvantages of internal friction. And the third generation just said indifferently, "Send Elder Danzo in to think about his mistakes." As for the threat Danzo mentioned, he didn't care too much about it. No matter how internal and external troubles are, how can bad sectors go? Then he received news that the Uzumaki survivors appeared, and they would still be Flying Thunder God technique. He immediately thought of Kushina. Is it Kushina's distant cousin? The Minatos never said about it. Suddenly, third generation frowned, feeling that things were a little more numb. According to the data, the Uzumaki family has almost died long ago, and even if there are some survivors, they are some common people. And according to Minato's center of the village, it is impossible to train opponents in this way. Nevertheless, out of all kinds of suspicions, third generation asked people to investigate it. After dealing with the Uchiha genocide, he had someone report on Naruto. Back to Lord third generation, Nine Tails Jinchuriki read the book all night, and went to bed on time afterwards, and there was no problem at all. Hearing this, third generation compared the results of his previous observations, and felt relieved. As long as the bond between Jinchuriki and the village is established, the village can add another cage-level combat power in a few years. Not afraid of internal friction at all. So the night passed. Many people can't sleep. The next day, Konoha's high-level officials announced that there was an enemy invasion, and the Uchiha clan was wiped out, while Uchiha Itake was defined as a traitor because he left the village without authorization. Even so, every family knew what was going on. It's just that the hidden danger of Uchiha has been solved. After this incident, the families became more silent, and their sense of existence became less and less. As the person who was arranged in this incident, Sasuke woke up in the hospital bed the next day, and the first sentence he said when he opened his eyes was murderous. That man, I must kill him. In the eyes of Konoha's senior management, that incompetent and furious appearance seemed so ignorant and pathetic that he couldn't even find his real enemy. But it was also because of these words that Konoha's executives were slightly relieved. Third generation arranged for good people to take good care of Sasuke. When the young and ignorant Sasuke was recovering in the hospital, the financially stressed Konoha executives also gained weight. When Sasuke came home again, he had changed from a noble son to a down-and-out orphan, and started to walk on the road Itachi had arranged for him. In the original trajectory of fate, this is what remains of Uchiha. Only this time, in the eyes of very few people, a new force has been added, that mysterious red-haired girl whose danger level has reached S level. Because of her red hair, she was nicknamed Red Shining by her enemies. No one would have thought that a strong man with a dangerous level of S level, who can calmly retreat in front of 2 cage levels with 1 against 2, is only 7 years old. Naruto was completely taken out, and he only needed to communicate with many forces through the vest. This is hidden deeper than anyone else. When the opponent thought that the character played by Naruto was on the 1st floor, he was actually on the 5th floor. Besides, what caught their attention was another living person in Uchiha. Of course, according to Konoha's senior management, except for Sasuke, everyone else was hacked to death by Itachi. The next day, when Sasuke was blackened, in a common town in Tanokuni, Uchiha Izumi woke up with a drowsy mind and felt that a quilt was covering her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw White's mosquito net. What's going on? She stood up in a daze, not knowing what was going on now. At this moment, a cold voice came, "Are you awake? You have been asleep for 100 years. 100 years? Indeed, I didn't expect the world after death to be like this." Uchiha Izumi said, but found that his voice was strangely young. "What's going on? Am I already old and dead?" When she was puzzled, as she regained her consciousness, she also began to look around the room, and soon saw a red-haired masked girl whose figure looked somewhat familiar. If dying of old age in a dream is also considered dying of old age, then you can indeed die now. The red-haired girl said, her red lips pursed lightly. "Actually, only 1 day and night have passed since the beginning of your memory. Just last night, the Uchiha clan was completely removed from Konoha." Click click click. As soon as these words came out, it exploded directly in Uchiha Izumi's mind like a bolt from the blue, making her dizzy, as if in a dream. Uchiha genocide? What does that mean? Uchiha Izumi asked, and then there was some tremor in his voice. 100 years is like a dream. Her so-called lifetime experience before is just a beautiful dream that Itachi created for her in the world of Tsukuyomi. Can people grow in dreams? If you can, then you can dream with peace of mind. So Izumi Uchiha's mind didn't actually grow much. And Naruto didn't mean to restore her, he didn't save her to show kindness, and this place is not a kindness hall. So Naruto quickly played some audio and video of last night, and told her the truth of last night in a simple and rough manner. Afterwards, the red-haired girl said to Uchiha Izumi, "You can treat these things as fake, and die like a lifetime in a dream. The people in Uchiha are almost dead, and there is no shortage of you." And Uchiha Izumi just stood there dumbfounded like a dead person. The image of Itachi collapsed in her heart in a moment. Unlike Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi is much older, so the stimulus for this is greater. But correspondingly, she is also more mature. So after hearing the red-haired girl's words, her dull eyes finally brightened. She stood up and asked, "Itachi, why did he kill his own family? I know he must have a hard time, right?" However, in that pair of eyes, there is Sharinan who has gradually changed to Shuanguyu, with a trace of blood and tears, but no matter what, the justice that should be sought, I will definitely get it back. Yes, you are calm enough. The red-haired girl told her half of the truth with a smile, and then added, "I just need a set of controlled experiments to see another possibility of Sharingan's growth. You can choose to refuse, or you can choose to accept." She stated her purpose directly. Unlike Orochimaru who grabbed Sasuke for the container, Naruto rescued Uchiha Izumi for another control group. He's not Itachi, as long as Sasuke is alive. Itachi himself never expected Sharinan to develop to a certain level. Hearing the red-haired girl's words, Uchiha Izumi didn't hesitate, and said directly, "Izumi is willing to be driven by an adult, and I don't know the name of an adult." That decisiveness shocked people slightly. Then the red-haired girl took off her mask, revealing a face similar to that of Kushina, and said lightly, "Uzumaki Naoko, also called Shui Hanjian. You can call it whatever you want, there is no affiliation between us, we just take each other just what is needed. From today, you will live here." Looking at the face that was very similar to Kushina, Uchiha Quan was full of thoughts in his heart, and finally just nodded slightly. Then, "Quan will follow Master Bloody Beauty from now on." When Ninetales wore Uchiha Izumi in one of his vests, Ninetales was also a little puzzled, not knowing why Naruto had to wear such a vest. For this, Naruto didn't give much explanation, but just discussed with Ninetales about the name of the new force. "The force I created is to subvert the old era and give new forces a chance in the new era. The members are mainly teenagers," Naruto said, and finally finalized the name. "Then the name is the Young Pioneers, Karamu, how do you feel? Young pioneers. Nine Tails sighed slightly, feeling a little familiar. I always think you're playing tricks. No, I don't have that idle thought. As Naruto said, he quickly changed the subject and began to give Nine Tails the Tao Te Ching. This text is only a few thousand words, and it can have various translations. Naruto speaks one version at a time, but it makes Nine Tails a little dizzy. Naruto is really busy this day. The main reason is that he didn't go to pick up the task. The main body and Shadow Clone are staying at the base. Although Shadow Clone has a lot of work, the main body is idle. When the time came to noon, Naruto left the base and started doing basic exercises. It takes a while to digest what happened last night. And Naruto also intends to continue to shoot after a while. Therefore, when Obito started to investigate the Uzumaki family again later, he found nothing, but instead made him frown. Because the ninja world began to become confusing. And in Konoha, the new orphan Sasuke, after the initial anger, thought of Naruto's initial words. With doubts, he approached Naruto after school at noon. In the woodleaf grove, Naruto said lightly, "You are finally here." Sasuke's expression changed. "You knew I was coming. If you're so stupid that you continue to be depressed like this, then I'll just think that I talked to the pig before." Naruto said, and added, "But if the pig can understand human language, it will definitely protest against it." He made a joke, but Sasuke couldn't laugh. Sasuke's eyes were fixed, and his tone became a little excited. "What do you know, and why are you telling me these things?" Maybe it's more symmetrical. Naruto thought for 2 seconds before giving this answer. How can two Uchihas with different personalities develop into different results in the end? He looked forward to it a little bit. And Sasuke couldn't understand this, so he just thought that Naruto was entertaining him, but after analyzing the power balance between the two sides, he calmly said, "Then can you tell me the truth about last night?" Perhaps the sudden change made Sasuke look a lot colder, but it also made him calmer than before. He realized the difference in combat power between himself and Naruto. Facing Sasuke's question, Naruto smiled gently, and said, "I won't tell you." The veins on Sasuke's forehead are almost showing. Then he took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and at the same time told himself, "I can't beat him, I can't beat him, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive." After Naruto said this, he continued, "If you want to know the truth, please follow me." With that said, Naruto started his daily running exercise. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then followed. Soon they were deep in the woods. Naruto stopped suddenly, and after a while, he stretched out a hand and said lightly, "Don't move." Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but held back without struggling. The next moment, the space between them changed, and the scene changed to another place. But in an instant, he came to the forest of death. "Where is this place?" Sasuke asked in confusion, and the many trees around made him understand that this place seemed to be no longer Konoha. Suddenly, he saw another Naruto not far away, who was seriously training. That is Naruto's body. Farther afield, part of Naruto's shadow clone, is meeting to research new projects, from spells to the fundamentals of chakras operation. And Naruto's body is simply doing basic physical training. Even for basic exercise, Sasuke still doesn't understand. Can relying on body weight pressure alone really have enough effect? Especially Naruto's movements are a bit strange. When Sasuke was puzzled, Naruto who had just brought him here turned into smoke and disappeared. Not far away, Naruto's main body temporarily stopped, sending his muscles and bones, and the bones made a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, that Naruto came over and gave Sasuke a lot of oppression. "Are you sure you want to choose the truth?" Naruto said lightly. His tone was very calm, but it made Sasuke feel a lot of pressure. Sasuke barely calmed down his mind, and said seriously, "Before yesterday, I thought that I just had to work hard and be known as a big brother. But just last night, my family was wiped out overnight, and my big brother turned out to be a murderer. I feel that there is a lot of fog in all this. I need to know the truth and have the strength to face the real enemy." The normal Sasuke is not cold anymore, but he talks too much. Naruto was quite patient at first, but he became a little impatient when he heard it, and finally stretched out his finger and said, "Tell me what you want to say and shorten it to one word." "Okay." Sasuke nodded slightly, and then said, "Can you help me?" "Well, the words are quite simple and straightforward." Naruto raised his eyebrows, and then said lightly, "You have a good hunch, there is indeed a surprising truth behind the Uchiha extermination. But you are not qualified to know this sentence now, because you are too weak." As he spoke, he added a little illusion. Unlike Uchiha Izumi's emotional richness, Sasuke itself is a bit out of the ordinary, so Naruto decided to add a little kick. Soon, in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto's image gradually changed to attack his face, and the words changed into the previous words, "My stupid Otodo. Now you are so weak that I have no interest in killing you." This little illusion works well too. Uchiha Atake. Sasuke's eyes were red at the time, and then he slammed a hook in anger, and then tried to come up desperately, and was thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder fall. At that time, Uchiha Itachi changed back to Naruto's face, and his expression was very calm. Sure enough, can you open your eyes again after seeing your big brother? With you like this, it's really hard for people to believe that you have any potential. In Naruto's body, Kurama was quite angry at first, but at this moment he was just speechless. The whole family sacrificed to the sky, and just opened a one-shot jade? Naruto, don't you really raise this kid just to make up a whole number? In comparison, I think the Uchiha spring is more valuable for cultivation. For the current 9 tails, the so-called resentment has almost poured out. After all, the entire Uchiha clan has sacrificed to heaven. Now it just hates the few remaining special Uchihas. In my heart, 9 tails felt that sooner or later it would take revenge. After all, its Jinchuriki seemed to be very powerful. As time went by, 9 tails eroded under the offensive of Coke and French fries, but it kind of forgot Naruto's words to set it free. Of course, this is also the reason why 9 tails itself does not think that tail beasts and Jinchuriki can be separated normally. Listening to Naruto's words at this time, 9 tails offered his opinion. But Naruto distractedly explained, the level of talent in the early stage is not important, not to mention that Sasuke's position is just right, and it is not unworthy of training. After all, it is one of the protagonists on the bright side, which can attract a lot of attention. Before Naruto could continue to add, not far in front of him, Sasuke stood up in some surprise, Sharingan. He has been suffering from his inability to open his eyes. And now listening to Naruto's trace, he seems to have opened his eyes. Soon, through observation, Sasuke found that the scene in front of him was completely different, and the trajectory of all objects was slowing down. This made Sasuke's mood change instantly, and he whispered, "So, did I open my eyes too?" While talking, he started to laugh, with some desolation in his smile, "Ah ha 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 ha. I finally opened my eyes. If you keep arguing, I'll make you close your eyes completely." Naruto's cold words came at this moment, pulling Sasuke back from the wild laughter to reality. Uchiha always seems to appear with Sharingan. And their pride is also because of their Sharingan. Even Uchiha Obito, who was inferior to Kakashi in every way, feels that as long as he opens his eyes, he can surpass Kakashi for so long. This is the root of this family's self-confidence. Although, decades ago, Uchiha Madara, who was the strongest Uchiha, was defeated by the ninja god, and the power of wood style was recognized by the world by stepping on Uchiha's corpse. However, there is only one ninja god. For example, when Madara faced an army of ninjas, after confirming that Hashirama was not there, he could laugh wildly and say, "Ah ha ha ha. Tens of thousands of you ninjas have been surrounded by me alone." Now Sasuke opened his eyes, and instantly felt that he was different. Recalling the words Itachi said while driving the Sharingan last night, Sasuke's expression gradually became swollen. "Sharingan? I also have it now." Immediately afterwards, he looked directly at Naruto, feeling that there were flaws everywhere in Naruto. In the sealed space in Naruto's body, 9 tails looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who had recovered from inferiority complex, and asked with some doubts, "What is this Uchiha brat thinking? Isn't it obvious? When you open your eyes, you swell." Naruto replied very naturally. Uchiha is very proud. That's why Naruto chose a female to do the experiment. Perhaps the female Uchiha can suppress this swelling after opening her eyes. Of course, understanding belongs to understanding, and the education still needs to be educated. Facing Sasuke, who has shifted from low self-esteem to self-confidence, Naruto smiled lightly. "It seems that you think you can do it again? Sasuke. I am completely different from the previous me." Sasuke pointed to his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what these eyes mean? They are Uchiha's pride." However, Uchiha was exterminated as early as last night. Naruto answered the conversation somewhat unintentionally. And Sasuke challenged Naruto, speaking with confidence, "You don't even know that Sharingan is so powerful. Isn't it just seeing things slower? This is a disease and needs to be cured." Naruto replied. But 9 tails realized at this time that it could still explain it that way, rolling with laughter in the sealed space, and then asked Naruto to teach Sasuke a good meal. Soon, Naruto began to move under Sasuke's confident look, and the movement was not fast at first. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's heart stabilized, and he secretly sighed that Sharingan really lived up to its reputation. However, at the next moment, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already in front of him. At the same time, Sasuke felt a pain in his stomach, and he took a few steps back. He covered his abdomen and said in disbelief, why can't you see clearly? Did you use that technique?" At this time, he thought of the Flying Thunder God technique that Naruto had used before. That kind of space ninjutsu that's almost too ultimate. However, regarding Sasuke's guess, Naruto just shook his head slightly. "No, it's just common body flicker technique. However, this technique has been improved for you." 9 tails complained. But that doesn't stop it from being happy. Originally it had no malice towards Sasuke, but now Sasuke opened his eyes, which made 9 tails feel a little uncomfortable. Or rather, for a very long time, it felt very irascible to the owner of Sharingan. At this time, Sasuke didn't know how far he was from Naruto, and when he heard this, he only felt that Naruto was bluffing him. Unwilling, he tried to resist again, but was knocked down again. Why, even though I opened my eyes, I'm still so weak. Sasuke looked at the sky in despair. Naruto replied speechlessly, even Mangekyo is still far away, let alone you only opened one guya now. Is that so? Sasuke stood up and said sincerely, Naruto, I want to become stronger. I want to be strong enough to know the truth of the matter, I want to be strong enough to stand in front of that man and question him, I want to become stronger. At this time, Sasuke has come to his senses and is determined to hug his thighs tightly and become stronger. Do you want me to help you become stronger? Naruto said playfully, and after a long time, he continued, then from tomorrow onwards, you will follow my arrangement. Every time you have free time, you stay at home, and I will find you. Remember, don't let anyone know. Finally, Naruto left this exhortation. Regarding the truth about Uchiha and about Itachi, Naruto basically didn't tell Sasuke much, but told him directly that his strength is not enough. However, Sasuke still thought about the village under this subtle or explicit hint. Why Uchiha died so quietly, and yesterday, why he returned so much later than normal, are things to ponder. For a moment, Sasuke's expression turned cold. But Naruto just asked lightly, if someone asks about your dream in the future, what should you say? Reviving Uchiha, and killing that man. Sasuke froze for a moment, then tentatively opened his mouth. Seeing this, Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder with satisfaction, it seems that you have finally woken up, and it is not hopeless. In the sealed space, Nine Tails also changed his mind about Sasuke at this time, pouted and said, it seems that this brat still has some brains, but I don't know how his acting skills are. When it comes to acting, it always sounds like my own Jinchuriki. Naruto chatted with Nine Tails through consciousness, if you are not forced once, you will never know how much potential you have. Whether his acting skills were good or not before, I believe his acting skills will rise in a straight line in the next period of time. Accompanied by his words, Nine Tails felt the deep bad taste of his own Jinchuriki. On the opposite side of Naruto, hearing Naruto's strange words, Sasuke felt uneasy inexplicably, could it be that my situation is very dangerous next? Reminiscent of Naruto's previous words and the Uchiha genocide incident, Sasuke suddenly came up with conspiracy theories. The key is that part of his brain is correct. So when hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto pondered for a while, and then said, actually, as long as you stay in Konohagakure, you will be absolutely safe. Just like he, Jinchuriki, was safe when he stayed in the village, and the village would not take action against dangerous things. Even though there were all kinds of rumors about the demon fox and the hostility of the adults, Naruto knew that he was safe in the village. Because he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So he also has the deterrent power of Nine Tails accordingly. Unless it is a last resort, no one dares to touch him, because Mu Yecheng, who has suffered 5 labors and 7 injuries, cannot stand the next Nine Tails riot. The reason why life was not good at the beginning was because the third generation needed him to return to his heart. Orphans living a normal life have a sense of belonging to the village, but for the third generation, that sense of belonging is not enough. So he needs to acquiesce that the people below have created an environment that everyone hates, and then act as the only light to make Naruto rely on Konoha enough and target Hokage. However, the image of Naruto played by Naruto is too sunny, so that the development trend is a bit beyond third generation's expectations. Under such circumstances, they can still maintain such enthusiasm that third generation has no chance to sell well. Of course, Naruto didn't play too much in this regard. He still left a flaw in ninjutsu, creating the illusion for Konoha higher UPS that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was still in control. After all, the Jinchuriki who haven't grown up will be unstable after all. After Sasuke experienced this incident, he is relatively safe, mainly because of Itachi's ruthless person. For Sasuke, even his entire clan can be hacked to death. So ruthless, even Danzo felt a little offended, and third generation, who has always maintained a stable personality, naturally did not dare to put Sasuke in danger. Otherwise, what greets Konoha will be a cage level who doesn't know what to do. They cannot afford this risk. For these causes and consequences, Naruto did not explain in detail, but just told Sasuke how to do it. As for why he did that, it was up to him to understand. At this moment, Sasuke took the initiative to understand the words, as long as I stay in the village, is it safe? Is it because the village will protect me? Or if I stay in the village, the forces behind me will not dare to touch me? Sasuke continued to think, feeling that the water inside was very deep. That's not what you can understand now, just be more prepared. Naruto said, put Sasuke on the shoulder, and then the time and space changed, and the two returned to Konoha. Before leaving, Naruto just calmly said, you have to be clear, whether you can say something, or you can challenge whether the Shuanguya can become stronger. As the voice fell, Naruto's figure gradually faded away, leaving only Sasuke to meditate quietly. The news of Naruto's meeting with Sasuke also reached the ears of third generation. In Hokage's office, after receiving relevant news, third generation looked at the meeting records of the two and said with emotion, "It's really two children who don't know each other. It seems that they can build a deep bond in the future. At the same time, it can also hold the unstable Mangekyo outside the village. I just don't know if the bond is strong enough." Reminiscent of the two being orphans, although one is earlier and the other is later, third generation is still a little worried that they will go to extremes. Therefore, after taking a puff of a cigarette, third generation called Nara Shikamaru and his son over, and gave him a task. "Shikamaru, you are the same age as Naruto, so it would be easier to make some friends. Recently, Naruto in your class and Sasuke, a new classmate, both need friends to encourage and comfort you. The village thinks you can accomplish this task." Hearing this, Shikamaru couldn't help but look sad, feeling that he had encountered a big trouble. He knew that Sasuke was a proud guy with a cold personality, not to mention that he heard that the whole Uchiha clan sacrificed to heaven these days. Who knows what Sasuke will become. In this case, third generation arranged for him to comfort his classmates, and Shikamaru always felt that he was probably going to be cool. And Luju also spoke for his son. Shikamaru is used to being lazy on weekdays, and he failed all his homework. He is a little powerless to deal with this fact. However, third generation kindly patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. "Little Shikamaru, don't put too much pressure on your heart. The village entrusts you with this task, and naturally believes that you can complete it." Immediately afterwards, he started to say to Luju again, "I know you want your son to relax, but if you are close to Zugechi and close to Mochihei, he can get better with a good student like Naruto, right?" After explaining his words, this time the mission became a good one for Shikamaru. Then he pointed out Shikamaru's advantages. For example, because of his higher IQ, his observation ability is much higher than that of ordinary people, which is more conducive to comforting others. The words of third generation have reached this point, and the father and son can only nod helplessly. Especially the thought of Uchiha who had just been wiped out made them feel a little bit of sympathy in their hearts, and they didn't dare to sing against this Lord Hokage. And third generation comforted Shikamaru, saying that it is not necessary to succeed, but just let the students feel the care of their friends, and then let the father and son leave. After leaving Hokage's office and returning to his home, Luju began to ask whether his son could complete the task. And Luju just shook his head helplessly. One of the two is the first in grade, and the other is the second in the actual combat class. What advantages do you think I have? Are you lazy? Luju hesitated for a while, and replied like this, which made Shikamaru's face collapse. Finally, he decided not to do anything, and said to Luju, "Father, I already have an idea in my heart, but I can only try it once, and I don't have much confidence in whether it will work or not." "Then go and try. Could it be that Master Hokage will treat you if you fail?" Luju said with some confidence. At this time, he especially misses the dead Minato. In the days that followed, Konohagakure's ninja school returned to calm, or in other words, there was no turmoil at all. This is a school that can maintain a semblance of calm. After going through Naruto's Ziwi-dun education, to put it bluntly, after being convinced, Sasuke's mind became clearer. This also led to him quickly starting role-playing at school, and secretly training with Naruto crazily. It was also after getting in touch with Naruto's deeper side that he felt Naruto's terrifying, unfathomable strength. And Naruto graciously let Shadow Clone study in school, and his acting skills are very natural. On the bright side, as a god of arts and sciences, he gave lectures to his classmates well, and at the same time influenced Uchiha's orphan through his sunny personality. As time went by, his character set became more and more full. It's just a little bit worse than what third generation expected. So when he saw Shikamaru at the training ground, he didn't have many surprises in his heart. After all, with third generation's majestic image, it's easy to fool one or two people casually. Didn't you see that even the freshmen who just entered school are clamoring to be Hokage? It's just that it was Shikamaru who surprised Naruto. Immediately afterwards, he thought of the data obtained from Shikamaru's early IQ test, his eyes lit up, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Student Shikamaru, are there any questions you don't quite understand? What bad idea are you having in your stomach?" In the sealed space, Nine Tails was reading the manga, and when he saw such a smile on Naruto's face, he couldn't help but ask. And Naruto retorted through consciousness, "Kurama, how can you defile people's innocence out of thin air like this? I think Naruto is the most innocent. When did I tell a lie? It doesn't seem to have happened." Nine Tails tilted his head, but he couldn't find a point to refute, but he still said, "But the old man still feels your deep bad taste." But when Naruto was talking to Nine Tails in his consciousness, he was still able to distract Shikamaru on the surface to see what he was going to do. But Shikamaru kept saying, "It's like this, third generation master thinks that you need some friends with deeper friendship, so ask me to give it a try." Then, Shikamaru smiled wryly, "I know I'm not qualified to communicate too deeply with a top student like you, but the village is more concerned about Sasuke's situation and needs my help." He speaks very frankly, and selectively frankly. Facing Naruto, Shikamaru chose to give up the so-called plan, but he didn't want to be hated by the third generation, so he had to choose this method, which was not the solution. Oh, so it's the village that gave us warmth for such poor people. Naruto looked vague, and then said with a smile, don't underestimate yourself, I still know the reputation of the Nara clan. And what about me? I'm actually very talkative. Naruto maintained a pure smile and said so. Hearing Naruto's answer, Shikamaru felt a little uneasy. However, the pirate ship is easy to get on but not easy to get off. Now that he has taken the first step, he can only continue to follow this line of thinking. With an embarrassed smile, Shikamaru said, I'm not self-effacing, but I'm really not good at it. I failed the exam some time ago. A high IQ does not necessarily mean good learning. And Shikamaru didn't use his intelligence to study. Therefore, some time ago, Shikamaru didn't say that he advanced to the top 3 in terms of performance, but it would be good if he didn't enter the bottom 3. When Shikamaru brought the report card home, Shikamaru's mother was very happy and gave him his favorite fried pork with bamboo shoots, which made him dare not sit down that day. Did all the grades fail? This is indeed a big problem. I generally don't make friends with poor students. Naruto said, frowning. As for Shikamaru, he was relieved, the secret passage mission had failed, so he could relax. However, at the next moment, Naruto changed his mind, reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, but since you have a good IQ, you still have the potential to learn. I can help you with that. In order to get better grades in the cultural exams in the future, I will kindly subsidize you with an equal share of questions and test questions, and take you to swim in the sea of learning. By the way, you can actually study at home. I will go to your house and talk to my aunt someday. Shikamaru. With question marks in his head, Shikamaru tried to express that he didn't mean it. However, Naruto expressed to him with sincere eyes that this is what he meant, and he even prepared the words on how to communicate with his mother. All of a sudden, Shikamaru felt his future was bright. There may be no chance to be lazy in the future. Naruto, why are you torturing this brat like this? Ninetales looked at Shikamaru's hopeless look, and was also a little puzzled. And Naruto replied with a smile, no, this is mutual help among friends, helping Shikamaru become a schoolmaster as soon as possible, and avoid being abused by his mother. But the most important thing is that Shikamaru is very lazy. The best way to treat this kind of person is to let him work and study, so that he can feel the pain in a targeted manner. Anyway, he got the benefits in the end. Is there a good classmate who is more helpful than me? Finally, Naruto revealed his reasons for doing so. Although Shikamaru used words, it seemed that he had told the truth, but Naruto couldn't tell that Shikamaru meant to shirk responsibility. Now that you have accepted the task and came to try it out, you must be mentally prepared to bear the corresponding consequences. It just so happens that he needs a tool man with a rich personality. When Shikamaru felt that life was unloved, Naruto took him away from here, and soon found Sasuke, and mentioned that they should make good progress together. Under Naruto's color hint, Sasuke's acting skills are still a bit unqualified, but fortunately, he barely passed the test in the end. When the two were alone, Sasuke asked, why did you bring Shikamaru with you? This way I will reduce the time for practicing. He still has a sense of urgency to improve his strength. Naruto replied calmly, it's a very simple matter, because you and I need to be seen, otherwise how could the high-level people feel at ease? Although he didn't tell the specific truth, Naruto would not deliberately hide it in ordinary words. How much you can guess depends on Sasuke himself. Listening to Naruto's words at this time, Sasuke understood a little bit, but he was still a little eager, but in that case, I won't have time to practice. Then hurry up and practice this well. Naruto threw a scroll over. With doubts, Sasuke opened it, and then his eyes couldn't help changing. He didn't expect Naruto to give him this technique. Because what Naruto gave him was the multiple shadow clone technique. As far as Sasuke knows, this is forbidden technique. Okay, when you can practice this technique well, you will have enough time to practice. Naruto waved his hand, and then threw Sasuke back, letting him learn by himself. Although he is skilled at avatars, he is not such a waste of time. Next, we can visit Shikamaru's classmate's house. Having said that, Naruto smiled and looked very innocent. Ninetales sighed, the kid from Nara's family is really unlucky to meet you. Saying that, it lowered its head and continued to look at the comics cherishingly, sighing inwardly that he is really smart. Ninetales, he can have more fun while Naruto is not paying attention. At noon the next day, at the home of the Nara family, Nara Shikuju welcomed Naruto, who came to visit with mixed feelings. After all, Naruto is Shikamaru's friend, so there is a reason for coming here. Shikamaru's mother, Nara Yoshino, also cooked some delicious dishes to reward Shikamaru's classmates, especially when she heard about Naruto's grades. She scolded Shikamaru and said, look at him, he is the first in grade, how about you? It's almost the bottom one. Shikamaru could only keep his head down. And Naruto followed Nara Yoshino and said, Auntie, Shikamaru is actually very smart, but he didn't have a good learning method before, and he didn't pay enough attention to learning. You know, what kind of profession and what to do. As students, of course we should focus on learning, and it is precisely for this reason that I came up with the idea of helping Shikamaru. Hearing this, Nara's eyes lit up and she fully agreed. But Luju opened his mouth, but shut up under the eyes of his own tigress, not daring to say a word. As for Shikamaru, his eyes froze when he watched his mother discuss with Naruto enthusiastically. He knew that his future ninja school life was over, replaced by endless homework and endless questions. The next day, in Hokage's office, third generation tapped the table lightly with its fingers, making a click, click sound. In front of him was Shikagia standing quietly. After taking a puff of cigarettes, third generation said leisurely, "You did a good job. I made friends with these two classmates in a few days. Shikamaru is still very good. It's just that Naruto himself likes to make friends." Luju said modestly. He was also a little uncertain about third generation's thoughts. The most important thing is that Uchiha's body is not cold yet. With this first, it is natural to be more cautious when speaking and doing things. The third generation continued to praise Shikamaru, and after a while, asked about Naruto's situation. For Naruto, he naturally pays close attention to it. It can be said that Naruto showed a very sunny personality. He obviously grew up in that kind of environment, but if he loves both, it really makes third generation puzzled. Fortunately, the current development is similar. While Luju was listening to third generation's question, he thought of the conversation he had with his own son. Unlike him who has only met once, Shikamaru is indeed much more familiar with him as a classmate. He bluntly said that Naruto is the kind who treats every classmate very well on weekdays. Luju said at the time that it was also good and easier to complete. However, Shikamaru only speculated. In a way, smiling at everyone is another kind of alienation. Maybe most people are not actually considered friends by him. But you should be regarded as one of my friends. Luju said so at the time, and then advised, accept your fate. Shikamaru, your mother has given orders, and you can't escape this. And Shikamaru's face became bitter at that time. Thinking back on this conversation at this time, Luju thought for a while, and then said, Naruto is also a good boy who is dedicated to Konoha, but it may be because he is too mature, so let him understand that his talent is not enough to be called for the strong, that's why I decided to change my thinking. Is that so? Third generation said, causing Luju to retreat. After a long time, he sighed lightly. If possible, he still wants a genius like Minato, but unfortunately, the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is doomed to instability. However, considering the recent instability in the village, he still said, let Gale Feng withdraw. With the demise of Uchiha, other villages in the ninja world are now focusing on Konoha. At this moment, third generation felt that the problem was a bit big. As time went by, Naruto was very sensitive to discover that there were far fewer people watching around, and there were many hours of the day when no one was watching. After some time, his body came to the death forest, and his consciousness entered the sealed space. It seems that the next step can be started. Naruto, can you finally add some snacks to this old man? In the sealed space, Nine-Tails suddenly cheered up. And Naruto came to the back of Nine-Tails, feeding Nine-Tails, while stroking Nine-Tails' smooth hair. He said leisurely, after a while, you seem to be rounder again, Kurama. The old man is just returning to his previous body shape. Nine-Tails said stubbornly. Immediately afterwards, it uttered nonsense about the fact that the chakra was divided into two halves before it became such a situation. Faced with this situation, Naruto could only helplessly say, it's fine if you're happy. But I'm not in a hurry for the next step. Why are you in a hurry? The faster you grow, the more relieved this old man is. Nine-Tails sipped his drink while talking. Soon the food ran out, and Nine-Tails added, and you are too poor now. The implication is that you can't afford to raise a fox, so hurry up and make money. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Forget it, I know you're only thinking about food and manga, but you can't leave your junior high school textbooks behind. He was a little worried that he would use up the Nine-Tails in his body, so he gave Nine-Tails more lectures. Talking about this, the sky will be chattered to death. At this time, Nine-Tails felt a little empathy for what happened to Shikamaru. They don't like to study, and they are forced to study. But at this moment, Naruto finished throwing food, turned around and jumped down, beckoning to Nine-Tails, I'm going to take a look at my results, Kurama. After the words fell, Naruto's consciousness returned to reality. In the metallic laboratory, several shadow clones of Naruto stood next to the quiet instruments, some were observing and some were recording. After Naruto appeared, one of the youths in white with an indifferent expression came over. This person is the most unique one among Naruto's shadow clone. Uzumaki is ruthless. At this time he came over and said, Ontology, 10% of the analysis results on Sharingan have been completed, but there is a new idea in use, and the success rate is high. This kind of eyes seems to involve some kind of rule-based creation. It doesn't need to pay as much attention as normal eyes, and it can even reach the point of plug and play. And one of the Sharingan we have developed now can be used as glasses. As he said that, Ryuking took out a pair of peculiar glasses with beautiful three-curved jade on the lens, but he couldn't see the shape of the eyeball. It's a really weird pair of glasses. For normal ninjas in the ninja world, if they encounter something like Sharingan, they will install it directly in their eye sockets if possible, as if that is more secure. Just like Danzo, he is not satisfied with a pair of eyes, and even puts on the whole arm, imitating the resurrection armor to use. The ending is that the resurrection armor is put on, and the IQ of the person is gone. Shuriken against Susanoo is outrageous. If Danzo was so stupid when he was young, he would have died for Konoha long ago, and he would never have survived that time. Naruto naturally didn't mean to change his eyes to Sharingan, he just used Sharingan as a tool. After ruthlessly handing over the Sharingan glasses, Naruto took them over and put them on, and found that the perspective in front of him was completely different from before. The flow of things is slowing down. In addition, he activated this pair of glasses, which can be used for various functions, which are what the Sharingan of Sangoya should have. The ability should have been weakened. Naruto said after probing for a while. Ruthless also nodded, talking about the disadvantages of this kind of glasses. Sharingan consumes chakra too much, or consumes the product of that kind of spiritual will. When it is used as an external device, it is easy to perish and damage. Like this pair of glasses, after being used as an external device, even if enough chakra and other conditions are added, it will not last long. After ruthless analysis, in about 3 days and nights, this pair of Sharingan was useless. This is the case when Naruto does not stop supplying chakra. He didn't care much about chakra's consumption. Not to mention his enviable amount of chakra as the Uzumaki family, even with 9 tails, he doesn't have to care about this consumption. What Naruto really cared about was the words that the Sharingan would destroy. So he pondered for a while and said, replicate through genetic breeding first. Don't worry about this, there are some secrets that we can't see through with our current technology for the time being. Ryuking nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. As the most rational personality among many personalities, he reassures Naruto in this aspect that basically there will be no problems. Also after putting on the glasses, Naruto changed his identity and appearance, and then put on the Sharingan glasses, consciously said to Nine Tails, Kurama, I need your help next. You're using this old man as a power bank again. Nine Tails grumbled dissatisfied. However, after complaining, it still separated a part of chakra, and after Naruto used it, chakra transformed into a gold appearance. Naruto doesn't care much about Nine Tails' complaints, and should continue to use it. After all, using a power bank is always better than refining chakra by yourself. Even with the vitality of the Uzumaki family, you can extract a lot of chakra, but that is a consumption of yourself. As time went by, he gradually felt the drawbacks of this method. The practice of a ninja is not like that of a chi trainer. It is more of an extreme improvement of combat power. He is very good at killing people, but he is very poor at maintaining his health. Others get older and stronger, but ninjas get older and weaker. Before the control over chakra is further improved, Naruto does not intend to consume too much in this regard, and he cherishes the source. At this time, Cardo has not started to monopolize the wave of foreign countries, but now he is already considered a big businessman, but he is still far away from the top of the business list in a few years. As a big businessman, Cardo has a profit-seeking nature. He has made crazy money over the years, and his conscience doesn't hurt at all. However, when counting the money, he still felt dissatisfied that the money was too little. On this day, a subordinate mentioned to him, Boss Cardo, recently someone said that there is a new door, and it is said that it is a big money business. Who is it? Kato asked, immediately becoming interested in this matter. The younger brother gave him a bag of potato chips and said, according to that person, we can now use processed products like potato chips to occupy the markets of the 5 major countries and expand our business. Without Jinin noticing, the man's eyes were colorless deep inside, as if sleepwalking. And after his explanation, Kato's face changed from bewildered to angry to stunned to ecstasy in just a few seconds, and it looked particularly amusing. Quickly, bring that person here. Damn, don't report this kind of thing earlier. Kato said cursingly. And he soon had a different idea in his mind, what's the benefit of just monopolizing a kind of food? He wants to monopolize all food. And in doing so, the guards around him are still only the warriors of common, which is nothing compared to the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. But when Kato was a little excited, a black-clothed ninja wearing a bamboo hat walked in, and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, the assets of tens of millions of taels, and these connections, don't look bad. It can also be used as initial capital. Seeing this, Kato's originally excited face changed, and he said, wait, who the hell are you? I remember that no ninja has ever appeared here. But at this moment, the man took off the mask that looked very delicate, and looked over with eyes with strange glasses. In those glasses, Kato only saw a slowly spinning Uzumaki, causing his consciousness to sink into it for an instant. I'm here to take over everything for you. The man said softly, with a very peaceful tone. It's just that Kato couldn't hear it anymore. You are here to take over my assets. Kato muttered to himself, repeating the words of the ninja in black. Then, the man in black continued to speak, "Your name is Kato, you are a jonin on the surface, but you are my subordinate secretly, and all property belongs to me. Today I will take over and you will give everything." This set of operations took about 10 minutes. The main purpose was to prevent Kato from being seen as different, and to avoid being seen through the truth. Even so, it only took a lot of effort to solve it. 10 minutes later, a new personality appeared in Kato's mind, which looked the same as the original Kato, but had become different in essence. Especially when he opened his eyes, his original greed dissipated and was replaced by a sharpness. After opening his eyes, Kato saluted the man in black and said respectfully, "Master, you are finally here. It's been hard work for you these years." The man in black called the master nodded slightly, and then added a few words, "However, the development direction of your Chamber of Commerce is too profit-oriented, and your vision is not long-term enough." Kato lowered his head and said, "What the Lord taught is true. But it can't be all your fault. Now I'm here to take over everything here, so the future development of the Chamber of Commerce will be done according to my instructions." The black-clothed ninja said. After hearing this order, Kaduo prepared to call someone in and announce that the Chamber of Commerce had changed hands. Then the words were interrupted. Because the man in black asked him to maintain his power on the surface. In this regard, the current Kato naturally has no reason not to obey, and obeys all the orders of the black-clothed ninja. "Naruto, your illusion is stronger than the so-called Shendu, is this really what a Sharingan of this level can do?" Inside Naruto, Nine Tails, who watched the whole process, was amazed. It didn't understand most of the whole process. That's right, the man in black is Naruto. At this moment, he is playing the role of wandering ninja Black Sky, but he will not come to participate in the Chamber of Commerce in person, but participate in these things by controlling Kato. Listening to Nine Tails' exclamation at this time, Naruto just smiled. It's not difficult, especially when the other party is only a common, so a little simple illusion, combined with enough psychological guidance, is enough to completely distort the will of one's heart. With Sharingan, it's just for insurance. Of course, this is possible because the other party is just a common person. It's rare to be able to get to this point, but it's not a problem. For these, Naruto did not explain much to Nine Tails, mainly because it did not listen. After resetting Kato's personality, the man in black nodded slightly and said, "Then, you can go out with me." On this day, Kaduo's subordinates discovered that Kaduo had issued many strange orders at once, and took back many previous ways to make money. Correspondingly, the previously hired samurai were also dismissed, which is inexplicable. After gathering his subordinates, Kato waved his fat hand and announced that he would participate in the transportation of the snack industry. If a ninja does it, it will naturally not work. But for businessmen, as long as the size is appropriate, there is basically no problem. After some days, Kato spent money to build a road for the communication between the country of Bo and the outside world, saying that it was to help the people of the country of Bo develop. During this process, Cardo provided many tools and gave the Kingdom of Waves a lot of benefits in a short period of time. Faced with the multiple means provided by Kaduo and his previous notoriety, the people of the Kingdom of Bo had no choice but to believe. And as time went by, after feeling the benefits, they all chose to believe. It's both hard and soft, that's all. That's how it was a bit slow in the beginning. Nine Tails was puzzled by this, as Naruto didn't seem to mean it at first. Regarding Nine Tails' doubts, Naruto explained a few more words. On the one hand, Kato's funds are not enough for the time being, and on the other hand, because the Akatsuki organization has taken action recently, Kato's secret can't be exposed. Sometimes, slowing down is to walk more willingly. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Nine Tails felt enlightened, and then it saw a lot of economics books, which ninjas don't need to read. In a way, Nine Tails doesn't even need to be watched. However, under the temptation of food, Nine Tails chose to give in and started the arduous junior high school study. According to this progress, Nine Tails may be able to change its name by the time Naruto Ninja School learns, and it will truly become a Nine Tails demon fox representing wisdom. Before that, Naruto also reduced the number of shadow clone around Kato. Naruto's vest was added a little more during the ninja quest after Kato's side's power was reduced. At this time, the Akatsuki organization is still lurking, accumulating initial funds by accepting tasks. However, what makes them feel a little troublesome is that the number of tasks has been decreasing recently. This made them feel very troublesome. The tasks that were already scarce were taken away by others, so when will the funds be accumulated enough? During the meeting, the newly joined Atake provided a message, the one from the Uzumaki clan. As for commercial changes, no one paid attention. Just because they are ninjas. The affairs of the common people are actually not worth caring about for them. Perhaps even the appointment of the shadow of a village needs the approval of a country's daimyo. But in the eyes of ninjas, there is still no common people. That was the result of the absolute gap in strength. When talking about the perspective of those people, Naruto itself plus Shadow Clone is still a little busy. There are people outside the village and inside the village that he needs to be responsible for. And the people in Konohagakure are not very good. In the 53rd year of Konoha, after the days when the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the village gradually calmed down again. For the third generation project, due to the Uchiha clan's extinction, the village's strength became weaker in the eyes of outsiders, which made other villages even more coveted Konoha. So in the end he had to tell Danzo to come out again. The strength that should be there is still to be supported. On this day, third generation looked at the information revealed in the document and felt that his already old body was a little more powerless. But he still enjoys the feeling of handling official business. After watching the comfort of the village routinely, third generation began to process the files. After a long time, there was a knock on the door, and the third generation just said indifferently, "Come in." Soon, a salted fish ninja with a mask walked in. "It is the completely salted Hey take 50/50ths. Cough, Hey take Kakashi. Master third generation, you are looking for me." Kakashi said respectfully after entering, but the breath of salted fish could not be concealed in his tone. Kakashi is a tough guy. He lost his mother since he was a child, and then his father. After that, his best friend died, his teammates died at his hands, and his teacher died. If it is in the florists, then Kakashi can get a title. That is the lonely star of Tiansha. Perhaps because too many people died, Kakashi became a little autistic, from being cold to salty, and refusing to make friends at the same time. Even Might Guy was able to unilaterally obtain Kakashi's friendship only by stalking him. As for bringing new ninjas or something, Kakashi never did because no one could pass his test. In his opinion, instead of going to the battlefield to die for those guys who have not experienced it, it is better to be sent back to the ninja school to be rebuilt by him. Even as Umbu, the current Kakashi is one of the saltiest. Seeing the appearance of Kakashi salted fish, third generation couldn't help sighing slightly. After Minato's death, the village went in a worse and worse direction. After all, he was still too old, and even his strength was slowly declining. But these sentimental spring and autumn things can't be overthought. So after Kakashi came in, third generation said, "That's it, Kakashi, you should know what happened in the village recently." "Yes." Kakashi responded lightly, his eyes moved, but his expression was covered by the mask, and no change could be seen. He naturally knew about what happened some time ago. It was nothing more than a conflict between Uchiha and the village higher UPS. Now it ends with the Uchiha genocide. For the current Kakashi, there is no need to care, as the merchant of Kakashi is dead. All that is alive is just an Umbu. Just work hard as a ninja. And third generation saw Kakashi nodding, and then began to talk about the extra person, and then Kakashi's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, third generation said, "Next, for that new person, you need to search carefully." "Yes, Lord third generation." Kakashi nodded lightly, without any fluctuation in his tone. But at this time, third generation sighed softly and said, "Kakashi, don't force yourself, the village is not in a hurry to get answers, this is a long-term task." After a long time, Kakashi nodded slightly, "Yes." Afterwards, Kakashi saw that there was nothing to do, so he left. Seeing Kakashi leave, the third generation continued to process the documents just now, and frowned when it processed the news from other villages. Immediately, he endured it again, and just sighed softly, "It's really troublesome." The Uchiha genocide is also very sudden for third generation. So that the follow-up caused too many troubles. Uchiha's extermination of the genocide is not completely beneficial to Konoha's high-level officials. This is also in line with Yuan Fei Zongzhen's thinking. Only when Konoha village is united in one mind can it deal with existing enemies better. In addition, it is the financial problem of the village. Harvesting a century-old family like Uchiha can make the village fat at once. So much so that third generation shut down Danzo confinement in a rage at first. After a while, looking at the financial figures, he released Danzo again. Although, with his relationship with Danzo, he would have been let out without that. And now, after enjoying the dividends, third generation has also begun to feel the disadvantages of Uchiha's genocide. That is, without the combat power of this family, the power of the village has become unprecedentedly empty. Moreover, there are many forces outside of Konoha, and they all seem to be eyeing Konohagakuer. This is also the reason why third generation rarely participates in speeches recently. It is really troublesome, and it is really hard to get out to speak to the village on the will of fire. But in the ninja school, there are people who remember this incident. For example, fans of the third generation purpose, Irika, etc. In addition, there are other common Chunin teachers. In the middle of the lecture in the cultural class, Irika began to tell everyone about the will to fire. At this time, there were only 3 or 5 sober people in the class below. Most of them are wandering away. Sasuke looked at the teacher on the podium with some annoyance, turned his head and saw Naruto who was taking notes seriously, and couldn't help feeling disapproving. At first he was really past Naruto taking notes. Only later did he know that Naruto was writing something that had nothing to do with the classroom. And even this Naruto is just a shadow clone. Thinking of this, Sasuke has a sense of urgency, because Naruto is still getting stronger all the time. On the other hand, he still has to stay in this classroom, desolate. The multiple shadow clone technique, he has mastered it really a bit, not very proficient, so that it can't be applied in practice. But when he was agitated, Irika on the podium began to ask questions, and casually pointed out Sasuke's name. Sasuke, please answer this question. Good. Sasuke got up to answer the question. He wanted to pretend to be cold, but Naruto's shadow clone is here, so he can only be serious. Of course, he wasn't the only one suffering. Soon, Irika called Shikamaru's name again, that is, a poor student who failed all subjects. When he couldn't answer some questions, he broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, at noon, Sasuke had a good spar with him. And Naruto said to him gently, "Hey. Sasuke is doing this for your own good, I believe Yoshino aunt will understand, right?" Shikamaru nodded helplessly, well, yes. Until this time, he finally felt the bleakness of the road ahead. Once he is lazy, he has to accept the friendly discussion from his classmates. The key is that his parents still don't know how to speak for him. Well, there is something to talk about, that is to say, playing well. After Sasuke beat Shikamaru, he found that his strength was not bad compared to his peers. At this time, he looked at Sasuke, and felt that he was too weak. Naruto sent Shikamaru to study, and then said to Sasuke with a smile, "There will be a new exam in a while, let's go to tutoring together." Sasuke was silent for a while, and said lightly, "Okay." A moment later, in the dead forest, Sasuke appeared here. When seeing another Naruto appear, Sasuke really thought. At that time, Naruto was doing basic training and didn't care about Sasuke who appeared here. And Sasuke was waiting there quietly. After doing 10 sets, Naruto just stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Sasuke. Under eye contact, Sasuke suddenly felt great pressure, forcing him to subconsciously want to take 2 steps back. However, he resisted not retreating. It's really because it's just a look. Although this gaze brought a lot of pressure to Sasuke, no matter how you say it, it was just a gaze, even if it contained strong mental pressure. However, if he couldn't even bear this gaze, then he was afraid that he would never grow up again. Seeing Sasuke barely standing up, Naruto nodded slightly, then shook his head again. The wool is barely qualified. Unfortunately, your development in strength is really too slow. Naruto said, with a trace of regret in his expression. Later, when Sasuke was hit hard, Naruto added another knife. Just now I was just the gaze of common, you almost couldn't bear it, and even almost opened Sharingan. Does it mean that after removing the Sharingan, you are just a piece of trash? After the words fell, Sasuke felt his head buzzing, and opened his mouth, wanting to refute something. The reason why Sasuke wanted to refute was because he really felt a little wronged in his heart. In the eyes of common people, he is enough genius. However, Naruto, in Sasuke's eyes, is a monster-level genius, and it's hard to imagine how he can possess such strength at such an age. Isn't it natural that he can't meet Naruto's request? Naruto naturally saw his grievance, and said lightly, "Why, you seem to be aggrieved? Do you think I'm asking too much of you? Don't talk about anything else, let's just talk about your big brother. At your age, he can beat you 7 times, and he's more than capable." Hearing this, Sasuke wanted to refute, but then swallowed it back. In the sealed space, Nine Tails happily ate snacks, and said to Naruto, "I think you should give up this brat. His potential is just like this." "No, just give up like this, it's so embarrassing." Naruto shook his head, and then said to Sasuke, "If this is all you ask of yourself, then I have a place for you to enter." "Where?" Sasuke asked. Naruto said lightly, "It's very simple, wash away the memory, start a new life, and forget all the experiences of these days. Be a common person, don't open Sharingan, you can live a safe life." When Sasuke asked in disbelief, Naruto gave an example, "Actually, besides you, there is one person in Uchiha who survived. That person was Tsutomu Sharingan when he opened his eyes, and his strength is advancing rapidly. I thought about it, you can be a common person with peace of mind. This is just a very simple aggressive method. But it's useful." Hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed, and after confirming that there was no joke in Naruto's words, he couldn't help but resolutely said, "No, I want to become stronger. I was the one who slacked off before, and now I ask you to use all means to treat me, as long as I can become stronger. Please." Saying that, Sasuke bowed deeply. This is a real decision. He didn't want to live his life like this without knowing why. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked repeatedly. And Sasuke replied seriously, "I'm sure, either become stronger, or die on the road to become stronger, and I don't want to back down." "Very good, that's why it looks so good." Naruto said with a smile, with some smiles on his face, "We are friends who train together, what do we need from you? It's just to say, to provide you with a little pressure on the road to becoming stronger." Hearing this, Sasuke felt uneasy. However, since he has chosen this path, there is no way for him to retreat, so Sasuke can only nod heavily. Soon, he knew what this little condition from Naruto was. It is not allowed to use ninjutsu, and it has been tested in the Death Forest. This is only the first copy. After that, there are difficulties to improve step by step. First, there are various traps arranged by Naruto, and then Naruto's shadow clone comes on stage. Difficulty ranges from hell to purgatory. Several times, Sasuke suspected that he was going to die, but even so, his Sharingan could not be upgraded to Urgyu, which disappointed Naruto. Fortunately, except for those eyes, Sasuke has made rapid progress in other aspects. During this period, Naruto's body was exercising leisurely in the Forest of Death, like this for half a year. In the past 6 months, through scientific training, Naruto's body has become stronger and stronger. Correspondingly, he has basically done nothing in the past 6 months. The main reason is not to train Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi, but to digest the gains of Sharingan and lay a solid foundation for himself. In addition, it is the accumulation of funds. Finally, half a year later, in the Forest of Death. Compared with Naruto and Sasuke, who had grown a little half a year ago, standing here, Sasuke's temperament seems to have changed a lot compared to before, while Naruto is still deep. Half an hour. Naruto said lightly, and then asked Sasuke, if you can't get out for more than half an hour, then you will be completely buried there. Are you ready? Sasuke nodded with a confident look, naturally. In just half a year, Sasuke felt an earth-shaking change in himself. Although he didn't learn much about ninjutsu, his physical skills and actual combat experience have skyrocketed. If facing himself half a year ago, he is confident that he can achieve instant kills. Seeing Sasuke's confident appearance, Naruto's heart moved, thinking whether to add some material, but he quickly accepted this thought. The cultivation of Sasuke has almost reached a point, in terms of character building, it is almost the same, and the growth of strength is just behind. And now that he's got the basics down, it's time to get out and start going out. The village he established in TNZ country is in urgent need of fresh blood. What is it like to be empty like now? Since you're ready, let's go in. Thinking about the future in his heart, Sasuke said with a smile at the moment, and then slapped his palm lightly before Sasuke could react. Boom! With a scream, Sasuke flew in directly. Naruto, do you want to add some material to those tests? Ninetales said a little while watching the excitement and not thinking it was a big deal. Naruto shook his head lightly, not busy, I have other things to do now. Immediately afterwards, he called out Jiangguo, go and watch Sasuke first. If he succeeds, wait for him to go to the gold exchange to pick up some tasks. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Jiangguo solemnly said. Naruto disappeared in the next moment. At the same time, Naruto's figure appeared in a small town isolated from the world where the country of water is located. After staying for half a year, it's time to go out and do something, Kurama. Kaka. Ninetales swallowed a large bag of potato chips, and just now said, I always feel that you are going to do something bad, but I don't care about it. Anyway, if you meet someone with a Sharingan, you can beat them to death. Don't say that, I just came out to do something good. Naruto said righteously. However, in the next moment, he began to change his identity in the shadows. It wasn't until he turned into the appearance of one of the Vest ninjas, Kuririn, that Naruto put on his equipment again, and then walked out swaggeringly. In the Death Forest, after half an hour, Sasuke stepped on the time point and appeared on the periphery of the Death Forest. Really, I almost died unexpectedly. What a careless person. Sasuke coughed up blood, feeling pain all over his body. But after he walked out, he suddenly noticed some changes in Naruto, and soon realized that it was his shadow clone. Seeing this, he couldn't help asking, where's your body? To do some small things. Uzumaki Jiangguo said, gave Sasuke a lot, and said, you can't accept the task now that you are like this. Forget it, because the family will carry him in. Then, another group of shadow clone appeared and carried Sasuke into the laboratory. 10 minutes later, Sasuke walked out unharmed, but his face was not very good, and after that, he entered a mysterious place led by Naruto's shadow clone. While Sasuke was accepting his trials, some big events happened in the land of water. Killing, rebellion, bloodshed and other incidents are all going on, and one after another blood successor family dies, accompanied by the disappearance of those blood succession boundaries. Today, another battle is taking place. The blood stained the sky, making people feel that Fang Ruo was living in purgatory. 487 This is what Naruto saw when he walked up here. Killing, death, humans are really the race that is best at internal digestion. In the sealed space, Ninetales sighed in a low voice. With the passage of time, after improving knowledge, Ninetales also has a lot more language, and even complains less than before. Regarding this, Naruto just said indifferently, all intelligent creatures are often the most complicated, and human beings are only more complicated. If the number of your tailed beasts has grown to this point, and there are tens of thousands of them, then there will be no surprises. Hearing this, Ninetales became silent. It knows that Naruto is telling the truth. Although the situation that Naruto said will reach a certain amount will not happen, but if it really develops to that point, then the situation Naruto said will also happen. After thinking about it for a while, Ninetales said again, however, Humans are the most numerous now, and tailed beasts are only employed, and this will not happen. Maybe. Naruto said, without further words, just let Nine Tails take chakra over. Soon, chakra, as rich as Wang Yang, rushed over, making Naruto feel the surging energy. Naruto sighed softly, every time I feel these energies, I can have a new understanding. It seems that what I am facing is a part of a certain existence. Nine Tails' expression was haughty at first, and then changed, that's not true. The old man's chakra is the old man's chakra. If it wasn't for half of the diversion in the past few years, the amount of chakra I have now is enough to pile you up to the point where the so-called 5 cages can't envy you at all. Then, these chakra amounts, how about first Hokage? Naruto asked quietly, choking on Nine Tails. He always seems to be good at cutting topics to death. After a while, Nine Tails opened his mouth and said, the first Hokage kind is not counted. I doubt whether he is still a human being. The amount of chakra is simply terrifying. Even Nine Tails has to obey Hashirama. That amount of chakra was too much. While Naruto was chatting with Nine Tails, he also used the equipment to infect the chakra that was overflowing from his body, and replaced it with pure black energy. Then, his figure disappeared in the same place in an instant. In a battlefield a few miles away from here, swords, lights and swords fell down one after another. I don't know how many people were members of the blood successor family, but they died in the internal friction. If it is said that Konoha is consuming internal elites on the battlefield, then the blood usurpation policy is a ruthless internal friction. It is also because of the remote location and the closure of the village that Kirigakure has no problems. Now that Naruto appears here, you can see the battle between them, it is really like half of the enemy is not dead. Fight until only one side can stand up. But now according to their situation, when the battle is over, it is estimated that no one can stand up. Is this the way of unity and friendship within Kirigakure? A voice came faintly at this moment, making those people stop. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of them at this time. Who are you? One of them opened his eyes wide and in good condition, and at the same time as he said the words, he threw a knife over, and at the same time, there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Outer village ninja, die. Brush. The knife hit the air. At the same time, the figure of that person disappeared in place. The next moment, a knife appeared in the abdomen of this mist shinobi Jonin. Cough, cough. Pang. The man fell to the ground. At this time, the ninja in black wiped his knife leisurely, and said to those people, let's join forces. Either I live or you die. Boom. After the voice fell, accompanied by the surging chakra, a powerful aura erupted from him, and the fluctuation spread far away. At this time, Yutong, other places in Kirigakure, some ninjas were alarmed and reported to Mizukage, only got one word, check. And the masked man hidden in the shadow disappeared in place with a flash of his figure. Is it the one who's been active lately? I want to see who you are. Possessing the Kamui skill makes him not panic, at least he is confident that he will not die. But this time, by the time he felt it, the battle was over. In the place where one of the blood succession families was located, in a pool of blood, a 6 or 7-year-old boy sat on the ground with some blank eyes. Dead, are they all dead? Then I should be the next one. A kind of enlightenment rose in his heart, the boy thought, but there was no fluctuation on his face. In just a moment the shouting and killing had stopped. A slender figure appeared next to him, the long knife was still not stained with blood, it just appeared next to the boy's neck, but it didn't stab it. You don't seem, not afraid. The knife was retracted, and a cold voice came over at this time, which made the boy slightly taken aback. With rare emotional ups and downs, the white-haired boy raised his head slightly, and saw a face that seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. Of course, what caught his attention the most was the pair of eyes, which were so deep. You don't seem to care about death. At this moment, the man in black asked again, waking up the white-haired boy. In such a bloody battle, a child of his age looked very abrupt, but this is the normal state of ninjas. As a tool ninja, there is no distinction between adults and children. When they decided to fight, men, women, old and young all went into battle together. Correspondingly, when ninjas kill people, even babies will be completely wiped out. At this moment, the white-haired boy was taken aback for a moment, and asked in confusion, why, don't you kill me? I didn't come here to kill. The man said 960 lightly, you don't seem to be accommodated by any party. Are you just being used as a tool to attack the village? This is my destiny. The boy replied calmly. Fate? There may be such things in this world, but the most wonderful thing about life lies in the unknown. Haishin spoke lightly, correcting the boy's notion. N. The white-haired boy nodded slightly, but his eyes were still dull. He didn't seem to agree with He Tian's words, but simply nodded because He Tian was a strong man. At this moment, the two of them were on the battlefield like this, surrounded by corpses and blood, it seemed that they didn't belong to this battlefield. But it is actually not peaceful here. As a battlefield, as time goes by, Kirigakure will soon have more ninjas coming. The 5 great ninja villages are not a joke, the number of ninjas alone is beyond the imagination of the small ninja village and the common family. Even Kirigakure, which has implemented the blood mist policy, actually has a large number of ninjas in service, but the elites are almost dead. Now there is silence here, just because after He Tian arrived, he cleaned up all the people who were still here. The remaining white-haired child did not struggle, mainly because there was basically no hope of struggling. However, Haishan didn't do anything, but continued to chat with the black-haired boy, asking, "What's your name?" "Kagaya, Kimimaro. Why don't you try to struggle? The gap in strength is too great." The white-haired boy replied honestly. After seeing the ninja in black make a move, he knew how big the gap between the two sides was. The so-called blood succession limit does not increase his chance of surviving. However, the white-haired boy is not afraid of this, his eyes are very calm, so calm that there is no interesting focus. "In my life, there is no meaning of living. It only exists as a tool. It's fine to die now." Kimimaro spoke softly, with some relief. "No, human life is meaningful, it's just that you don't know it." He Tian said, and talked with him about the meaning of life. "This world is very dark, but even the darkest place also has a certain meaning. Beam of light. As a ninja, you can naturally not care about your own life, but as a person, you must cherish your own life the most. You are still very young now, like the sun at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and there is still too much meaning in the future." Then, when Kimimaro asked what the meaning was, Haishan uttered Paul's quotations, which suddenly made Kimimaro feel the shock as if there was light in his eyes. He whispered softly, "Does the meaning of human life lie in dedicating to the cause of liberating mankind? Now, do you still feel that your life is meaningless?" He Tian took off his forehead protector and said, "One day I will overthrow this evil that turns people into ghosts world, yet I need help. If you want, you can follow me, remember my name, I am Haishan." Hearing this, Kimimaro stretched out his little hand abruptly and said, "Master Haishan, I am willing to follow you. Is there a meaning to life?" He will try to witness it. People in the dark, even if they meet only a little bit of faint light, they are willing to fly moths to the flames. What's more, the person in front of him is a strong man. This is the most important point. If He Tian didn't have the ability to kill everyone around him, He Tian wouldn't have the chance to tell Kimimaro what's the point now. He had to die on the spot. In the sealed space, Nine Tails was a little puzzled, and asked why Naruto saved this person. His potential is good, and he belongs to the camp that can be drawn. He Tian, Naruto, explained to Nine Tails. Then he added a few words, that is, only if there are enough such people can the old ninja class be completely smashed. 6 Paths is real, that is to say, the legendary of the ninja sect is also real, and it proves that the ninja class is exactly what I thought it was created. Naruto deduced step by step with 9 tails, and finally came up with a conclusion, that is to say, this somewhat deformed and cruel society is itself abnormal. It is because of the extraordinary power of the various ninja families that are strong enough to suppress civilians generation after generation, allowing this unreasonable era to continue. 9 Tails followed Naruto's words and quickly understood, which surprised him a little. After all, the environment in which Naruto grew up and his performance made it hard to believe that he would have the qualities of a savior. Listening to 9 Tails' question, Naruto just said, "The savior? No, it's just that this ridiculous world is blocking my way. Ninjas occupying the mainstream represent the decline of society." With a smile on his face, Naruto looked at the ruins and said softly, "Since they are blocking my way, let them receive the education of sickles and axes." 9 Tails didn't quite understand Naruto's metaphor, it just reminded 5.9, "Before you kidnap this bloody boy, you'd better deal with the enemies who are coming. I feel some deep malice." In the words, 9 Tails' tone was filled with disgust, obviously feeling the aura that made him hate it. And Kurito, the incarnation of Naruto, just put a hand on Kimimiro's shoulder and said, "Come on, I'll take you to a place that may answer your doubts." He needs to use the Flying Thunder God technique to send Kimimaro away first. After all, when we start fighting, we can't take care of a so-called genius who hasn't grown up yet. But before Kimimaro responded, his eyes blurred, and then he found that the time and space around him had changed, and the scenery and so on were very strange. Here it is. Kimimaro looked around, but he was surprised to be transferred to another place suddenly. However, out of politeness, he didn't say much, but quickly adjusted his mentality, and said to Haishan, "Sorry, my lord, I didn't react just now." "It's okay." Haishan said lightly, and then explained, "This is where you will live in the future. Here you will meet some people who are similar to you. I hope you can get along well with them." Hearing this, Kimimaro nodded lightly, "Since it is an order from an adult, I will definitely obey it." "Repeat, don't teach my lord, this is not popular in Yian town." Haishan said seriously. Kimimaro responded, "Okay, Lord Garadan." In the sealed space, 9 Tails leaned forward and backward with a smile, like a child with hundreds of tons. "Ahaha, Naruto, there are times when you can't help it. Nine Tails said, and then continued after a while, I think you should not make things difficult for him, this kind of spoken language is not something that can be done in a moment. Reacted. And Naruto took a deep breath, and the black sky played by him just put on a gentle smile, but it didn't match his temperament, and he said to Kimimaro, forget it, as long as you are happy, number one is going to see the owner here. And Kimimaro followed silently, and asked after a while, my lord doesn't seem to like these titles very much. It should be said that I also hate so-called ninjas. Hate Yen explained lightly, we are born as human beings, and we only need to use tools, not become tools. Behind him, the light in Kimimaro's pupils was changing, and his mind was shaken. Born to be human. Kimimaro chewed on this sentence lightly, recalling the words Hate Yen had said to him earlier. That is a word that has never appeared in the ninja world. Strictly speaking, as a fatalistic ninja world, nothing has changed from the beginning of the story to the end of the story. The whole world is caught in a strange cycle. And now, the thought that represented the sickle and the axe appeared, which shocked Kimimaro at once, because in the Pot King, he never thought of these words of being born as a human being. This is also the reason for the growth environment, because the people around him transmit the idea of a tool, and the entire Hui-Yoruaki tribe only regards him as a tool. And the Hui-Yoruaki clan themselves were indeed stupid enough to not be able to tell the difference in strength between the enemy and us, so they collectively gave away their heads. At this moment, except that Kimimaro began to think about the meaning of being human, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened in Mount Mayaboka far away. The originally stubborn fate seemed to loosen at this moment. But Yan Anzan was still peaceful. In a small country like TNZ country, a cage-level strongman is enough to completely rule the place, and the common army and robbers will give away their heads more or less in front of the cage-level strongman. Even if it is a crowd strategy, you need genin to get started. Soon, led by Haishin, Kimimaro came to a quiet courtyard. Sakura flowers are falling, extremely gorgeous. There, Kimimaro met several people who were similar to Kuroda, and the forehead protectors on their foreheads were removed. Sure enough, does Master Haishin hate ninjas? But, he also uses ninjutsu. Kimimaro bowed his head in thought, thinking about the practice between the two. The reality is that Naruto hates the ninja class, but he doesn't hate this power. As far as he is rational, power is just power, and there is no distinction between good and bad. As for hating the ninja class, this is also easy to understand. Just because Naruto hates using human beings as tools, especially when he himself is used as a tool by high-level people, he hates this even more. In Konoha, 3rd generation and Danzo have different styles of doing things, but their ultimate goal is actually the same, which is to make Nine Tails Jinchuriki a tool for the village to use. In the face of the interests of the village, the relationship between the so-called ninja master and apprentice is not worth mentioning. Who made ninjas just tools? For these, Naruto naturally did not mean to explain to Kimimaro. Anyway, after entering Yannon, there is no need to leave under normal circumstances. After a long period of time, Kimimaro can have time to slowly reaccept the idea of red. In the courtyard are Uchiha Izumi and Shui Honjian. For Naruto, who can double his body, it is not a problem to have all the vests appear at the same time. At that time, Bing's Hiboquin was practicing basic physical skills. And the bloody Honjian with red hair was watching from the side, and when Haishin came over, he said hello, why, did you go out and bring a child back? Haishin smiled, I just saw a lost person, so I brought him back. Not far away, Quan, who was exercising, stopped and looked over with some doubts, and found a boy with white hair, whose appearance was rather handsome. Cultivate well, don't get distracted. Shui Honjian's cold voice came, and Uchiha Quan immediately returned to the state it was at the beginning. After that, Shui Honjian continued to chat with Haishin. Are you the owner of the blood succession limit? It doesn't look bad, but his face is too pale. After a few glances, Shui Honjian saw that Kimimaro was sick. 897 Haishin didn't object, but said indifferently, it's just a little sickness, it's not incurable. By the way, I still have something to do now, you can take care of him first. According to your trend, do you want to be the director of the orphanage? Shui Honjian said with a smile in an extremely natural tone. Hate Yen explained, I won't bring too many people in. After all, it would be very dangerous for people with insufficient talent to participate in this cause. By the way, I'll correct it, even if this is an orphanage, its name is Hope. I want to be here to cultivate the flames of a new era. One day, everything in the past will be burned away. Actor. Nine Tails complained. Haishin replied through consciousness, you don't understand, how can a human-made thing be called a showman? Immediately afterwards, Hate Yen ordered Kimimaro a few words, and then disappeared in place. At the same time, in the land of water, Hate Yen reappeared here, and the Nine Tails chakra merged into the body, providing the surging Nenghuang like a main axis. What you can do this time is up to you, Kurama. Naruto said, with a slight smile on his face, you probably won't watch me fail. Nine Tails said awkwardly, you are always so kind when you need it. Although the words are a bit awkward, Nine Tails is still connected to Naruto's consciousness, making Naruto's control power reach the limit. This state of intimacy between Jinchuriki and the tailed beast is much greater than the normal state, reaching the point where 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. As for the situation of Ban and Nine Tails, they simply used Nine Tails as a power bank and used them as an auxiliary tool in battle. However, even with such a large power bank, in the end Madara was exhausted by Hashirama Chakra. So this is also the reason why there is also a chakra in Chadunla's IQ, and the amount of chakra is really amazing. Fortunately, the opponent Naruto faces now is only cage level. If you talk to Hashirama Zalo directly, you won't have to fight for a long time, and you can think about how to run faster. At this time, Naruto was wrapped in a rich chakra coat, and he possessed enormous power in every gesture, and he vented his surging momentum wantonly. In Naruto's hand, there is a sharp long knife, which can infuse chakra into it, which is unparalleled in power. Not far from here, someone from Kirigakure rushed here, saw this strange black-clothed ninja, and the leader immediately said, "Do it." Yes. The rest of the people should agree, and then went out directly. He didn't ask questions, and didn't mean to investigate, but started directly. Just so decisive. Seeing this, Haishin said lightly, "I was just coming back to get some things." Now, however, there appear to be some windfalls. Whoosh! In an instant, Haishin disappeared in place. At this moment, the layer upon layer of ninjutsu bombarded in the distance, and all kinds of printed 8 gates made people dazzled. However, this is of no use. It's powerful enough, but it can't hit people. In the next moment, the figure of Hei Tian appeared beside one of the ninjas, and the bright knife light cut across a beautiful arc, symbolizing the loss of another life. Common Jonin, coming here is just to give away the head. In an instant, Haishin swung the knife 5 or 6 times, harvesting 5 or 6 lives. When his figure disappeared again, he appeared in the distance, and the speed of drawing the sword was a little slower, but the momentum was stronger. Opposite him, a group of ninja joined hands in a somewhat unfamiliar way, defending against all directions, not wanting to be attacked to weak points again. This is one thing that needs to be done in the face of the speed ninja, so as not to catch him. After all, the defense of ninjas is very weak. However, Haishin seemed as if he hadn't seen it, and swung a knife in an instant. Among them was the married chakra, gushing out majestic prestige. Ninja method, take a knife seriously. A 10-foot-long sword light appeared, slashing forward, splitting the joint ninjutsu of those ninjas. Some ninjas even left this world permanently before they could scream. Erna's saber light remained undiminished, and a gap was seen in the ground. The crack was unfathomable. Brush! Hei Tian withdrew the knife, observed the effect of the knife, and nodded slightly. Sure enough, no wonder tailed beasts like to throw tailed beast bomb. It really is a simple and rough move that is much more fun to use. Correspondingly, the power consumption of this kind of power is also very large. Hei Tian's understanding of knife skills has not reached the level of Mu Ye Bai Fang, and White Fang can stand firmly on the cage level with a knife. However, even though he made such a knife just now, the reason is that he injected enough chakra into it, which is not essentially a knife skill. If you talk about the skill of this knife, it has been completed before, and there are corresponding trials for making the knife. As for the last swing of the knife, it is not a skill. If you throw raise non directly, the power will explode even more. In the sealed space, Nine Tails complained, "Although I don't feel anything, this is not the reason for you to waste chakra like this. Don't you feel anything? I hope you can talk like this in the future." Haishin replied through consciousness, his eyes dimmed. These are just experiments like now. Simply rubbing balls or swinging a knife, even multiple shadow clone techniques, actually can't consume much chakra from Nine Tails. It was allocated too much chakra. However, if Naruto's plan does not go wrong in the future, he will surpass Kakashi and become Konohagakure's largest mana consumer. Nine Tails didn't think much about it, and thought that Naruto didn't know how strong his mana was. Raise non, a ninjutsu similar to its tailed beast bomb, was just a normal attack for it. You can make it a day if you want. Suddenly, Nine Tails' mental fluctuations changed. That guy is here, be careful. The hard ground changed in an instant, and then there was a bang, but a ninja appeared from the ground and took Haishin's head straight. Click click click. A piece of wood fell to the ground. Not far away, a black sky slowly emerged, looking at a masked man who appeared in his original position. But before Nine Tails reminded, Haishin had already reacted. Looking at the image of Haishin, the masked man couldn't help but move in his heart, and said lightly, "Wandering Ninja Haishin, a level 5 ninja, is famous in the underground exchange for his efficiency in completing tasks. Before you became famous, there was no news about you in the ninja world, as if you popped out of nowhere. Where did you come from? You suddenly appeared in the Kingdom of Water, what is the reason?" At first, he thought of the red-haired girl who appeared that night, but the black sky in front of him was obviously not the same person as that person. The appearance and shape of a ninja can be changed through transformation technique, but temperament cannot be changed. Fittingly, with a split personality, Naruto can do just that. At this moment, Kuruto, from behavior to speech habits, cannot see the original trace of Naruto at all. Nyolis, the man who brought mimeism to the ultimate level. Come here to get something. It's a pity that there are always people blocking the way, Haishin said lightly, with an ultimate desolate demeanor. Who are you? You hide your face in a mask. Although even his appearance has changed, and he still wears glasses. But this still didn't affect He Tian's taunting at this moment. Hearing this, the masked man in the distance just snorted coldly, you don't have the right to know my name. No matter what you want to do here, since you are here, stay for a long time. As soon as the words fell, the man made a bold move, his hands formed seals, and after all the fuss, he opened his mouth, and flames spewed from all directions. Big bells and whistles. Facing these flames, Haishin spoke softly, without any change in expression. On the opposite side of Haishin, the masked man listened to his taunt, his eyes didn't change much, but the output of fire power was higher. Let him see what bells and whistles are. How dare you mock Uchiha's most proud fire-style technique? You know, Uchiha has developed this ninjutsu to a superb level, which is full of beauty and powerful lethality. Among them, the peak representative is Amaterasu, which claims that there is nothing that cannot be burned. In the original book, when Amaterasu's record was the best, he once reached the point of a shadow arm, and the battle can be described as successful. Of course, if the masked man knew that Amaterasu's victory had reached this point, he might not be so complacent for a long time. At this time, he is still proud of it. Call. The sky full of flames covered the area standing towards Haishin, which looked charming and dangerous, and then burned an entire area. The next moment, behind the masked man, a figure appeared soundlessly. A life-threatening strike strikes in an instant. The masked man was startled immediately, and instantly entered a life-saving state. Brush. The light of the knife is gorgeous. If you have seen the air, only the light of the knife falls on the ground, leaving a deep ravine. The response is good. He Tian said with praise, but his attitude was very leisurely and appropriate, as if Senior 123 was criticizing the younger generation. Although He Tian looks much more mature. However, this attitude still made the masked man angry. The main reason lies in the identity he now hides under the mask, which is Uchiha Madara. There's no way he could be worse than the man he used to be. He has everything he should have. With this thought in mind, the masked man's pupils began to change, and the simple eyes turned slowly, and he said with a sneer in his words, "Hehe, do you think you are sure to win? I will show you my true strength." Accompanied by his urging of those eyes, the torrential power of the pupils became excited, and the next moment, the attack of the masked man changed, with ultimate tyranny. Ninja method, flame array. After the masked man made a simple seal, he first set up his defenses, and then he looked over and used illusion on He Tian. However, this is of no use. So at the next moment, the masked man began to stimulate the more abundant chakra, and with the rich energy, the land in front of him began to tremble. Boom! Accompanied by the turning up of pieces of ground, one tree after another appeared in numbers, covering towards the dark, sky. It's still a little bit worse. Haishin opened his mouth lightly, and swung out a long knife. The light of the knife pierced the sky, with an extremely gorgeous light of the knife. Brush! All the things crossed by the knife light will be cut into two halves. Then, he jumped lightly, waved his palm forward, and threw out more than a dozen shurikens. Shuriken, throw them all out technique. 10 feet away from him, the masked man was vigilantly looking in the direction of Haishin. When he heard this ninjutsu name, his eyes changed. What the hell is that name? This shuriken throwing technique is taken from Jiraiya's name, and it is mainly called out to distract people, which is a psychological offensive. However, when the masked man was complaining in his heart, he suddenly found that the shuriken was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly, even his eyes almost missed it. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen shurikens shot from different directions, making the masked man deal with it a bit hastily, but these shurikens are just prefixes. The next moment, Wushin's figure appeared in different positions one after another, blocking the blind spot of the masked man, but it made his expression change drastically, almost gnashing his teeth. Flying Thunder God technique. He paused momentarily, gritted his teeth and said, "Are you the one from that night?" Immediately, he felt something was wrong again. Not to mention that Black Sky's fighting style is different from that person, and their gender is also different. Apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, there is no similarity between them. But how could it suddenly appear that more than one person knows this ninjutsu? Totally unreasonable. Are you talking about her? You can guess. Not far away, Haishin stopped and spoke. Just now, he found the best opportunity, but it was still a bit short. After all, Kamui's opening speed was obviously faster. Even Minato came close to taking Obito's life. Now that he has learned from the past, he will naturally be more prepared in this regard. He Tian didn't care much about this result. Anyway, this time his goal had been achieved. For a force that has never appeared before to suddenly convince everyone of its existence and long history, it is not enough to rely solely on words. Strength is also needed. Naruto's current strength alone is indeed insufficient, but he can create the illusion of multiple people. As for being exposed? In the case of poor owner information, as long as the preparation is sufficient, there is no possibility of being exposed. In the sealed space, Nine-Tails Hashirama understood what Naruto meant, but still conveyed chakra as much as possible, and said in a sullen voice, because of him, this old man is incomplete now. If possible, this old man will also make him become incomplete, to experience the pain the old man once suffered. Although it was split in half by Minato. The culprit, however, was Obito. Calm down, Lama Yin. Haishin responded through his consciousness, his expression on the bright side did not fluctuate with number 4, and his aura was cold and heavy, hiding behind the scenes in the ninja world, thinking that you are the mastermind behind everything. How does it feel to control everything? It's a pity, it's just a shadow. Even if he was once a real person, he is just a fool who was blinded in a world of lies. For the enemy to reveal information, even in the face of a dead person, it is an omission, not to mention that the masked person in front of him is not a dead person. So he just used words to attack Arrancar's inner line of defense, and after creating a loophole, it would be much easier to plant some seeds in his heart. You think you've become the ultimate mastermind? No, you are nothing but a shadow. These words are really heartbreaking words. Every time He Tian said a word, the expression of the masked man changed a bit, and finally he couldn't hold his emotions a little bit, and wanted to release his pupil power as much as possible to completely keep the person in front of him. But now he can't do it. So the masked man could only maintain a cold demeanor, and drove the Kamui by the way to prevent any accidents, and looked over with a stern look. I don't know what you are talking about, maybe when did you know a little about the old man's whereabouts, that's why I came up with this guess. But you did guess one thing right. This old man is Uchiha Madara who survived decades ago. If it weren't for the fact that he is old and weak this year, it would not be your turn to act fiercely. He is trying his best to maintain his last dignity. However, not to mention that he had read the script, just by observing, Haishin could also sense the surging life energy. Not at all for older people. Shaking his head, He Tian said calmly, if you want to be Uchiha Madara, then be Uchiha Madara. It's a pity that bloodlines are now occupying the peak power in the ninja world. Sure enough, the emergence of the ninja profession is just going backwards in history. His words are a combination of fiction and reality, 9 truths and 1 false, and the tone is indeed extremely accurate. Believe it or not, Obito himself at least planted a seed in his heart when some words came from unlikely people. Up to now, both sides have stopped fighting, mainly because they can't do anything to each other. They didn't leave at this time, but it was all to create loopholes in the opponent's heart, and to obtain information. Of course, the masked man was there to obtain information. On He Tian's side, it was to expose information. Sometimes, flawed information is much more useful than tightly covered information. In the sealed space, Naruto split part of his consciousness to talk to Nine-Tails, but it didn't affect the existence of He Tian in reality, and his attitude was calm. And not far away, Obito is feeling a little distraught. If He Tian is really just talking nonsense, then he must be very calm in his heart, just like when facing Uchiha Itachi, even if Itachi has a high IQ, so what? There is an information gap between them. Even Itachi entered the pit, and the Uchiha clan was resolutely wiped out. Although it is also because of this decisiveness that Obito is quite wary of Itachi, but he still has a psychological advantage in his heart. However, facing the black sky that came out of nowhere, Obito felt that his inner advantage was gone. Instead, a panic about the unknown. He asked coldly, who the hell are you, and what do you know? In his heart, he made up his mind to compare it with what he knew before, and wanted to know whether there really existed an organization deeper than theirs, or that the person in front of him just knew a little clue of the truth. If the latter. Obito clenched his right hand tightly, making up his mind that as long as he knew the details of that person, he would take revenge for everything he had done before. For him after blackening, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, the person he cared about the most has already fallen in this world. Looking at the appearance of the masked man trying to maintain his composure, Haishin said calmly, you are still not calm enough, since you want to be his shadow, then you should act well. But what are you doing now, have you admitted it yourself? As he said that, He Tian sighed softly, and even followed Nine-Tails, look, this kind of actor's self-cultivation has not been learned, and he is far from the original Black Hand. He is not qualified to be a villain. To be a professional villain, you must have enough confidence in the vest you play. Nine-Tails looked at the situation of the masked man through Haishin's perspective, and nodded in agreement. At this time, it suddenly found a way to relieve its anger than destroying its opponents. But haven't you always been very prudent? Just once like today, Obito will definitely be very vigilant, and it will be difficult to do anything in the future. Nine-Tails said, and reminded, well, there is one more thing, I felt a nasty smell. Regarding this, Haishin felt that he had a lot of complaints to say. Since your ability to perceive maliciousness is so strong, how did you get caught and controlled in the first place? Feeling like an iron BD. When Naruto complained in his heart, Nine Tails also squinted his eyes, who said, I'm sure you're thinking bad things about me again. Time is urgent, let's talk later. As Naruto said, he returned all his consciousness to the body, ready to really start to get serious. At this time, the masked man on the opposite side felt unprecedentedly annoyed. He simply broke the jar and said coldly, yes, I am indeed not him, but what are you? A person who can't see this endless world of reincarnation. Haishin said lightly, glanced at the mist shinobi troops who had rushed here in the distance, and shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, there is no time to do more. Before I leave, I can tell you one thing. These hundreds of years of reincarnation in the ninja world are all because of family affairs. And now I want to divide the power monopolized by that family to the vast majority of people to end this cycle of reincarnation. The fire that ends reincarnation is like a little bit of starlight. It was a little dim at the beginning, but as time goes by, Vice Admiral burns everything. 0. Seeking flowers. After the words fell, Haishin disappeared in place. Obito didn't go after it. Because he didn't prepare in advance, Haishin couldn't be trapped here at all, and judging from the chakra on his body that was as surging as Wang Yang, the teleportation this time might have appeared thousands of miles away. It is impossible to catch up, but the information he left behind can be understood. With a lot of thoughts in his heart, Obito looked back at the mist shinobi army, and also left here and moved to another area. In a small forest, Obito stopped in his footsteps, and said lightly, come out. Orochimaru. Hehe, I really can't hide it from your excellency. Accompanied by a cold laugh, a long-haired ninja with a handsome face came out. Since the start of impure world reincarnation, the years have not left traces on him. 0. And Uchiha Madara said coldly, what are you doing in the land of water? Isn't this a lack of some materials recently? Unfortunately, one of the containers I was looking at earlier is missing. Orochimaru said softly. When he said this, he felt a little inexplicable in his heart, feeling as if something had been taken away from him. That's the truth. His Kimimaro is gone. This is an extremely loyal subordinate that he could have obtained. In the original trajectory of fate, Orochimaru seemed to have the halo of the director of the orphanage, and all the orphans he abducted were basically devoted to him. Even if he didn't put much effort into it. This dark world, even if it is a mad scientist, as long as he can give a little sunshine, it is enough to make those people jump like moths to the flame. And now, Orochimaru is missing a man. And it is foreseeable that as time goes on, this kind of thing will happen a lot. Although their purposes are different, sometimes the methods are similar. It's just a matter of time. At the moment, Orochimaru pays more attention to the Xiao organization he belongs to, so he doesn't care much about being succeeded this time. He just looked longingly at the masked man in the distance, and said with a smile, Your Excellency, it seems that you just encountered some trouble. Sometimes an unintentional sentence may poke a person's sore spot. It just so happened that the masked man was upset about what happened just now, and when he heard Orochimaru's words, he always felt that he was looking for trouble, so his momentum suddenly rose. This is accompanied by an intense Hitomi power that mentally overwhelms Orochimaru. Gains are often accompanied by losses. Just like when Naruto got Kato's property, he lost the troubles caused by poverty, Orochimaru got the undead skill, and his mental resistance also decreased a lot. Each of the strong men above Jonin has a powerful ability that ordinary Jonin does not have. Because they are too powerful, they are called forbidden technique. The judgment method of this forbidden technique originally originated from first generation. At that time, the second generation did not invent a technique, so the first generation inquired about the type of technique, and included it in the forbidden technique after the inquiry. When it comes to 690, not all forbidden techniques belong to the second generation. Orochimaru's is what he has researched, and he has really cultivated Go's Hideo to ultimate, and his life-saving ability is extremely strong. Correspondingly, he also has a fatal weakness. This weakness will be infinitely magnified when it encounters a restraining strongman of the same level. At this time, it gives him a warning sign and he is directly suppressed. The masked man said coldly, Are you looking for trouble? Orochimaru. No, that's not what I meant. Orochimaru explained, he didn't really care about it in his heart, but just wrote down the feeling just now. Such strong spiritual energy seems worth studying, but this guy in front of me seems not easy to deal with. Robustness is the first element of Orochimaru's life. Therefore, he has no intention of putting his mind on that Uchiha Madara. Relatively speaking, he feels that there is something ready-made in the organization, but he is still in a bad state at the moment, so he can only wait patiently for a while. Before that, he could only lick his lips and suppress his desire. When the masked man saw Orochimaru calm down, he said lightly, I don't care what you're thinking, but you'd better control your own mind. And, these days, some strange people have appeared in the ninja world. If you have time, pay attention to the relevant information. Immediately afterwards, he will tell the part about what he has seen and heard today. I only said part of it, but it was because the man in black said too much, and some words were not what the current masked man wanted to say. This made Orochimaru quite surprised. I didn't expect that there was such a force in the ninja world. It's really interesting. Anyway, if you have time, find out more relevant information. The masked man said, leaving here in a little haste. It wasn't until he was alone that he swapped out Black Zetsu and asked the so-called truth question. Madara's will is not wrong. As long as you go step by step, you will be able to create a world that only belongs to infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu flickered calmly on the surface. He also has some methods in secret. The Uzumaki survivors of the previous days can still be said to be due to some sparseness. But how did this wandering ninja Kuririn appear? Normally, the limit of a wandering ninja is an A-level ninja and it can still be wiped out by the Jonin of Dainin village. Because the ninja world is a world with serious inheritance. If a common person has no talent, no inheritance, no bloodline, no matter how hard he tries, the A-level ninja is his limit, unless he is upgraded or changes his destiny with technology. For example, Orochimaru survived generation after generation of powerhouses by mastering the core technology. When he was 50 years old, after the third generation was too old, Orochimaru sneaked into the leaves and taught his teacher well. If he had entered Konoha 10 years earlier, third generation would have allowed him to change the container at that time. And even Orochimaru, who has mastered the core technology, needs to worship under the third generation at the beginning, and then steals the Book of Seals, and grows up step by step. None of those conditions could be possessed by a wandering ninja acting alone. If it is said that for normal ninjas, it is impossible for common people to be other than peerless powerhouses, then for Black Zetsu, according to his knowledge, normal ninjas cannot even surpass Jonin. Because he knows the truth of history. Chakra, which has been determined hundreds of years ago, is not a product of natural selection, but a man-made product. And now, Black Zetsu saw an unexpected presence. Could it be that there is really a power before the mother came, which has been passed down for a long time, and she endured it at that time, and waited until this era before anything happened? Black Zetsu is full of twists and turns in his heart, but facing the suspicious Obito now, he still has to comfort him with all his heart. Fortunately, it knows Obito's weakness and can provide targeted comfort. Really? Obito asked softly, without being aggressive. He recalled that when he talked with Haishin earlier, the other party said that he was not calm enough, which made Daishang write it down. At this point Obito tried to calm himself down. When Black Zetsu swears in this regard, he knows that if he continues to ask, there will be no results, so he simply changes his method and asks about that black sky. When we got here, Black Zetsu didn't have to explain. Because it itself is a bit hoodwinked, it just said on the surface, it can be confirmed that he is not from Konohagakure, because he and Konohagakure are not of the same heart, but there is indeed a force behind him. We may need to wait for a while before confirming the strength or weakness of that force. Intelligence is the most important thing. It is rare to encounter this kind of information gap. Not only is Obito confused, Black Zetsu is not only how to recognize it, but it can only be said to be more stable. Its own hard power is too weak, and it can only rely on others. If Obito is impulsive and then kneels, it doesn't know how many more years it will have to wait, but now it is ready to say a heartfelt word to Madara in a few years. When the Akatsuki organization was disturbed, Haishin was as silent as when it appeared, and it disappeared without a sound. If there is no accident on 5.5, it will be very peaceful during this period. Whether it is Yan Anson, who is under his protection, or some of the newly admitted children, it will take time to deal with it. It's also fortunate that he has the ability to separate himself, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle these things well. In Yan'an town, Hei-Tien, who was incarnated by Naruto, appeared here, and started to manage the town, without discussing the outside world. However, the direction of the trajectory of fate, because of the frequent exits in front of him, has already entered into chaos in the invisible future. On Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 unknown sacred places in the ninja world, a middle-aged ninja with white hair and rough facial features appeared here. There is an oily word engraved on his forehead protector. The ninja who set foot on Mount Mayaboku is naturally one of the Sunin in legendary, representing the literary Jiraiya. Of course he still had the title of Pervy Sage a few years later. The former is self-proclaimed, and the latter is his image in the eyes of others. This is a multifaceted character, with both the decisiveness of a hero and the hesitation of a common man. Among the 3 Konohas, he is the one who least wants ninjas. Unlike Tsunade who used gambling to get rid of his worries, and Orochimaru who was obsessed with immortality, Jiraiya's long-cherished wish for victory is peace in the ninja world. During this period, Jiraiya should have been looking for the child of destiny in the outside world, and began to meet her own destiny. But now he has entered Mount Mayaboku, because the Big Toad said that the people of Mount Mayaboku had something to say to him. In the depths of Mount Mayaboku, a pair of giant eyes slowly opened. After thousands of years of growth, the size of this old toad has become extremely large. Even the tailed beast is just a little bit in front of it. Correspondingly, it is a heart that has suffered from vicissitudes due to too many Jiangguo and 06. The current toad sage is particularly sleepy, because the real things, after thousands of years of reincarnation, are still the same, and it has seen too much. The more I see, the more I get tired of it. For it, nothing in the world can cause fluctuations in its heart. War, death, etc., have no meaning to it. What it does the most is to enter sleep, in which there are future fates and information about the past. The weird reincarnation makes fate look clear. But now fate is blurred. In his sleep, Toad Sage observed an anomaly, and the original savior changed because of this. On its shoulder, a rather small toad stood, saw those eyes and said, "Great Immortal, you are awake." "Is little Jiraiya here?" said Toad Sage. It was also because it felt the breath of Jiraiya that it woke up from its sinking. Even if fate starts to become chaotic, it still has the habit of observing fate, trying to capture and piece together a clearer fate trajectory. But at this moment, Fukazaku Sage said, "Great Sage, little Jiraiya has arrived. Then bring him here." The old voice spoke very slowly, but because of its large size, the voice was also very loud. Their attitude towards Jiraiya is the attitude of juniors. Indeed, although Jiraiya is already middle-aged, if you want to compare the age with these few toads, you can't even compare with the top of the country. Soon, Jiraiya, who was a little dazed, followed here. There are many speculations about his mood. He doesn't know why the people from Mount Mayaboku suddenly called him here, as if something important happened. Things did not go beyond his expectations. As soon as we met, Toad Sage told him a big thing: the fate of the future has changed. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened. He felt that he might have been hallucinating just now. Otherwise, how could I hear this sentence? The future is vague and unknown, how could it possibly change? But Toad Sage just said lightly, "Originally, your predetermined destiny is to find the predetermined child of destiny and raise him. And you will be killed by a red-eyed owner in the future. However, fate has changed now. The original child of destiny may no longer be the child of destiny." Toad Sage spoke a few words slowly, but the content inside was earth-shattering. It's really appalling. Especially since this statement comes from Toad Sage, it is even more impossible to ignore. Most of the prestige of Mount Mayaboku is supported by this old guy who has lived for thousands of years. It has made many predictions in the past and has never been wrong. At this time, Jiraiya naturally didn't change clothes, he was old and confused. So I just asked with some doubts, why did such a thing happen? The trajectory of fate has changed, and my fate has also changed. Toad Sage said lightly, nature has changed, and now everything in the future is blurred, and it begins to move towards the unknown. This made Jiraiya a little disappointed. Naturally, he didn't feel sorry for the ending of his own death. In fact, as a writer, he cherishes life no less than Orochimaru, but he cherishes the peace of the ninja world even more. However, the current situation has negated his search for the first half of his life. Because the gears of fate changed direction. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, no one can tell clearly. After Toad Sage said these things, he said to Jiraiya, "Little Jiraiya, what is your opinion on fate?" "Fate, it should be doomed. As long as the judgment is made, it will happen," Jiraiya said after thinking. The fate that Toad Sage saw in the past basically happened. No, if that's the case, you don't need to look for it, you just need to wait for the child of destiny to appear. Toad Sage denied his words, and then said again, "But now the fate is blurred, the important or something else. Some things can prevent the expansion of reincarnation. Apparently, it has something for Jiraiya to do. If you just simply speak these words, you don't have to delay for so long." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, she made up her mind and asked, "What's the matter?" 513. On the distant ruins of Lilin, there is a strange place. Toad Sage mentioned this first, which made Jiraiya understand. Then it continued to speak. Listening to its words, Jiraiya's expression became more and more dignified, and this character is obviously not very relaxed at the moment. Because of the change of destiny trajectory, there will be hidden changes in the world, and Naruto has been prepared for this in his heart. As long as there is a change, even if he has read the script, his understanding of the so-called plot will decline. Just like Kato, who has been controlled by him in advance, has indirectly affected the Land of Waves. After graduation, he will not receive any more people about the Land of Waves. However, the essence of this world is that the strong are respected. So Naruto doesn't care about the changes caused by what he is doing now, as long as he becomes stronger fast enough, the plot will not be the original script, but will dance in his hands. All he needs to know is the specific situation in this ninja world. Just like now, after entering the new school in the town, he went to meet Kimimaro who he abducted from the country of water a few days ago. Besides him, there are orphans with relatively high qualifications that were abducted from other places, and several of them should have followed Orochimaru. And Orochimaru knew nothing about it. The dean is here. When Haishin's figure appeared, many children's eyes lit up and they went over to say hello. The vest of Haitian has two images, one is the image of the leader of the new forces, and the other is the image of the wandering ninja. When accepting the task, it is natural to kill decisively and exist as the enemy's nightmare. Here, however, the children reflected him very well. Continuous wars have created too many orphans, and this is just one of them. Before encountering the dark sky, their lives are as insecure as weeds in the wind and rain. However, here, they can know one of the most basic concepts, that they are human beings. Human beings deserve the most basic respect. People who grew up in the darkest would yearn for every ray of light, but now these lights are like the sunshine of the scorching sun in their eyes. He Tian was very patient with these little guys, saying, study hard, practice hard, and you will grow up better in the future. Fairness exists, but it needs to be fought for. The most talked about is that the real savior is not everyone, but everyone who has a willingness to change. For them during this period, He Tian did not say any ideological program or method of doing things for the time being, because it was not necessary. In the sealed space, Nine Tails said with doubts, I always feel that the appearance of you pouring chicken soup now is a bit like the appearance of third generation. That's just an appearance. Haishan replied lightly, my words are not affecting their three views, but reshaping their three views. Because of the particularity of the ninja world, most people actually don't have three views. When saying this, Nine Tails nodded in agreement. This is also the reason why Naruto wants to teach Nine Tails knowledge. The level of knowledge is too poor, and communication is a problem. He doesn't want to just talk about Nine Tails as a pet. This is his friend. All of a sudden, Nine Tails felt as if he had understood something. Seeing all this, he realized something, and his fighting spirit seemed to be ignited in his heart. Click click click. Immediately afterwards, it swallowed a large bag of potato chips, forget it, and continue reading later. And because He Tian is also busy these days, he doesn't care about this for the time being, but continues to greet those children. It's rare to see him appearing here. These children have a lot of things they want to ask, most of which are about the new ideas he said. And He Tian also answered them one by one, but the main thing in the words was to let them learn first, and then learn these further ones after they have the most basic cognition. After a while, the figure of Izumi Uchiha appeared. Originally, she was just a genin of common, but after opening Shuangguyu, she went through a period of tempering in the world, which seemed to make her grow up. Every comparison makes people feel that Sasuke is a bit useless. However, it is also because of the control experiment, let Naruto invest more evenly in the two, and see how far each can grow. Now Sasuke is still working in the underground gold exchange, starting from the basics. And here, Uchiha Izumi has become the senior sister of all the students. After she appeared, everyone else fell silent. Senior Quan, hello. Each of them responded obediently. Quan, on the other hand, said in a gentle and unquestionable tone, have you finished today's homework? After you finish, you should review new knowledge. Her words were to tell them not to bother Dean Haishan. After all, He Tian is now the leader of this new force. It's okay, I'm not very busy right now. Kuritan said, letting the children not worry about it, and then he asked Uchiha Izumi, why, what about Shui Hanjian? Teacher, she has something to do at the moment. Uchiha Izumi said, with a little downcast in his eyes. Rao is the current her, and she can't see the specialness between Shui Hanjian and Haishan, which is also the benefit of split personality. He Tian and Shui Hanjian can really communicate. Even Naruto, the original simple-minded Naruto, can have its own personality after being separated from Shadow Clone, and even compete with the main body for the bathroom. What's more, now these Shadow Clones have really separated different personalities. Crack, click, Nine Tails said just now, chewing on a large bag of potato chips, what a joke. It seems that there is time to let the name give you a lecture. He Tian answered like this, making Nine Tails stunned. It recalls the previous Shadow Clone, as if there was a name in it, or not. He tapped his head, and then began to read comics. In reality, Haishan called Kimimaro over after chatting with Quan for a while, and with the increase in food, his face became ruddy, but he was still sickly pale. When he saw Haishan, Kimimaro's eyes lit up, and he respectfully said, Master Haishan. How many times have I said it, just call me the leader? Haishan said helplessly. Sorry, I'm used to it. Kimimaro said, and changed his words, Master Leader, what are you doing here today? I hope that the orphanage will first be built, so I'm naturally here to teach. Haishan said lightly about his reason for coming. This moved Kimimaro's heart very much, and even made Kakuzu's eyes moist. From the words of the past few days, until now, He Tian has maintained his own personality, and he must do a good job as a leader. Words and deeds must be in line with the personality, so that you can have enough charm. As for the fact that such a perfect person may not enjoy much because of it, that is Kuritan's business, what does it have to do with Naruto? It was Kuritan who sacrificed himself for the liberation of mankind, not Naruto. Come, it's not because Shadow Clone can't do it, it's just that the main body occasionally needs to experience it first. Like Kimimaro, you should pay close attention to it in the early stage. For you, I just provided an opportunity, and there is no need to thank you too much. Haishan said lightly, clearing his relationship. Kimimaro nodded slightly, as for what he was thinking, he could tell by his expression. And He Tian spoke again at this time, so, after these few days of experience and knowledge, what understanding do you have of the meaning of life? Life is meaningless. To live is to live. Kimimaro replied, a few days ago, according to the advice of adults, I read books and understood a little bit of the ideas. However, in my opinion, living is not just living, it is life after being born and living. However, as human beings, we should have human pursuits. Following the thinking of adults, liberating all the most people trapped in the old society is what I mean. His face was still a little morbidly pale, but his eyes were shining brightly like starlight, half of them filled with the dark sky, and half filled with dreams. In the sealed space, Nine Tails covered his eyes and sighed in a low voice, sure enough, in terms of language, you are an expert, and the butcher is ashamed. Because Nine Tails talked too much, Naruto simply consciously entered the sealed space, jumped onto Nine Tails' back, and combed its smooth hair. Since participating in the business, he has accumulated funds and provided food for Nine Tails to thousands of people. Correspondingly, Nine Tails looks much rounder. Nine Tails, who was being shunned, narrowed his eyes comfortably, but still asked, why did you suddenly switch to Shadow Clone? Is it really good to hang up like this? Just came here to see how your homework is going. Naruto managed to make Nine Tails' face collapse with one sentence, and then he continued to stroke Nine Tails' smooth hair. During this time, you have become more and more mellow up. But rounded and not ugly. In fact, among the species in the ninja world, except for humans, most creatures look cute when they are rounded. However, because Naruto said it a few times, Nine Tails is a little sensitive to words like mellowness, and always feels that it is being ridiculed. Stopping to eat snacks, Nine Tails said seriously, you are wrong, the old man has always been so strong, these are symbols of strength and beauty. Well, now it's pretty proficient at that. The body consciousness stroked the smooth hair of the fox, but it did not affect Naruto's affairs in reality. After listening to Kimimoro's words, Haishin nodded slightly, and then shook the area again. 697 You can understand to this point so quickly, and your comprehension is very high in an instant, but your body is too poor. Haitian directly pointed out Kimimoro's physical problems. And listening to his words, Kimimoro's eyes dimmed a little, I'm useless, I can't live for too long, and I can't share too many things for adults. No, I just want you to live longer. Immediately afterwards, Haishin added the last paragraph of Paul's story, explaining, human life is actually the most precious wealth. If you dedicate your life to this noble cause, then you should know the importance of your life. You must live no matter what, never give up your life until the last moment, and enjoy the present life while you are alive. Saying so, Kuroda took Kimimaro out of the academy and into the small town. Behind him, Kimimaro obediently followed. It can be seen that although there are not many people in Yan'an town, there is a flow of people on the street. The yelling on the side of the road is full of vitality, and everyone's face is full of satisfaction. This is an environment created by Haitian. With the strength of cage level, none of the robbers and gangsters can invade this small town and achieve real peace. This is the quickest way. Of course, this method can cover a small town, or even an entire small country, but she cannot implement it to the entire ninja world. Although Haitian said that his goal is to overthrow the feudal system established by ninjas, he is not a person who will be killed and buried. Therefore, before he has the background to establish a new order, Haishin will not rush to overthrow the old system in front of him. Not being in the interest is one reason. Inconsistency with human design is another reason. Of course, as long as it doesn't affect the general situation, protecting a town doesn't have much impact. For example, the Kingdom of Rain is now under the protection of the strong. With the protection of an S-level powerhouse, there will be basically no danger unless there is a battle in the Great Ninja Village. The current Yan'anzan is under the protection of a strong man. Looking at the smiling faces of those people, Kimimaro thought deeply, no matter how many times I read it, I still find it unbelievable. Can such a beautiful world exist? It can exist. The development of society, from primitive society to the present, is developing in the direction of benefiting more and more people. This is the difference between humans and animals, Haitian said lightly. Different from the words in the dogma, these words are spoken by Haitian, which can be remembered by Kimimaro in his heart. He whispered, it is indeed a warmth that I have never felt before. Is this what the adults mean? I will do my best to replicate the miracle of this place to the whole world. Boundary. Asterisk, no, I want you to feel the beauty of life, and then know how to cherish life and live well. Haitian said, and brought Kimimaro back again. Then he briefly explained Kimimoro's future life, as for your future life schedule, someone will make corresponding arrangements for you, just follow it. In short, remember one thing, you must cherish your own life, and you must never equate it with your body. Kimimaro hesitated to speak, but nodded slightly. Since it is what an adult said, it should be very reasonable when you think about it, but I am afraid that it is impossible to cure his illness. Thinking of this, Kimimaro felt pain in his heart. Relax, go to class now, I will give you a thought lesson and talk about the current society. Afterwards, Kimimaro nodded heavily, entered the classroom, and said hello to the others with a green hat. Outside the classroom, Hei-Tien looked at Uchiha Izumi who was about to come in, and explained a few words. What I want to say is for children who want to see the new world, you have your own family feud, and you can choose your own path. Yes, for the choice of personnel, Hei-Tien is not attached to a certain person. Anyway, there are many ninja orphans. Because of a certain old thief running the train with his mouth full, there are hundreds of millions of people living in a place that seems to be only the size of a palm on the map of ninja world. So although many people died in continuous wars, there are still many people alive. The countless broken families naturally produced an unknown number of homeless orphans, all of whom belonged to people who had no choice. They hate the three views of the old society, but no one taught them the new three views. For this kind of people, it is not a problem for Haishin to shape the three views for them, because they have no choice at all. However, Izumi Uchiha has lived in the Uchiha clan for more than 10 years. Her three views and her cognition have been formed long ago, so Hei-Tien didn't force her thoughts, just let her practice on her own. But Uchiha Izumi shook his head. Young pioneers won't reject any new ideas, will they? And I'm also a member of the academy, they still call me senior sister. Obviously, now the little girl has let go of her pain and chose to blend in. Since you have chosen this, then you can follow in. But there is one thing to remind you, this team is not to help someone resolve personal grievances, you may not be able to benefit from joining. Hei-Tien finally reminded. Quan didn't care. Soon, a litter of more than a dozen children, plus the principal Hei-Tien, started classes in the classroom like this. Although the classroom looks very new, but the number of people is really not much. Different from the social changes in other worlds, the new forces are always hopeful but weak, while the old forces are decadent and strong. In this side of the ninja world, due to the existence of extraordinary power, new forces can achieve cornering overtaking. A peerless powerhouse, one decision can influence the situation of an era. Decades ago, ninjas continued their previous reincarnation because the god of ninjas at that time felt that peace could be accepted in this way. After him, second Hokage also inherited the will of the first generation and practiced the road of one village, one country. Unfortunately, what Hashirama didn't understand was that the reason for the peace in the ninja world was only because he was still alive. As for the system he promoted, it did not solve the war, and even made the war more efficient, and the speed of harvesting human lives was increased by more than 10 times. Before the one village one country system, the ninja clans fought on their own, and the two strongest clans at that time, the Senjo clan and the Hashirama clan, suffered the most casualties. However, not many people from these two families could die in a war, and the number is mainly accumulated over time. When it came to the one village one country system, tens of thousands of people were really involved in the war, and every village was wounded, so it barely had the meaning of war. It's not like the tens of hundreds of family fights that were called wars before. It was this system that accelerated the war that, while Hashirama was alive, was still able to function according to his will. Daimyo and nobles are responsible for governing the country, while ninjas are responsible for defending the country. Everything looks in order. This is the difference between the ninja world, a world with extraordinary power, and the common world. Great power is gathered in individuals, and individual will can be fully implemented. The same is true for the new forces up to now. Even if they are only lucky enough to live in a stable place, they need a strong man with at least level 5 combat power to develop steadily. Without a powerhouse of this level, the town might be completely in turmoil. When will new ideas spread? It was already dead in the bud. However, in such a special ninja world, this scene happened to happen, and the initial situation was similar to other worlds. It is also such a quiet place with only a few people. Although there are some children below, those children are generally precocious, but they can be treated as half-adults. Feeling that this scene is similar to those with commemorative significance, Naruto kicked away Shadow Clone's personality and gave a lecture by himself. In the sealed space, Nine Tails was being groomed comfortably, and suddenly found that Naruto was missing, and felt a little uncomfortable. However, with Nine Tails' arrogant temperament, it is not easy to speak directly, so he can only bite more food, and at the same time said to Naruto, "Don't delay the world here, it will affect the business development, and even the old man's snacks can't solve it." Although the snacks of Nine Tails are comparable to the meals of thousands of people. Haishin nodded slightly, which was a response, and at the same time he began to speak. The college gives you the right to learn knowledge, and all the knowledge you have is recorded in the library, and these are what you learn in your daily life. What I want to tell you today is how to understand the society we live in. This is to shape the three views through ideological education. However, Hei-Tien's method is to make the words clear, and then let people understand for themselves. Of course, he believes that these people will basically choose new forces. Because they are persecuted by the old society. Before I talk about the social environment we live in, let me popularize the concept of society with you. Haishin said, engraved the word society on the blackboard solemnly. Society refers to a group of people living together in a specific environment, which can be maintained for a long time and cannot be separated from each other. A structure that is not easy to change. After saying this, Hei-Tian explained the current ninja rules in the ninja world and the relationship between ninjas and the country in a simple way. Following his narration, the expressions of the people below began to change. Because what Hei-Tian explained was something that was never taught in ninja schools, and even involved some kind of taboo. Soon, their eyes became firm again. Just because I have already chosen here. But there is a sliver of hope, so what if for this sliver of hope, it would be smashed to pieces? On the podium, Haishan Yuchang popularized the concept of society, while observing the reactions of the people below, and only stopped after confirming that they understood at least 80% or 90%. 0 asterisk. This is what we live in, the ninja society, a feudal class society that has been suppressed by ninja power for hundreds of years. Haishan paused his speech after summarizing this sentence. He was waiting for the kids below to digest the concepts he was explaining. Although the following words have a lot of meaning, they are not long, and they are quite a bit of meaning. However, to understand the following words, you need to have a sufficient understanding of the previous words. Dean, can this society be changed? When the classroom was quiet, Uchiha Izumi raised his hand and asked. The question you asked is beyond the outline. This is what we will talk about after we have learned about this society. Haishan replied lightly. But when Quan looked a little disappointed, Haishan added another sentence, of course, it's okay to say it now, after all, this is what I'm going to talk about today, and it's what I'm going to take you to do in the future. I will teach you the methods and ideas, and I will not hide the difficulty and danger from you. As for whether to do it or not, it all depends on your own choice. As soon as this remark came out, the seedlings below expressed their will one after another, including the lucky ones of Uchiha like Izumi Uchiha, who also chose this path. Even Uchiha's revival, she says, can be put down compared to this path. Since the old and decayed things will eventually be replaced by new things, why dig them out of the trash? What can really be passed on to the future must have the ability to adapt to the times. Uchiha Quan talking. With the basics, she seems to understand this aspect very quickly. This made Haishan very pleased. Decided to tell her about the change in Yuji's direction after Shui Hanjian disbanded. It would be a waste to be a comparison group with Suzuki. The propaganda department of the new forces needs talents like her. Haishan nodded calmly, and said, this will and awareness is not bad, but I hope you can continue to listen to this class with others, and then decide whether to go or stay. Because the content involved next is something that ordinary people should not know. Isn't it something that ordinary people should know? Some people in the audience were thinking and rejecting this statement. On the stage, Hei-Tian took a sip of water and continued to explain, just as for the ninja family, they don't want other ninjas to know their secret arts, for the rulers of our society, they don't want them to the governed know what they are governed by. For example, the ninja class is actually nothing more than the eagle dog of the nobles. Hei-Tian stated this fact very bluntly. Although the ninjas didn't notice it, the fact is that the daimyo ranks above the ninjas, and for the daimyos, the ninjas are just slaves. Several ninja wars were fought, and many ninjas died, but the nobles still lived well. Even during the Fourth Ninja World War, the daimyos were still playing mahjong together, drawing and playing cards, leisurely. Of course, this 700 situation lasted until the end of the Fourth World War and changed a lot. Because before this, the ninjas relied on daimyo economically, so naturally they could only be constrained everywhere, starting a war when they asked to start a war. And in the Fourth War, the ninjas united, and then found that there was no daimyo, as if they were doing well. Then why did you offer your name like that before? So after the end of the fourth generation, the daimyos were kicked out. For the ninjas who possess extraordinary power, as long as they are not willing, the nobles cannot force them. Because the common army is really no different from paper in front of the ninja army. At this time, Kuritan did not talk about what might happen in a few years, but talked about the first 3 ninja world wars and the normal living conditions of the ninjas, saying, the biggest source of the ninja village's economy is the state subsidy, so it is constrained the ninjas are only one section shorter than the daimyo, even if they should occupy a strong position. Of course, no matter what the relationship between the two is, it will not affect the oppressed pain of the tens of millions of people below. What I want to teach you is to understand this society and know the most fundamental force that maintains this stable society. Immediately afterwards, Kuritian briefly explained the darkness of the society they lived in, and the dangers of being the mainstream of the ninja knight. As the source of war, ninjas are supported by the whole country due to the one village one country system, so that the power of ninjas is bound to expand in peacetime. However, ninjas don't do production. If this continues, they will definitely not be able to consume them. For such a long time, war will only break out. When talking about this, Haishan said lightly, you can take the time to understand the specific details in the future, but now I just let you know the society we live in now. Ninjas, as mercenaries, occupy the mainstream of society, making this feudal days fall into a strange cycle, and it is still an endless loop. That's when ninjas developed, then wars broke out, then they cultivated, and then wars continued. It's been like this for the past 3 ninja circles. When Hei-Tian said this, his tone was very light, without any Shandong strength. but the children below were almost in tears. Because they are the ones who have been traumatized by war. More able to feel the pain of war. Will war continue to exist as long as there are ninjas? Kimimaro whispered softly, thinking of his previous meaningless life, then shook his head. He is no longer a ninja. And Haitian didn't stop analyzing this ninja society, he continued, actually, after analyzing the concept of society just now, you should also have a certain judgment, that is, this kind of society is actually pathological. The reason why it can continue to exist is only because its own power is strong enough to allow such a sick society to continue to exist. It is the ninjas who maintain this existence. After layers of analysis, Haishan finally revealed the existence that maintained the old society. For young children, the knowledge they receive initially is the three views that they will use to recognize when they grow up. The education of thought is often the earlier the better. Otherwise, even distorted common sense will be regarded as the norm, and the normal three views will be regarded as alien. A normal society, in an ideal state, should be spiraling up and developing. New forces will destroy the old system and build a more advanced system that meets the interests of more people. Haitian said here is an example. From primitive society to slave society to feudal society, there is a society that has been progressing and developing until it finally breaks through the feudal walls. However, our world is extremely special, and the power of ninjas is too strong. We have to admit that the power gap between common people and ninjas is real and cannot be offset under normal conditions. This is the society we live in now, and if nothing else, it will continue to exist in such a distorted feudal form. Killing and being killed, suffering and creating pain, turning living people into emotionless killing tools, this is the present and the visible future of this society. In the end, Haitian made such a summary, and immediately announced that the part of this cognitive society is over. At this time, the children below have already felt a deep sadness. Because from the very beginning, Haitian made them more aware of this cruel reality. And after the sadness, it is replaced by another kind of strong will. Kimimaro raised his head and said, "Is this the world Master Haishan wants us to change? Even if the road ahead is difficult and dangerous, I am willing to dedicate everything to it. Even if the visible future is so gloomy, but beyond the future, we should have a way to change it." Uchiha Izumi said, catching a point of hope, "The Dean, please continue to give lectures, I willing to be a member of that upstream." "Dean, I am willing to. We are already living at the bottom, and now we realize that all this is unreasonable, why not fight?" Those people were discussing one after another. But Haitian just gently raised his hand to calm them down, and then he said lightly, "Since we can recognize the social environment we are in now, of course we can also find a way to change it in 4.8. But knowing it is one thing, doing it is another. I can talk about methods, but success or failure does not depend on me alone, nor on you, but on whether this idea can resonate with enough people." Speaking of this, Haitian didn't even guarantee the success rate of this method. However, everyone below was quietly listening to his next words, and those bright eyes seemed to contain starlight. Because what Haishan allows them to see is the light that illuminates the road ahead in the darkness. Even if they can't walk this path in the end, they are willing to be moths and smash their bones to pieces. In their expectant eyes, Haishan spoke three ways. Only the third road has been expanded, which is the ideological program of the sickle and the axe and the practical method of seeking truth from facts. This is the most difficult path. In parallel time and space, there used to be a path of social change that was so special that it could be called a miracle. Unfortunately, that path cannot be replicated. The only thing that can touch people is the thought in it. When it comes to this point, Haitian's language expression is a bit vague, and he didn't explain it in detail, but only briefly mentioned it, and we want to change this system. In fact, we have our own goals. The roads can be different, but the ideal is the same, that is to build a world of prosperity and harmony, and liberate the common people who occupy the largest number of ninja world. The ideal state is that at that time there will be no class, no oppression, material development will be greatly developed, people will pursue spiritual satisfaction, and there will be no shortage of material. This kind of society, some people call it heaven, some people call it Eden, and some people call it Xanadu. It can be said that it is the place where the best sustenance of the world's thoughts is gathered. Listening to Haishan's words, everyone in the audience yearned for it and was touched by such a world. Without war, without pain, does such a free and equal world really exist? Uchiha Izumi whispered, thinking of his past, if the Uchiha clan can live in such a world. Kimimaro thought about his previous life, which existed only as a tool without any so-called meaning, and his life was meaningless. Such a world, isn't it that I have never even thought about it? However, when they were imagining in their hearts, Haishan, who painted this picture scroll, brought people back to reality with his own words. For the current society, it is naturally impossible to achieve. If you want to build a new and beautiful society, you must completely smash the old society. However, you have come into contact with the power of ninjas, and you should be more aware of the power of that power than the common people. Human sea tactics sometimes can't succeed. Even if the common people rise up and form an army of tens of millions, so what? The gap between the two is too great. There is no need for pain to fight against rice. A group of dozens of ninjas, jointly performing ninjutsu, is enough to extinguish the so-called uprising. And this time the people are actually hopeless. Even the social changes of flower growers have gone through a history of hundreds of years of blood and tears, and it took an unknown amount of blood and tears to wake up the people. As for the common people in the ninja world, just from the people of Konoha village, one can see Madara. There is almost no cure for these fools. Of course, He-Tien didn't talk about this issue for the time being because he was afraid of hurting this group of children. Anyway, when they go out and see a lot in the future, they will know the difficulty here. There is no basis for social change among the common people in the ninja world. When talking about this, He-Tien only vaguely expressed that the crowd of this year is really not very popular in comparison. So the hope of success does not lie with them, but with the next generation. This is also the reason why He-Tien starts education from children. Because the previous generation has been abandoned. Listening to He-Tien's explanation, if the children below have realized something, they are all qualified after all, and their brains are still quite active. Dean, before we talk about our methodology, can we talk about a successful example from another world? Quan raised his hand and said. Haishan explained, that cannot be copied. We just want to hear it. Below, are a pair of shining eyes. Let's talk briefly, then. As He-Tien spoke, he briefly recounted a period of history, and then forcibly turned the topic back. In this world where talent differences affect the upper limit of personal strength, if we want to change this society, we must have enough power. Whenever I hope that the forces will unite and surpass the former god of endurance, it will probably be possible to redefine the rules. As for how strong the god of ninja is? Probably he can beat the current 5 major ninja villages one by one. As soon as this remark came out, the people below all took a breath of air. The climate warming that almost sucked the ninja world. Seeing this, He-Tien smiled, don't put too much pressure on you, anyway, I didn't expect to rely on this person to surpass the god of ninja back then. So in the future we need to increase allies, that is, to increase the power of new forces and reduce the power of old forces. Unity can be united, isolation must be eliminated. The other thing is to be steady, because the new forces are actually very weak, and it is very easy to die if they show up rashly. In short, due to the particularity of our world, this road is indeed extremely difficult. And solving the current enemy is only the first way, because construction is more difficult than destruction. After overthrowing the old, rotten order, you need to build a new, progressive one. As he said that, Haishan stopped talking, picked up the blackboard eraser and erased the information on it. This lesson ends here, and how to understand this society will require you to see it with your own eyes in the future. As a former victim, I don't want you to become new persecutors in the future. When he was about to leave, the people below were a little anxious, eager to know how to build a new society. He-Tien stopped, waved his hands and said, wait until you can do the first step, let's talk. As for what the new society needs, it is naturally more advanced production, otherwise there will be no advanced system, no matching productivity, and it will be just a castle in the air. After the words fell, Haishan's figure disappeared in place, leaving only a group of thoughtful children behind. The real purpose of this lesson is to awaken their hearts. As for the corresponding thinking and action methods, it is still too early. Insufficient foundation. In the sealed space, Nine Tails stopped eating, and asked, Naruto, no wonder you have such a high sense of urgency. It turns out that your goal is so long-term, but are you ready? Equality and harmonious coexistence in the world is the goal of the leader of the new force, Black Sky, not mine. Naruto rejected this statement, however, these preparations have been made all the time. On the road to the strongest, I have set such a small goal, that is to drive the ninja profession into the ground. As expected, is this the real you? Nine Tails said quietly, hearing the emotion from Naruto's words. He really wants to end the era of ninjas once and for all. Even, his move to end the feudal era was just done by the way for this action. What a big deal. In a daze, Nine Tails recalled some words from the past, thinking in his heart, maybe, this brat is really the one I want to wait for. It's just that this person has too many masks. Even though Naruto basically didn't hide anything when facing Nine Tails looked a little confused, so many people were him. With so many vests, won't my brain be confused? Oh, schizophrenia. That's all right. Frame. Naruto's figure appeared, and he patted Nine Tails' big paw. Why are you in a daze? Have you finished your homework? Or are you talking about movies? Have you watched enough? That's just right, I need your cooperation for some things in the future. Here is the basic theoretical knowledge. Immediately afterwards, Ruthless appeared, showing enough food, and shared some information by the way. After receiving the information, Naruto closed his eyes and digested the information. Click click click. Nine Tails opened his mouth and swallowed some food before asking, why, is there any new news? It just thinks it would be nice to have some new information. Anyone who likes to read the fundamentals of physics on the ground will read it. Anyway, he doesn't look at it. Naruto opened his eyes and said, "It's not a big deal, it has nothing to do with you anyway. It's your negative attitude now, which makes me a little worried." As Naruto said, with a thought, he expanded the text and said earnestly, "Kurama, if you don't study hard, you may be sold by others in the future. The old man can't even get out here." Nine Tails replied with a somewhat depressed mood. The implication is that he can't even get out here, so how can he talk about being sold? As for Naruto turning into a handful of Lois 100 years later, Nine Tails also thinks it is not very reliable. Also, why do you have such high control over this place? When he said this, Nine Tails widened his eyes, feeling quite incredulous. And Naruto just said it as a matter of course, "I am the landlord here, so it is not normal to have a higher control over this place." Nine Tails snorted and said, "No problem. We're friends, aren't we?" Naruto asked, and he stretched out his hand to stroke Nine Tails' furry tail. "You always seem to like to look aggrieved, but have I ever been mean to you?" Nine Tails asked rhetorically, "You have so many faces, which one is this?" "This is the most authentic look." Naruto smiled, very sincerely. It's just that Nine Tails suddenly felt a little blocked. It begins with the first impression of Naruto. This is a little devil who is born. It seems that there has never been anything in the world that can move him. He seems perfectly sane. Thousands of People Shadow Clone really gave him the feeling of playing thousands of people with thousands of faces, but he always seemed to be able to have the deepest understanding of his original side. However, Naruto at this moment has obvious emotions exposed. For a while, Nine Tails' tone became low. "Okay. I'll take it as my old man's acceptance of your kindness. It's nothing more than a little middle school knowledge. I think I was the one with the most tails, but, the one with the most tails. The head of the tailed beast." Nine Tails changed his words a few times before he came up with a fairly powerful name. The main reason is that when the old man of Six Paths gave them lectures, it seemed to be the laziest one. How could it be said? As long as you don't tell, Naruto won't know. Thinking of this, Nine Tails felt a little happy. And Naruto raised his head, jumped onto Nine Tails' back, and said lightly, "Actually, there are many beautiful things in this world. An arranged life may not be unhappy. But, after all, people still have to have their own scripts. Rest now, rest, and start relaxing." In the underground exchange, two figures, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one with white clothes and bald head looked quite eye-catching. The little guy beside it wrapped himself tightly, hiding himself like a real ninja. Although all kinds of strange people have entered the gold exchange, this pair has attracted the attention of many people, but an old man who has stayed here for a long time dragged the newcomer and said, "Shh, don't provoke these two people in Devil. That monk is as strong as a monster." When warning these people cautiously, there is also fear in their eyes that has not dissipated. 0. Seeking flowers. Ninjas are different from pirates. The pirate world advocates freedom and ignores the rules. Of course, the ninja world is not much better. There are ninja rules here, but these rules are a bit distorted. Ninjas and nobles, extraordinary and commons all live in the same world. Their positions are doomed to conflicts, frequent wars, and every famous ninja has really experienced life and death. However, such a world can exist for such a long time. It's a twisted but solid world. The bald monk didn't look sideways, but he could always imprint the surroundings in his mind, but there was a kind of rage in his heart. "Relax, I'm here to relax, not to make you feel uncomfortable." With that in his heart, he quickly relaxed, and said to the little guy next to him, after handing over the task, "Let's make a name for myself." 0. Why? The little guy swallowed half of his words, nodded slightly, "Okay. The bald monk is one of Naruto's new vests. And the one next to it is Sasuke." Originally, he was dissatisfied with this attire. After all, he is the same age as Naruto, but after putting on a vest like this, he is a generation shorter out of thin air. However, the truth is not so. Naruto's monk vest uses another set of skills, which can also be used at cage level. It is very easy to shut him up. Helpless, he could only follow dully, and quickly went in to hand over the task. Bang! The evidence was thrown up. After the man checked it, he handed out the receipt and said, "This is the reward for this mission. Speaking of which, the speed with which you completed the mission is really surprising. There's only deals here." Sasuke said lightly. The implication is that the task is over now, so the matter will stop here, and there is no need to chat or anything. The monk said at this time, "Wait a minute, take this task again, and give this little guy a name." The monk spoke very naturally, but Sasuke felt very awkward. However, in the face of the person in charge's questioning, recalling the experience of last year, he still nodded slightly. The difference in strength is too big, let's follow along. After leaving the gold exchange, the monk put one hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and the time and space changed in an instant, and the two changed positions. Even though it had happened more than once, Sasuke was still shocked. This kind of weird ninjutsu is really too suitable for ninjas. The owner of this speed of time and space ninjutsu must have reached the top level of assassination. Even the god of ninja back then probably wouldn't have such terrible killing efficiency. Of course, Sasuke naturally didn't think that monks could really compare to the god of Jonin, it was just a kind of surprise in his heart. Thinking wildly about knowledge in his mind, the monk said lightly, "Here, next you will meet a powerful opponent, and your task is to defeat him." But when he was saying this, the monk had already pushed through the clouds and shouted to a place in the distance, "The so-called ninjas, who use the tricks of 443 and assassination, are really against the capital rules of extraordinary." In the dark place of Mist Shinobi, someone looked dazed, completely confused about what happened. However, at the next moment, accompanied by a thick chakra eruption, the entire cloud and mist instantly dissipated, and then a burly figure appeared in front of his eyes. At this time, Sasuke finally saw the people not far away, but saw a girl with beautiful features and a man who looked fierce, and couldn't help but want to try. Is he my opponent? Sure enough, he looks very powerful. Sasuke felt tremendous pressure in his heart, but he still showed a confident smile and cheered himself up. Since Naruto picked such an opponent for him, he must have admitted his strength. Then he can't let the other party down. But when Sasuke was in a turbulent mood, the monk slapped it down. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and make a move. Nyo, that guy is only a few years older than you. It's not much, is it her?" Sasuke's eyes widened, his expression was a bit incredulous. "Are you trying to say that there should be no gender distinction when facing enemies?" In the distance, it only took a few seconds for the handsome young man's expression to change from doubt to solution to anger, which seemed very interesting. "If you don't kill my lord, these two strange guys should be looking for trouble." He gritted his teeth lightly, with an unspeakable anger. It is easier to be annoyed by the fact that the opponent recognizes the wrong gender. Zabuzan with a bandage on his face looked at the bald monk solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "Monk? I don't remember such a powerful monk in this world. After all, the extraordinary power in this world is mainly concentrated in chakra, so except for ninjas, the basic power has an upper limit. However, after practicing ninja, one cannot get rid of the ninja identity." Faced with the doubts about not beheading again, the bald monk said lightly, "The 3 burials of the poor monk came from the Buddhist sect of the hidden world, but they were only born in this life, so it's normal for you not to know." "Monk? Not a ninja?" Feeling the strong amount of chakra, Buzan felt a lot of doubts in his heart, feeling a little mysterious today. Beside him, Bai restrained his anger and said cautiously, "My lord, those two, look at their outfits, it seems that they are really not the Mist Shinobi assassination force, but I can see it." Buzan said coldly, there seemed to be a black air in his eyes, sweeping towards the monk. As a ninja who once slaughtered all his companions at once, his murderous aura is extremely strong. Some people may condemn him, but this is the real ninja. Ninja is the cruelest and coldest knight in the shadows. Throughout the original work, from Brakon Uchiha Itake, the pure bad guys don't kill them, their hearts are different. Some people are born evil, but some are born good. But they all accepted a qualified ninja in the end. A tool riddled with iniquity. But in front of Zabuladin, the bald monk faced this majestic murderous aura, but he seemed to be in the spring breeze, and nothing happened at all. It's just that his previous amiable expression has changed, and his eyes are shining brightly, with a golden radiance. "Do you need a reason to kill someone? Ninjas are born to be evil. If ninjas continue for a day, there will be no peace in the world. And the poor monk comes from the red world of the eastern soil, and he comes here for the poor and the wicked in the world." As for the bald monk's words, Zabuladin couldn't quite understand them. He felt the fierce killing intent, so he took out the beheading knife from his waist. "Then why did you find Laozi? From now on, Duer will wait for the west." The bald head said with a smile, "You have been relieved, and the injustices have dissipated since then. This is a happy thing." Beside him, Sasuke felt a little dazed. Didn't they come here for a mission? Suddenly, he remembered what Naruto said before, this mission is the last time to relax. After this time, you can experience it by yourself in the future. "Why?" he asked. And Naruto didn't answer this, but just asked, "Why? Can't even one person do it? Your brother is at your age." As soon as Uchiha Itachi was moved out, Sasuke suddenly changed his attitude and said that he had no problem at all. In order to be strong enough to know the truth of the matter, he didn't care about the danger. And now watching Naruto add settings to his new personality, enriching his abilities, he gradually has some understanding. Maybe the basic experience is useless to him. At the same age, can he only face that young boy who looks immature? When thinking about this in his heart, Sasuke forgot one thing, that is, the young man himself was much older than him. The bald monk had already turned his head at this time, opened his palm fan, and patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Be careful, don't be careless. That boy whose gender you misidentified is stronger than you. Have you said enough? You really think you're going to kill me?" Zabuladin said, but he raised his knife and slashed up. And the bald monk also flashed his figure and went up to fight in an instant. 2.2 Head-to-head confrontation. It is in line with the style of the two rough and crazy characters. Just the next moment. After the bald monk dodged the attack, he slapped Zabuku's back with his backhand, only a sound of peng was heard, and then the rough man turned into a puddle of water. Not far away, another Zabuledan appeared, reaching for his broadsword. Sure enough, a ninja is a ninja. The bald monk didn't have many surprises about this. Even if he didn't cut him off, he looked like a rough guy, but he had a very meticulous mind, and he didn't have any concerns about his methods. Fortunately, the poor monk still has a backup. Accompanied by that voice, Zabuzanta was startled suddenly, and the palm that had just been stretched out was retracted in an instant. But a sword glow appeared there, splitting the beheading sword with a crack in an instant. The next moment, Zabuledan suddenly felt dizzy. However, a huge amount of spiritual power invaded. It was an illusion different from this world, and it could be performed without chakra, but the process was a bit troublesome. Correspondingly, it is also difficult to deal with it. At least now Zabuzan can't deal with it. As a ninja whose strength is above level A, it is not that he has no experience in dealing with illusions, but now he has never dealt with this kind of illusions at all. So he passed out directly. And the time between the two has lasted until here. In fact, it can't be said to be long, and it can even be said to be very short. And in the distance, Sasuke was startled and started fighting with Shiro. He was unwilling to admit defeat. Except for a genius like Naruto, he feels that he is not bad to others, so even though Bai is older than him, he is still confident. As a result, the claws became numb after the fight. Bai's strength was beyond his imagination. He has a pair of Sharingan, but he is not very good at illusion. 06. This can be regarded as an anomaly of Uchiha. As a Sharingan owner, Sasuke has always insisted on a positive and reckless style from the early stage of the plot to the late stage of the plot. Illusion? What it is? The Uchiha clan doesn't need such fancy gadgets. Sharingan is invincible, and it can kill the opponent directly by hitting it. And now Sasuke is of course playing this way, but unfortunately he encountered a little problem after the start, that is, his eyes are not fast enough. Bai was faster than him, even so fast that his Sharingan couldn't keep up. This made Sasuke gnash his teeth. Damn it, if only my Sharingan could be stronger. Thinking of those Mangekyo, Sasuke felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, but because of the entrustment of the bald monk, Sasuke regained his faith. He can't fall here yet. So facing the beautiful figure flickering in front of him, Sasuke gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, displayed a dazzling illusion, and then made a seal with both hands. Human hair, great fireball technique. Regardless, let's do a ninjutsu first to see the effect. The blazing fireball taller than one person rushed forward like this. Its power was actually very strong, but because the person it was facing was not weak, it couldn't effectively cause damage. This is also the origin of the name Saidun. Just then, Shiro appeared next to Sasuke. Brush. Bang. Sasuke came to his senses in an instant, his intuition matched, and his voice was cold and harsh. It's not over yet. However, Bai himself was a little absent-minded, his eyes fell on the battle not far away. I don't want to hurt you, let Zhuang. Humph, it's not certain who hurts whom. Sasuke made a backhand knife, and then took advantage of the gap to form seals, and in an instant, more than a dozen figures formed, facing Bai Yao Yao. At this time, Bai also became ruthless. In order not to behead my lord, I can only offend him. After the voice fell, another thick mist filled the air, covering the place in an instant. Under Sasuke Sharingan's pupil power, he still felt that the surrounding scenery was a bit blurry, so he could only stay alert, feeling quite uneasy. But at this time, the bald monk not far away said lightly, let's stop here. It's better to have a dream and end this cause and effect. In an instant, the other two were also a little groggy. In the sealed space, Nine Tails was puzzled and almost screamed, this power does not belong to Chakra. Is there something else about you besides Ashura? Beside Nine Tails, Naruto was sitting peacefully, sorting out something slowly. It wasn't until Nine Tails started to ask questions that he raised his head and asked Nine Tails, Kurama, have you heard of entering a dream? Dream? It's just entering a dream world. Naruto looked serious and talked, actually, a dream is also a world. After Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo, there is a so-called Tsukuyomi, which can shape a spiritual world and let people live in it for a lifetime. That's what you should understand. And I also have such a dream. That was the foundation I could rely on before I met you. The world in the dream is only a dream, and the world in the dream is reality. When talking about the latter part, Naruto paused and asked Nine Tails if he understood. Nine Tails' fox face was full of bewilderment. It asked with doubts, you mean, you also have such a dream world, and you are real in the dream, and our world is just a dream of yours. That's it. Naruto nodded slightly. But Nine Tails couldn't accept it. Little devil, don't think that I'm easy to fool. Even if I'm not well educated, I can still distinguish between reality and illusion. You were charged by Sharingan. Naruto said lightly. And Nine Tails continued, this old man is the head of the tailed beasts, this endless amount of chakra is so real. You were charged by Sharingan. Naruto replied seriously. Ninetales continued to give an example, this world has existed since I don't know how many years ago. Since the old man Six Paths founded the ninja school, all the details are available. If the dreamer doesn't see it all. But you were really charged by sharing on. Naruto made up for it indifferently. Ninetales lay on the ground like salted fish. Feeling lifeless. It's just that even the potato chips and snacks are a bit unsavory. Naruto just jumped onto its back lightly, and stretched out his hand to smooth its fur. I have to say that the fur of Ninetales is soft, natural and comfortable. You seem to be depressed. Naruto asked softly. After all, it's my first friend, so I can't keep bullying 820. Looking at the situation of Ninetales now, I feel a bit autistic. Listening to Naruto's question, Ninetales replied weakly, you should ask yourself why you always lift which pot when you are eating. Then let's talk about entering the dream. Earlier I did mean the dream world, but the dream world is not necessarily illusory. Naruto said, his expression became serious. Usually at this time, he was about to speak seriously, so Ninetales restrained his emotions and wanted to hear what he wanted to say. And Naruto continued, in the dream world, I once heard of a strange man who was revered as Zhuangzi, who told a story about Zhuangzi's dream of a butterfly. There was Zhuangzi who dreamed of being a butterfly. He woke up and told himself. Others said it was just a dream, but Zhuangzhou asked, did he dream of being a butterfly, or did the butterfly dream become him at a certain moment? I'm also thinking now, did a person named Gu Quan become me in the dream, or did I become a person named Gu Quan in the dream? This kind of complex proposition involving reality and illusion, and cause and effect, suddenly confused Ninetales, and at this time, it entered a strange circle with its mind full. Who is who? This dream of Naruto is really too bad. Did you fall into the dream? Or did the dream fall into you? Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Ninetales' mind was spinning. After a while, it finally gave up the treatment, and asked, little ghost, why do you always think about this kind of problem that makes the fox a headache, can't we not think about him? Of course it's because, sooner or later we have to face this problem, and this problem is not far away for me. Naruto replied faintly, but seeing that Ninetales really couldn't understand it, he could only pat it on the fox's head and lightly sighing lightly, forget it, if you sleep less in the future, you will understand sooner or later. Now I have to verify my ability for the time being, please help me to take a look, because of the fox. After the words fell, Naruto went offline. The bald monk has another personality on top, but chakra's richness remains the same and still looks powerful. In this thick mist, except for him with his eyes closed, the rest of the people have entered a state of half asleep and half awake. Some of them slept exceptionally soundly. The dream world, the monk's journey to the west, and the foot of the Five Elements mountain. You killed too much in your previous life, so you were trapped under the Five Elements mountain. The Lord Buddha personally ordered you to be sealed for 500 years. The monkey woke up from the drowsiness, and suddenly heard a burst of Buddha-like words, and one memory after another came to life at this time. He is Sun Wukong, Lingming stone monkey, raised by nature. It was locked up 500 years ago because of a disturbance. And now the 500-year period has been reduced. Listening to the babbling words, the monkey raised his head and looked at the male and female Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, with some doubts in his heart. I always feel that there is something familiar about that face. It's just that the Bodhisattva quickly finished explaining everything, and finally entrusted, you will go to learn scriptures with that Tang monk in the future, so don't do any more evil. Remember, to accumulate good fruits. Accumulate good fruits. The monkey looked at the sky in some perplexity, and could see clouds floating in the blue sky. No matter in previous life or in this life, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Wait, past life? What past life? There was a flash of confusion, and the monkey couldn't figure out what was going on, so he simply stopped exploring and waited for the learner wholeheartedly. In the twinkling of an eye, spring and autumn came, and several months passed, and the Buddhist scriptures were just long overdue. The pilgrim was wearing cassock with a tiger skin skirt around his waist, which really puzzled the monkey. This person is Naruto who came in a dream. The dream itself was constructed by him, and it is an experiment in itself. After taking Kurama's chakra, he used a part of it alone to fill his spirit, and only then did he build a world that is not real. The so-called Huangliang dream, a century-old situation, is nothing more than a dream. Can be used to describe the present world. It was also because of this feeling that Naruto realized that his first dream ability in his previous life was actually not simple. At first he thought it was just a dream. However, with the E-shift, after excluding the data such as law, the rules that are completely different from the original world really allow Naruto to confirm a fact. The first time I fell into a dream, it was not so much entering a dream world, as it was dreaming into another world, reincarnated into another real world. It's just that the relationship between these two worlds is still worth studying. The distance of time and space, the time of birth, the sequence of cause and effect, etc., can all be studied. Of course, that is something that needs to be done later. Before that, it is better to prepare for the world of dreaming for the second time. After all, this may be the first real dream. Similar to Tsukuyomi in general, constructing a spiritual world, but different in nature. Going to the end, it may be possible to directly practice the fake and become the real. The many thoughts in my heart did not affect Naruto's current role. You have to practice it in practice. If you practice more in this world, maybe when he falls asleep in the future, he may really go to the world of journey to the west. On the bright side, in front of the 5 Elements mountain, the handsome 3-berried monk smiled gently, and then roared, "Is there a monkey that has been suppressed for hundreds of years here?" The sound echoed for a long time, deafening. Mythical version. A certain monkey just woke up from another thought. Hearing this voice, his emotions changed from surprise to doubt to fear, and only a few seconds passed. Then it roared, "But the person who came from afar? It's my grandson." It remembered the words of the Bodhisattva a few days ago, and it felt like a dream in its heart. It was imprisoned for 500 years, but it was able to come out. But not long after it answered the call, a beautiful face came into its eyes. Dressed in cassock, with a decent temperament, he looks like a real Buddhist learner. But why is this pilgrim still wearing a tiger skin skirt? It looks like it should be true. Sanzan nodded, and then, ignoring the monkey's changing expression, asked lightly, "Did Guanyin tell you about this a few days ago?" I've said it. Monkey nodded again, and then seemed to be out of the night habit of his previous life, adding a piece of information, "One more thing, there is a seal on this 5 Elements mountain, please master open that seal first." Seal? What seal? Sanzan said with some doubts, and then ignored what the monkey said, directly stretched out a big hand, and said calmly, "Since it is that monkey, I will bring you out as a teacher." Immediately afterwards, under the dumbfounded expression of the monkey, the bare hand was strong against the wind, and soon it seemed to cover the sky, and then fell down with a loud crash. "Are you okay?" Boom, boom, boom. The entire Wuxing mountain was shaken by the slap, and countless rocks fell down, accompanied by the guarding rune also emitting golden light, as if to fight against this big hand that covers the sky. "Hi! The little seal dares to stop this work, so hurry up and disperse," seriously flipped the table. Sanzan, who looked as gentle as jade at first, was like a god like a demon at this moment, and directly suppressed it with his palms up. Boom! The golden light dissipated immediately, and the trend of this palm continued unabated, smashing the 5 Elements mountain into pieces. The monkey that had been crushed to death was just seeing the light of day again, when suddenly it saw the crushed palm that had just slapped the 5 Elements mountain reach out in front of it, and grabbed it. "What did you promise to the Bodhisattva back then? As a teacher, I won't ask any more questions." Sanbuan grabbed the monkey with one hand and blocked all its power by the way, and then continued to ask, "Now as a teacher, I only ask you. Follow the teacher to learn scriptures." Many years later, when the monkey obtained the scriptures, he still couldn't forget the scene at the beginning of learning the scriptures. Tang Seng smashed Huazi mountain with one hand, obliterating the seal, then pinched its neck and asked if it wanted to learn from it. Will it be shot to death if it is not learned from the scriptures? Out of survival instinct, the monkey said, "Yes, I am willing to learn from the scriptures." It was only at this moment that Sanzan let go of his hand, and then said kindly, "It's not a good person to be a teacher. Since you have entered the profession, then it is good to observe some rules in the future." "Old son wakes up, the Bodhisattva told me before coming, I will definitely abide by the rules in the future, and make less killings." The monkey swallowed, but thought of the palm just now with a little fear. Sanzan shook his head, "I haven't said the rules yet, how did you wake up? Also ask master to explain the rules. The monkey is also good at following others. Children can be taught." Sanzan nodded in satisfaction and said, "The poor monk's name is Sanzan, which means Tibetan sky burial and Tibetan common people. This trip to the west is only to prove that the scriptures cannot overcome the suffering in the world, and those who can overcome themselves are for themselves. That's all." Hearing the words 543, the monkey looked shocked. Not to mention the meaning of the name that Sanzan said earlier, even the following words are quite conflicting with the words of Guanyin before. According to Avalokitesvara's words, after obtaining the scriptures, those who learn the scriptures will benefit countless beings and leave endless merit. However, according to its master's words, it is to prove that the scriptures are useless. There is no savior in the world, the only one who can save oneself is himself. However, this is an outrageous statement. Belittled by the West as Hinayana Buddhism, it is easy for believers to stop giving incense money. After all, believers don't believe in alien life. With this idea going west, are you sure there will be no fights? But when the monkey was stunned, Sanzan did not stand still, but continued to talk, and read out the school rules. So for the master's school, there are not many school rules. It is nothing more than not to betray the teacher's school, and to punish the evil ones. It's all about doing good. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Demons and ghosts, get rid of them. Those who are ghosts and ghosts, get rid of them. Do you remember? Listening to Chun Chun's teaching with a strong murderous look, Hosei was a little dazed, but he still nodded, and he let out a sigh of relief. You don't have to suppress your nature, that's fine. Then it followed Sanbu on the road. Not long after walking, one person and one monkey left Liangja Mountain, and met a big tiger with a white forehead and eyes, roaring at the two masters and apprentices. Just when the monkey was about to make a move, San Zan stretched out his hand to stop it, and said calmly, "Wait a minute, the takeaway is here." Then Sanbu went up and beat the tiger to death with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and it still protected the fur. After teaching the monkey fur to make a tiger skin skirt, Sanbu made a pot on the spot, spent 3 or 5 cups of tea, stewed the tiger, ate a pot of delicious tiger meat, and shared a little soup with the monkey. The soup was so delicious that the monkey doubted life. I don't understand why I only ate peaches in the first half of my life. Isn't this broth fragrant? And after that, the monkey thought of another fact, which made it break out in cold sweat and dare not make mistakes. After all, this master really ate meat when he ate meat, if one day he felt that his apprentice tasted pretty good. Master, my disciples are all sincere. Monkey said sincerely. Then hurry up and lead the horse. San Zan said impatiently, he was already on the horse, and then urged the monkey to lead the horse. The monkey made a promise, and then led the horse forward, working hard and bearing no complaints. It's just a little slower. This horse's speed is a bit too slow, maybe I have to take it with me. San Zan said, talking about the tiger meat hot pot just now. The white horse under his seat felt very uneasy. But at this time, they, Agfj, hadn't traveled long before they encountered another group of robbers. This mountain was opened by me. Some opening remarks verified the identity of their robbers. Thinking of the master's previous instructions, the monkey set up the white horse and prepared to punish evil and promote good. But at this time, San Zan had already made a move in advance, slapped one of them with a slap, and shouted, "Bold, you dare to rob me even, you really don't know how to live or die. Watch me come and punch." Boom. One of them went to the west on the spot, and then the others were about to shout for mercy while telling their own tragic life experiences. However, before they could utter the second word, San Zan had already taken one after another of his palm prints, sending all these people to the west with a set of continuous commands. Teacher, you have to remember, don't pay attention to what the bad guys say, because there is no shortage of talkative people in this world. You just need to confirm that he is a bad guy, and then beat him to death. San Zan returned to the white horse, follow the monkey Chun Chun to teach. The monkey was taken aback for a while, and then suddenly thought of something. In the future, the monster's on the way to learn from the scriptures, can he still have his share? But when the monkey continued to lead the horse with this doubt, on the white cloud, Guanyin Bodhisattva confirmed that there was an accident on the way to learn the scriptures based on intelligent calculations. He thought about it, and wanted to go down and persuade the monk to be good, but it was best not to go down when the intelligence calculated the result, otherwise he would face a serious punch. That was the unbearable fist of life. If you punch it down, you will die. So there were no twists and turns along the way, and with the monkey who was a little confused, Sanbu came to Ying Shaojian. After the monkey confirmed that the little white dragon was inside, the white horse was roasted and eaten at 3 o'clock. Monkey. Brush, brush, brush. But when the smell of meat was overflowing, in Ying Shaojian, the water flow reversed and rushed straight to the sky, with a very magnificent momentum. In an instant, with a dragon chant, a long and narrow figure emerged from the clouds and swooped towards Sanbu. Following the wool emanating from that figure, one can feel a strong sense of hunger. The next moment, most of the remaining horse meat from Sanbuan went into the belly of the huge monster, and the monkey saw clearly that it was a dragon king. How dare you steal my master's horse meat? The monkey raised his mighty stick, and before he could make a move, he saw that San Zan had already made a move first, grabbing Xiao Beilong with one hand. You ate my transportation tool, and you will be my transportation tool in the future. The reason is very simple. San Zan smiled and reasoned with the little white dragon who had shrunk into a pocket version in his hand. The monkey hesitated to speak, and wanted to say that the means of transport was actually roasted and eaten by his master before Xiao Beilong ate it. However, because of master's threat, it could only swallow it. Xiao Beilong, who was turned into a pocket version, was stunned, and found that he played cards completely different from the scriptures. Didn't Avalokitesvara say to protect Buddhist scriptures? This pilgrim also needs protection? Or that it recognized the wrong person? But while Xiao Beilong was thinking about it, Sanbu had already increased the strength in his hand, and then asked Xiao Beilong whether he wanted to be obedient or not. Xiao Beilong nodded helplessly, and finally, under the kind eyes of San Zan, he turned into a white horse and carried San Zan on his back. And with the white dragon horse, there is no need for the monkey to lead the horse, it only needs to lead the way ahead. According to San Zan's words, the white dragon horse is already a mature horse, and he must learn to manage himself well. In this way, one man, one horse and one monkey, they headed westward with light clothes. The Western Buddhas felt a little uneasy in their hearts, because the Bodhisattva never answered. And his anxiety soon became a reality. This time, the 9981 difficulty seems to be no longer the so-called experience, but a 9981 delicacy. Cough, some sufferings are real people, so they can't be counted as delicacies. Of course the rest can go into the recipe. There are also some apprentices who are not very obedient. When entering jail as Wang, Sanbu introduced 108 ways to eat pork to the monkey, which scared the pig out immediately. When crossing the Liaoshu River, he didn't wait for the golden cudgel to stir the wind and rain, but a cattail fan with a big hand grabbed down and took Monk Sha up directly. Seeing this scene, the monkey gasped unconsciously. It remembered that 2 days ago, Sanbu grabbed it by the neck like this, and asked it if it wanted to go with it to learn scriptures. The answer is of course yes. In this way, after crossing the Liaoshu River, the 4 masters and apprentices plus a white dragon horse, it's fine. After they left, Guanyin appeared on the Liaoshu River, and then frowned and sent a message to the Tathagata, the person who learns the scriptures has changed. No problem. Buddha seems to be still very stable. The power of the sky is with me, let's see how you turn the waves. Then he saw it. Journey to the west was changed to journey to eat. Along the way, most of the non-human monsters that Sanzan saw were on the dining table, even female fairies were no exception, as the so-called equality between men and women. Monkey. Gender equality is used here? Of course, what made the monkeys dumbfounded was something that often happened, that is, on the way to learn the scriptures, once they reached a mountain, the 3 burials would directly catch the monsters there and eat them. Then Monk Sha could only say to the monkey, "Brother, it's not good, the master is going to catch monsters again." Second brother, "It's not good, the master stewed another monster." Eldest brother is not good, master stewed the second senior brother and the monster together. The monkey changed color when he heard the words, and hurried over to stop him. "Master, don't want that. That's not a monster, it's your second disciple." On the frying pan, Beiji is just 1 step away from being roasted. The 3rd burial prepared cumin and spices, heard the words and removed the old pig as if nothing had happened, and said indifferently, "I just checked Beiji's constitution, and now it seems that it is still qualified." "Monkey, you came just in time, go prepare some firewood, and stew this weasel today." The drifting monk was left hesitating to speak. The old pig quietly broke into a cold sweat, and then continued to step backwards, afraid to disturb him. Simply after passing these few hills, the monkey never heard the news that the old pig had been stewed. Sanbuan, on the other hand, would occasionally knock on the old pig's fat head and big ears, and whisper dissatisfiedly, "The quality of this meat is still not up to standard, forget it, let's take it seriously." In this way, the old pig was labeled as unqualified. The word water injection was written in the letter. Under the leadership of such a resolute and vigorous Sanbuan, the time for learning scriptures has continued to shorten, and it will not take more than 10 years at all. Just eat it all the way. A few months is enough. Among them, it doesn't take much time to drive. With the footsteps of a white dragon horse, it can almost be compared with riding the clouds and fog. However, it takes a little time to catch monsters and stew monsters. Of course, when experiencing other tribulations, time is relatively short, such as the manifestation of the 4 saints, which is originally to study the mind of the 3 burials. However, Sanzan didn't turn his head back, and said that he was a person in cultivation and didn't need to sleep in the open. Just a swipe and it's over. This difficulty ends without a problem. When passing Wuzhuang Temple, they just said hello and left, and no one stayed behind, let alone trifles such as ginseng fruit. When passing by Beihu Ridge, the monkey stared at it, and just wanted to remind there was a monster, but when he turned around, he found that the 3 burial people had disappeared. 0. Seeking flowers. The next moment, Sanzan came over with a bone and demonstrated to his disciples what bone soup was. "I always feel like something is missing." In such a strange atmosphere, after the 4 masters and apprentices drank the bone soup, they went to the next difficult journey. Next is the copy of Black Pine Forest. The daughter of the king of Baoxiang Kingdom was taken captive, which caused this catastrophe. Monkey wants to say don't make trouble. Beiji's heart softened. However, Sanzan said directly, "Type human beings? Can't be eaten, too." Then he sat on the white dragon horse, and drove the white dragon horse through here. Several catastrophes in a row passed by in such a hurry. 0. The Buddha, who was still pinching the time, suddenly found that the time passed a little fast. He took a closer look and found that because Tang Seng was too decisive, many difficulties passed without taking any time. After thinking about it, the Buddha called Venerable Avalokitesvara, and said, "This time, 99 and 81 are difficult, and it is inevitable that they will not be all together. Please share your worries." "No. Avalokitesvara should be." Then some more pets ran out of the south blue-purple bamboo forest. It was just this time that these pets were not able to come back, but were all stewed in oil, and finally entered the belly of Sanbu. From then on, there is a legendary of the demon monk on the westbound road. It is rumored that a demon monk is going to the west to learn scriptures, and there will be 99 and 81 disasters on the way, which is a disaster day for monsters. All non-human monsters that come across this demon monk will be eaten. Such a demonized legendary made the monsters frightened by the rumors, and even many orthodox human-shaped monsters quietly left the mountain when they heard the rumors of the demon monk, and they had already planned to go. In addition to attacking monsters with heavy blows and eating them all, when traveling through the human kingdom, Zwan has always followed the principle of nothing. The so-called three don't care, that is, whether you live or die, whether you are true or false, and whether you are good or bad, it is none of my business. Passing by Bayaji country is really passing by, passing by Wuji country is really passing by, passing by Chechi country is really passing by, so passing by many countries. 99 and 81 is difficult and insufficient. Seeing this, Tianting had no choice but to run away with a few pets and Mount Ju. In such things as descending to the world, it is generally more active when it is beneficial, and less active when it is destined to die. After walking halfway on the westward journey, the people in the heavenly court also knew the character of this Tang monk. That's really as long as it's not everyone's recipe. In Tushita Palace, Lejun saw his friend again. Then King Yu took advantage of the boy's sleep and tricked his old friend to go down together, but he didn't want the scalper to shake his head like a rattle. You don't have to lie to me, the demon monk below is vicious, and if you die, you will eat the demon when you see it. And you and I have excellent meat quality, don't we go and never return? King Yu was stopped by these words. However, he was reluctant to give up the rare opportunity to go down to earth. So it said, we are all under the patriarch's family, so the demon monk will sell some face anyway. Besides, this kind of public travel, a rare opportunity to experience, do you want to make a mistake of 060? It seems to make sense. The scalper nodded. Then the two cows went directly down to earth with some treasures. Many pets and family members of the gods, for the sake of freedom in the world, descended to the earth and turned into monsters one after another, substituting for one or the other. The reason why so many emergency manpower were sent all at once was because many men in front had been skipped, and on the other hand, it was because the three burials were moving too fast. If they don't go down, the third burial will be at Dalayan Temple. It's not too late for them to come. The result is a bit skinny. These monsters with backgrounds did not receive any special treatment. For example, facing the green bull holding the treasure, Sanzan smiled slightly, stand back, let me be the teacher. The three apprentices and the white dragon horse stepped back obediently. Then I saw Sanzan slap him in the face, and he was still chanting the so-called Buddhist scriptures, bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human, seriously lift the table. The power of the so-called supreme treasure pales in comparison to that ordinary big slap, and it seems that only this big slap covering the sky can be seen in the world. Then King Yu was beaten up. After searching for the magic weapon of the green cow 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, Sanbuan stewed the green cow according to the usual practice, adding cumin and pepper, and the few apprentices behind him all drove away. Beiji hesitated and said, Master, we are like this, Gilu, isn't it a bit bad? That's the blue cow under the seat of the great master, Gilu. Monk Sha said, swallowing his saliva. The monkey has already followed the taste of the meat and started to feast on it, feeling that this is life, as expected of the master, this craftsmanship belongs to Apex. There are fairy treasures in the world, but there are poor rituals in the sky. Lejun looked at the corpses of his own green and yellow cattle, and after thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of asking for the treasures back. Anyway, unlucky is very average. Most of the people who went down to be demons went into the hot pot. It was very fair, so no one talked too much. The main reason is that you can't beat it. This monk seems to be subdued only by Tathagata. In this state of mind, they can no longer suppress the speed of Sanbu's westward journey, and only hope that he will come to the west as soon as possible, so that this nightmare can end. Of course, the loose demon is not much better. When meeting the other great sages of the Ieyasu, Sanzan took painstaking efforts to catch them all, and then stewed them in a hot pot. Endlessly. Seeing all kinds of delicacies in the pot, especially when a dish of beef tongue was added to it, it dared to ask, Master, if I hadn't gone to learn from you, would I have become a dish in it? Sanzan glanced at it sideways, and said lightly, almost. I heard it was made by monkey brains. The monkey was scared for a while. Actually, pig brains are not bad. Beiji also panicked. Perhaps, we can actually add another dragon liver. Xiao Beilong hurriedly expressed his loyalty, saying that he was good at being a means of transportation, and he was willing to be a means of transportation all the time. The taciturn drifting breathed a sigh of relief silently, thankful that he was still a human being. In this way, while the apprentices were worried and fearful, Sanbian subdued demons all the way, and went straight to the west. During the journey, most of the time was spent fighting monsters. Every time I reach a mountain, an innocent little monster is caught as a pre-dinner dessert. It really makes the monkeys feel pitiful, but no one dares to say it. Because I was afraid that master would take me to stew soup. And even under the leadership of such a ferocious master, after eating all the way through the westward journey, from monkeys to white dragon horses, they still have all beards and tails, which is considered a kind of luck. Huangmei was directly caught to make soup when she was in Xiaolian Temple. When passing the Tongqian River, Sanzan flew directly over. At the last step, the 3 burials also passed by with their real bodies, leaving no mortal body here, which only means one thing: the body is not just a skin. If the world is a big sea of suffering, the body is a boat, and the soul is a rudder. Abandoned the ship, and I want both. The monkey buttoned a 666 to express its admiration. In this way, the 4 masters and apprentices came to the Dalian temple together, and saw the monk who was taking bribes, and then Tathagata covered the forehead of the monk who was taking bribes with the golden bowl for alms that he had never used a few times on the way. While beating him, Sanzan yelled loudly, "How dare the disciples of the Buddha openly offer bribes? I can see at a glance that you are a fake monk, and I will kick you out of your membership." The fake monk who only accepts bribes. Is he not human anymore? With grievances and resentment, he went to report the matter to the Buddha, that is, to make a small report. Then after the 3rd burial came to His Highness, he saw the Buddha who questioned him. "Bold, how dare you openly cover your subordinates? I can tell you are a fake Buddha at a glance." Sanzan said, throwing the golden bowl, stretched out a fist the size of a sandbag, and shouted, "Look at me for a serious punch. Nirvana, flip the table seriously." Boom. As the clouds of kindness rose, the entire Dalian temple, including the Buddha, disappeared from the world, and then the 3rd funeral took some scriptures at random, and asked Guanyin, 2.1 Can the scriptures be obtained now? Venerable Avalokitesvara clasped his palms together, Amitabha, it's right. Monkey and the others felt as if they were in a dream. Master, there are no words on the scriptures. Sand Monk's eyes are better, and he can see the truth, but his heart is not very good. Hearing the words, Sanzan just patted him on the shoulder lightly. Why, a scripture without words is not a scripture. Drifting, it's still the scriptures. In this way, after the 3rd burial went to the west to blow up the Buddha, he took the scriptures back and put them in the public library to be borrowed casually, leaving a famous saying by the way. The scriptures can't save the world, and the Buddha can't even save himself, let alone this world. There is no savior in the world, there are, but they are just self-saviors. After experiencing a dreamlike journey to the west, the monkey returned to Hogyo Mountain, and his heart trembled every time he thought of the violent demon monk. But it also taught him to think a little more. What it thinks about the most is the sentence that there is no savior in the world, and what everyone can do is to save themselves. But after reading it 100,000 times, I realized something, and then the memories of the past and present were awakened together. Wait, is this journey to the west? Or a fantasy? It's all but a dream. Illusion, solution. When it realized something, the monkey turned into a human form, quickly formed seals with both hands, trying to undo the illusion, and then it passed out. At the same time, Sanbu, who broke through the copy of Journey to the West, finally unlocked the spiritual energy of this world. Fate to wake up, it's just a dream. In an instant, everything was like a dream and an illusion, dissipating in smoke. In the real world, in the sealed space, Naruto's figure appeared here, with a sense of weakness between his brows, but his eyes were shining brightly, and he looked full of energy. He stretched out a small hand and said, "Kurama, give me a hand, I need 06 to replenish some energy. I'm not a power bank." Nine Tails frowned. It feels that it is such a strong fox, but it has always been used as a charging treasure, and it is obviously very good at fighting. The words were a little arrogant. When Naruto reached out, Nine Tails still caught a paw and passed, and the chakra, surging like Wang Yang, was transmitted over in an instant. Naruto's face quickly returned to rosy, and his energy and spirit returned to the peak at the same time. "Naruto, you seem to be a bit different," Nine Tails said doubtfully. Just when he was helping, Naruto opened his heart to it, and naturally he didn't hide some of his secrets from it. If he can't even trust the Nine Tails who get along day and night, then there is no one he can trust in this life. Listening to Nine Tails' words at this time, Naruto smiled slightly and explained a few words. "Didn't I tell you that I had a dream? I can gain part of my abilities in it." Hearing this, Nine Tails thought of something, and then asked Naruto, "Wouldn't it be possible to become stronger quickly by dreaming every day in the future?" "It's not that simple." Naruto shook his head lightly, explaining, "This most obvious dreaming actually consumes a lot of energy. Of course, energy consumption is not the main problem. The main problem is that this ability is a kind of consumption for this world, completely transforming chakra into the energy I need. If you use it too much, you will be noticed." In fact, this time in the dream, he brought an Ashura who had been reincarnated in his body for an unknown number of lives. During the interpretation of the dream, an Ashura was sacrificed. Because Naruto opened his heart at this moment, Nine Tails could naturally feel his thoughts. It sensed it carefully, and then the fox's face changed. "You mean, that old man from Six Paths is still there? You have also lived step by step from such a long time to the present, so you don't know everything." "Kurama," Naruto said with a smile. Hearing this, Nine Tails closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. In other words, after so many years, what is it mainly doing? Sleep, Play, sleep, play, sleep. If it had this way of entering a dream, it would have been accomplished long ago. After a life of sleeping and dreaming, a tragedy happened. Nine Tails actually saw a strong man who pressed it to the ground with one hand and hammered it, and said to it, "Nine Tails, you are too strong and need to be sealed." Then there is the tyrannical sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. The small black house has been closed until Naruto's generation. In the process, there is also Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan, who controls it once every other life. Thinking about it now, the old man actually sees it all. Is this the freedom the old man gave it? For the first time, Nine Tails had doubts in his heart, but because of the latent respect in his heart, Nine Tails didn't think about it further. Just looking at Naruto's eyes that seemed to see through everything, Nine Tails was silent for a while before replying, "The old man has indeed never appeared again for so many years." However, he did teach everything that could be taught back then, but the old man did not learn everything due to some special reasons. But as the head of the tailed beasts, the old man still has some special abilities, such as being able to contact other tailed monks. The following words were added by Nine Tails for the sake of saving face. But it does have some effect. "I have no grievances with other tailed beasts." Naruto first stated this fact, and then added, "However, the enemy of the enemy can always become a friend temporarily. You tailed beasts are both oppressed under this order, I think we should be able to have a good chat." Realizing that I finally have a useful sentence, Nine Tails can't help but be fascinated by the eyes happily, it's boring and lonely life. And Naruto clapped his hands and bid farewell to Nine Tails temporarily, "I still have things to do, so I'll leave here for now, and I'll talk to you about falling asleep later." After the words fell, Naruto disappeared in place. Only Nine Tails was left wandering alone in the sealed space 873. Although Naruto did not hide it, it is still a little difficult to understand. After all, this world uses the so-called illusion as a means of attack. In other words, the entire ninjutsu system, from illusion, ninjutsu to taijutsu, is all used for fighting. After all, ninjas are the best fighting tools. This is contrary to the philosophy that Naruto insists on. He hated this kind of tool behavior from the bottom of his heart, and he wanted to make peace with Nine Tails, and only then became friends. Real world. The monk stretched out his hand and patted, the heavy mist dissipated, and the golden light shone down, warming everyone here. Sasuke and Naruto, who were half asleep and half awake, woke up and became vigilant. And the bald monk reached out to take the beheading sword, and at the same time he would not slap him awake, and said calmly, "Wake up, I have been dreaming for so long, do you want to live in reality, or sink into a dream?" No more chopping with empty hands, he woke up faintly from his dream, his eyes still full of confusion. When he saw the bald monk imprinted in his eyes, he asked doubtfully, "Master? Don't call me master, I'm not as big a disciple as you." The bald monk shook his head, then put away the beheading knife very naturally, and said in a deep voice, "Everything in the dream is just a floating life, why don't you wake up quickly?" This time, it was only after not cutting off his eyes that he completely regained his clarity. "I just was hit by an illusion." Zabuza realized what happened just now, and looked at the bald monk with a hint of coldness. And a touch of imperceptible fear. Although the time of dreaming is like a dream bubble, it also has a trace of traces, which makes people unable to distinguish between dream and reality in a short time. This is the case at this time. There was still a little fear in his heart. However, as time went by, this faint trace also quickly dissipated, and he only remembered that he had a dream. However, he had completely forgotten what was in the dream. Just looking at the bald monk, I felt a kind of fear in my heart. On the one hand, he knew that the illusion just now was done by this monk, on the other hand, he seemed to have had the experience of being threatened by this monk. And it's as simple as an eagle catching a chicken. Facing the vigilant Zabuza, the bald monk just said lightly, "The poor monk, named Sanbu, just came to ferry you into reincarnation, and now you are sober." "What reincarnation?" Zabuza directly suppressed the fear in his heart, and laughed wildly, "Come on. Isn't it just losing a knife? Laozi is a peachland Zabuza. Boom. Then he was slapped to the ground. Not to mention Ji Yin, he didn't even have time to dodge, this was a complete speed crush. But seeing the bald monk with a slight anger, he shouted, "Really, you ninja is so bloodthirsty and you won't change it, it seems that you have to endure some severe beatings. Secret technique, serious beating." Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by screams one after another, it sounds quite rhythmic. Naruto did not lie to Nine Tails, the serious series he obtained from the dream world was indeed another set of system abilities different from chakra. Among them, the secret has not yet been analyzed in time. On the contrary, the strength is at the real cage level, one can only imagine how powerful it is to reach this level by relying solely on physical skills. Maybe it's a bit troublesome to fight those cheaters at the outer level in the later stage, but it's really easy to beat those who can't beat A level. Being hammered on the ground, Zabuza felt familiar, but he racked his brains and couldn't figure out why this scene seemed familiar. Of course he couldn't figure it out even if he was killed. Because this is the scene in the dream world. In the dream world, if you don't cut it, you will become the apprentice of the third burial, and you will be educated with an iron fist every day, which almost forms a psychological shadow. Naturally, it felt like déjà vu. It's just that the dream world dissipated like a bubble, and everything related to it naturally disappeared, leaving no memory left. So people always can't remember the memory of their dreams. When he was beaten again, not far away, Bai rushed over worriedly, and whispered, "My lord. Your opponent is me." Sasuke also reacted, ready to stop Bai. Suddenly, he found that the figure of Bai beside him had disappeared. So fast. Sasuke was startled, but at this moment, he suddenly heard an ouch, and then saw that young man who was as beautiful as a girl also fell to the ground. The three burials also gave equal treatment regardless of the other party's status, and beat them all up. After hitting comfortably, Sanzan just stopped, and then said, "According to the nature of the poor monk, for ninjas, it is impossible to kill evil, but it is a pity that one person's strength is not enough. Killing the two of you will not eradicate the ninja class." Zabuzan, who was lying on the ground, looked blank at this moment. "Are you really not from the Mist Shinobi Assassination Unit? Have you ever seen an assassination force using their fists?" Sanzan asked indifferently. At this time Sasuke came over and asked, "Didn't we also accept a related task? Do you want to?" As soon as these words came out, Zabuzan and Bai's expressions changed. The situation is stronger than the people. If the three burials are really going to kill them, then next year today may be their death day. Thinking of this, Bai hurriedly stood up and said, "Please let it go and don't behead your lord. Bai is willing to be driven by you, even if you give everything." "No, I don't need tools," Santan said lightly, turning Bai's expression into despair. And he didn't simply want these two to despair. So after this sentence, Sanzan quickly added, "Although the task is related to the two of you, we don't necessarily want your lives." This time, the poor monk just came out to relax and experience the younger generation by the way. Now the purpose has been completed. At the end of the sentence, Sasuke wanted to say something, but he hesitated to speak. No matter what he thinks in his heart, one thing is true, that is, his strength is really far behind Naruto. He is not like his peers. Even in Sasuke's view, even if the ninja is 2 rounds older, it's two things to say whether the strength can match Naruto. From this point of view, Naruto is the real genius. Compared with it, he seems to be useless. Thinking of this in his heart, Sasuke hurriedly reaffirmed his belief, not wanting to be too desperate. After all, he still has important things to do. If you give up, maybe he will include it for life. "So are you going to let us go now?" Bai raised his head with surprise in his eyes. He is not an orthodox ninja. The reason why he is a tool is just because he doesn't know what is the meaning of life. It can be said that although he accepts the three views of the world, he is essentially the same as the common people and never has the heart to hurt others. So for this grievance, he is very open. Beside him, Zabuzan wanted to show a little toughness. Well, okay, but the inexplicable fear in his heart made him less tough. Facing Bai's question, Santan shook his head lightly, and then explained, "Didn't I tell you that, in fact, the loving monk also has a mission? Of course, although this mission may require sacrificing you, it doesn't really require your lives. You just need to pretend to be dead." Hearing this, Zabuledinjan and Bai's eyes widened a little, and they were very puzzled. Next to the third burial, Sasuke was also a little puzzled. Why do they have to pretend to be dead? If there was no such thing from the beginning, there would be no need for such trouble. But that would be a little less fun. Sanzan said what was in his heart, but quickly changed his mind. "Hey, that was a joke just now, the real reason lies in some factors. Do you know what the blood fog policy is?" When talking about the blood mist policy, these people suddenly became sleepy, and they almost screamed. "Blood mist policy, it seems that my lord is very familiar with me, Kirigakuer." Zabuzan's voice was very low, making it difficult to know what he was thinking. The white-clothed monk answered calmly, "I not only know about this policy, but I also know the origin of this policy. It is a conspiracy. Although for a cold-blooded guy like you, massacring feet doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing, but you should not accept conspiracy." Besides Zabuledinjan, Bai opened his bright eyes wide. "You are talking nonsense. Master Zabuledinjan is actually a very good person." No longer cut and pressed Bai's palm, and said softly, "You don't need to defend me, it's normal for ninjas to kill people like Ma. Didn't they just kill everyone around them when they graduated? Such exciting and bloody battles belong exclusively to ninjas." Between the words, bloody murderous intent spewed out. Even in the face of such a loss of combat power, Sasuke felt a wave of shock in his heart. In his heart, he believed in the cold-blooded words that he would not kill again, because if he hadn't killed so many people, he would not have accumulated such a strong murderous aura. After Zabuzan said what he said before, he said again, "But since your lord said there was a conspiracy, then I also want to hear from 193 and ask you to enlighten me." When he said this, he felt very awkward. Thinking that if he doesn't kill him again, when will he ask for help from others? But he really wanted to know the truth about the blood mist policy. I want to know how such a policy of ruining my village came from 4th Mizukage, who has a shit-brained guy. You must know that the blood mist policy wiped out all the blood inheritance boundaries of my village. This is a bit more ruthless than Konoha's operation. Besides Sanbuin, Sasuke also had some anticipation in his eyes. Many people are happy to hear about 8 trigrams, regardless of race or gender. Presumably it is the 8 trigrams gene of the human body. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Sanzan paused, and then slowly said, "This is actually a simple and boring story. That is, your 4th Mizukage has been controlled long ago, and the means of control is very simple, that is Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan." When Sasuke heard this, he immediately shouted, "Impossible, Uchiha has already been wiped out." Could he not know the power of those eyes? But Uchiha, Agfa, is long gone, and who else has those eyes but that guy? Sanbayan looked at Sasuke unhappily, reached out and tapped lightly. Bang! Sasuke took a few steps back, feeling a little wronged in his heart, but after being hit like that, he also came to his senses. It's just that he still can't believe it. Only then did Sanzan continue to explain, "This family has been exterminated, but the Uzumaki family has also been exterminated. Now there are still Uzumaki people walking in the world, and it doesn't mean that they are completely extinct." Having said that, everyone will understand. But Zabuzan shook his fist, and asked in a deep voice, "That guy, why do you want to control 4th Mizukage?" If it was really Mangekyo, he would have believed that 4th Mizukage was indeed under control, and that's why he made so many suffocation operations. The third burial looked at it and said calmly, "That's not what the poor monk should care about. Anyway, today I'm just telling you such a simple story. It's up to you to declare your choice. If you choose, kill yourself now and let the poor monk send you back. If you don't choose, you can continue to be a traitor and don't be beheaded. Of course, I will not return the beheading sword to you. After the poor monk's hand, then this is the poor monk's knife." For the words of the 3 burials, there is no refutation of the words of no beheading. The difference in hard power is too big, and he already feels very good to be able to save his life. Moreover, the beheading knife did not increase his strength much. Without the beheading sword, he should be able to fight, but he can still fight. With the achievement of beheading, he still can't beat what should be defeated. In short, this is a tasteless sword. Speaking of which, as an assassination ninja, his best ninjutsu is obviously using the mist shinobi killing technique, but the weapon he chose is such a rigid knife, which is the same as a warrior. This can only be said that Hokage is much more wonderful. Even if he looks like a rough guy without beheading, this beheading sword is actually not suitable for him. For these, Sanbu didn't explain too much, but just gave Zabuza time to think about it. As for killing this murderous S-rank rebel, it doesn't make much sense in itself. Normal killing is not enough to kill ninjas. This is only possible if the profession is outlawed. Before that, wanton slaughter would only create more pain. It is a feasible method like pains to create pain and let the world feel pain, but there is no god in the ninja world who can meet his expectations. So in fact, that plan is also a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Under Sanzan's indifferent eyes, Zabuledin felt a lot of pressure in his heart, always feeling that the monk's eyes had seen everything through. Yet he still had a choice to make. After a long time, Bubu's heart sank again, and then he said, "I choose to pretend to be a dead person, but there is still Bai, he is not suitable for this operation." Although Bai has always said that he is a tool for never beheading. However, only Zabuzan knew that this tool was actually used to restrain himself. Because this tool is too kind. In a normal world, a person like Bai could choose to be a doctor, an angel in white who saves lives. However, he was born in the ninja world, and he exists as a blood succession limit owner. This is doomed to his life cannot be peaceful. At this time, Bai listened to the words of Zabuju, and opened his mouth and said, "No, Zabuju sir, Bai has always been your tool. But can you kill people?" Zabuzan replied coldly. Hearing this, Bai's eyes were filled with struggle. "Interesting." A warm voice came faintly, and Sanzan did indeed speak. He looked at Bai who seemed to be contradictory and said, "It seems that I saw an interesting news story today. Since you are hesitating, the poor monk can make the decision for you. This white ninja, are you willing to quit your ninja status? I hope the association is just short of a nurse." Although Bai's gender is a bit inappropriate, the profession of nurse is also equal in the eyes of Sanbu. Nothing more than a number of male nurses. And Bai was stunned at this time, wondering, quit, from the ninja profession. It can be said that Bai never thought about quitting the ninja profession. Even if he really never wanted to kill. However, he is a tool that will never be cut. But when Bai was in a daze, he thought of this even if he didn't kill him, and then passed an order to let Bai quit this profession and go to work with Sanbu. In his tone, he was afraid that nothing would become his burden. However, in fact, because of years of getting along, the so-called bond has long been formed. Bonds are the main theme of the Hokage world. The entire Hokage, the trajectory of the original destiny, from the initial bond between Ashura and Indra, to the bond between Hashirama and Madara, and then to the bond between Sasuke and Naruto. It lasted for thousands of years. There is also another kind of bond between Bai and Zabuzan. This is a force of concern, but if it is interpreted literally, it is not bad to understand it as a stumbling block. Facing the order not to kill again, although Bai was very worried, he could only choose to obey in the end, but if you don't kill your lord again, it will be very dangerous to go back to Kirigakure. Regarding this, no more cutting just said coldly, what are you worried about? Laozi, but the famous did I no more cutting. When he said this, Zabuletanjan seemed to have some pride, and he wanted to use this pride to crush Bai's worries. Seeing this, a smile was forced on the white face. And Sanzan stretched out his palm fan and stroked his hair gently, relax, little guy, without your burden, the possibility of his death will decrease instead. B. Is this consolation? Why does it sound like I want to cry? But when Bai was still thinking about it, Sanzan had already continued to speak, okay, it should be easy for you to think about the method of feigning death. Hurry up and get to work, monk, don't miss out on errands. Bai Nyonyo responded, and then made Zabuletanjan faint, looking like a dead person. In the original trajectory of fate, he used this method to save Zabujan's life a few years later. But now, using this method is to deceive the mist shinobi assassination troops behind. After doing all this well, Bai Cai was belatedly worried and said, by the way, how will Master Zabuletanjan wake up when the time comes? Relax, the poor monk has left behind him to ensure that he can wake up at the critical moment. Lu Zan gave him a reassurance. Then, under Suzuki's speechless gaze, the operation continued. After returning the quest target to the mist shinobi side, Sanbu collected the funds and brought both guys back through Flying Thunder God. This mission can be said to be an eye-opener for Suzuki. When both of them showed up at a base in the Death Forest, Suzuki's mind was filled with many questions, but for a while he didn't know where to ask them. Seeing his appearance as if he had lost his goal in life, Sanzan said lightly, don't lose confidence too easily, you have to know that there are some people you really can't compare with. But that's not the reason for your depression. These words echoed in Suzuki's heart, and in a trance, he felt as if he had realized something. And Sanzan had already said goodbye to him at this time, what I told you before was not a lie, and from now on you can experience it alone with peace of mind. What you can experience depends entirely on yourself, but I have one requirement, that is, in the graduation season, you must at least reach the strength of Jonin. If you can't reach it. Sanbu did not elaborate on the following words. However, recalling some past days, Suzuki still feels a wave of fear. He didn't want to test the consequences. At the same time, he thought of the many help provided by Naruto, and secretly made up his mind. If this still doesn't make him a Jonin, then he might as well kill himself. After the 3 burials were entrusted, Ren Najian disappeared here. When watching his back disappear, Suzuki quietly clenched his fists, even though Naruto is so powerful, he is still so busy. Is this the secret of his strength? Maybe I can't be so strong, but Jonin, I can't stop here. Ninja, multiple shadow clone technique. 0, ask for flowers. After saying that, Suzuki allocated 10 shadow clone, and then began to practice diligently. At this stage, he can't think of a way to make Sharinon advanced, so he can only try to start with the practice of water grinding kung fu. At that time, Naruto's another vest, with Bai shuttle all the way, entered Yan'an town. During this process, Bai also saw many tragic scenes. That's what he saw when he followed Zabuletanjan. Even though he is a ninja, as a kind-hearted person, Bai still has kindness because of this. But Sanbu did not give him a chance to show kindness. It wasn't until he stepped into Yan'an town that Sanzan asked, when you met those poor people earlier, you seemed to be unable to bear it, but this does not meet the requirements that tools should have. As a tool, there should be no emotion. Hearing this, Bai was a little silent. He didn't know what to say, but he couldn't control his kindness. Actually, kindness is not such a bad quality. It is actually a good thing to have a heart of compassion and do it for it. For some reason, Sanzan suddenly changed his tune and praised him, and, starting today, you are no longer a ninja. On the contrary, Bai blushed slightly after praising him. And when he thought about not being a ninja anymore, when he felt relaxed, he also felt a little more at a loss. What can he do if he is not a ninja? 3 funerals gave the answer to this. Taking Bai into this peaceful town, Santan said lightly, for a tool person like you who has not lost his conscience, Yan Anzan needs your contribution. You are kind, caring, and have a certain foundation. You can serve as a nurse in the new era and serve in hospitals. Although there are parts of it that Bai did not understand, it is still well understood in combination with the context. When is one ignored? Thinking of this, a little light appeared in his eyes, as if something was lit up. Immediately afterwards, Sanzan told Bai about the origin of this town. Regarding the general history of Yan Anzan, the dreams of the new forces, and their beautiful and specific blueprint for the future. All these seemed to show up in the white eyes one by one. He was dazzled and yearning after hearing it. This is the origin of Yan Anzan. Compared with the outside world, this place may be regarded as a beautiful paradise. Sanzan said, his expression seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. However, there are still flaws in the end. After all, the masses this year are not very popular. Not all places can follow the mass line. The mass line in the ninja world is a bit difficult to follow, because this is a world where extraordinary forces converge on individuals, and crowd tactics don't work all the time. Without breaking the technical gap between common people and ninjas, it is difficult to 150 even if you follow the ideological line. What's more, the ideological line of the masses in the ninja world is not easy to get through. Without talking too much about these difficulties, Sanzan began to talk about his problems. In short, as a small town that has recovered peace from chaos, it is actually still short of people, especially talents of all kinds. Are you willing to give your all for it? Bai nodded, indicating that he would not refuse the order from Mr. Zabuletin. This is the task of letting him come here again. Before accepting this job, he first looked at the town and found that it was exactly what Sanzan said. The people in Yan'an town are very simple and honest, the people here live and work in peace and contentment, and it seems that there is a little bit of familiarity, and the flow of people is peaceful. Those hawking sounds, as well as the expressions of passers-by on the road, all revealed a kind of calmness. It was a stability never seen in troubled times. Seeing all this, Bai felt as if there was something more in his heart. It was warm and caring. Covering it with one palm, he messed up his hair, and indeed Sanzan said, "Let's go. Don't be in a daze anymore, there are a lot of taboos here, if you keep in a daze like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out today." "Okay, Lord Sanbu." Bai replied obediently. The people in the town are still going on with their own business, and there are cage-level strong guards, which are enough to ensure the tranquility here. Recently, various adults have appeared here, bringing children of different identities and ages here. They are all familiar with it. As Sanbu said earlier, this is indeed the Daowen imagined outside, but the location of Daowen is still too small. They don't have the ability to benefit the entire ninja world. It's just that when he walked in here for the first time, Bai still thought a lot in his heart, thinking about the scene here. Soon, after passing through several alleys, Bai followed Sanbu into a neat and vast academy. The word hope was written at the gate of the college. Hope, is this the hope that breeds the future? Bai Xin thought about it, and felt a certain emotion rising in his heart, which was an emotion that he had never felt before. This small town is also a scene he has never seen in his past ninja career. This is ninja world love. Even Konoha, who has been criticized by others, has actually stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but he is still ignorant of the public. The entire ninja world implements a policy of ignoring the people. As a ninja who has the power to change this situation, he is caught in the task and bound by the so-called tool theory. And after Bai entered this academy, the Big Brother slogan he saw was written to end Wen's old society. There is no such thing as a ninja slogan in it. While Bai Yubian was observing and thinking, Sanbuan had quietly led him to the inner circle of the academy. There was Kimimaro who was training hard. Even after a period of supplies, Kimimaro's face is still pale, and it can be seen that he is suffering from illness. But his eyes were bright, as if they were pregnant with some kind of light. These days, apart from studying, he also spends time practicing physical skills and polishing his foundation. According to what He Tian said, the human body has its own immune system. If the body is strengthened, it is more likely to get rid of illnesses and strengthen the body. Kimimaro responded with unreserved confidence. Although he himself doesn't know whether he can recover his health, but under that belief, he is willing to do his best to do so. Just because if he died early, he wouldn't be able to play his due role. That sense of responsibility turned into his will to survive. The stronger his sense of responsibility, the stronger his will to survive. Shiro noticed those bright eyes when he met Kimimaro. Do all the people here have such a pair of eyes? Bright and energetic, it seems that there is hope in them. Suddenly, Bai's heart was touched. That's a student who enrolled before you, named Kimimaro, you can call him by his name. Santang followed Bai calmly. Unlike the previous words in Tian's Higuo, the current three burials really look like an accomplished monk, containing a kind of Buddha nature. Listening to his words, Bai nodded lightly, "Okay, Lord Sanbu. Then will I be a student here from now on?" It seems that there is nothing wrong with starting to learn this kind of thing again. Sanbu shook his head, "No, you will become a nurse here. As for becoming a student here, you need to have the corresponding beliefs. Along the way, you should know that there is no profession of ninja here. Just because we practice chakra and master its power doesn't mean we want to become ninjas. Instead, our aim is to maximize this power." When the words came here, it was already obvious. This organization has been on the opposite side of traditional ninjas since its inception. According to normal circumstances, there would be no ninja qualified 1.0 people among them, because that would be contrary to their class. Perhaps the daimyos have sanctioned ninjas through economic sanctions, but they still cannot deny the lofty status of ninjas. That status comes from the great strength of the ninja. With the explosive power of tens of thousands of common people, it may be possible to wipe out all of them if one fire is extinguished. There is a natural reason for this gap in qualifications. The reason why the original ninja blocked their own power, whether it is a ninja family or a powerful S-level ninja, except for their family members and disciples, they will no longer transmit their own secret art diagrams. Such estrangement has created a conflict between ninjas and commons that is absolutely impossible to resolve. Simply the ninja class is not monolithic. Yes, there are also many contradictions within the ninja. This stems from many reasons, but for Yan Anzan, it is only necessary to make use of this contradiction. At least for a short period of time, the power of the common people is comparable to that of the non-jonin. In this case, if you want to have the power to surpass the old ninja class and erase the old society, you need Yanin to develop more like-minded comrades. Those oppressed ninjas can be won over. As a mercenary survival mode, ninjas themselves are labeled with the concept of tools, which can be said to be a pathological mode of existence. It's just because there are no new ideas, those ninjas can't find a way out, and can only be trapped in that kind of reincarnation. Ninjas create wars, create pain making people like pain, and then drag the wars into a deeper quagmire. But now, Yan Anzan gave them a new direction. Naturally, as long as he is a ninja with a genuine peace of mind, he may give up his identity as a ninja and join Yan Anzan's team. The Hope organization headed by Haishan simply set their targets on qualified children. Because they are children, they are more able to feel the pain of being tortured. During this period of time, Yan Anzan was often able to be transported in by Naruto's big brother vest, which contributed to the collapse of society. The most feared thing between society and society is comparison. What's more, there is no comparison between these two societies at all, and the gap in the core is too great. How can a decayed and backward system be able to catch up with a new and promising system? It is an indescribable light to those in darkness. As one of them, Kimimaro is very able to understand the news of other people coming in for the first time, and he has long been familiar with it. No one can deny their deepest desire. Just like he met Master Haitian, that kind-hearted girl should have also met Master Sanbuan, and only then did she feel the beauty of the world. That is an existence worthy of their whole life. In fact, Kimimaro has already seen the arrival of these two people. It was just because he obeyed the school motto and had to concentrate on doing things, so he didn't stop exercising this time. At this moment, looking at Kimimaro who is training seriously, Bai nodded lightly, got it. Kimimaro, he said slowly in his mind. Is this a new companion? Does it really qualify as a tool? Bai felt some doubts in his heart. But very soon, he recalled the words of Zabuzan again, and an inexplicable feeling filled his heart. It should be said that Naruto, the avatar, was too late for Bai's question. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troubles at all, just reform from the beginning, and Bai would become the most staunch communist. However, he met him first before killing him. This is a bit uncomfortable. It's not a big problem at all, if it is solved, Bai's problem will naturally be solved. At this moment, seeing Bai Shen's expression, Sanzan just said indifferently, don't think too much in your heart, since you are here, you will be from Yan Anzan from now on. Bai just won't behead your lord again, subordinate. Bai Lu changed his words, but still said with some firmness. It's okay, if you don't cut him off, you are still ours now, it doesn't make any difference. Sanzan followed these words and abducted Bai again. Bai was a little confused. That seems to make sense, right? But Sanbu didn't wait for him to continue to think, he had already made a conclusion on this matter, and waved his hand and said, it's just right, as a nurse at the Hope Primary School affiliated hospital in the future, you must get along well with the students here. I brought you to meet Kimimaro mainly because he is one of the most frail and sick. You need to pay more attention. At this time, Kimimaro had just finished practicing a set of physical exercises. How do you feel better these days? Sanzan asked very naturally. As if it wasn't him who just said that Kimimaro was in poor health. After asking about the body, Sanbu introduced Bai to Kimimaro and asked them to say hello to each other. Hi, I'm Kagaya Kimimaro. Kimimaro stretched out his warm palm with a sincere expression, as a companion, I will definitely protect you in the future. Bai said with some embarrassment, well, there's no need for that. I'm also very strong. But please give me more advice. I'm Bai, and I don't have a last name. When he said this, Bai's eyes dimmed a little. He has been unlucky since he was a child. Before his parents sacrificed to heaven, the relationship between his parents was not much better. The ignorant villagers thought their mother and son were monsters, and his cowardly father couldn't play any role. Now as a tool, Bai only has a first name, not a surname. Seeing the unconcealable disappointment in his eyes, Kimimaro comforted him somewhat at a loss. The two talked to each other, and the young companions should be quickly established. It's just that Kimimaro has always misunderstood Bai a little bit more. Before taking Bai to leave, Sanzan lightly reminded, although Bai is a boy, but he looks like a boy and a girl, so he will inevitably be bullied. So you should pay attention to helping more in the future, and don't have strange eyes because of your appearance. Click. Kimimaro felt as if something had broken. Still, keep smiling. After regaining his composure, Kimimaro asked, by the way, I haven't seen Mr. Haishan recently. Is he busy with something again? When he said this, Kimimaro blamed himself a little, and the emotions just now disappeared temporarily. 980 He himself really wanted to help. However, as the study time increased, he gradually realized that the current self was not yet useful. Because he hasn't grown up yet. Don't worry, study hard, you will have a chance to help in the future. Sanzan said, and then took bye to the students to find out where his brother lived. Unknowingly, there was another student in this college. And Naruto finally took off these vests temporarily. In the next few days, I can go to school on my own body. Letting Shadow Clone come all the time will inevitably cause doubts. In the sealed space, Naruto stretched his brother's waist and really relaxed. Under his seat, Nine Tails' huge body lay lazily on the ground, its nine tails swaying naturally. At this moment, Nine Tails is lazily tasting food. Listening to Naruto's words, it was a little puzzled. Don't you still have to deal with the Akatsuki organization? And since this period of time, I haven't seen you really relax. Relaxing doesn't mean standing still, it's just a short rest. Naruto replied leisurely, and stroked Nine Tails' hair, which felt really smooth. He lay on Nine Tails' back as if lying on a quilt, and continued to explain, besides, I have exposed enough before, even if I don't do anything now, those who know will automatically help us things complete. This is indeed the case. Faced with several different vests continuously shaped by Naruto, Black Zetsu, who claims to be the Black Hand of the ninja world, feels a little numb. This is naturally not because the strength shown by these people is too strong. In fact, although there are not many members of the Akatsuki organization now, the first ones who can join are also S-level powerhouses. Although Obito was educated by Flying Thunder God, he was really not injured. What made them feel important was the shocking secret revealed behind those few people. From ancient times to the present, there may have been another force different from ninjas. And that force seems to be naturally hostile to ninjas. After achieving the purpose of online communication through secret techniques, everyone in Akatsuki organized exchanges on this aspect of information, but the gains were limited. In the end, Pain discussed this issue with Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara only said that they themselves should not have been that long. In fact, it is still mainly to inquire about intelligence. Only this time, they crossed the river by feeling the stones. However, regarding the power of that force, they finally came to an astonishing conclusion after adding up the vests one after another. This is also a starting S-level force. And because of the special reasons of the secret art, Obito once suspected that there may be an existence at the same level as the complete Madara. They hate ninjas, but they also use the power of ninjas. This is the news I got when Orochimaru went out on a mission. Because he met one of them and got extremely precious news, the location is on TNZ country. Orochimaru, who was a mollusk at that time, was physically injured by the bald monk, and even the punch made his soul tremble. That's the real punch of one-punch power. Otherwise, purely physical means would not be able to hurt the well-prepared Orochimaru. However, considering the various backhands left by Orochimaru, after Sanbuin gave Orochimaru a meal, he only gave a warning, but did not kill him completely. He even added a part about the new forces that need to be exposed. Under Orochimaru's bewildered eyes, he told a story. Have you ever heard a story about Buddha and demon? At that time, Orochimaru, who had just been rubbed on the ground because of carelessness, shook his head slightly. He actually didn't want to listen to the story. But when the cruel monk asked if he wanted to listen to the story while being strangled by the neck, Orochimaru, as the strongest person in the way of the dog, decisively chose Kungzin. Isn't it just listening to stories? He is the favorite to listen to stories. Orochimaru has never heard of the story about Buddha and demons, or he is obsessed with science, and has not spent time doing anything else. Listening to the story of the Buddha and the devil at this time, I can only think of the rumors I heard when I was a child. It's true that you don't understand, because this is a story from a long, long time ago. Santon smiled kindly, and then explained carefully, there was once a demon who asked the Buddha to wear his cassock and break his robe. Buddhism will eventually turn the whole world into a world of demons. In order to express my own meaning, the story has naturally undergone a small modification of the 3 burials. Orochimaru couldn't tell anyway. After listening to this version, Orochimaru naturally did not immerse himself in the story, but just rolled his pupils, thinking about the significance of Sanbuin telling this story. Soon, Sanburai compared this to what he is doing today. Now we want to spread ninjutsu, something that only ninjas can master, to the general public. The new force is to open up an unprecedented new world. As soon as these words came out, Snake G's eyes narrowed slightly, and she felt that she had seen a lunatic who was crazier than herself. The new forces are going to be enemies of the Geninists. Ninjutsu and secret techniques, which one should be kept hidden? Even these ninjutsu have never been sold on the market, because no one sells them at all. Among ninja-related novels, there are written about the rise of civilian ninjas, but those only exist in novels. In the real ninja world, no commoner can master ninjutsu alone. You need to have a teacher to learn in a legitimate way. However, according to Sanbum, they are going to penetrate the world and make the common people in the entire ninja world to the point where they can practice ninjutsu. Not to mention the difficulty. Just talking about the consequences of this is to offend all ninjas and offend those vested interests who have mastered extraordinary power. Ninjas themselves are not fools. Although they were firmly restricted by the country due to lack of economics and the style of mercenaries, this still did not change the status of ninjas. The ninja's status comes from their personal strength. And now these people want to smash this power gap. The feeling of breaking the taboo really excited Orochimaru, and even to some extent seemed to return to the excitement of stealing the sealed book. The thrill of walking on the edge of life and death, as long as you don't really die, can still make people happy. It was sunny at that time. Orochimaru licked his parched tongue, and asked, "I don't know, Master, what kind of young pioneers can I join? I heard that the young pioneers are the Takema district of this new force." Although he is not young, Orochimaru thinks that his current body is still young. "Your values are not in line with ours, and you cannot join unless one day it is reformed," Santang said, but added, "However, your enthusiasm for science has been appreciated by a friend of mine. If there is an opportunity in the future, it might not be impossible to cooperate." Well, Zhao Nyazeo abducted Orochimaru's possible handling, and brought all his scientific research materials by the way. "That's a really good idea. A certain friend of the master? Hehe, it looks very interesting," Orochimaru said with a smile, restraining his thoughts in his heart. Now he is interested in the forces that seem to have been hidden for a long time, and there seem to be too many secrets hidden in it, which always makes the snake want to find out. However, Orochimaru is not strong enough right now. He specializes in the way of longevity, but now his frontal combat power is temporarily weak. It was also this time that after being woken up by the real injury of the 3 funerals, it made Orochimaru sober for a while, which in disguise delayed the time for him to betray the Akatsuki organization. "Are you very interested? Don't worry, you will have a chance to meet," Sanzan said meaningfully. Then he didn't give Orochimaru any more time to ask, and disappeared here directly. The meeting with Orochimaru is just a small episode of various meetings with Akatsuki. During this period of time, after adding enough abilities, Naruto's vests of different identities, using different abilities, have seen each other with Akatsuki. So when Naruto relaxed again later and took all the vests off the assembly line, the intended purpose had been achieved. After that, although the outside world was still turbulent, Yan'an Town had already started to develop for many years. At the same time, a different kind of businessman is rising on the business road. It's just that as a ninja, they often don't get involved in industries other than missions, so no ninja village pays attention to this point. For example, Cardo in the original novel developed to the later stage. As a wealthy businessman, no one still touches him. From this, we can know the ninja's disregard for business. Maybe it's because the ninja itself doesn't really pay attention to the economy, maybe it's because the ninja has always been used to getting money by completing tasks. In short, Konoha's high-level executives have paid attention to the Akatsuki organization that quietly completed the task. However, no one paid much attention to the addition of such a strange person in the business world. Of course, this is a good thing for Naruto, everything can be more stable. After replenishing chakra through 9 tails, the shadow clone that Naruto split can exist for a much longer time, and after giving some of the 410 dream abilities, they can even display impressive combat power. Those vests that have gradually gained some fame, I am afraid that no one will know, they are essentially just shadow clone. If it is damaged, it may turn into a cloud of smoke. It's just that they are mostly careful. Like the shadow clone in the original book, which was stabbed by teammates and exploded, in the final analysis, the original Naruto character is too carefree and not vigilant enough. Now Naruto is alert enough, but the vest is not in danger of being discovered. In this way, everything is over, and they are temporarily in a state of recuperation, and Naruto's body is also relaxing inside Konoha. For him, as long as he conceals his secret well, the interior of Konoha is the safest place right now. Today is another day of leisure. After Naruto finished his breakfast and cleaned up the house briefly, he jogged towards the school. When meeting Sasuke on the road, Naruto greeted him warmly. Sasuke responded somewhat unnaturally. He was still thinking about the blood abuse a few days ago, but seeing Naruto's state now, he returned to the daily life of the school. For such a freely switching emotions, Sasuke said that it is really impossible to learn. He simply ran along with him, and asked, by the way, "Naruto, what are you going to do in the days ahead? Eat well, study well." Naruto said, laughing, "Don't worry too much, although the final exam is coming soon, but there is nothing difficult to pass." Sasuke just nodded slightly. Regarding the things encountered in the Death Forest, as well as the little rumors about the Hope organization today, many doubts have accumulated in Sasuke's mind. It's just that he is hesitating now and still hasn't asked. Forget it, if you can know it, you should know it in the future. With this thought in mind, Sasuke quickly followed to school. Because Naruto's performance in Konoha is normal, and these spiritual matters probably won't be communicated, so Sasuke is also very quiet. Nine Tails in this printed space is quite puzzled. This kid from Uchiha has grown up a lot. I remember when we first met him, he still didn't have many points. Ninetales said, comparing Sasuke in the 2 periods before and after. Naruto maintained a sunny smile on his bright face, and at the same time, he was distracted and said to Ninetales, it's just because he doesn't have the conditions to be proud. Unlike other Uchihas who are proud of Sharingan, Sasuke was tortured by blood from the very beginning, and the more he was beaten, the more normal it became. This is not quite the same as the original track, Agia. In the trajectory of the original book, Sasuke has never reached the limit of Sharingan. In his opinion, he has only been temporarily incapable. At the beginning, Sasuke thought that as long as he opened his eyes, he could make a comeback. For the later Sasuke, as long as the eyes are upgraded, he can be invincible. For him later, as long as the Suzuo is turned on, he can be invincible. In short, in the eyes of Sasuke at that time, it was not because he was bad, but because he hadn't grown up yet. This also led to the reason why Sasuke would be beaten severely on a whim, but he always maintained his self-confidence. Sasuke, who is now under this fateful trajectory, has been beaten very early. In addition to being beaten, the Sharingan he was proud of was also smashed into dust little by little. If you get beaten enough times, you will get points. In fact, even in the original trajectory of fate, when Sasuke matured in the timeline more than 10 years later, he would be able to figure it out. It can be seen that as long as one suffers enough beatings, one will eventually mature. Without explaining this to Ninetales too much, Naruto just started discussing some physics knowledge with Ninetales, which immediately made Ninetales feel uncomfortable. It rolled a few times in the space, and muttered, it's early in the morning, don't say so many things that make the fox unhappy. You will have to face it sooner or later. And physics is actually meaningful to you, even if it's just basic electromagnetism, it can actually help you temporarily. Naruto replied distractedly, and here are some more things that arouse the fox's interest. He also knows that not everyone enjoys learning. You have to gain something, and then you can arouse greater subjective initiative, thereby improving learning efficiency. Sure enough, the fox's eyes became more curious, but he still said, electromagnetism? Even if you can master the lightning-style ninjutsu through this? According to the strength of this old man, there is rarely a tailed beast bomb that can't solve it. Can your tailed beast bomb kill my father? Naruto almost killed him with a single sentence. Ninetales lowered her head, expressing that she has no love anymore. Can you stop the teacher from mentioning such things that make the fox uncomfortable? The old man didn't say no to learning. Seeing that this basic physics can help the old man, 2 Shao is not enough. Actually, this doesn't directly increase the combat power, Naruto said, making Ninetales' hairs explode, and then re-said, it's useful in other ways. Just right, I'm free during this time, so I can make you something interesting. Oh. What the hell is that little thing? Ninetales' curiosity was completely aroused. Which little thing is? And Naruto also came to the school gate at this time. After saying goodbye to Sasuke, he met Hinata who also came early, and immediately said hello, good morning. Hinata, you look good today. Good morning, Naruto-kun. It took only a few seconds for Hinata to recover her composure from blushing, and she looked quite skilled. Hinata now looks more relaxed and confident than she did some time ago, a lot. She raised her hands and feet less cowardly, and even though she blushed for a moment when she looked at Naruto, she no longer fainted at every turn. And Naruto just encouraged a few more words, it's a new day, but also maintain vitality. Hinata. Well, I will. Hinata said, and walked towards her classroom naturally, as if some refreshing energy appeared in her heart out of thin air. People can overcome their weaknesses. The only difference is whether there is enough motivation to overcome. And after being open and honest some time ago, Naruto also let Hinata know that he doesn't like timid girls. This kind of motivation from the object of crush made Hinata start her own transformation early. As the purest member of Bun, Hinata can actually be regarded as the top in terms of talent and talent. It's just that her character is really not suitable for this way. Up to now, Hinata is slowly overcoming her own weakness, and although she still blushes for a moment, she can slowly restrain her thoughts. Whenever she feels that she can't let go, she will recall Naruto's gaze and cheer herself up at the same time. Looking at Hinata's leaving back, Naruto briefly packed his luggage, and then strode towards the classroom. Everyone is working hard. This is the current ninja school, and everything seems to be full of vitality. It would be even better if the school could change its name. Naturally, Ninetales could feel Naruto's new life, and asked suspiciously, Naruto, what do you think about the little girl from the Hyuga family? According to your future goals, what you are doing now should be regarded as an enemy. Well, I have to say that despite the resistance in my heart, Ninetales slowly began to learn under Naruto's many methods. At least now this fox is willing to use his brain. It's just that the direction of the brain is not the same, but Naruto is still very relieved. With relief, Naruto's consciousness entered the sealed space, touched Ninetales' fox head, and explained softly, don't think so darkly about the sincere fetters of childhood. Big Fox. Just like I read books and watch anime with you, these are just behaviors between friends. As friends, it's okay to help each other, even if it's hostile or not. Even, it is not impossible to develop into an undercover agent in the future. Naruto didn't say this sentence, but Nine Tails inexplicably felt that he had read it, and then he realized something. Friend, fetters. Could it be that you will have some kind of relationship with a little girl in the future? That depends on whether she can grow up. You should know that humans will not fall in love with monkeys under normal circumstances. Naruto spread his hands, neither admitting nor denying. Then, under the teasing eyes of Nine Tails, Naruto added calmly, what's more, even if I cultivate a daughter-in-law since I was a child, why not? After all, it is one of the 10 fine traditions. This fine tradition he refers to is exactly what the 4th generation and Kushina are doing. And as soon as this matter was brought up, Nine Tails thought of something bad. His expression changed immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, if that guy Namikaze Minato was not so careless, that kind of thing wouldn't have happened later. The night of the Nine Tails riot was Konoha's throes. However, for Nine Tails, there are no good memories of that night. On the contrary, the feeling of being controlled makes it very painful. Calm down, come on, let me show you the basics of physics, start from the beginning. Naruto patted Nine Tails on the fox's head, and then took out a book. Even though he didn't have the conditions at first. However, after meeting the conditions later, he still specially recorded the physical constants of this world, and it can be confirmed that the basic constants have not changed. 0. Seeking flowers. That is to say, in this extraordinary world where the technology tree is too crooked, learning mathematics, physics and chemistry is actually still very promising. It's a pity that it takes time for technology to be transformed into combat power. The most important thing for ninjas is combat power. Even for scientific talents like Orochimaru, when it's time to go to the battlefield, the first priority is to look at combat effectiveness, and scientific research can only be done after the war is over. Moreover, in the world of ninja, who is the most taboo-breaking profession, he can also walk in the world under the sun. There are so-called taboos in scientific research, which really opened Naruto's eyes. From his point of view, whether Orochimaru has touched the taboo or not depends on the mouth of Konoha's senior management. After all, for scientific experiments, even human experiments, it is really worth thinking about whether the profession of ninja has broken through and offline. In short, no matter which aspect to think about, Naruto will completely stand on the opposite side of the ninja. That's why he continues to develop now. Cage level is still not enough. If you don't grow to the hammer 6 paths, you have to be able to lift the table anyway, and it won't be too late to make a move. Wait, I always feel like I forgot something. After Naruto took out the physics book, Nine Tails remembered the question he had at the beginning. But Naruto said lightly, no, you misremembered, we didn't miss anything. Think about it, old man, Nine Tails just recalled, and quickly asked, yes, it's the one you mentioned earlier that made something. Oh, that's what you heard wrong. Naruto changed the topic calmly, took out another Analects, and said, speaking of which, it's too boring to start directly with physics, come on, Big Fox, I give you a spiritual baptism. At the beginning of human beings, nature is good. In the sealed space, Nine Tails collapsed on the ground a little lifelessly, feeling like dying in his heart. But in reality, Naruto was hanging on one of the threads, listening to the class very seriously in the classroom. The teachers who gave the lectures all showed satisfied eyes when they saw this. It is ironic to say that under the original trajectory of fate, the sense of identity that I have worked hard to obtain for a long time has already been completed unconsciously at this time. Speaking of it, gaining everyone's approval is also one of the main themes of the Hokage world. Before the original work was changed from a short story to a full-length comic, it was a very simple passionate gay manga, telling a story of redemption and gaining everyone's approval. The demon fox boy who was discriminated against by everyone since he was a child, through his unremitting efforts, redeemed his family's unfortunate friend with a twisted heart, and gained everyone's approval by the way. What an inspirational story! However, the boy himself is a child of the 4th generation. Even though he had sacrificed everything, he was obviously the son of a hero, but he experienced the darkest and most extreme treatment. The truth always seems a bit ironic because of this. For the current Naruto, he has not won the so-called agreed-upon idea. What he had always dreamed of in the original trajectory, for him now, is just a tool to maintain his image. Even though he didn't do it deliberately, he won the approval of many people in the school. If it were a child who really didn't know, seeing this kind of change, I'm afraid he would be overjoyed. But, he really can't feel happy. On the surface, he maintains the image of a good student, but in fact, Naruto's consciousness has come to the sealed space, and he begins to tease Nine Tails. Or the Big Fox is more interesting. After class was over, some little girls gathered around again and asked some questions that the teacher yet could solve. Naruto in the hang-up coping with a smile that doesn't show any flaws. He is an old actor. The character design that has been maintained since birth, as long as there is no flaw in the middle, then for Konoha's senior management, he is born like this. There were quite a few little girls who came to ask questions, and some did not come to ask. Naturally, there are jealous eyes. Some are just sad. Damn it. Why do those coquettish bastards get close to Naruto? They don't understand such a simple topic, and they don't want to read the book carefully. Naruto-kun is always gentle. But pure gentleness, maybe it's just a mask. Hinata silently stared at Naruto's back, full of thoughts in his heart. She remembered the first time she saw Naruto. She also thought of the answer she got from Lin Shi from Konoha Koshu. Such a different Naruto seemed to have left a deeper impact on her heart. But one thing can be confirmed is that she is much more persistent now. Under Hinata's shy appearance, in fact, the owner has a relatively strong will from the bottom of his heart, but the will is not obvious at ordinary times. This tenacious will be especially tenacious when someone encourages it. Under the original trajectory of fate, Hinata still stood up again and again in the face of Niji, who was far stronger than himself, because of Naruto's support. It's just that she realized it a little too late at that time. But now, under Naruto's reverse incentive, Hinata has started to transform ahead of schedule. If a data panel is listed, Hinata's strength does not seem to have grown much. But what she really transformed was her spiritual will, etc., which made her decisive enough to act, and worked hard to overcome her inner weakness in daily life. As Niji said in the original book, Hinata is actually not suitable to be a ninja. Because her heart is too weak. However, what Niji didn't realize was that under Hinata's weak appearance, there was actually a tough heart. If Naruto hadn't said it some time ago, the current Hinata would probably continue to be an army stalker. Of course, we can't follow up outside the school now, so the time spent together in the school becomes very important. Every time she studied, when she raised her head to see Naruto, she would feel a little warmth. It's just that when she saw those girls who leaned over, her eyes became a little more sad. But in the end, these expressions turned into firmness. She firmly believes that as long as she works hard enough, she will definitely be recognized by Naruto. Soon, when the little girl in his heart left unquestionably, Naruto's eyes became more lively. But consciousness returned to reality. Not far away, several friends suddenly felt a little cold behind their backs. Not everyone is captured by Naruto's appearance, although Naruto's appearance is indeed very high now because of his neat attire. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many little girls. A person with outstanding looks who loves to learn is a god of learning, and a person with average looks who loves to learn can only be regarded as a nerd. Naruto thinks he should be considered the former. With a friendly smile, Naruto started talking to his current friend. The final exam will be due soon. I wonder what goals Shikamaru and you guys have set. Try not to fail the course, so as not to go home and eat my mother's fried pork with bamboo shoots. Shikamaru replied honestly, with lingering fear in his expression. He is a regular customer of this dish. Due to his natural lazy temperament, Shikamaru's academic performance will not be very good, and failing subjects can be said to be commonplace. Luju felt sorry for his son, so of course he couldn't bear to beat him up. But Nara is much simpler for this kind of thing. What should I do if my son fails the exam? Mostly it is itchy skin, just give him a good beating. If Luju dared to stop him, he would be beaten accordingly. Therefore, the status of the two fathers and sons is equally low. At this time, listening to Naruto's concern from his friends, Shikamaru of course also vomited bitterness, feeling very worried. As a top student, Sasuke disdained this, and said lightly, is it just a failure to fail? At least you have to be in the top 3 in your grade. Said, Sasuke's eyes are full of fighting spirit. That's right, he was eyeing the top 3 positions in his grade. As for why it is not the first, of course it is because Naruto is right in front, and Sasuke still knows a lot about it. Listening to Sasuke's words, Shikamaru didn't care too much, just smiled wryly and said, you are all geniuses, unlike me, with mediocre qualifications, it is already very good if you don't fail 0.1 subjects. That's not allowed. I promised my aunt that the first is to lead the better. Naruto smiled and said, the meaning of the words was naturally quickly understood by Shikamaru. Then, he patted Shikamaru on the shoulder and said, I believe that you still have a bit of talent, but you are usually too comfortable. So what? Shikamaru took a nervous step back. Seeing this, Naruto smiled slightly, showing his white teeth, don't be nervous, I'm helping you too, just giving you a little stimulation. Seeing this, Shikamaru couldn't help shaking twice. Sasuke expressed disdain for this image, but he also suddenly felt a little cool in his body, as if something bad was about to happen. Listening to Naruto's words, Shikamaru could only show a smile that was uglier than crying. He had a hunch that he would not be able to paddle in the next few years of his school career. Why does Master Third Generation always entrust him with such embarrassing tasks? As Naruto's friend, the requirements are a bit high. At this time, he can only be thankful that he didn't have any malice at the beginning, otherwise, he would not be making progress together now, but would have to meet the truly unspeakable pain. Although it is painful enough to brush the questions before the exam now. Yes, Naruto's plan for Shikamaru is the scientific education method from the Chinese dynasty, cramming memorization and C-style map battles. The Celestial dynasty is very good in this aspect. If it weren't for the rigid requirements on the number of people, according to the education method of the Celestial Dynasty, the number of people who can pass the college entrance examination can actually be greatly increased. Although cramming education has been criticized, the learning efficiency is still very high. To be more precise, it is very effective in terms of the efficiency of facing the exam. It is relatively unhuman. And after communicating with Naruto and Shikamaru's parents, they have been convinced that this method of learning 06 is still very humane. This caused Shikamaru to have nothing to do about complaining. Seeing Shikamaru smile bitterly, Naruto patted him on the shoulder gently. Don't be so pessimistic, we are still here. The final exam is coming, I think, you don't want to disappoint Aunt and Yoshino. Shikamaru nodded bitterly. Faced with the choice between fried meat with bamboo shoots and duck feeding education, he actually prefers the former. Failing a subject is just a beating. If you follow Naruto, there is no chance to be lazy. Naruto, it seems that Shikamaru still needs some practical help. Sasuke said coldly at the side, and then put his hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Come on, let's practice actual combat. After a while, there were sounds one after another on the playground. Iruka watched silently from a distance, seeing the atmosphere of unity and friendship among these students. He showed a gratified smile. Although Naruto's actual combat class meant giving up treatment, but the ability to unite with classmates is still good. And in the playground, Sasuke has regained a little bit of self-confidence because of bloody abuse of his classmates. He is naturally not a violent person. It's just because I can't catch up with my best efforts, but now I meet someone like Shikamaru who is still lazy after receiving help, and I feel a little uncomfortable. After beating him up, it was much more refreshing. After the beating, Shikamaru had a bruised nose and a swollen face. He looked at Naruto suspiciously and said, Naruto, are we really friends? Why not, we are now good friends. It was still a smile like a spring breeze, with a healing look in his eyes. Then he added leisurely, by the way, Sasuke, your progress seems to be accelerating again. It's really enviable. Sasuke, who was originally in a good mood, always felt something was wrong when he heard the words. Being praised by Naruto for his fast progress feels like being ridiculed. After all, in terms of progress, who can be as fast as Naruto? Up to now, in Sasuke's view, how strong Naruto is completely impossible to guess. It is estimated that even if Naruto said that he can punch the third generation and kick Raikage now, Sasuke still believes in 3 points after hesitation. After the afternoon, the ninja students went home from school. In the dead forest, Naruto and Sasuke gathered here. Are you really at school today? Sasuke asked. He felt something at that time. It's not that he can see through Shadow Clone, it's just because it feels different. And Naruto didn't deny it, just nodded slightly and said, naturally, I have already said that I will relax for a while and will stay in school. However, I can't get much growth in school. Sasuke said, actually having a lot of doubts in his heart. It's just that he didn't dare to ask. Hearing his emotion, Naruto glanced over with some surprise, and said softly, are you sure? Or, do you think that the current self and the people from ninja school are already from 2 worlds? Sasuke was about to nod, but soon hesitated. I always feel that Naruto wants to say something. But this kind of metaphor, let him think about it, the difficulty is still a bit high. Immediately afterwards, Naruto continued to speak, praising Sasuke's outstanding performance in school during this time. Recently, you are indeed worthy of Uchiha's so-called genius title, even the senior students seem to be jumped by you gone. I think Hokage-sama will be very happy to come. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Sasuke's mind, and then he realized, what? He exclaimed, wait, you want to say that I am too sharp in the ninja school? At this time, he remembered what Naruto did. In comparison, someone like him who only has a little strength seems to be even less qualified to show off like this. How to do it depends on your own thoughts. I'm not you. Naruto spread his hands and did not continue on this topic. He just changed the topic of his brother and said, thinking about it, in fact, you have some sense of superiority when facing students in this grade who are still hovering at the level of ninja students. It's a pity that the current you are actually the same to me. 203 After all, the real strong don't care whether the ants they face are big or small. This was said so simply and clearly that Sasuke was hit hard. He really wanted to express something, but after thinking about it in his heart, he found that there was nothing to refute at all, so he could only say, that's because you are too strong. If it is someone else, just want to. His words stopped abruptly. Because I suddenly thought of that man, in front of that man, the current him is probably as weak as he was a few years ago. Instead, Sasuke's mood sank. I remember I told you that you are not the only one who survived Uchiha. Naruto said leisurely at this time, without giving Sasuke time to recover. The other person was double Guyu when he opened his eyes, and now he is almost 3 Guyu. Well, let's skip this for now. Anyway, your food is an established fact. It's just that have you ever thought about overtaking on a curve? Hearing this, Sasuke raised his head, looked over with both eyes, and asked doubtfully, do you want to help me? Relax, I've been helping you all the time. Naruto regained a sunny smile on his face, and said in a soothing tone, "Ninja school actually has something that can help you." Immediately afterwards, under Sasuke's puzzled gaze, Naruto took out a book called Fundamentals of Mathematics. Mathematics is a subject that is very simple when you first come into contact with it. If you miss a minute later, you may never be able to keep up with it. I lowered my head to pick up the chalk, but looked up in a daze. After Shikamaru, another teenager was devastated, and it was a gradual devastation from the first level of whispers to the 18th level of hell. When looking at the basics of mathematics at first, Sasuke showed a confident smile. He assured Naruto that there was no problem at all. 3 days later, after copying the knowledge through the Sharingan, Sasuke started trying to cheat, but to no avail. Because unlike Shinin's test of intelligence gathering ability, Naruto is really testing him in mathematics. So copying answers and memorizing cheat sheets are of no use at all. This is to examine the real strength. Having also seen the situation of these people, when Naruto returned to the sealed space, he and Nine Tails complained about the laziness of these people. In comparison, those students in Yian Town worked much harder. They have faith in their hearts. So no matter what you do, always maintain a passionate enthusiasm. At that time, Nine Tails was doing basic physics. It once again expressed to the demon that he is a fox and does not need faith, so this learning is fine. However, before saying this, it listened to Sasuke's words, gloated a little, and then asked casually, "According to what you said, the previous training is enough. Why teach him later?" Even according to Naruto's so-called friends, the friendship between them should not have reached this point. After all, according to Naruto, his standard for making friends is not to hang out with people whose IQ is too low, for fear of being pulled to the same level. Hearing this question, Naruto explained indifferently, "It's very simple, it's just an experiment. For Sharingan, we must practice it in many ways. A real person's eye-opening is always a bit of a joke. It seems that relatives have to sacrifice to heaven to open their eyes. However, Obito started Mangekyo after his girlfriend died, and Sasuke's family only opened Mangekyo after offering sacrifices to heaven. It can be seen that there are still mysteries that we have not understood." Hearing this, Nine Tails nodded thoughtfully. Based on this calculation, this Uchiha orphan is a bit useless. In an instant, Nine Tails came to this conclusion. Not necessarily so. Naruto shook his head slightly. Nine Tails judges the talents of duo by the speed of progress. However, Naruto saw something else. Seeing Nine Tails puzzled at this time, he immediately explained, "So the willing to go that prompted the evolution of Sharingan has a deeper influence on Koji. However, no matter what the root cause is, it can be confirmed that the ups and downs of mental emotions have a chance to stimulate his eyes. And Sasuke's poor eye-opening is probably because his emotional ups and downs are not strong enough." Hearing this, Nine Tails couldn't help complaining, "The whole family doesn't have any emotional ups and downs. This unlucky child is as cold-blooded as you are." Naruto looked over quietly, "Big Fox, do I look cold-blooded? How long have I been talking about, I want to call this old man by my name?" Nine Tails emphasized before continuing, "It's just that I didn't expect that human beings are really the most complicated creatures. The whole family only opened one hook jade for offering sacrifices to heaven. Sure enough, it is not surprising that there are any abnormalities in human beings." Seeing the astonished expression of Nine Tails, Naruto quietly removed some potato chips for it and replaced it with an empty bag. Then Naruto said, "If you want to say that there are also those with intense emotions, isn't it just Obito, who died a crush and directly opened Mangekyo? That's not cold-blooded, but morbid." Hearing this, Nine Tails was a little speechless, opened his mouth to chew, and suddenly felt his mouth was a little empty, and found that the potato chips had been eaten at some point. Not enough. At this time, Nine Tails can't care about these for the time being, and the mention of Obito makes it jealous. In other words, as long as there is something about Mangekyo, its mood is basically not much better. Like Sasuke, it was ignored because it was too weak. At this time, Nine Tails would grit his teeth and want to say something. Seeing this, Naruto stroked its fox head and said softly, "You're still not calm enough, Kurama. Emotions like this are naturally useful sometimes, but most of the time, emotions that are not calm enough can easily push people into the abyss." For these ramblings, Nine Tails was very impatient at first. Until Naruto told it the Analects of Confucius. After all kinds of bombardment, Nine Tails didn't dare to refute Naruto's words. Because it is too annoying. When Tang Monk recited scriptures, Wukong was also afraid. The key is that what Naruto said is generally not repeated. This is even scarier. So Nine Tails just lowered his head at this moment, staring at the comics in a daze, waiting for this period of time to pass. "Just keep talking, the old man wants you to win." Looking at the half-closed eyes of Nine Tails, Naruto sighed lightly, and then began to talk about other things, so it can be inferred that the strong success of Sharingan is directly proportional to the intensity of emotions. That's something I want to verify as well. However, I need to relax recently, and everything has to be a combination of work and rest, so this time the experiment was carried out in an open way. As a mature experimental question, Suzuki should learn to open his eyes. As for those math problems, it's just a small impetus, everything doesn't depend on Suzuki's self-awareness. As for whether the stimulation of mathematics is enough, Nine Tails, who is reading basic physics, has a lot to say about this. To learn physics well, it is impossible to be poor in mathematics, so Nine Tails, a fox who often slept late, had to start learning in this area. That's pain that Nine Tails of this size shouldn't have to suffer. However, for comics, snacks, movies, etc., as well as the unexpected surprises that Naruto said to prepare for it, Nine Tails decided to face the difficulties. At this moment, thinking about Suzuki's pain in the face of these difficulties, as well as the hatred of determination, good, Nine Tails couldn't help but nodded, if there are no accidents, these stimulations are indeed enough. My shadow clone is disbanded, I need to relax, goodbye for a while, Big Fox. Naruto suddenly jumped down, and then disappeared here. Looking at the empty paws, Nine Tails couldn't help but slapped the ground angrily, really, you haven't replenished the old man's snacks yet. In fact, as Naruto said, the pain of mathematics increases incrementally. After 3 or 5 days, Suzuki didn't have the mind to think about the problem of strength anymore, facing the topic full of symbols, he just felt that he was falling into the abyss. The pain made him almost go crazy, and even raised his eyes to a level of anger. Then the test paper was handed in a 0 egg. At that time, Shikamaru, who was forced to hang his head and buttocks, just patted Suzuki's shoulder empathetically. The same people are degenerates, sinking into the sea of questions. Do you feel very painful? A gentle voice sounded at this moment. But listening to this voice, Shikamaru shuddered unconsciously. At this time, I was frightened. He turned his head slowly, and when he saw Naruto, he couldn't help but smiled dryly and said, of course it's not painful. I feel very happy to be able to immerse myself in the sea of questions. Don't force yourself too much. If you really don't want to, you can give up with peace of mind. Naruto persuaded. Shikamaru wanted to take advantage of the situation and agreed. However, looking at Suzuki whose air pressure is getting lower and lower not far away, Shikamaru pondered for a moment, and the ninja said with heartache, no, it's not forced. It seems that you really understand. Naruto sighed faintly, if it's just the pain of learning, there are still too many more painful things in this world. I guess you should understand. What should be understood? Shikamaru's brain is like a lump of paste. But soon, he still noticed some metaphors, but he didn't think about it. Then he still fell into the sea of questions. It's not that Shikamaru doesn't understand this, it's just that he doesn't want to understand, and as a lazy person by nature, he really doesn't want to get involved in some Uzumaki. After the day is over, Shikamaru goes back to communicate with his father, tempted to cancel the mission. 143 and Luju just asked him what Naruto thought of him. After thinking about it, Shikamaru replied, it seems to have some kind of evil taste, but there is no malice, and there is basically no danger at present. All along, Naruto has shown no flaws. And Shikamaru didn't intend to think deeply about it. Because he had a premonition in his heart, that is, some things were thought deeply, and some uncontrollable factors might appear instead. Seeing that his son's answer was a little short, Luju also guessed something. He sighed softly, son, in fact, it's better like this. You can study hard with Naruto at ease, at least don't damage the relationship between you, so that you can make a difference. But dad, can't you really persuade mom to relax a bit? Shikamaru struggled one last time. Luju waved his hand, you don't have to think about it, the matter will go like this. Just kidding, don't you know that in terms of family status, his status is not much higher than this stupid son? I can't persuade you at all. After sending his son away, Luju collected information and went to Hokage's office to meet third generation. Yes, third generation is here to care about Konoha's younger generation again. After all, the geniuses of the older generation have been almost killed by the Danzo disaster, Agpf. On the one hand, he and Danzo were comrades in arms when they were young, and their feelings cannot be touched there. On the other hand, third generation pursues a policy of conciliation. Even his disciple Orochimaru touched the taboo at the beginning, and finally let it go half-heartedly. What's more, Danzo is still his old comrade in arms. And Danzo, as the dark side of Konoha, also known as Konoha Nabe King, naturally has done countless evils. Now Konoha is almost destroyed by the scourge. The pressure from outside forces forced third generation to refocus on Konoha's new generation, hoping to reunite the power of the new generation and restore Konoha to its former glory. It's just that the situation has been unstable recently, so third generation hasn't focused on it for the time being. Now it is possible. In Hokage's office, after hearing Luju's report, third generation nodded in satisfaction and gave a few words of encouragement. After letting Luju leave, he inspected the village through the crystal ball, and the third generation sighed in a low voice, the brilliance of the will of fire can eventually fill the leaves. Taking advantage of the peaceful time, it's time to take good care of Konoha's followers. As an unqualified old village head, third generation did not do a good job in managing the village, but he is more understanding of people's hearts. Even if the people in these families treat him with renunciation, as long as he is a child, he is still a Hokage respected by everyone in Konohagakure. It's just that I didn't have time to promote the will of fire some time ago. Now, due to the increase of new forces, although the ninja world is undercurrent, it has also increased a lot of variables, and the ninja world has calmed down. Under such circumstances, the third generation naturally began to have time to care about the juniors. In the following period of time, Konoha's various geniuses saw the kind Grandpa Hokage again, talking to them. This is not a difficult task for the third generation who knows the shadow clone technique. Although he is getting older and older, it is not a problem to share a little shadow clone and not use it for everyone. In this process, third generation can find that the teachers of the school are also undergoing spiritual baptism every day. This is where Danzo overlooked. It is also the place that third generation attaches great importance to. The third generation pays more attention to the so-called spiritual inheritance, but for Danzo, it is enough to cultivate geniuses directly into tools. So he has been unable to be Hokage. Time passed quickly in such a rare calm. As soon as the preparation time for the final exam was over and the results came out, Shikamaru missed a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. In class, Irika announced the results with a complicated expression. First place Uzumaki Naruto. Second Hyuga Hinata. There is no doubt that the cultural class number 1 is Naruto again. And driven by him, the results of this year's culture class have improved a lot compared to last year. However, Naruto's resistance to the actual combat class is another fact. There was nothing he could do about it. Because you can't talk about it. Fortunately, after the exam, the third generation specially came to give a speech. As Honesty who deeply comprehended the will of fire, Irika was naturally very happy. On the playground of the ninja school, third generation gave a speech with great enthusiasm. While the leaves are dancing, the fire is always alive. Wherever there is fire, there are also leaves. Third generation gave an emotional speech. Kono leaves are the leaves of the old generation. The leaf clock will be the new generation. Human Konoha. As long as you uphold the belief of Konoha, you can burst out enough energy. In short, it's just pouring down the chicken soup. But in this world where spiritual will is materialized, if there is too much chicken soup, it still has a little effect. At least by these infections, many children below were moved by it. Danzo ruined the geniuses of the older generation, while the third generation saved the country with curves, binding the spiritual will of the next generation to Konoha. Until the end of the speech, many people still felt passionate. This is Konoha's will of fire, and also the dream of becoming Hokage together, and the final interpretation of this dream rests with Hokage. After politely encouraging the challenger, Naruto returned to the classroom, writing and drawing something, what he has been preparing for recently. It's a disgusting dream. What can I get in exchange for sacrificing so much? Nine Tails, who occasionally took time out to look at the outside world, recalled the speech of third generation, feeling a little nauseous. Tailed beasts still can't fully understand humans. Naruto responded without emotion, it's not disgusting, it's just that people with dreams always look more energetic, don't they? As he spoke, he pointed to a watermelon head who was still exercising on the playground. I practice day after day, even if I don't have ninjutsu qualifications, I still don't give up. It's really a moving belief. Although this is just a dream that was shaped.